Si Yao was struck by lightning. She found herself transported to ancient times as Si Qingyao, the seemingly useless legitimate daughter. Fortunately, she possessed a space that offered her solace and security. Upon her arrival, she was hastily wed and, in a stroke of fate, saved a prince. Once he regained consciousness, they established a contract to act as faux spouses for a year, after which she would receive a divorce decree. While aiding him in his recovery, she also sought to accumulate wealth. Once the right moment arose, she would soar to the heavens, free as a bird, and dive into the vast seas like a fish. She had no intention of being confined to the inner chambers. Grand ambitions and ideals awaited her fulfillment. However, it was only upon her departure that he realized her significance in his life. Unbeknownst to both, she had seamlessly woven herself into the fabric of his existence. The sight of other men fawning over her ignited a fierce jealousy within him. Ultimately, he cornered her against a door, his eyes ablaze, and fervently declared, "Yao Yao, I regret my actions. Please do not forsake me. The divorce decree is null and void. I wish to marry you once more." Everyone spoke of Shen Mufeng, the young general, brimming with vigor and boundless potential. He was the epitome of the suitor every maiden in the capital wished to wed. Yet, a nefarious assassination plunged him into despair. In the realm of life and death, two extremes collided. Even in his unconscious state, he remained acutely aware of the world outside. Just when he believed he might languish in defeat, the arrival of one individual became the guiding light he yearned to follow for the rest of his life. From that moment on, she became his everything. Let us witness how this noble couple defends their homeland and astounds the world. Chapter 1. Bargaining in the Underworld. Seated in the underworld, Si Yao bore an impassive expression as she listened to the incessant chatter of the messengers of death beside her. "We sincerely apologize for the mix-up. We intended to collect the soul of that wretched man beside you. Unfortunately, our inexperience in turn mishandled the situation, causing this unfortunate error. We are truly sorry. Indeed. As a token of our regret, we shall present you with a gift upon your return to ensure that your demise was not in vain. That man is a notorious philanderer, a master of time management, who dares to swear his undying love for only her. Heaven must strike him down for his false oaths, to teach him that the heavens are not blind. Regrettably, we did not anticipate that you would be caught in this mess." Si Yao was utterly speechless. In her lifetime, the gravest misdeed she had committed was pocketing 10 yuan as a child without reporting it to her teacher, indulging herself in snacks. Moreover, as a doctor, her life had been devoted to saving others. To meet her end by lightning was absurd. This left her momentarily at a loss for words. Si Yao sat on the plush sofa of the VIP lounge in the underworld, observing the staff busily rectifying this blunder. After approximately half an hour, the overseer approached her, his face painted with embarrassment, and awkwardly stated, "Ms. Si, we deeply regret the inconvenience. The paperwork to return you to the mortal realm is complete, but, a small issue has arisen. You cannot return." Si Yao, perplexed, inquired, "What issue? Why can't I go back? Just send me back directly." "Well, you see, although only half an hour has passed in the underworld, several days have elapsed in the mortal realm. Consequently, your physical body in the 21st century has already been cremated by your relatives. Without a body, we cannot send you back." The overseer wiped the sweat from his brow. This was undeniably their mistake. The death register indicated that Ms. Si Yao had a life expectancy of 106 years and was destined to become a luminary in the field of medicine. Yet, due to the blunder of his subordinates, she had met an untimely end at the tender age of 29. It was imperative she remain unaware of her future achievements, otherwise, she might seek vengeance upon them. Complaints would surely jeopardize his year-end bonus. Determined to placate her, he thought of a solution. "What?" "I never imagined it could unfold this way." Si Yao slumped back onto the sofa, overwhelmed. What could she do now? She had yet to repay her parents for their nurturing. And what of her grandparents' affection? Though an orphan, since being adopted at the age of 10, she had lived like a child in a candy store, nurtured by their love. Stunned, Si Yao remained in a daze on the sofa for what felt like an eternity. The overseer dared not speak, fearing her wrath might be unleashed upon him since the fault lay squarely with them. Even if the matter were to reach the Jade Emperor, they would be in the wrong and would likely face severe repercussions. Thinking quickly, he offered comfort and a proposal. "Missy, please do not despair. To demonstrate our sincerity, we can allow you to reincarnate in another realm. We have already secured a body for you there. In the Zi Jin Dynasty, no less, from a wealthy family, ensuring a life free of want and elevated in status. You are bound to enjoy a prosperous existence there. Without hesitation, Si Qingyao rejected the offer. No, I have invested so much time in studying medicine in the 21st century. I have yet to apply my knowledge and contribute to the nation. Dying now would be profoundly unjust. I refuse. I will file a complaint against you. Hearing this, the overseer was instantly alarmed and quickly interjected, No, please don't. Everything is negotiable, Ms. C. Consider this. The situation has unfolded as it has. Complaining will not restore your body. Why not contemplate how we could compensate you? We will do our utmost to meet your requests. Observing his earnest demeanor and acknowledging his point, Si Qingyao realized that, despite the complaint, her body had already been cremated. Instead, she saw an opportunity to make her demands known. Clearing her throat, she stated, If I am to be reborn in that Zi Jin Dynasty, I must be a beauty, neither unattractive nor overweight, with a normal physique. I also require a good family background. I cannot be born into poverty. Most importantly, as a medical professional, I have studied Western medicine and learned traditional Chinese medicine from my grandparents. I am their 18th generation heir, and the lineage must continue. Thus, if I go to Zi Jin, the overseer, displaying remarkable perceptiveness, reminded her, the Zi Jin Dynasty. Oh, yes, the Zi Jin Dynasty. Even if I go there, I intend to promote the medical knowledge I have acquired. You must ensure that this comes to fruition. Otherwise, I will file a complaint. The overseer, relieved to hear her stipulations, smiled broadly and assured her, Absolutely. This is quite simple. Please wait a moment, Ms. C. With that, he summoned his subordinates, whispering instructions to them before they departed. Si Qingyao, satisfied with his willingness, continued to lay down her conditions. Additionally, what about the body you are providing? Was it a natural death or what? I have no desire to usurp another's life. Rest assured, Ms. C. This woman was timid and took her own life. Her time had come, and she has already moved on to her next reincarnation. You may use her body without concern. The overseer, eager to assuage her fears, assured her that this body was entirely legitimate, with no question of taking someone else's life. Si Qingyao felt considerably more at ease upon hearing this. As a physician, she held life in the highest regard and would never consider occupying another's body. Just as the overseer believed she had reached an agreement, Si Qingyao raised one final condition. One last request, and if you can fulfill it, I will immediately agree to go to the Zi Jin Dynasty. My adoptive parents raised me, and while they have not explicitly stated it, I have overheard my grandmother mention that my mother likely had issues that prevented her from bearing children. Today, I find myself in a predicament once more, one that my family may find intolerable. Is there any miraculous remedy that can cure my mother's infertility, allowing her to bear another child? Ideally, it would be a boy, as my grandparents have a preference for grandsons, providing them with a source of comfort. However, it is crucial that both mother and child remain in good health. Despite my mother being over 40, it is still possible for her to conceive. A colleague's sister gave birth to her second child at that age. Chapter 2. A Marriage at the Moment of Arrival. Upon hearing this, the steward hesitated, pondering the multitude of requests. Sensing his reluctance, Si Qingyao promptly declared, If this poses a challenge for you, I shall take my grievances elsewhere. No, dear lady, please, take a seat while I devise a solution, replied the steward, eager to comply. He summoned an aide, issuing a few instructions before sending him off. After a brief interval, the two aides returned. The steward presented a brocade box, explaining to Si Qingyao, Within this box lies a miraculous pill that will remedy your mother's infertility, ensuring that childbirth will not be an issue in due time. As for the gender of the child, rest assured, I can arrange for a clever boy to be born. This other brocade box contains a treasure, a spatial bracelet. Madam C, may I have a strand of your hair? Though puzzled, Si Qingyao complied, offering a single hair. The steward took her hair and the bracelet, closing his eyes and reciting an incantation. Suddenly, the bracelet emitted a radiant green light. Upon opening his eyes, the steward exclaimed joyfully, Indeed, Madam C shares a profound connection with this artifact. The bracelet now recognizes you as its master. It will serve as your medicinal space, linking you to both Western and traditional medicine at your disposal. To others, it is merely an ordinary bracelet. As he spoke, the steward handed the bracelet to Si Qingyao, who slipped it on, feeling its gentle and comfortable texture. How do I activate it? She inquired. Simply concentrate on your intentions, and it will resonate with your thoughts. This is a precious gift, a reward bestowed upon me for my past services, the steward remarked, his reluctance to part with it evident. Grateful for the treasure and the fulfillment of her mother's wish, Si Qingyao found it within herself to forgive the earlier oversight. Once all was settled, Si Qingyao requested to return to her parents in their dreams, to deliver the miraculous pill and ease their hearts. The steward consented, performing a spell that transported her back. Reuniting with her parents in the dream realm, Si Qingyao spoke through tears, explaining the circumstances and assuring them not to grieve, for she would thrive in another world. In the 21st century, Si Qinggyao's parents awoke simultaneously, with her mother in tears excitedly telling her father about the dream of their daughter. Her father affirmed he had the same dream, and their astonishment deepened upon discovering the miraculous pill on their bedside table. They examined the pill closely, and despite their uncertainty regarding its efficacy, they concluded it posed no harm. Thus, the family of four decided to trust in the dream and consumed the pill, awaiting the miraculous outcome, for to them, the mere existence of Si Qingyao in a parallel world was already a miracle. Upon awakening, Si Qingyao felt as if she were being jolted violently. She had never experienced such a bumpy ride before. Once her senses returned, she realized she was seated in an ancient palanquin, which explained the turbulence. Moreover, she was clad in a striking red garment, clearly a bridal gown. What was happening? Was she to be married immediately upon arrival? As she pondered this perplexity, a flood of memories surged into her mind, accompanied by the steward's familiar voice. These are the memories of your predecessor, extracted as she crossed the Naiha Bridge, transmitted to you for your convenience in this new life. Thus, Si Qingyao found herself seated in the tumultuous palanquin, as if watching a film, absorbing the brief life of her predecessor. This young woman was named Si Qingyao, the legitimate eldest daughter of the Prime Minister of the Zi Jin Dynasty. Si Qingyao couldn't help but marvel at their connection, even in their names. However, she had lost her mother in childhood, and her father, preoccupied with political affairs, had little time for her. Additionally, her mother had died during childbirth, leading the household to regard her as a harbinger of misfortune. Consequently, the Prime Minister held her in disdain, resulting in her timid nature as she grew up largely isolated in the courtyard. When Si Qingyao was 2 years old, her father married a new wife, who bore a sister the following year. Si Qingyao envied her sister's maternal affection and attempted to win her stepmother's favor, but she remained an outsider. Although her stepmother was not cruel, she completely overlooked Si Qingyao, while her father neglected his own daughter entirely. Had it not been for this royal decree of marriage, their family might have forgotten they had a daughter. The public spoke of the Prime Minister's son and 2 daughters. The son was intellectually gifted, and the second daughter was renowned for her grace and beauty, while the eldest daughter was seen as inept, lacking in talent, and utterly overshadowed by her sister. Over time, the capital grew to forget the eldest daughter, while the second daughter threatened to refuse marriage to the ailing Shen Mufeng. The family, sympathizing with their daughter, decided to marry off the long-ignored eldest daughter instead. After all, the imperial edict merely stated the Prime Minister's daughter, without specifying which one. Knowing her intended spouse was a dying man, rumored to be both lame and blind, this marriage was merely a means to bring him good fortune. For the typically timid Si Qingyao, this time, she summoned the courage to take her own life in the palanquin. Thus, the modern Si Qingyao seized the opportunity to inhabit her body. Reflecting on this, Si Qingyao felt a pang of sorrow for the 18-year-old girl who had not experienced any warmth in her life, a true tragedy from birth. In an era that favored sons, lacking maternal protection rendered it exceedingly difficult for a girl to pursue happiness. The saying goes that where there is a stepmother, there is a stepfather, and it held true for the Prime Minister, who proved to be a woefully inadequate parent. Si Qingyao sighed, as if speaking to herself, "Rest easy now, I shall live on in your stead, embracing my identity and discovering the beauty of life. I will ensure your body escapes the confines of the inner courtyard to explore a broader world." She truly felt compassion for this young girl. Having lived nearly a full cycle longer than her, Si Qingyao regarded this experience as a second chance at youth. From this moment forward, she would assume the identity of Si Qingyao. As she mused, the palanquin arrived at its destination. Si Qingyao adjusted her red veil, preparing for her descent as she eagerly anticipated the character of the man she was to wed, curious to see just how flawed and decrepit he might be. Touching the bracelet on her wrist, Si Qingyao felt a surge of excitement, ready to explore the capabilities of this newfound treasure. Chapter 3. The groom is on the brink of death after a prolonged wait. a commotion finally arose from outside. Subordinate Shin Qi requests the presence of the noble lady from the Wang family to descend from the carriage. Upon hearing this, Si Qingyao stood up, lifting the curtain to step outside. Before doing so, she earnestly recalled the etiquette of this dynasty. Unfortunately, the original owner had spent her life in the courtyard with her nurse, never stepping outside her home, never encountering guests, and lacking any formal education in manners. Truly, she was utterly unprepared for this occasion, possessing only some needlework skills learned from her nurse. A dignified daughter of a minister's family had been raised in such a manner. Well, it is what it is. If she didn't know, she would have to adapt on the fly. As she emerged, Shin Qi immediately instructed a nearby maid to assist her, leading the way toward the main hall. Although Si Qingyao was veiled, she sensed something amiss. Since entering the general's mansion, no trace of joyousness had graced the atmosphere. Wasn't a wedding supposed to be filled with festivity? Instead, the general's residence was steeped in a morbid silence. Upon reaching the main hall, Si Qingyao noticed two figures seated at the front. As she pondered their identities, a resonant voice boomed from ahead. "You must be Yenner. I apologize for your distress. My Feng'er lies unconscious in bed. Let us simplify matters. You may remove your veil to recognize one another before proceeding to the bridal chamber." The voice was loud, yet imbued with a sense of sorrow, unmistakably revealing the speaker's troubled heart. Nearby, faint sobs echoed, deepening the melancholy of the scene. Although Si Qingyao had steeled herself for the circumstances, she had not anticipated that the man she was to marry was not only crippled and blind but now lay in a state of unconsciousness, seemingly on the verge of death. Moreover, the name Yenner likely referred to the original owner as stepsister, Si Qingyan. They still believed she was Si Qingyan. However, it mattered little. She decided to see the groom first. If he truly was on the brink of death, she might find herself free from this predicament. Thus, Si Qingyao took the initiative to lift her veil and handed it to a nearby maid. Bowing slightly to the elderly couple, she greeted, "I have met General Shen and Madam." Realizing she had not yet performed the formal rites, she suddenly felt nervous, forgetting whether she needed to alter her address. Fortunately, the elderly couple, preoccupied with their sorrow, did not mind and waved her off, allowing the servants to escort her to the bedroom in the back courtyard. Once they were out of earshot, Madame Shen ceased her weeping and, with a hint of disbelief, said, "My lord, will this truly work? Can our Feng'er really recover?" Sighing, General Shen replied, "At this point, we can only treat a dead horse as if it were alive. The imperial physician has declared there is no remedy. We can only hope that heaven shows mercy upon our Feng'er. He does not deserve such a fate." He lamented, wishing for a miracle. Initially, he had not considered using a wedding to alleviate Feng'er's plight, but when all physicians were at a loss, a wandering Taoist had come to the general's mansion, claiming that Feng'er was destined for calamity. He suggested that the misfortune could be dispelled through the joy of marriage, which could lead to gradual improvement and the preservation of his life. Thus, General Shen sacrificed his dignity to arrange a marriage for his son. However, who in the capital would be willing to marry off their daughter to a man on the verge of death? Ultimately, it was the emperor who intervened, betrothing the daughter of the minister Si to him, thus facilitating this union. Once Feng'er recovered, they would certainly hold a grand wedding celebration to ensure she was not wronged. Si Qingyao followed the maid step by step to the side room. "Noble lady, please enter. The prince is inside." Feeling perplexed, Si Qingyao directly inquired, "Isn't this the general's mansion? Why do you refer to me as noble lady?" The maid suddenly knelt down, her voice trembling as she responded. Replying to the noble lady, "It is because the prince has made great contributions in repelling foreign enemies for the Zi Jin Dynasty and now lies in a state of unconsciousness. The emperor has specifically decreed that he be titled a prince of a different surname, hence everyone addresses you as noble lady." "Oh, I see. Well, please rise. You may leave now and bring me a basin of warm water. I wish to freshen up." Si Qingyao noticed the maid's trembling demeanor, clearly frightened of her. So she hurriedly encouraged her to stand. The people here seemed to kneel at the slightest provocation. After the maid departed, Si Qingyao entered the room, where silence reigned. The decor was indeed festive, adorned with red silk and joyful symbols. Red candles flickered, revealing that this was a bridal chamber. As she ventured further into the inner room, she beheld the fabled groom lying on the bed. It was said he was a youthful general. However, his appearance was not rugged but rather delicate. With a high nose and tightly shut eyes, his pale lips betraying his condition. Si Qingyao adjusted her attire and took a seat by the bedside. She grasped his arm and began to take his pulse, murmuring to herself, I never imagined this groom to be so young. He is merely a boy. Yet he has already fought in battle. How admirable. In my teenage years, I was still preoccupied with play. The more she examined his pulse, the more alarmed she became. The boy bore severe injuries. Not only were there external wounds on his legs, but he had also been poisoned, which explained his blindness. Yet, given his current state of unconsciousness, whether he could see or not was of little consequence. While she could discern that he had been poisoned, the specific toxin eluded her identification. Despite years of studying traditional Chinese medicine under her grandparents, her skills were evidently still somewhat immature and lacking in depth. This was somewhat unfair to her. She had studied Western medicine in university and worked in hospitals using Western techniques. Although she had been exposed to traditional medicine, it had only equipped her to handle minor ailments. She had never dealt with poison before. It was not surprising that she struggled with this. Reflecting on this, Si Qingyao touched the bracelet on her wrist. Closing her eyes, she mentally communicated with it. After a while, a youthful voice responded, Master, I am here. I will immediately activate scanning mode. Please wait a moment. The sudden voice startled Si Qingyao. It turned out that the bracelet could speak. This was splendid. It could communicate with her. After a brief pause, the bracelet spoke again. Scan complete. The reason this person lies unconscious is due to the Qingyan poison, a potent toxin from the Miao region. Compared to this, the fractured leg is merely a trivial injury. Upon hearing this, Si Qingyao quickly asked, Do you have a solution? Naturally, there is no poison I cannot resolve. However, your medicinal stock currently lacks a crucial ingredient, the crimson scorpion. It can be found 300 miles away in the deep mountains. I have transmitted its appearance to you. If you retrieve it, you will surely save him. Chapter 4. Surgery in the space. So, obtaining this would save his life? What about his fracture? Si Qingyao asked in astonishment, recalling the broken bone in his leg. After all, healing a fracture requires proper care, even following surgery. Unexpectedly, the bracelet replied nonchalantly, ISNT treating fractures your forte? Just perform the surgery for him. Si Qingyao was even more shocked, exclaiming, How do you know this? Are you a worm in my belly, little bracelet? Of course. I am now bound to you. So, I am naturally attuned to your thoughts. Also, I prefer not to be called little bracelet. You may give me a name. The youthful voice held a hint of pride, revealing that it was indeed a charming little entity. Upon hearing that she could name it, Si Qingyao felt quite honored. After contemplating for a while, she tentatively inquired, I see you are entirely emerald green, quite beautiful, and my name also contains the character Qing. May I call you Xiao Qing? Si Qingyao had always adored the character Qing from the television series The Legend of the White Snake, so she was quite fond of the name Xiao Qing. She felt it harmonized beautifully with the bracelet's space. Moreover, just like her, it bore the character Qing, clearly indicating ownership. Xiao Qing? That sounds wonderful. I like that name. From now on, I shall be called Xiao Qing. Master, please bring him in for the surgery. The operating room is ready for you. After saying this, Xiao Qing fell silent. Si Qingyao was astonished by the bracelet's capabilities, which could even prepare an operating room. This was fortuitous, as she could practice on the man lying on the bed and see if the instruments were as efficient as those she had used in the modern era. Thus, Si Qingyao took Shen Mufeng's hand, closed her eyes, and silently chanted. When she opened her eyes again, they had arrived in a familiar place. Si Qingyao gazed around in disbelief. This was not the third-class hospital where she had previously worked, but rather it had transformed into her medical space. Filled with curiosity, she quickly opened the door and rushed outside, where she was met with a sight she recognized all too well, the hospital where she had spent many hours. However, the once bustling environment was now eerily desolate. The only notable difference was that several robotic instruments were diligently performing their tasks. Si Qingyao, taken aback, could not help but ask, Xiao Qing, is my medical space truly my former hospital? Xiao Qing replied with a hint of pride, Indeed, master. The Western medicine space is your hospital, while the traditional Chinese medicine space is your grandparents' clinic. The bracelet space is a replica based on your memories. Hence it is naturally in the places you are most familiar with. Upon learning that there was also a traditional Chinese medicine space, specifically her grandparents' clinic, tears welled in Si Qingyao's eyes. She never expected to find a familiar place in this era. Following Xiao Qing's guidance, she approached the entrance to the clinic. Standing at the threshold, she felt a wave of anxiety, fearing she might break down in tears. However, the longing for her family also stirred excitement within her. With a firm push, she opened the door. As soon as the door swung open, she was greeted by a familiar scent. Unlike the antiseptic smell of the Western hospital, the clinic was filled with the aroma of traditional Chinese herbs. While most would find this fragrance unpleasant, for Si Qingyao, who had grown up surrounded by it, it was incredibly comforting. It was here that her grandparents had discovered her medical talent and had meticulously taught her, even imparting their unique acupuncture techniques without any prejudice towards her being an adopted child. After taking a moment to absorb the surroundings of the clinic, Si Qingyao collected her thoughts and returned to the hospital's operating room, ready to perform surgery on Shen Mufeng's leg. Although the fracture was not extensive, it was a comminuted fracture which had left the ancient physicians at a loss. Fortunately, Si Qingyao was a skilled orthopedic surgeon capable of remedying the injury. Shen Mufeng was indeed fortunate. Otherwise, he would have been left with a permanent limp, something a man of his stature could hardly endure. With the assistance of AI robotic tools in the operating room, Si Qingyao successfully completed the surgery, despite being the only person present in the hospital. Afterward, she felt utterly exhausted. She grabbed a pack of glucose from outside to replenish her energy. Taking a deep breath, she realized that performing surgery was indeed tiring. The body she inhabited was frilier than her original one. After just one operation, she felt drained. As she tossed the empty glucose packet into the trash, Si Qingyao noticed something odd. Just moments ago, after taking the glucose, there had been only 2 packets left, yet now there were 3. Had she encountered something supernatural? Si Qingyao had always prided herself on her memory. She distinctly recalled there being only 2 packets. Suddenly, a bold thought flashed through her mind. Could it be that this space had the ability to regenerate the supplies she had used? With this notion in mind, Si Qingyao hurriedly returned to the operating room. To her astonishment, everything in the surgical space had indeed reverted to its previous state, just as she had left it. This revelation filled her with unparalleled joy. Did this imply that she had access to an inexhaustible supply of medical resources? Such a prospect was a treasure trove for her. Overwhelmed with excitement, Si Qingyao remembered to confirm this with Xiao Qing. Yes, master. The space possesses reset and preservation functions. All items revert to their original state the moment they are used. You truly are remarkable, Xiao Qing. How impressive. Hee. Thank you for the praise, master. It is my honor to serve you. With this delightful news, Si Qingyao's steps felt lighter as she hummed a tune on her way back to Shen Mufeng's ward. Grateful for the fortune bestowed upon her by fate, she forgave him. Now, she only wished for her parents to have another child, so they could all live happily together for a lifetime, thereby repaying their nurturing kindness. As Shen Mufeng was receiving an 4 drip in his room, Si Qingyao sat by his bedside, observing him closely. Chapter 5. The Truth Unveiled. What a handsome boy he is. Not too sturdy nor too frail. He was just right. However, he was still quite young, otherwise with such looks, he would have certainly been her type. Although she had borrowed a young girl's body, her soul remained her own. As a woman approaching 30, how could she harbor improper thoughts towards someone under 20? She still adhered to a moral compass. Thus, while lost in thought, she waited for him to finish his 4. It was only after the drip was completed that Si Qingyao silently chanted and transported them back to their wedding bed. Upon returning, she realized just how ravenous she was. The day of their wedding had been exhausting, and after performing surgery, her stomach was growling in protest. Determined to satiate her hunger first, she figured the man on the bed was fine for the moment. As she reached the door, she opened it to find a young maid standing outside with a basin of water. Surprised, she exclaimed, "Oh, what are you doing standing out here?" The maid, upon seeing her, immediately placed the basin on the ground and knelt, replying, "Your Highness, I returned with the water and knocked, but received no response, so I waited outside. Rest assured, the water is still warm. I have changed it 3 times." Hearing this, Si Qingyao felt somewhat guilty, realizing the maid had likely been waiting since she had gone to the operating room. The poor girl had stood outside all this time. Quickly, she said, "Get up. Bring me the basin. Is there anything to eat?"
"I'm starving."
"Yes, Your Highness. Please wait a moment, I will fetch you something." With that, the maid respectfully retreated, hurrying towards the kitchen. Si Qingyao took the basin of water, washed it thoroughly in her room, and then removed her outer garments, leaving only her inner attire. She had already undressed once during the surgery, complaining then that the ancient clothing was overly complicated and inconvenient to remove. Now, her disdain was even more pronounced. Once she had shed the layers, she felt significantly lighter. After surveying the new room, she heard a voice at the door belonging to a young maid. "Your Highness?"
Come in.
The maid entered with a tray, followed closely by another. Together, they placed 4 dishes and a soup, along with a serving of rice. On the table before retreating, Si Qingyao glanced at the dishes, finding them quite satisfactory, and feeling quite hungry, she eagerly picked up her bowl and began to eat. 20 minutes later, the plates and bowls were empty. When the maid returned to clear away the dishes and saw them so clean, the look of astonishment in her eyes truly pleased Si Qingyao. "Don't be so surprised. Your Highness has a hearty appetite. From now on, prepare food in this quantity," she joked. Although the 2 maids were taken aback, they nodded in agreement, maintaining their decorum. While tidying up, Si Qingyao engaged them in conversation and learned their names, Yuzhu and Baozhu. They had been assigned to her by the wife of the general. However, they were puzzled as to why their mistress, said to be the daughter of the Xiangfu, had no close attendants by her side. It turned out that the young servants were attending to the prince, and since she had arrived, they had been unable to enter the inner courtyard, thus remaining absent. After savoring her meal and freshening up, Si Qingyao dismissed the 2 maids and prepared for sleep. Fortunately, the marriage bed was spacious enough. She easily crossed over to lie down within it. The interior was roomy, ample enough for 2 of her. Exhaustion washed over Si Qingyao, and she quickly succumbed to sleep. Consequently, she did not notice the slight movement of the fingers of the person lying beside her. The next day, as dawn broke, Si Qingyao awoke. Yuzhu and Baozhu assisted her in dressing and arranging her hair, preparing her to serve tea to her in-laws. Although her husband lay in a coma, certain customs still had to be observed. Upon entering the main hall, General Shen and his wife sat there sipping tea. Upon seeing her approach, the general's wife hurriedly rose to greet her, grasping her hand with tears brimming in her eyes. "Yener, we have wronged you. Alas, with our Fomer in this state, we do not know if he will recover." Si Qingyao then recalled that they mistook her for Si Qingyan. She promptly approached the front mat, performed a deep bow, and earnestly addressed the elderly couple. "General Shen, Madam, I am not Yener. My name is Si Qingyao, the legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister. Si Qingyan is my half-sister." Upon hearing this, Shen Shao understood the situation and sighed. "So it is. My dear child, you have suffered. Please bear with us regarding Foma's condition. I only hope for a miracle." Madame Shen, upon hearing this, also comprehended the situation. She had heard that the second Miss Shen was talented and beautiful, while the eldest daughter was rather obscure and lacking in skill. Additionally, after her mother passed away, her stepmother took over, effectively neglecting her. However, she perceived that Si Qingyao did not conform to the unfavorable rumors. At least her eyes were bright and sincere, instilling warmth in those who gazed upon her. It was indeed a stroke of fate for her to marry into their family, particularly given Feng or his current condition. This young woman was remarkably brave. Had she been of ordinary disposition, she might have already been reduced to tears. Yet, Si Qingyao remained composed, attending to her needs without any sign of distress. The elderly couple had aged significantly in the past few days, burdened by worry over their son. They were about to offer her a red envelope when she astonished them with her bold declaration. "Father, mother, I have a way to save my husband. However, I must journey 300 miles into the mountains to seek a medicinal ingredient. With this, I can guarantee his recovery." Upon hearing this, the elderly couple stood in shock, especially General Shen. "What did you say? Child, you can heal?" Madame Shen gazed at her with hope, her expression filled with disbelief. Si Qingyao took a moment and replied slowly, "I believe you have heard of me, though my reputation may not be the best. After my mother passed, I was neglected. Once my stepmother came into the household, I was cast aside in the courtyard, left to fend for myself. However, I was fortunate to encounter a mysterious wandering physician in my youth who taught me the art of healing. Last night, I examined my husband's condition. There is indeed a chance for salvation." Chapter 6. Seeking medicine. Upon hearing that their son might yet be saved, General Shen and Madame Shen were filled with elation. For Feng had been condemned by the head of the Imperial Medical Bureau. Could she truly save him? "Are you speaking of the Spirit Mountain?" General Shen asked, excitement evident in his voice. Si Qingyao was momentarily taken aback. "Spirit Mountain? Just having arrived in this place, she had no knowledge of any mountains. Fortunately, the clever little Qing promptly responded in her mind, confirming it was indeed the Spirit Mountain. Yes, that is correct. Very well. Qingyao, draw a depiction of the required medicinal ingredient. I will take it and lead the others to find it. We shall certainly procure this herb. At this moment, General Shen's spirit was completely revived, far brighter than before. His eyes sparkled with eagerness. Si Qingyao then understood the vital role hope plays in life. When Shen Mufeng appeared to have no chance of recovery, his parents' eyes reflected despair, but now they brimmed with renewed vitality. This was the true essence of her vocation as a healer, to help humanity sustain hope. Regardless of the era, the act of healing has always filled her with strength. Madame Shen nodded in agreement, acknowledging the necessity of her husband's involvement in this endeavor. Si Qingyao smiled gently, explaining, "Father, mother, please do not worry. The medicinal ingredient I seek is not a herb, but a living creature called the scarlet poison scorpion, which possesses deadly venom. Only I understand its habitat and how to capture and preserve it. Thus, I must undertake this journey personally." Madame Shen initially hesitated, thinking how could a delicate young lady venture into the wilderness. Yet, realizing this concerned her son's life, her words of caution faltered. As a mother, she felt selfish. Ultimately, all she could say was, "You truly have my gratitude. Once Foma recovers, I will ensure she treats you well." General Shen, with a decisive slap to his thigh, declared, "Very well, I shall accompany you. Can Qingyao ride?" "Yes, my master taught me. Do not worry, father. I will not slow you down." Si Qingyao had often visited the horse stables during her leisure time, so her riding skills were quite proficient. She never anticipated that her former pastime would become a means of transportation in this era. Thankfully, she could ride, otherwise, she would indeed be at a loss. Thus, the day after the prince's wedding, the general's household summoned several capable subordinates in preparation for their journey. They rode until they reached the outskirts of the city, where Si Qingyao finally recognized her companions. Aside from General Shen, the remaining individuals were all bodyguards of Shen Mufeng who had grown up alongside him, accompanying him into battle. After the prince had been ambushed, they felt immense guilt for failing to protect him, wishing they could suffer in his stead if only he could recover. Suddenly, news spread that the newly married princess possessed medical skills that could save the prince, bringing immense joy to the group as they felt a renewed sense of hope. Particularly after their relentless journey, it was astonishing to witness the princess, the daughter of the prime minister, endure the hardships without a single complaint, galloping alongside the men for days until they finally reached their destination. As a result, Shun Qi and the others, including General Shen, developed a newfound admiration for Si Qingyao, acknowledging her remarkable resilience. Shen Xiao was genuinely surprised that a scholar like Si Haozong could raise such a formidable daughter, which greatly impressed him. Upon arriving in the remote mountains, 2 days had passed. Following the guidance of Shaoqing, Si Qingyao slowly located the lair of the Crimson Scorpion. With precision and determination, she swiftly captured it and placed it in a wooden box. This series of actions left the onlookers in awe. The scorpion, menacing and red, exuded a potent venom that made the group swallow nervously, relieved that they had the princess with them. Otherwise, they might have succumbed to its poison. After securing the medicinal ingredient, they quickly retreated and rode back at full speed. Upon returning to the general's residence, they felt somewhat dazed, realizing that aside from protecting the princess and assisting her, they had not contributed much at all. The matter of the scorpion had been entirely handled by the princess, rendering their help unnecessary. Once back from the mountains, Si Qingyao secluded herself in a small, private room. She had outsiders deliver a plethora of medicinal herbs, creating a temporary pharmacy to avoid raising suspicion. In truth, her actual pharmacy was the traditional medicine hall within the space of her bracelet. Following Xiao Qing's instructions, she meticulously processed the scorpion and the required herbs to prepare the medicinal pills. During this period, aside from Yuzhu delivering meals punctually, no one dared to disturb her. After all, the prince's life hinged on her success this time. Although everyone was anxious, they refrained from inquiring too much. Finally, 3 days later, she emerged, holding a square box containing a pill she had painstakingly concocted. Shun Xiao gazed at the dark pill with concern, asking, "Qingyao, will this truly save Foma's life?" "Yes. Father, have faith. Let us see your husband," she replied confidently. Her assurance stemmed from the support of the bracelet. Without it, she wouldn't have dared to express such certainty. Yet, She trusted Shaoqing and knew it was extraordinary. If it claimed to cure, it surely would. When they arrived at the bedroom, Mrs. Shen was assisting Shen Mufeng with the maid. Upon seeing them, her face lit up with surprise. She had prepared herself for the worst. Even if it didn't work, she wouldn't blame Qingyao, as Feng had already been sentenced to death by the imperial physician. Qingyao had given them hope once more. Thus, the elderly couple watched expectantly as Si Qingyao administered the pill to Feng and used silver needles to puncture several points on his body. Having completed her tasks, Si Qingyao tidied up while reassuring the Shen elders. Father, mother, there's no need to worry. I just checked his pulse. The toxins in his body are gradually dissipating. I estimate he will awaken by this time tomorrow. Really? That's wonderful. Qingyao, you are the great benefactor of our General's residence. Mrs. Shen exclaimed, noticing her husband's complexion improve significantly, filled with hope for the next day. She could hardly wait to honor Si Qingyao. Exhausted, Si Qingyao followed the maid to the adjoining room for a much-needed rest. As she distanced herself, Mrs. Shen turned to General Shen and remarked, My dear, the fortune-teller was indeed accurate. I never imagined Feng would be saved in this way, nor that Qingyao possessed such medical prowess. Chapter 7. Awakening. Not only was she skilled in medicine, but her expertise was remarkable, often likened to that of a divine healer. The rumors circulating in the marketplace about her were utterly unfounded. Shen Songxiang had delivered a treasure to her family. It remained to be seen if he would regret it in the future. Since Shen Mufeng had fallen ill, Shen Xiao hadn't laughed so heartily in a long time. Today, he genuinely felt joy. This journey to seek medicine alongside his daughter-in-law had revealed that Si Qingyao was far from the incompetent fool the world claimed her to be. She was indeed a gem. This daughter-in-law was one he would firmly accept. Mrs. Shen believed it was fate for her son. Without Qingyao, he might have truly perished. Now, she eagerly awaited the dawn, hoping to witness her son awaken. After spending a moment by Shen Mufeng's bedside, the couple finally departed. Though Shen Mufeng lay unconscious, he could still sense the world around him. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not open his eyes or awaken. He felt trapped in a dark void, engulfed in solitude and helplessness, unable to utilize his martial skills to escape. It was utterly futile. He felt immense anger at himself for not discovering the traitor in the military sooner. If he had, he wouldn't have been poisoned on the return journey. Although he had fallen unconscious, he still managed to hear snippets of information. By the time Xin Qi and the others discovered him, he was already poisoned and in a coma. Shen Mufeng had overheard that the traitor had been captured, but that individual seemed determined to die, committing suicide by poison. Thus, the mastermind behind it all remained hidden in the shadows. He could not perish now. He had just won a small victory. And the enemies of the Zi Jin Dynasty would not relent. If foreign nations learn of his demise, they would surely attack the Zi Jin Dynasty. His father was aging. He did not wish to burden him with returning to battle. Nor did he want the innocent citizens of the Zi Jin Dynasty to suffer from the ravages of war. In conflict, strength was paramount. The current emperor had always favored peace. If he died, it was certain that he would seek to exchange tributes for tranquility. However, this approach would only embolden their oppressors, for their greed would extend beyond mere tributes. They would eventually consume the Zi Jin Dynasty. Thus, he absolutely could not die. Just as he struggled to open his eyes, he suddenly heard a unique voice, clear yet filled with confidence. He sensed that she was aiding him in pulse diagnosis and treatment. Later, he even felt her sleeping beside him. Upon hearing the servants address her, he realized she was the bride his parents had chosen for him, attempting to use the wedding to bring him back to life. The absurdity of such a method made Shen Mufeng scoff internally. If such rituals were effective, what need would there be for physicians? Despite his reluctance, upon hearing the imperial physician's death sentence, he felt an overwhelming sense of despair and impotence. Was he truly destined to die so pathetically? His ambitions remained unfulfilled. His nation was not yet at peace, and the citizens at the Zi Jin Dynasty's borders were still suffering from conflict. He could not accept this fate. Yet, with the arrival of this peculiar woman, he sensed a slight improvement in his condition, particularly after she administered a bitter pill. Shen Mufeng could distinctly feel his body becoming lighter, the oppressive weight that had previously suffocated him gradually lifting. Eventually, he succumbed to sleep, drifting into a deep, comfortable slumber, a sensation he had not experienced in a long time. After taking a nap in the adjacent room, Si Qingyao felt invigorated, albeit quite hungry. She summoned Yuzhu and Baozhu. One was tasked with fetching food, while the other assisted her in grooming. The intricacies of ancient hairstyles were daunting, and she found herself quite inept at it. Fortunately, Yuzhu possessed deft hands and fashioned a beautiful hairdo that Si Qingyao admired greatly. Gazing into the bronze mirror, her complexion rivaled snow, and her features were strikingly picturesque. Si Qingyao felt she had struck a remarkable fortune. In her modern life, she had merely been a modest beauty, but this version of herself was truly stunning, an unequivocal beauty. Even Yuzhu, unable to contain her admiration, exclaimed, "Your Highness, you are truly exquisite, surpassing anyone I have ever seen." Through their interactions over the past couple of days, they had come to understand the temperament of their new princess. Although she was assertive and decisive, her disposition was gentle. She had never scolded or struck them and treated them with respect, often expressing gratitude for their assistance, which left the two young servants, who'd been raised in servitude, somewhat astonished. They frequently found themselves thanking the heavens for bestowing upon them such a kind-hearted princess. The general's residence differed markedly from other noble households. General Shen had risen from humble beginnings, having built his fortune through sheer determination. Before her arrival, they had heard tales of the daughters of nobility, most of whom were described as arrogant and willful, spoiled by their families and treating their servants with disdain. Therefore, when Yuzhu and Baozhu were first assigned to the general's household, they were filled with trepidation. However, to their surprise, the princess was exceptionally amiable, which gradually bolstered their confidence. Si Qingyao, noticing the affection in Yuzhu's eyes and the sweetness of her words, playfully teased, "Little one, how many people have you encountered to deem me the fairest?" She then lowered her head, smiling gently. The two young maids, appearing to be around 13 or 14, were akin to middle school children in the modern era. Yet here they were already engaged in servitude, a rather pitiful circumstance. Nevertheless, they were innocent and charming, devoid of malice, and their rosy complexions delighted Si Qingyao. "Your Highness." "I speak the truth," Yuzhu insisted, her eyes wide with sincerity, fearing that the princess doubted her. At that moment, Baozhu arrived, balancing a tray laden with several steaming dishes, causing Si Qingyao's mouth to water in anticipation. Without hesitation, she began to eat, while the two maids busied themselves tidying the room, respecting her privacy. Just as Si Qingyao was halfway through her meal, a young servant rushed in, excitement radiating from him as he announced, "Your Highness, Your Highness, the prince has awakened. He just expressed his thirst. I heard it myself." Surprised at the swiftness of his recovery, Si Qingyao set down her bowl and made her way to the prince's chamber. Upon entering, she found him thrashing about in confusion. Quickly, she approached and gently restrained his hands, soothingly saying, "What do you need? I am here to help. Do not move too much. You have been unconscious for too long." Shen Mufeng's voice was hoarse and feeble as he murmured, "Water, water." Understanding his need, Si Qingyao hurried to the nearby table, poured a cup of warm water, and returned to his bedside, supporting him as she offered him the cup. He drank eagerly, finishing one cup before she refilled it for him. After 3 refills, he finally quenched his thirst. Setting the cup aside, Si Qingyao noticed a look of disbelief on Shen Mufeng's face as he lamented, "Why can I see nothing?" Although he had struggled with his sight before, he had still perceived some light, albeit dimly. Now, however, all he saw was darkness, akin to being blindfolded. Could it be that he was truly blind? This revelation struck him as a devastating blow. A blind general could not lead troops into battle. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, a voice, as soothing as celestial music, reassured him, "Do not worry. The toxins in your body have not yet been entirely expelled. With time and care, your sight will return." She offered him a comforting pat on the shoulder. Hearing these words, Shen Mufeng felt a weight lift from his heart. As long as he was not permanently blinded, there was hope. Although he could not discern her appearance, he had learned of her identity while unconscious. Still, he wished to formally introduce himself. "Who are you?" Realizing they had yet to be properly introduced, Si Qingyao quickly responded, "Oh, I am Si Qingyao, the eldest daughter of Prime Minister Si, betrothed to you by the emperor. I am your new wife." Shen Mufeng was taken aback to learn that his wife was the daughter of the prime minister. The eldest daughter, no less, the infamous girl rumored to lack any talent. Yet she had exhibited medical skills that even the imperial physicians could not manage, having saved his life from a lethal poison. Questions swirled in his mind. Yet he understood that they were still strangers. Even if he inquired, she might not divulge the truth. It was best to wait for the right moment. Nonetheless, the fact that she had saved his life was indisputable, and he had heard her and her father discussing the search for antidotes while he was unconscious. Thus, she was indeed his savior. As they sat in awkward silence, unsure of what to say next, the door burst open, and in rushed two figures. Both brimming with excitement, it was General Shen and his wife.
Finger, you had rulichend.
It is a miracle from the heavens, they exclaimed, tears of joy welling in their eyes. The elderly couple, having longed to hear their son's voice, surrounded him with warmth and concern.
Si Qingyao.
Seeing that he was in good hands, quietly withdrew to allow the family some privacy. Once outside, she summoned Baozhu, instructing, "Please have the kitchen prepare a bowl of chicken congee for the prince, along with a light dish." "Yes, your highness." Baozhu replied with a respectful bow before heading to the kitchen. It was indeed wonderful news that the prince had awakened, a momentous occasion for the general's household. The tidings quickly spread among the servants, invigorating them as smiles returned to their faces. The recent gloom within the residence seemed to dissipate completely. Though they were not well acquainted with the prime minister's daughter, the entire household felt genuine gratitude towards her. Thus, wherever Si Qingyao went, she was met with profound respect from the servants. After General Shen and his wife had conversed with their son for some time, they belatedly realized that he had not eaten in quite a while and must be hungry. Just as they were about to send someone to fetch food, Baozhu entered with a tray of soft, delicate dishes suitable for a convalescent. Nodding in approval, General Shen intended to praise her thoughtfulness when he heard her say, "This was prepared at the behest of her highness. Let the prince have some." "Very well. Set it down. I shall feed Feng he replied. Madame Shen spoke, her voice trembling with emotion as tears threatened to spill. Her once exuberant son, now deprived of sight and reliant on others for nourishment, was a heart-wrenching sight. However, she reminded herself that he had been granted a second chance at life, and for that, she ought to feel grateful. Moreover, Qingyao had reassured her that the toxins would dissipate in due time, offering a glimmer of hope. Thus, Madame Shen fed Shen Mufeng a bowl of chicken porridge and shared a few words with General Shen before finally departing from his chamber. Not long after their exit, Shen Qi entered, kneeling before Shen Mufeng to report a plethora of information before taking his leave. Having just awakened, the recent turmoil had rendered Shen Mufeng weary, and he soon succumbed to a deep slumber. Observing that he was now awake, Si Qingyao felt a twinge of awkwardness at the thought of sharing a bed, prompting her to retreat to the adjacent room for rest. Yet, before retiring, she gently touched his forehead, concerned about a potential fever, and took his pulse. Thankfully, his condition was better than she had anticipated. He was recovering quite well. After her examination, Si Qingyao returned to her own quarters to sleep. As she prepared to leave, she remained blissfully unaware that Shen Mufeng's hands had instinctively tightened when she reached out to check his temperature. Once in bed, Si Qingyao tossed and turned, unable to find rest, plagued by the nagging feeling that she had forgotten something significant. After several restless moments, just as she was on the brink of slumber, it struck her, she had completely overlooked the third-day return visit. Preoccupied with aiding Shen Mufeng in procuring medicine, she had neglected to return home, and it had already been 3 days without any inquiries from the Prime Minister's residence. It seemed that they truly regarded her as expendable, showing not a shred of concern. Yet, she recalled a wet nurse who had cared for her since childhood, the only person in that household who had ever treated her kindly. The former Si Qingyao had been timid and powerless, unwilling to voice her desires. But she was no longer that person. Occupying this new body, she felt an obligation to look after those who had shown her kindness. Chapter 9. Stepmother. Thus, she resolved to return and rescue her wet nurse from that inferno. It was evident that her presence had not brought about any better circumstances for the wet nurse. And now that she was gone, life would surely be even more unbearable. She yearned to confront her stepmother, her sister, and her despicable father, all of whom were truly insufferable. With determination, Si Qingyao felt a spark of excitement about her life, lying down to prepare for a refreshing sleep. Since her arrival in this world, she had been spared the rigors of early mornings and late nights, and her weary disposition was still adjusting to this newfound ease. Life had become exceedingly comfortable. She was assisted in dressing and grooming, and meals were prepared for her. Truly a life of leisure, where food was served and clothing was presented with little effort on her part. This was utterly indulgent. As a woman who had embraced modern societal values, how could she allow her life to slip away so idly? No, she still aspired to practice medicine and save lives. After careful contemplation, she decided that her priority must be to extricate her wet nurse first, and then, once Shen Mufeng had fully recovered, she would have a heartfelt discussion with him. In a residence located in the southwest corner of the capital, Si Qingyao observed her mother with unease, saying, "Mother, is everything truly all right? Sister hasn't even returned for the visit. Shouldn't we inquire if the general's household is dissatisfied with her as a daughter-in-law and has confined her? Surely, they wouldn't force me to wed that half-dead man." Si Qingyao was genuinely troubled. Although the imperial edict had not specified names, it was clear to any discerning eye that it referred to her marriage. It described an extraordinary beauty of unparalleled talent, which could not possibly pertain to that incompetent. Yet, they had married her off to that fool. Would the general's household tolerate such an insult? Might this escalate to the emperor's attention, leading her to face marriage once more? After all, that young General Shen had achieved great merit on the battlefield, which was why His Majesty had granted him a title of nobility, a first in the Zi Jin Dynasty. Had he been in good health, this would have been a splendid match. She would have been a princess, enjoying a grand status. Initially, she felt that relinquishing this match to that fool was a boon for her. However, having heard from her father that the imperial physician had deemed the young general beyond healing, she could not resign herself to living in widowhood so soon after marriage. She was meant for greater things. Her father often remarked on her beauty and talent, asserting that she was fit to become the crown princess. She did not wish to accept a fate of widowhood. She still dreamed of marrying the crown prince, becoming the most esteemed woman in the realm. If granted the opportunity, she was confident she could win his heart. Rest assured, sister, you are already married into the general's household. For better or worse, you are now one of them. Tomorrow, mother will send someone to inquire about the situation. Now, get some rest, or you shall lose your beauty. Jiang Yuling, upon witnessing her daughter's concerns, quickly offered reassurances, declaring that the foolish daughter of that woman would never obstruct her daughter's path. Jiang Yuling remembered that a master had once foretold her daughter's bright future, indicating that she was destined for greatness and could not possibly marry a half-dead man. Understood. Thank you, mother. I shall take my leave now.
Si Qingyao,
Comforted by her mother's affirmation, departed with her maid in tow. Jiang Yuling adjusted her attire and meticulously groomed herself before carrying a nourishing soup to the study to find her husband. She knew that if she could placate him, he would typically comply with her requests, as he held a particular fondness for assertive women. Remembering their passionate encounters in the study, Jiang Yuling felt a rush of warmth to her cheeks, even after years of marriage. The following day, Si Qingyao awoke to find the sun already high in the sky. Realizing she had overslept, she hastily prepared to rise. Hearing the commotion, Yu Zhu entered with a smile, saying, "Your Highness, no need to rush. Breakfast has been prepared. The madam instructed us not to disturb your slumber, wishing for you to rest well." "Oh, I see. How considerate of the madam," Si Qingyao remarked playfully, relishing Yu Zhu's attentiveness. With a proud expression, Yu Zhu replied, "Indeed, our madam is truly kind-hearted. I dare say there is no one more gracious in the capital. She treats us with such generosity that we often feel fortunate to work in the general's household. I've heard tales of servants in other residences being sold or mistreated, but that has never occurred here. Everyone cherishes the madam and the master." As Si Qingyao observed Yu Zhu's innocent demeanor, she couldn't help but reminisce about the original owner's life. Indeed, the atmosphere in the general's residence was delightful. She had felt its warmth from the very first day of her marriage, in stark contrast to the prime minister's household, where she, though a daughter of nobility, was met with disdain from the servants under her stepmother's influence. Even the monthly allowances were sometimes deliberately delayed. Such memories were hardly pleasant. Only in the wholesome environment of the general's residence could one cultivate the innocence displayed by Yu Zhu and Bao Zhu. After washing up, Si Qingyao ventured next door to check on Shen Mufeng, who was already awake and enjoying breakfast under the care of a servant. Once he had finished eating, she assisted him in taking his pulse. Quite impressive. He has improved significantly since yesterday, she noted. It was remarkable, perhaps due to his martial prowess and internal energy, that his recovery was swifter than any patient she had encountered before. Is martial arts truly so miraculous? Si Qingyao pondered with great curiosity. Rest well. I shall venture out today to procure some medicine for you. After a few more days of treatment, your eyes should recover. Thank you. Although Shen Mufeng's eyes lacked luster, he sincerely nodded in the direction of her voice, expressing his gratitude. Were it not for her, he might have slipped into a perpetual slumber. Then, recalling the events of yesterday, Si Qingyao continued. By the way, I plan to return to the Prime Minister's residence today and bring my wet nurse back with me. Is that acceptable? Upon hearing this, Shen Mufeng promptly consented. Naturally, you may do so. In principle, I should accompany you on your return visit. But my quest for medicine has delayed that. Rest assured, once my vision is restored, I shall make amends. Take your servants along to prevent any mistreatment. Shen Mufeng had heard of the eldest daughter of the Si family, who had lost her mother at a young age and was often regarded as weak and ineffectual. Despite the inaccuracy of these rumors, it was evident that she had endured a difficult upbringing under her stepmother's care. Chapter 10. A solo visit home. It turned out that they were not acquainted, and Shen Mufeng would not concern himself with someone he did not know. However, now she was his wife and his savior. Naturally, he wished to do everything within his power to protect her from harm. I understand. Thank you. I will visit my parents briefly before departing. Si Qingyao felt his kindness and was reassured. After leaving his room, she headed directly to the main courtyard. Hearing her intention to visit her family and bring her wet nurse along, the Shen couple wholeheartedly supported her. Filial piety is paramount. It is only right to care for the woman who raised her. Moreover, the absence of a return visit was, regardless of the reason, a breach of etiquette on the part of the general's household. Thus, Madame Shen instructed the servants to prepare numerous gifts for Si Qingyao to take when she visited her family. Unexpectedly, Si Qingyao refused, candidly stating to her parents, "To be frank, my life at the Prime Minister's residence has not been pleasant. Although my stepmother has a commendable reputation, she has always treated me with indifference, and my living conditions are even worse than those of a concubine. Therefore, I harbor no affection for that family. All these gifts would merely be wasted on them. I shall select a few as a formality to avoid any disputes with outsiders, and you need not squander your silver." Si Qingyao was a forthright person, detesting obfuscation and insincerity. From the original memories, it was evident that the Si family was precisely the sort of people she despised. Hence, she was genuinely disinclined to associate with them. After bringing her wet nurse over, she likely would not return to that household. Though she was not yet well acquainted with the general's estate, she could clearly sense that the Shen family resonated more with her disposition. If she had to choose a solid foundation before becoming independent, she would prefer the Shen family over the Si family. However, she saw no reason to conceal her disdain for the Si family, as it was not her way to do so. Initially, she thought the Shuns would chide her. But to her surprise, General Shen burst into hearty laughter upon hearing her words. Ha ha ha. Truly, one cannot expect kin to share the same values. Qingyao, hearing your sentiments has put my mind at ease. To be honest, my political views have always been at odds with the Prime Minister. Had it not been for the perilous state of wind, coupled with the Emperor's decree of marriage, I would never have considered such an alliance. I had been pondering how to interact with my in-laws in the future, but your words have laid my concerns to rest. That scoundrel, with his genteel facade, allows the women of his household to mistreat his own flesh and blood without a word of protest. He is unworthy of the title of father. Rest assured, Qingyao, because you saved our Win's life, the general's household will always stand as your support. Pursue your ambitions without hesitation, and we shall offer our unwavering assistance. Yes, Qingyao. Dear child, consider this your home. Do as you wish, and we shall back you wholeheartedly. Madame Shen wiped away her tears with a handkerchief, feeling immense pity for the girl who had lost her mother at such a young age and was subjected to her stepmother's cruelty. Had it not been for her wet nurse's protection, she could not have grown into adulthood. She had not anticipated that Jiang Yuling, who appeared delicate, could harbor such malice. No wonder Qingyao's reputation in the capital was so poor. It was likely a deliberate outcome of her stepmother's machinations. Si Qingyao performed a deep bow to her elders before taking her leave, accompanied by Yuzhu and Baozhu, along with 2 young attendants, as they set off towards the Prime Minister's residence. Upon their arrival, she instructed the servants to announce her presence and waited in the main hall for the Prime Minister's wife to emerge. Yuzhu and Baozhu, visiting the Prime Minister's residence for the first time, could not help but gawk at the opulence of the grand hall. Baozhu, ever outspoken, whispered to Si Qingyao, "My lady, did we not hear that the Prime Minister's and General's households hold equal rank? Both are of the first grade. Yet the Prime Minister's residence appears far more imposing than ours." Hearing this question, Si Qingyao's eyes twitched. This Baozhu was so naively innocent. However, she merely chuckled lightly and refrained from answering, for she could not divulge that the general was a man of integrity while the prime minister was steeped in corruption. That would only invite trouble for the naive girl. From the fragments of memories, Si Qingyao could discern that the prime minister was not as commendable as he seemed. Holding a significant position, he undoubtedly had many officials currying favor and offering him bribes. Si Qingyao wondered how he began his career. Did he not also harbor aspirations of rising through the ranks to serve the court? Now, however, he had become a mere power-hungry politician. This was the primary reason Si Qingyao wished to sever ties with the Si family. Historically, such officials rarely met a good end. She merely sought to preserve her own integrity and avoid entanglements with them. The three of them sat in the main hall for quite some time without anyone attending to them. Si Qingyao had already consumed 2 cups of tea, and Yuzhu, unable to contain her indignation at the rudeness, spoke up. The prime minister's wife is exceedingly arrogant. You are a princess, yet they neglect you so. They have not come to greet you for so long, clearly out of spite. Yuzhu, do not be anxious. We are here merely to bring my wet nurse home and to reclaim the dowry my mother left for me. As for everything else, there will be ample opportunities for retribution in the future. Si Qingyao remained unhurried, leisurely sipping her tea and enjoying pastries, as if she were in her own backyard. Meanwhile, in the inner chamber, Zhang Yuling and Si Qingyan felt their ire rise upon hearing the news of her leisurely demeanor. Mother, she truly believes this place is her backyard. This cannot stand. I cannot bear to see her so at ease. Mother, let us go out and confront her. Si Qingyan, still youthful and impetuous, could not contain her frustration. She despised her elder sister, wanting her to feel inferior in every aspect. Previously, the people of the capital labeled her a useless fool. While she prided herself on her talents, the comparison was a narrative she had spread herself. She reveled in this contrast. She was a fool, perfectly matched to marry another fool, a match made in heaven. Yet she wondered if that man was still alive. She had thought that her sister would not return home. But who could have anticipated her return? Could it be that her husband died, prompting her to come back? Considering this possibility, Si Qingyan quickly asked her mother, Mother, do you think she returned because that young General Shen has died? Yenner, maintain your composure. In your current state, you hardly resemble the daughter of a prime minister. Regardless of the circumstances, she shall never return to the prime minister's residence. She is married now and belongs to another family. Here, there will be no refuge for her. Come, let us go and confront her together. Chapter 11. The demand having spoken, Zhang Yuling led Si Qingyan towards the front hall, eager to see what tricks Si Qingyao might still have up her sleeve. With her timid disposition, what could she possibly achieve? Upon entering the front hall, they indeed found Si Qingyao seated, sipping tea, flanked by 2 young maidens. She has certainly risen in status, having just married. The general's household has already provided her with attendants. Zhang Yuling took her seat at the head and, looking down imperiously, said, So, you have chosen to return? You didn't even come back during the customary visit after 3 days.
What brings you here now?
Your father is not at home. He has gone out for official matters. Si Qingyao rose gracefully and replied earnestly, Mother, as you know, my husband is gravely ill. On the day of the visit, his condition worsened, and I simply could not leave. I hope you can understand. It matters little that father is absent. After all, the affairs of the inner residence are under your purview. At this, Si Qingyan, standing beside Zhang Yuling, could not help but feel a sense of pride. So, it was true that her husband was on the brink of death, which was quite deserved. Did she not understand her own standing? Just a wildflower with no maternal affection, how could she compare to herself? She was the cherished pearl of her parents' hands, with her father hoping for her future ascendance to the role of empress, bringing glory to their family. Zhang Yuling feigned concern. Yes, your husband is indeed ill. I had almost forgotten. My memory is failing me in my old age. Is he recovering? Thank you for your concern, Mother. He is not in immediate danger. I came today not only to see you but also to retrieve the dowry left to me by my wet nurse and my mother. Si Qingyao, wishing to avoid wasting time with this duplicitous mother and daughter, stated her intentions directly, seeking a swift resolution. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuling was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing that the dowry in question referred to the substantial inheritance from her biological mother, including numerous shops, lands, and exquisite jewels locked away in the Prime Minister's treasury. How could she allow her to take that away? Yet, she needed a plausible reason to deny her, lest she appear ungracious.
Dear Yaya.
It is not that I am against you, but you must exercise caution. You may take your wet nurse, as she has served you since childhood, and I can understand your attachment. I shall have someone bring her to you shortly. However, regarding the dowry, I must insist it remain here at the Prime Minister's residence for now. You have just married, and given your husband's condition, it would be wise to keep a fallback option available for you should anything happen. Do not act ungratefully. Hearing this pompous rhetoric, Si Qingyao could only scoff inwardly. If they truly cared for her, they would not have forced her into marriage in the first place. However, she was no longer the Si Qingyao of old. Easily deceived by a few words, casting a cold glance at them, she said, "There is no need for such pretense, mother. We are alone here. I am addressing you as mother out of respect, but let us speak plainly. This marriage was originally intended for my sister. We both know the truth. The people of the general's household are not fools. They understand the circumstances surrounding my marriage. If you refuse to give me the dowry, I will not hesitate to bring this matter to light, to the emperor himself, and let General Shen inquire whether he has married off his accomplished son to a talented woman or to a mere empty vessel. I have only just managed to placate the elders of the Shen family with the dowry. It seems you are not pleased with such a resolution?" After speaking, Si Qingyao regarded the pair with a hint of amusement. Indeed, Si Qingyao immediately tugged at her mother's sleeve, anxiously stating, "Mother, just give her the dowry. I refuse to marry that walking corpse. Besides, that paltry sum is but a trifling matter for our Prime Minister's household." Silence. Jiang Yuling shot her daughter a glare, her displeasure evident. This foolish girl, unable to maintain her composure, was truly infuriating. After all this time, she remained so naive, easily manipulated. She would need to find a reliable matron to instruct her. Otherwise, with her disposition, she would be done for upon entering the palace. Hardly lasting 3 days, what hope would there be of her becoming empress? Yet, Si Qingyao had surprised her. How had she become so bold as to bargain with her? She had underestimated her. Moreover, the implications of her words were unmistakably threatening. Jiang Yuling's anger flared as she exclaimed, "Yaoer, are you threatening me?" "Not at all, mother. I am merely considering my sister's future. After all, she possesses beauty that could captivate the world and surely deserves a worthy husband. It is hardly worth risking for such trivial wealth. Furthermore, as a widow of a soon-to-be-deceased husband, I will have to make do with this meager dowry. It pales in comparison to what my sister can attain." As Si Qingyao finished speaking, Si Qingyao tugged at her mother's sleeve once more. The meaning behind her actions clear. Jiang Yuling tugged at her sleeve, ignoring her daughter. It was indeed painful to relinquish wealth already within her grasp. However, she could not neglect her daughter. If Si Qingyao were pushed too far, she might resort to drastic measures. After all, even a cornered rabbit may bite. Moreover, as Yenner had pointed out, should she ascend to empress, then surely a life of unparalleled luxury awaited her. What significance did this dowry hold? If they refused to grant it, and she took this matter to the emperor, the consequences would far exceed the loss of mere monetary value. With this in mind, Jiang Yuling reached a decision, signaling for a servant to come forth and prepare the wet nurse along with the dowry her mother had previously brought. The dowry had already been significantly diminished, leaving only some land and shops alongside a few pieces of jewelry. Let her have it, after all. The Prime Minister's residence was not what it had been 20 years ago. Such trifles no longer held any value in her eyes. As Si Qingyao waited in the front hall, she spotted a familiar figure approaching, led by a servant. At the sight of her wet nurse, an instinctive warmth surged in her eyes. In truth, the original owner of this body had wished to take her wet nurse along when she married. But Jiang Yuling had insisted that she was but a servant of the Prime Minister's household, effectively forcing her to marry alone. One could only surmise that the original owner's eventual despair and subsequent demise were rooted in her utter hopelessness regarding this family. The wet nurse, upon seeing her young mistress, was similarly overcome with emotion, tears brimming in her eyes. She had never imagined that her mistress would remember her and return to take her away. The night before her marriage, she had advised her to cherish her new life and not to worry about her well-being. Chapter 12. Settling in though her circumstances were not ideal, she was not starving. It was merely a matter of hardship. As an elderly woman, she feared nothing as long as her mistress was well. Yet, she never dreamed that the once timid young lady would come to the Prime Minister's residence to reclaim her. She could hardly believe that her mistress would also demand the dowry be returned. Was this truly the same girl she had known? What had transpired in just a few days to instigate such a profound transformation? The wet nurse's heart was a tumult of emotions, astonishment, trepidation, and an overwhelming sense of the unknown. Uncertain of the general's household and whether the young lady had faced any grievances there, she nevertheless felt a surge of joy at the prospect of being with her. At least she could keep an eye on her, ensuring her life would not be overly burdensome. This was the only bloodline left by the lady, and she must look after it diligently. Moreover, the young lady's heritage was known only to her. She had previously wrestled with the dilemma of whether to reveal the secret, fearing she might carry it to her grave. Now, with the opportunity to stay by the young lady's side, she could contemplate this matter gradually, without haste. Time would tell. Upon seeing the wet nurse, Si Qingyao immediately pulled her close, noticing her eyes were slightly redder and that she appeared even thinner than she remembered. It was evident she had been toiling ceaselessly, worn down by her labor. After entrusting the wet nurse to Yuzhu, Si Qingyao meticulously reviewed the dowry list provided by Jiang Yuling, checking each shop and farmland document, along with some jewelry from the storeroom, ensuring everything was in order before instructing 2 young servants outside to load 2 small boxes of jewels onto the carriage. Having concluded these tasks, Si Qingyao wished to leave this house without delay. She offered a respectful bow to Jiang Yuling and departed. Just as she left, Si Qingyao exclaimed, "Mother, look at her. How utterly disrespectful. It's as if she doesn't regard you at all. Does she no longer want this family? Let her be. I feel ill at the sight of her. Let her leave cleanly. It's as if the Prime Minister's residence never had such a daughter. A worthless fool, a blind cripple. I shall see what waves they can stir up. It would be best if she perished outside." Furthermore, the master would hardly take her seriously. He would likely be eager for her departure. Keeping her in the household is merely a waste of resources. What does it matter if she is a daughter of the Prime Minister? She is just an illegitimate child. Were it not for the master's reputation, she would gladly inform her of this cruel truth. Yet now, she could at least find some utility in marrying her daughter off to that living corpse. Jiang Yuling wished to dismiss such unpleasant thoughts and quickly took her daughter's hand, gazing at her delicate face with a smile. Let us not dwell on unhappy matters. Come, the Rui Pavilion has just sent some new jewelry. I shall take you to choose. They showcase the latest styles in the capital. Yes, I knew you would treat me best, mother. Are you preparing for the flower viewing banquet in a month? Si Qingyao cooed, linking her arm with her mother S. She had heard that the Empress held a flower viewing banquet every June, inviting the daughters of noble families in the capital. Although it was called a flower viewing, everyone understood it was merely an opportunity to assess the young ladies, allowing the Empress to arrange marriages and even select brides for the princes. Currently, aside from the eldest prince, who had a legitimate consort, the second prince, crown prince, and fourth prince had yet to establish their own consorts, while the fifth prince was still too young for such considerations. Thus, at this flower viewing banquet, all the unmarried young ladies would undoubtedly pull out all the stops to make a remarkable impression and catch the Empress' eye. After all, who wouldn't he wish to become the crown princess? She would be the most esteemed woman in the realm, second only to the Empress herself. Jiang Yuling smiled. I am glad you understand. I have invested significantly in you. In the carriage returning to the Shun residence, the wet nurse held Si Qingyao's hand, her eyes brimming with tears as she expressed her concern. Si Qingyao, wishing to alleviate her distress, comforted her. Do not cry, dear wet nurse. Our lives will surely improve. The general's household is quite amiable. Let me introduce you to Yuzhu and Baozhu, both assigned to assist me by the general's wife. Upon hearing the introduction, Yuzhu and Baozhu exchanged nervous glances with the wet nurse and raised their hands in greeting. Greetings, wet nurse. I am Yuzhu. I am Baozhu. I hope to learn much from you in the future. Though the wet nurse was also a servant, they recognized her esteemed position in Si Qingyao's heart, naturally treating her with respect. Having never received such treatment while in the Shun household, the wet nurse felt both honored and surprised, promptly responding, You two are too kind. We will serve the young lady together. Feel free to speak candidly. The young lady and I are both straightforward, which often leads to our misfortunes. Thus, the group engaged in conversation until they soon returned to the Shun residence. Upon their arrival, Si Qingyao immediately directed Yuzhu and Baozhu to settle the wet nurse, while she commanded the young servants to carry the 2 boxes of dowry back to her quarters. Once everything was arranged, Si Qingyao made her way to the adjacent room to check on Shen Mufeng. He appeared to be in better spirits than the previous day. When she arrived, a young servant was feeding him soup. Upon seeing her return, Shen Mufeng smiled faintly. Have you completed your errands? Was everything smooth? Yes, quite smoothly.
How about you?
Do you feel better? Si Qingyao naturally accepted the bowl from the young servant and began to feed him chicken soup, casually inquiring about his condition. Shen Mufeng did not expect her to take the initiative to feed him, and a flicker of discomfort crossed his eyes. He shifted awkwardly, feeling out of place despite knowing she was chosen for him as a legitimate wife. I am well. The medicine you prepared is effective. With that, Shen Mufeng carefully sipped the soup until the bowl was empty, which Si Qingyao then placed by the bedside. She took his hand and checked his pulse. Indeed, your condition is improving well, but you must continue to take care of yourself. This afternoon, I shall go out to procure some restorative medicine to hasten your recovery. That would be much appreciated, my lady. Shen Mufeng felt exceedingly fortunate to have married such a skilled healer, even though he did not love her. However, out of gratitude for her life-saving assistance, he resolved to treat her well and fulfill his duties as a husband. After exchanging a few more words with Shen Mufeng, Si Qingyao went to the front hall to speak with the Shen couple. After explaining her plans, they shared a meal together, and Si Qingyao then set out with the wet nurse. She had already returned the wet nurse's contract and assured her that whether to stay or leave was entirely her choice. However, at her age, the wet nurse did not wish to part from the young lady and, having lost all her relatives, only desired to serve the young lady until her old age. Si Qingyao was delighted by this, as it allowed her to provide for the wet nurse in her own way, fulfilling her only duty to the life that had once been. This outing was not only to procure medicine for Shen Mufeng but also to assess the status of the shops left by her mother and determine how many remained operational. Thus, she headed straight for the properties mentioned in the land deed. These shops and the farmlands on the outskirts of the capital were gifts given to her mother by her grandfather when she married. According to the wet nurse, her grandfather's family in Jiangnan was quite affluent, engaged in the restaurant business. However, the last time her grandfather's family sent someone was during her mother's funeral. At that time, she was still an infant, and her mother had only reached the 4th rank in her official career. She had promised her grandfather to treat her well, which was why they did not take her away. After all, the child now bore the surname Si, and her father was still alive. Taking her away would not be justifiable. Moreover, every year, her grandfather sent a box of jewels, hoping that her mother would treat this unfortunate child kindly in light of the monetary gifts. Thus, although her grandfather's family had sent someone to check on her, they had not taken her away. However, the naive and innocent girl was deceived by her stepmother into telling her maternal family that she was living well in the Prime Minister's residence. Her uncles, seeing her splendid attire and rosy complexion, believed her words, thinking that since the Si family was now part of the Prime Minister's household, she was a young lady of fortune, far better off than if she were with their merchant family. After a few exchanges, her maternal family continued to believe that she was thriving in the Prime Minister's abode. Upon hearing the wet nurse's account, Si Qingyao couldn't help but shake her head, realizing just how foolish and naive the original owner of this body had been. Perhaps she had held on to some faint hope for her father. It was only when they forced her to marry her sister off to that lifeless man that her despair reached its peak, leading her to end her life in the bridal sedan chair. Si Qingyao felt a deep sense of regret. One must always cherish oneself, for if one does not value their own worth, how can they expect others to do so? Engaging in conversation with her wet nurse in the carriage, they soon arrived at the first shop. This establishment sold snacks, but its business was quite lackluster. When Si Qingyao entered, the shopkeeper and a young attendant were dozing off. Upon noticing a customer, they quickly perked up and greeted her enthusiastically. "Welcome. Please come in and let us know what you would like. We have a variety of candies and pastries available. Are you buying for yourself or as a gift?" "I'm just browsing. You go about your business," replied Si Qingyao. And she began to leisurely explore the shop, examining every corner with great attention to detail. The shopkeeper found it peculiar. These two customers seemed more like they were there to stir trouble than to make a purchase. As expected, after a while, Si Qingyao spoke up. "Shopkeeper, it seems your establishment isn't very profitable, is it? I've been here for quite some time, yet not a single customer has entered." Suddenly struck at a sore point, the shopkeeper couldn't help but feel disheartened. He sighed. "Ah, young lady, you have keen insight. But alas, the owner of the shop shows no interest. They leave us to fend for ourselves. Maintaining the current state is already quite a challenge, let alone investing in new products or seeking skilled artisans. It's a miracle we haven't gone under yet. Just last month, the medical clinic down the street, also owned by our proprietor, closed its doors. And now it's sitting empty, unable to find a renter. It's truly unfortunate to be under such an indifferent master. Hearing this, the wet nurse was about to defend her young lady, but Si Qingyao stopped her and curiously inquired, "Oh, who is your master, so wasteful? Do they not have enough money?" The shopkeeper, perhaps feeling too idle with the lack of customers, couldn't resist continuing the conversation. Thinking that even if his words reached the owner, they couldn't hold him accountable for speaking the truth. "My dear lady, you mustn't tell outsiders. But our master is from the Prime Minister's residence, though we shouldn't exactly say it's from the Prime Minister's household. It's actually the property of the young lady from there. However, she knows nothing and has never taken an interest. It's all managed by the household steward. Seeing our monthly reports, she has grown indifferent. So, we're practically left to survive on our own. I've resigned myself to the fact that as long as I can still pay my wages each month, I'll keep working. When that's no longer possible, I'll follow Old Yang home to retire." "Old Yang? Who is he?" Si Qingyao asked. He was the shopkeeper of the now-closed medical clinic. "I often invite him for drinks. He leads a rather relaxed life now and sometimes comes here to buy pastries. I plan to join him eventually. As there's no profit to be made here, it's just a matter of time." The shopkeeper had a remarkably open-minded attitude, contemplating life after closure already. After all, at their age, returning home to enjoy retirement wasn't a bad option. Si Qingyao couldn't help but smile at this. The shopkeeper's demeanor was quite amusing. Noticing her smile, he took a liking to her spirit and said generously, "My lady, what would you like to buy? Feel free to choose. I'll send you some of my homemade pastries as a gift. They're quite delightful." Si Qingyao nodded, extending her hand toward her wet nurse, who immediately understood and retrieved the shop's contract from her bosom, saying, "Shopkeeper Wang, look at this." "Ah, what is this? Who are you?" Shopkeeper Wang exclaimed, astonished. He had not expected this delicate young lady to be the owner. Could she truly be the young lady from the Prime Minister's residence? But hadn't he just heard that she had recently married? How could she possibly have time to visit a shop? Moreover, wasn't it said that she was utterly incompetent, a mere empty vessel? Yet, he could not shake the feeling that she was anything but that. Her eyes conveyed intelligence. "Indeed, I am Si Qingyao, the young lady of the Prime Minister's household. From now on, I shall personally oversee and manage these shops. You need only follow my instructions." "Yes, my lady. I apologize for my earlier ignorance. Please do not take it to heart," Shopkeeper Wang lamented, genuinely regretting his earlier words.
Chapter 14, Wet Nurse.
Do you believe in fate? His loose tongue had led him to speak before the rightful person. He wished he could slap himself in the face. "Get up. I won't hold this against you. First, please clean the shop again. From now on, it must be cleaned twice daily. Cleanliness is paramount in food preparation. I will have further instructions later." "Yes, my lady, I will certainly comply," Shopkeeper Wang replied promptly. Having someone to guide him was indeed a relief, providing him with the motivation to work hard. Once the young lady departed, he immediately rolled up his sleeves and began working alongside his attendant. Thus, Si Qingyao visited several other shops, including a clothing store, a general goods shop, and even a blacksmithess. She couldn't help but chuckle at the thought that her maternal grandfather had diversified into various trades, perhaps fearing that if one failed, another would not. Such foresight was indeed commendable, befitting a wealthy merchant from Jiangnan. Suddenly, she felt a curiosity about this grandfather she had never met. One day, she would certainly visit Jiangnan to meet the two elderly figures. Finally, they reached the now-defunct medical clinic, observing its emptiness. A strange sensation washed over Si Qingyao. Was everything truly predestined? As a medical student who had just arrived, a ready-made clinic awaited her. The wet nurse, gazing at the vast, empty establishment, couldn't help but express her concern. "My lady, wouldn't it be better to rent this place out? The rent isn't too high. And, at least we could earn something rather than leaving it vacant." Si Qingyao remained silent, pondering deeply as she gazed at the clinic. After a long while, she slowly began to speak. "Wet nurse, I have something to discuss with you." She considered that only her wet nurse truly understood the original owner and her temperament, having raised her since childhood. Any changes in her behavior, even if unnoticed for a day or two, would inevitably raise questions over time. Moreover, she did not wish to conceal her medical skills. She aspired to practice openly, saving lives, and needed to find a reason her wet nurse could accept. After much contemplation, Si Qingyao concluded that the notion of fate would serve as the best excuse. After all, in ancient times, people were still quite superstitious. Otherwise, the residents of the Prime Minister's household wouldn't have accused her of being a maternal disruptor. The wet nurse, thinking she had an important directive, promptly replied, "I am here, my lady. What would you have me do? Speak freely." Wet nurse, you might find it peculiar that my personality has shifted somewhat. What I am about to say may shock you, but it is my secret, and I wish to share it with you. So please do not be alarmed. Upon hearing this, the wet nurse immediately became serious. Regardless of what the young lady said, she would never doubt it, after all. This was the young lady she had raised since childhood, akin to her own daughter. Thus, Si Qingyao recounted the tale of her suicide in the bridal sedan chair. She spoke of how her soul seemed to drift to the bridge of helplessness, as if she had experienced a reincarnation. There, she learned the art of healing, encountered a multitude of people, and absorbed a wealth of knowledge, as if many years had passed. Yet, upon opening her eyes, she found herself back in the bridal sedan. For others, it might have been but a fleeting moment, but for her, it felt like a lifetime. Consequently, her previously timid disposition transformed during that period, and she unexpectedly acquired medical skills. Upon hearing this, the wet nurse's eyes widened in disbelief. Such revelations were difficult for her to accept. What was even harder to fathom was that her poor young lady had chosen to end her own life in the bridal sedan. Had the heavens not been merciful, she might have been confronted with the young lady's lifeless body. The wet nurse was utterly terrified. Thankfully, divine providence had intervened, not only sparing the young lady's life, but bestowing upon her remarkable abilities. Surely, the heavens recognized the hardships the young lady had endured, leading to this fortuitous outcome. The wet nurse felt a genuine joy for the young lady, embracing her and shedding tears of relief. Si Qingyao clumsily offered her comfort, gently patting her back. After some time, the wet nurse finally regained her composure and, with tear-filled eyes, addressed the young lady. "I understand now. So, my lady, you actually healed the young master with your own medical skills, correct? That is why the people of the general's residence treat you so well." "Yes, wet nurse," Si Qingyao replied. "The world I traversed in my reincarnation was extraordinary. Their medical knowledge far surpasses ours. Therefore, in this realm, my skills are certainly commendable. The imperial physician declared Shen Mufeng beyond saving, yet I brought him back to health. Thus, seeing this medical clinic brings forth a wave of emotion."
Wet nurse?
"Do you believe in fate?" "I do. I feel as though this clinic was destined to await my arrival. Moreover, after experiencing life and death, and spending so many years in the world of reincarnation, where women can study, pursue careers, and achieve greatness on par with men, my perspective has broadened significantly. Who says women must confine themselves to domesticity? Women can live freely and splendidly. Although this world is unjust to women, I believe I can realize my life's value without relying on a man. Furthermore, I have many who love me here, like you, wet nurse, and my grandparents. I cherish this." The wet nurse, with tears in her eyes, nodded vigorously and said, "I trust no one but you, my lady. Whatever you say shall be the truth. In that case, we shall not rent this clinic. We will keep it for your use. I believe you will achieve what you say." "Indeed, wet nurse.
Please do not cry.
It is getting late. Let us return home." Thus, the two, having spent the day in the outside world, decided to return to the general's residence by carriage. However, before heading back, they made a stop at the apothecary to procure medicinal herbs for Shen Mufeng's recovery, intending to have the servants brew them for him to expedite his healing. Upon returning home, the first thing Si Qingyao did was visit Shen Mufeng to check on his condition. He was indeed improving day by day. Truly, as a martial artist, he had a solid foundation, and his youth contributed to his rapid recovery. Shen Mufeng could sense the improvement in his health. He could now perceive a glimmer of light, suggesting that complete clarity was merely a matter of time. Upon hearing her voice, he was filled with joy and immediately shared the good news with her. Si Qingyao sat down and took his pulse, confirming his remarkable recovery. That miraculous medicine was indeed potent. Chapter 15. A year's agreement. After handing the herbs to Yuzhu, Si Qingyao instructed her to prepare the medicine. A short while later, Baozhu approached and asked, "Your Highness, the lady inquired whether you will dine with them or stay here with the prince." Si Qingyao pondered for a moment and replied, "Let us have our meal here. Please tell her that I will join them for dinner later." "Understood." Baozhu responded before departing to relay the message. Once everyone had left, Si Qingyao turned to Shen Mufeng, saying, "Please remove your upper garment. I shall perform acupuncture once more to expedite your recovery."
Oh, all right.
Initially, Shen Mufeng hesitated at the thought of being bare before her, aware that she was a woman and it might seem improper. However, he soon reflected that she was a healer and his wife, not a stranger. Moreover, her voice was crisp and assured, devoid of any awkwardness, rendering his concerns somewhat excessive. Thus, he complied and removed his clothing without further ado. Yet, upon closer inspection, it was evident that his ears flushed crimson like the evening sky. At that moment, Shen Mufeng felt a strange relief in his blindness. Otherwise, he might have blushed even more under Si Qingyao's gaze. Si Qingyao was entirely focused on her acupuncture, oblivious to the deepening color of Shen Mufeng's ears. Once her treatment concluded, Baozhu arrived with their meals. Shen Mufeng's dish consisted of a small porcelain bowl of thick, fragrant meat congee, bubbling with steam. Contemplating what to say next, Si Qingyao asked the servants to leave. Turning to the man on the bed, she said, "The congee is too hot. Let it cool a bit. I will eat first, then I will feed you." "That works for me," Shen Mufeng replied, not particularly hungry at the moment. There was no rush. In this manner, Si Qingyao dined while engaging Shen Mufeng in conversation, discussing trivial matters and amusing anecdotes involving the maids and servants, light-hearted, yet thoroughly enjoyable. It was only after she finished her meal and began to feed Shen Mufeng congee that she broached the serious topic. "Shen Mufeng, our relationship is merely a beautiful misunderstanding. The emperor intended you to marry my talented sister, not me, this scandal-ridden young lady. My father, the chancellor, exploited a loophole in the imperial decree, which led to my marriage to you. I am aware that you harbor no feelings for me, and truth be told, I feel the same. However, as your lifesaver, why not strike a deal?" Hearing her words, Shen Mufeng felt an unsettling premonition. After taking a sip of congee, he found it tasteless, but still replied, "Go on. I will treat your ailments and detoxify you, and in return, you shall allow me to stay by your side for a year. My ambitions lie not within the inner chambers. I wish to practice medicine and help others while saving money. Once I have enough, I long to return to Jiangnan and travel beyond. Naturally, during this year, you shall not restrict my freedom. Rest assured, I will not disgrace the general's residence. After a year, you can devise a way to petition the emperor for a divorce, claiming our incompatibility, allowing us both to reclaim our freedom. How does that sound? Of course, during this time, I will fulfill my duties as your wife and honor my parents." Shen Mufeng was genuinely astonished by her proposition. He had never encountered a woman like her before. Although he had yet to see her visage, he was deeply impressed by her adventurous spirit. Not every man possesses the breadth of mind she does. The women he encounters all aspire to marry a man of high rank, who among them does not remain confined within the inner chambers, revering their husbands as deities. Her thoughts, if expressed among those aristocratic families who uphold the husband as the central authority, would likely be deemed heretical. It is no wonder she seeks to escape the Prime Minister's residence. A traditionalist like the Prime Minister would never permit his daughter to venture forth and heal others. Though he himself is indifferent to such matters, it is undeniably more challenging for a woman to practice medicine, not to mention the idea of traveling far and wide. After a moment's contemplation, Shen Mufeng finally spoke. "I understand and respect your wishes. I promise, you have saved my life, and thus you are my savior. This request is not excessive." Upon hearing his prompt agreement, Si Qingyao was filled with joy. She had not expected Shen Mufeng to be so accommodating. What a wonderful younger brother he is. Si Qingyao gazed at his youthful visage, feeling as though he were considerably younger than herself, and unconsciously began to take on the role of an older sister. As they settled their agreement, their interactions became increasingly pleasant and relaxed. After finishing a large bowl of meat porridge, Si Qingyao instructed Baozhu to come in and collect the dishes. She then retired to the adjacent room for an afternoon nap. Shen Mufeng lay on the bed, his thoughts racing. He was deeply curious about what Si Qingyao truly looked like. Why, despite her evident talents and virtues, did the Prime Minister's household label her as a useless fool? Did she not realize how crucial a woman's reputation is? Moreover, she had audaciously proposed such a pact to him, a year-long agreement. After a year, she intended to leave. Leave this place, leave him, leave the capital. Sighing, Shen Mufeng concluded that dwelling on such matters was futile. The future could wait. He needed to focus on recovering from his injuries before contemplating what lay ahead. He wondered if the northern barbarians had become more subdued since the last battle. And what of the southern frontier? Had peace been restored? Or had trouble once again been stirred? With the borders still unstable, his mission remained unfulfilled. He could not afford to be distracted by trivialities. Only by thoroughly resolving these two threats could he ensure the safety of the citizens of the Zi Jin Dynasty. After a lengthy period of contemplation, Shen Mufeng gradually drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, in the neighboring room, Si Qingyao awoke from her nap rejuvenated. She sat up and began sketching plans at her desk, intending to devise reform proposals for each of her shops, aiming to breathe new life into them. As she wrote, Yuzhu entered. "Your Highness, did you call for me?"
Yes, Yuzhu.
"Please help me pawn everything in this trunk for silver. I have a use for it." She gestured towards the jewelry that her wet nurse had just organized.
Huh.
"Pawn the jewelry? Your Highness, are you in need of money? If your monthly allowance is insufficient, you can ask the madam. There is no need to pawn your jewelry." Yuzhu was taken aback by Si Qingyao's request. Si Qingyao smiled and replied, "My monthly allowance suffices. I am pawning these jewels merely to manage the turnover of my shops. Just take care of it." "Understood. I shall go at once." With that, she summoned the young servants to carry the trunk of jewelry away. The wet nurse watched the trunk disappear and murmured to herself, "These were all personally selected by the late matriarch as dowry. I truly feel a pang of reluctance." Si Qingyao comforted her. "Do not be sad, wet nurse. These are mere material possessions. One day, I shall take you back to Jiangnan to visit them." Si Qingyao understood that pawning the dowry was not ideal, but she needed immediate funds to revitalize her shops. If she allowed them to remain as they were, they would never generate profit and might soon face closure. Much like the medical clinic. How would she gather the capital for her travels in a year? For the sake of her future, pawning was the only option. After all, these items were lifeless and served no purpose. Furthermore, she had no intention of wearing them. The jangling of jewelry was quite cumbersome, and she disliked it. Managing her long hair and dresses was already troublesome enough. Other than a bracelet, she possessed no other jewelry. Oh, except for a jade hairpin. She was simpler than even the daughter of the martial general, Shen Mufeng. Initially, Yuzhu had remarked that as a princess, she should adorn herself a bit more. But Si Qingyao had firmly dispelled such notions. While she could not control everything, she was the master of her own body. Not cutting her hair was already a significant concession. In ordinary circumstances, she felt that simplicity was acceptable. Seeing her determination, Yuzhu eventually ceased to bring up the matter, deciding that it was best to let the princess be content. In the adjacent room, Shen Mufeng awoke from his slumber, feeling a sense of melancholy. The surroundings were eerily quiet, devoid of any sound. As he opened his eyes, he found himself staring blankly at the canopy above. His mind was a whirl of thoughts. After a while, the vivid red of the canopy became somewhat blinding, prompting him to rub his eyes. The color was indeed rather uncomfortable. Having been married for so many days, it was time to have it changed. There was no need to retain the red. Wait a moment. Blinding? Red? He could see. Shen Mufeng was incredulous, immediately extending his hands, staring in astonishment at the reality before him. He could clearly discern the patterns in his palms, as well as the thick calluses formed from years of martial training. His eyesight had returned. This was truly astonishing. Si Qingyao's medical skills were indeed remarkable. In just a few days, not only had the toxins in his body gradually dissipated, but his eyesight had also been restored. She was truly a savior sent from the heavens. This stroke of fortune felt overwhelmingly surreal to Shen Mufeng. He had long believed he was beyond salvation. After all, even the finest imperial physicians had come and gone, and although he had not regained consciousness, he had overheard their grim pronouncements. He was acutely aware of his own condition, which had led him to despair. Each day, he had listened to his parents weeping by his side, their hearts shattered, filling him with profound sorrow. While he had contemplated the possibility of such a tragic fate during his time on the battlefield, experiencing it firsthand was heart-wrenching. All he could do was silently bow his head in gratitude to his parents. Later, when he heard they were discussing a marriage to bring him auspicious fortune, although he disagreed, he felt powerless to object. If it could bring them some solace, then so be it. He reasoned that his parents would not neglect the well-being of the young woman involved. After his passing, they could offer her compensation and release her. In the Zi Jin Dynasty, women were not bound by many restrictions. They could serve in court and hold military positions, and even remarry after divorce. However, influenced by millennia of tradition, no women had yet held official positions. Yet 30 years prior, the Zi Jin Dynasty had seen a female official rise to prominence. A highborn lady who had since retired gracefully but was still held in great esteem. Who could have anticipated that this marriage, intended to bring him good fortune, would yield such incredible surprises? Not only had it cured his poison, but it had also healed his legs and restored his eyesight. Although he had been unconscious and unaware of what she had done to his leg, he could sense that she had healed him. For she had changed his bandages several times afterward. She assured him that with proper care, his leg would not carry any lasting effects, and he would still be able to return to the battlefield to fight. His leg had been crushed by a horse's hoof after he was poisoned and before he fell into unconsciousness. He even recalled the sound of bones shattering. Before losing consciousness, he had felt despair. If it were merely a simple fracture, the doctor could have saved him, but he understood it was more complicated than that. Even if he survived, his leg would be rendered useless. Someone had intended for him never to return to the battlefield, never to become a general. He felt foolish for not realizing that he had been surrounded by conspirators, and he deserved this misfortune. Yet, such a grievous injury had been healed by her. Through their time together, he believed he had come to understand her temperament. She would not speak so confidently if she lacked faith in her abilities. After lying in bed, lost in thought for a while, Shen Mufeng felt an intense dryness in his mouth and gently called out, "Someone come." A young servant rushed in, exclaiming, "Young master, you are awake. Do you feel unwell? Should I call for the young mistress?" "No, just bring me a glass of water," Shen Mufeng commanded, his gaze fixed. The servant, oblivious to any abnormalities, went to pour water. It was only when he approached the bed to help the young master sit up that he realized Shen Mufeng could now hold the cup by himself. When their eyes met, the servant noticed the brilliance in Shen Mufeng's gaze, so vibrant and different from the previous emptiness. Unable to contain his excitement, he exclaimed, "Young master, you can see. This is truly wonderful news. I shall inform the young mistress and the elders." Without waiting for Shen Mufeng's response, he hurriedly dashed out. Observing the servant's reaction, Shen Mufeng couldn't help but shake his head, draining the warm water in one gulp as he awaited the arrival of others. Suddenly, he felt a twinge of nervousness, unsure of what his new bride looked like. Although their relationship was devoid of affection and merely contractual, he still felt a flutter of anxiety. Curiosity piqued. He wondered what such an extraordinary and capable woman truly looked like and why she was spoken of so poorly in the capital. As he leaned against the backrest lost in thought, a graceful young woman entered through the door, clad in a pale blue dress. With no makeup and her hair simply tied up with a jade hairpin, her delicate features and star-like eyes shone through, her understated appearance failing to conceal her inherent elegance. At first glance, Shen Mufeng felt she was unlike any aristocratic lady he had ever encountered. Her eyes were exquisite, unfathomable like the stars in the night sky, deep and radiant. Moreover, there was a confidence in her gaze that he had never witnessed in any other woman. She emanated a sunny and bright aura, reminiscent of the gentle morning sun, warm yet not blinding, imparting a sense of comfort. This single glance held Shen Mufeng captive, stirring a peculiar sensation within him, an inexplicable yearning that seemed beyond his control. Eager to blossom forth, he was unsettled by this feeling, unfamiliar and unwelcome, as he detested anything that eluded his grasp and refused to allow further unexpected events to unfold. Upon entering, Si Qingyao immediately noticed that Shen Mufeng had awakened. His eyes sparkled with life. Just as the servant had described, he had regained his sight. Though she had anticipated this outcome, as the detoxifying elixir was gradually absorbed into his system, she hadn't expected it to happen so swiftly. Youth and vitality indeed had their advantages. Si Qingyao sat beside his bed, meeting his gaze with a gentle smile. "You can see? How delightful. Let me check your pulse again. Xiao Wu has gone to inform your parents. They will be here shortly." Without waiting for Shen Mufeng's response, she took his hand and began to examine his pulse. After checking one hand, she proceeded to the other, focusing intently on her task. Shen Mufeng watched her, feeling the warmth radiating from where her hand rested on his wrist. After a moment, she released his hand and remarked, "Your recovery looks promising. Take your time to heal." Just as Shen Mufeng was about to speak, he heard two excited voices from outside. "Fenger, you can really see? Is it true? Heaven has eyes. My daily prayers to the Bodhisattva have not been in vain. Feng'er, can you truly see your mother? The two elders rushed in, their excitement palpable as they gathered around Shen Mufeng's bedside, bombarding him with questions. Only when they witnessed the sparkle returning to their son's eyes did they genuinely believe in his recovery. Madam, Shen clasped his hand, overwhelmed with emotion, watching as her son gradually improved. Her heart, once heavy with despair, began to rekindle with hope. All of this was thanks to Si Qingyao. She had pulled their son back from the brink of despair and granted him a second chance at life. She felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude toward her. After composing herself, Madame Shen resolved that she must express her gratitude, lest her conscience remain troubled. Slowly, she rose and approached Si Qingyao, gazing earnestly at her before performing an unexpected act. She knelt before Si Qingyao, a dignified general's wife, the mother of a prince, kneeling before her daughter-in-law. Not only Si Qingyao, but everyone present was utterly astonished by Madame Shen's gesture. No one could have anticipated such an action from her. Si Qingyao, taken aback, quickly stepped aside and exclaimed, "Mother, what are you doing? Please get up. This is not proper for your daughter-in-law." While saying this, she hurriedly tried to assist her to her feet. Shen Mufeng, equally shocked, struggled to rise, anxiously saying, "Mother, what is this? I owe Qingyao a life. I will find a way to repay her myself. Please get up." As a son, he could not remain indifferent to his mother kneeling before another, even if that person was his wife. Seeing this, General Shen quickly sat beside his son, pressing him back onto the bed to keep him still. The actions of his wife reflected his own sentiments. They understood one another. They could not rest easy without formally thanking Qingyao. Madame Shen, kneeling on the ground, ignored Si Qingyao's attempts to assist her and spoke through teary eyes, "Qingyao, please do not help me. Just listen to what I have to say." Seeing her stubbornness, Si Qingyao had no choice but to kneel beside her, and the two faced each other in earnest. Si Qingyao listened intently as Madame Shen spoke. Observing her earnestness, Madame Shen's gaze softened with affection. This child was so considerate it was heart-wrenching. Yet, she felt compelled to clarify her thoughts. "Qingyao, you may not fully comprehend what it means for us, as your parents-in-law, that you have saved Feng'er. In the future, when you become a mother yourself, you will understand. My son was not easily conceived. I bore him at the age of 26. The general, like me, is a latecomer to parenthood. Among his contemporaries, who are surrounded by numerous concubines and a multitude of legitimate and illegitimate children, I have always admired your father, a true hero, since childhood. Marrying him was my fortune. However, after our marriage, we remained childless for a long time. At one point, the old matriarch even insisted the general take a concubine, yet he resolutely stood by me. It was a blessing from heaven that, after medical treatment, I finally gave birth to Feng'er in the 4th year. To me, he is the most precious gift from the heavens. Watching him grow from a small child into a spirited young lad fills my heart with pride. Unlike other young scions, Feng'er has always been obedient and diligent, aspiring to be a young general like his father, and he ultimately achieved that through his own efforts. Yet, every time he went to battle, my heart would twist in anguish, and I came to deeply understand the saying. A mother worries for her child who travels 1,000 miles. When I heard of his misfortune, my heart ached as if pierced by a needle. To be honest, if Feng'er were to perish this time, I would resign myself to a life of solitude, praying for him and our Zi Jin Dynasty. Chapter 18. The prince's residence, however. Who could have anticipated that I would meet you? In our moment of utmost despair, you provided our family with a glimmer of hope. To you, it might seem like a trifling matter, merely saving one person, but to us, you are a savior of the Shen family. Hence, this bow I make before you is entirely warranted. Hearing so much from Madame Shen moved Si Qingyao. She had originally thought that in this era, she would encounter nothing but the worst, devoid of familial warmth, yet unexpectedly, the family of the husband she married for her sister possesses such admirable character. What was merely a transaction turned into heartfelt gratitude from Madame Shen. Si Qingyao suddenly felt a pang of guilt. If she were to reveal her year-long agreement with Shen Mufeng, would she be blamed? In her view, the Shen family seemed safer, more liberated, and far more suitable for her to temporarily conceal her true self and grow. They were merely fulfilling their respective needs. Feeling somewhat guilty, Si Qingyao hastily replied, "Mother, you are too kind. Please rise. Helping my husband is my duty. I am assisting her while also aiding myself. I know you are aware of the difficulties I faced in the Si household. If you encounter any hardships in the future, please share them with me. I will treat you as my own daughter. Rest assured, you are not without a mother. Ever since Madame Shen learned that Si Qingyao had entered their family, she had sent someone to inquire about her situation, becoming acutely aware of the neglect she faced in the Si household, which filled her heart with sorrow. It was evident how cautiously she had lived there. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had such great abilities, yet felt the need to hide them. In the residence of the Prime Minister, not a single person knew of her medical skills. Madame Shen could hardly fathom the anguish the former Lady Si would feel if she knew her biological daughter was treated in such a manner. She would not be able to rest in peace, even as a spirit, until she avenged her family's cruelty.
Poor child.
Si Qingyao clearly saw the sympathy in Madame Shen's eyes and felt warmth in her heart, quickly calling for Baozhu and Yuzhu to assist Madame Shen to her feet. Just moments ago, they had all been in shock, witnessing the two ladies kneeling and conversing face to face, without daring to breathe. Once they stood, Shen Mufeng finally exhaled in relief. However, he was genuinely touched. Since childhood, his parents had unconditionally loved him, supporting whatever he wished to pursue. They were his strong and steadfast support. Because of them, he was even more determined to protect the Zi Jin Dynasty, ensuring no foreign invaders could breach its territory. Protecting the Zi Jin Dynasty was, in essence, safeguarding his family. Seeing them rise brought great joy to General Shen, who ordered the servants to bring in chairs so the family could gather around Shen Mufeng's bedside and share stories. Ha ha ha, today is truly a wonderful day. How delightful. By the way, Feng, you are awake now and can see. I believe it won't be long before you fully recover. I will send someone to decorate the prince's residence for you. Once you are completely well, you must move to the prince's residence, as it is a gift from His Majesty, and we cannot let his goodwill go unappreciated. Shen Mufeng nodded in agreement with his father's plan. Si Qingyao, somewhat perplexed, couldn't help but inquire, the prince's residence? Where is it? Seeing her question, Madame Shen took her hand, her smile warm and gentle, explaining, Qingyao, the prince's residence is not far from here, just down the main street. It takes about the time to burn one incense stick to walk there. It was bestowed upon Feng for his remarkable military achievements, along with the title of a prince from His Majesty. General Shen interjected. Indeed, Feng was truly formidable. He compelled the northern barbarians to surrender and seek peace. His Majesty was very pleased and granted him the title of a prince of a different surname along with a residence. He is the first of our Zi Jin Dynasty to achieve this honor. Feng has certainly surpassed his predecessors. He felt immense pride, knowing his only son was so capable. Who would dare mock him for having few heirs now? One son is worth 8 of theirs. What good does quantity do? It is merit that truly matters. Haha. Due to Feng's illness, he has taken many days off and has not attended the morning court. After all, he is still a general. Now that Feng is recovering well, I shall attend court tomorrow and share this good news with His Majesty. Si Qingyao then understood why some in the residence addressed him as Your Highness, while others called him Young Master. It turned out his royal residence was elsewhere. She had thought they would live together here. However, it mattered little. In the royal residence, apart from him, she would be the highest authority, and no one would restrict her, granting her greater freedom. Oh, in that case, wherever my husband goes, I shall follow. After saying this, she cast an innocent glance at Shen Mufeng. Shen Mufeng felt his cheeks flush under her direct gaze. If he did not know of her intention to part ways with him in a year, he might have been deceived by her demeanor, thinking she genuinely liked him. General Shen and Madame Shen exchanged knowing glances, their eyes filled with mutual understanding. They were delighted to see the bond between the two children flourish. Although marriages were often arranged by parents and matchmakers, they hoped for mutual affection and harmony between them. It seemed their earlier concerns were indeed unfounded. The two clearly shared a strong connection. After a while, General Shen and Madame Shen left Shen Mufeng's chamber. Once they departed, Shen Mufeng turned to Si Qingyao and said, Once I recover, I will take you to visit the prince's residence.
Si Qingyao replied, All right, no rules.
You should focus on your recovery first. You must be hungry. I will have Baozhu prepare some light dishes for you, as you can eat now.
Thank you.
At that moment, Shen Mufeng genuinely felt hunger. Perhaps it was because he could see now, but he suddenly sensed a resurgence of strength within him, markedly different from the weakness and lethargy he had felt days prior. Then, he could merely feel he was alive. Now, he could truly sense his gradual recovery, and that it would only get better. The next day, before dawn, General Shen set off for court, invigorated. It is said that joy uplifts the spirit, and at this moment, Shen Xiao genuinely felt that way. With his son awake, he no longer felt dizzy or blurred vision. His energy returned and he felt robust. Upon reaching the palace gates, he dismounted and made his way inside. Along the way, he encountered a few colleagues, greeted them warmly, and then hastened forward. At this moment, the person he yearned to see the most was His Majesty. Had it not been for the royal decree bestowing Qingyao upon Feng heir, the latter would not have recovered so swiftly. Thus, the emperor's contributions were indeed significant. Chapter 19. The court assembly. Several officials observed the formidable General Shen striding ahead, their expressions reflecting confusion. Was it not said that Prince Mu was on the brink of death? Just days prior, he had married to bring him luck. General Shen, who had been gravely ill and absent from court for many days, had unexpectedly returned today, seemingly in high spirits. Could it be that his son had survived? Yet, the Imperial Medical Institution had declared a death sentence, deeming his case hopeless. Surely that could not be true? The officials whispered among themselves, curiosity piqued. Unable to resist following to uncover the truth. One could not contain their inquisitiveness and inquired, General Shen, has your ailment healed? What brings you to court today? All is well, no need to worry, Shen replied. Come, let us proceed together. Thus, the group chatted jovially as they made their way to the grand hall. After a brief wait, the time for court assembly arrived. The current emperor of the Zi Jin Dynasty, Emperor Beiyong, sat at the head, surveying his ministers. The chief eunuch's refined voice resonated. If there are petitions, present them. If not, we shall conclude the assembly. As his words lingered, an official stepped forth from the throng, declaring, Your Majesty, the northern barbarians have presented 1,000 warhorses, 2,000 cattle and sheep, and 500 woolen blankets. The inventory was completed yesterday, and I seek Your Majesty's approval. While speaking, he reverently offered a document for the emperor's perusal. The chief eunuch, Li Gonggong, took the document and presented it to the emperor. Glancing at it, Emperor Beiyong tossed it onto the table, a hint of disinterest in his demeanor. Though we triumphed splendidly in the battle against the northern barbarians, I mourn the loss of a young and beloved general. It truly pains me. Shen Aiqing, why are you here today? Did I not grant you additional days of rest? It would suffice to return once matters regarding Mufeng are resolved. Upon uttering these words, the emperor felt a tinge of cruelty. As a father himself, he understood the sorrow of burying one's child and the helplessness that accompanies such grief. However, he was powerless to alter the course, for even the most skilled physicians had deemed the situation dire. Despite his efforts to post notices seeking renowned healers, none dared to respond. Thus, his gaze upon Shen Aiqing reflected an inescapable sorrow. Shen mourned the potential loss of a beloved son, while he faced the prospect of losing a capable minister. Hearing his name called, Shen Xiaoxiao stepped forward to respond, Your Majesty, I am well. I come today to share joyful news. My son, Shen Mufeng, awakened yesterday. With proper care, his recovery is imminent, and he shall once again serve valiantly on the battlefield. At this proclamation, the hall erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. Even Emperor Beiyong found himself involuntarily rising and advancing a few steps, incredulous as he implored, Is this true? Shen Aiqing? Has Mufeng truly improved? Could he contain his excitement? Shen Mufeng was a rare gem among the youth of the Zi Jin Dynasty, outstandingly talented in both martial and scholarly pursuits, a favorite of the emperor. Otherwise, he would not have been granted the title of a noble from a different clan. The emperor cherished him as a son, even more so than his own less capable offspring. Most importantly, Mufeng was loyal, possessing excellent character, a true asset. He had grown alongside the crown prince, providing significant support, and with him, the future of the Zi Jin Dynasty would be more secure. Their friendship was profound, and in these trying days, the crown prince had tirelessly visited the Imperial Medical Institution, seeking remedies to save him. The emperor had witnessed all of this. Therefore, should Mufeng truly have awakened, the crown prince would undoubtedly rejoice. Indeed, before he could utter another word, the crown prince, Nangong Yechen, approached Shen Xiaoxiao, excitement radiating from him as he confirmed. Is this true? Has Mufeng truly awakened? In truth, my son has regained consciousness, Your Highness. Thank you for your concern, Shen Xiaoxiao replied, his spirits soaring. He patiently recounted the crown prince's unwavering devotion to Mufeng, recalling how the crown prince had visited him when he was first brought back, his face grave and silent as he departed to immerse himself in medical studies, all for the sake of saving him. Such dedication was commendable, especially from one of his stature, the crown prince. Upon hearing this, Nangong Yechen's joy was palpable, and he promptly addressed the emperor, "Father, I wish to visit Mufeng after court."
Granted.
"Please convey my regards," replied the emperor. "Shenaiqing, I am intrigued. While Mufeng's recovery is indeed splendid news, I am curious about how he achieved this, given that the Imperial Medical Institution had declared him beyond saving, a fact well known throughout the court." After the emperor's inquiry, all eyes turned curiously to Shen Xiaoxiao, eager to discover how one pronounced dead could return to life, an astonishing and bewildering phenomenon. Shen Xiaoxiao stroked his short beard and chuckled. "This is largely due to your majesty's benevolence. I am grateful to your majesty for bestowing the esteemed eldest daughter of Prime Minister Si Qingyao, upon my son. She is indeed a fortuitous young lady. The method of bringing luck has proven effective. Ever since she arrived in our home, Mufeng's condition has steadily improved. And yesterday, he even spoke with vigor." With that, he cast a proud glance at Prime Minister Si, bowing slightly in respect. Before this, he had resolved to keep the details vague, crediting Si Qingyao solely for her luck-bringing influence. After all, only their family was aware of her medical skills, and he was uncertain of her stance on revealing them. Respecting her wishes was paramount, and while he wished to give her a reputation of fortune, he did not want the world to misconstrue her character. The emperor, having listened intently, felt a twinge of curiosity.
Si Qingyao?
He had intended to bestow his favor upon the more renowned Si Qingyao. Had his decree been unclear? Nevertheless, it mattered little. Whether it was Qingyao or Qingyao, as long as it proved effective, that was what mattered. Shen Mufeng's revival was indeed a grand occasion. Haha, splendid. Truly splendid. Prime Minister Si, you have raised an exceptional daughter. Chapter 20. The Crown Prince's visit. Upon hearing the Emperor's praise, Prime Minister Si felt quite embarrassed. He had never anticipated that the so-called calamity would transform into a blessing. How unpredictable life could be. Had he known this would unfold, he might have been tempted to suffocate her at birth, sending her and her reckless mother to the netherworld together. He had indeed been too soft-hearted. Yet now, she had become the wife of Prince Mu, who had not yet met his demise, and he could only graciously accept the situation. Your Majesty is too kind. It is her fortune to bring luck to Prince Mu. Observing his frigid demeanor, the officials were filled with a sense of lamentation. It appeared that the rumors circulating outside regarding the Prime Minister's indifference towards his eldest daughter were indeed true, resulting in her being raised as a dimwit, utterly inept in all matters. Even His Majesty praised her good fortune, yet the Prime Minister remained unmoved. Perhaps it is true that foolish individuals possess a certain kind of luck. Otherwise, how might one explain such an odd phenomenon? Nevertheless, General Shun's amusing predicament stood out. He had married a seemingly useless daughter-in-law, yet remained in high spirits. Lord Mu and others knew well that he was a paragon of both martial and literary prowess, one of the finest gentlemen in the Zi Jin Dynasty. Yet now, it seemed a beautiful flower had been planted in a pile of dung. How unpredictable life can be. However, given that she had brought him back to life, even if she were a simpleton, he could not abandon her. Otherwise, would he not be subject to the scorn of society for being ungrateful? Thus, following the court session, it became common knowledge among the officials that the Zi Jin Dynasty's only prince of a different surname, Shen Mufeng, had awakened, roused from his stupor by the auspicious intervention of his wife. Consequently, the reputation of the Prime Minister's eldest daughter, Si Qingyao, experienced a dramatic reversal, transforming from a mere simpleton to a woman of fortune, much discussed and celebrated by all. In the tea-house, patrons engaged in animated conversation. Have you heard? Our Lord Mu has awakened. This is indeed splendid news. With him restored, who would dare to invade our Zi Jin Dynasty? The recent victory over the northern barbarians has truly bolstered our prestige. Indeed, if it weren't for the spies from the southern frontier lying in wait for so long without revealing their true identities, how could our Lord have been so easily ensnared? Truly, heaven has favored Zi Jin. It is said that the situation in the south is dire, with the aged General Zhen Nan unable to lead due to his daughter's status as the crown princess. They have concocted a nefarious scheme to eliminate our only formidable young general, ensuring no future threats loom over them. I heard that the infiltrator was a loyal assassin who, after administering the poison, took their own life. How ruthless. I find the Prime Minister's eldest daughter to be the most intriguing. Isn't it strange that she was previously labeled a fool, perceived as utterly inept? Everyone expected the second daughter, renowned for her beauty and talent, to be the one bestowed in marriage, yet it was the eldest daughter who was chosen. Can there not be some hidden agenda at play? It's worth noting that the current Prime Minister's wife is the biological mother of the second daughter. The speaker cast a meaningful glance at the others, the implications clear. It was evident that they understood the prince was in dire straits and had chosen not to thrust his own daughter into peril, opting instead for the motherless eldest daughter as a substitute, presuming no one would notice. Fortunately, the eldest daughter possessed fortune and truly awakened Lord Mu. She had also liberated herself from the Si family, which could be seen as a blessing in disguise. After all, what good could be expected under the rule of a stepmother? Another chimed in, this is a case of serendipity leading to true destiny. Had the second daughter been married off, it might not have yielded the same outcome. This indicates a profound connection between Lord Mu and the eldest daughter. And we hope he treats her well in the future. Her journey has not been easy, although somewhat simple-minded. They all witnessed the second daughter at the poetry gathering. Her beauty was truly celestial. Since they are both daughters of the Prime Minister, one can only surmise that the eldest daughter is not lacking in beauty. Otherwise, the rumors would have only labeled her as a fool without mentioning her lack of charm. Meanwhile, Si Qingyao, residing in the general's estate, remained blissfully unaware of the dramatic shift in her reputation, which had swiftly transformed from that of a simpleton to a fortunate woman due to a few words from her father-in-law. Recently emerging from Shen Mufeng's chambers, she noticed the sun shining brilliantly outside and instructed Yuzhu and Baozhu to bring out the chaise lounge, intending to enjoy some reading in the sunlight. The medical book she held was an accidental find during a stroll through the market, filled with insights on traditional Chinese medicine. Superbly written, far superior to the texts she had perused in her modern life. Consequently, she found herself engrossed in it whenever she had free time. The jewelry she had previously sent Yuzhu to sell had been pawned, with Yuzhu taking the initiative, suggesting they could redeem it later if the lady succeeded in her business endeavors, serving as a hopeful aspiration. Si Qingyao appreciated her diligence and praised her efforts. With newfound funds, several shops began renovations, and for the past few days, the wet nurse had been overseeing the work closely. Understanding her mistress's desire to save money, the wet nurse was eager to contribute, finding her daily tasks more fulfilling than her previous life in the Si household. Moreover, as she interacted with various people daily, her demeanor became increasingly vibrant, shedding her former timid and cautious nature. Recognizing her mistress's journey, she had also come to terms with her own past, realizing that kindness could often be mistaken for weakness, and that one must stand strong to break free from the past. Witnessing her mistress's newfound confidence and vitality, she was determined not to lag behind and pushed herself to learn and improve, aspiring to protect her mistress in the future. As Si Qingyao basked in the sun, engrossed in her book, she was suddenly interrupted by a flustered servant rushing in to report, "Your Highness, the Crown Prince has arrived. Please hurry to the entrance to welcome him." Upon hearing this, Si Qingyao felt a surge of panic. The Crown Prince? Surely, he would be the future emperor. She could scarcely believe she was about to meet the living Crown Prince. This excited her immensely, having never encountered such grandeur in her modern life. She quickly rose, adjusted her appearance, and hurried with her maid to the main entrance. Upon her arrival, she found Madame Shen already present. Grasping her hand, the elder woman reassured her. "Do not fear, the Crown Prince is quite amiable." As they spoke, the Crown Prince's palanquin gradually came into view. It turned out that he could no longer contain his eagerness and had rushed over as soon as court adjourned, while General Shen had been retained by His Majesty in the imperial study for discussions. Prior to entering, General Shen had sent word back, concerned that they might neglect their manners. As the palanquin halted and its curtains were lifted, Si Qingyao beheld a youth, not much older than Shen Mufeng, descend gracefully. His aura was akin to that of jade, exuding warmth and gentleness in his smile. Si Qingyao truly believed that some individuals are born with an innate charm. The Crown Prince of the Zi Jin Dynasty undeniably possessed an air of nobility that commanded respect. Madame Shen guided her to greet the Crown Prince. Without pretense, he approached and assisted Madame Shen, saying, "Madame need not be so formal. I merely wish to visit upon hearing of Mufeng's recovery. And you must be my sister-in-law? Mufeng and I have grown up together, sharing a bond akin to brothers. It is fitting for me to address you as such." As Nangong Yecheng helped Madame Shen to her feet, his gaze fell upon the new bride, the fortunate Si Qingyao. Upon observing her countenance, he paused momentarily, surprised. He had not anticipated that this previously inconspicuous eldest daughter of the Prime Minister would possess a beauty that rivaled that of the second daughter, perhaps even surpassing her. He had seen the second daughter perform at a banquet, her talent stunning all in attendance, earning her a reputation as a remarkable woman. Yet at that time, only the second daughter had been brought to the event, with the eldest daughter excused under the pretext of illness.
Now,
he sensed that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. Indeed, the relationships within the households of ministers are often as intricate as those within the imperial harem, making the simple dynamics of the general's estate all the more precious. Though many envy him for being the crown prince, second only to one and above thousands, few realize that he often finds himself longing for the life of his dear friend. His friend enjoys the unwavering support of devoted parents, is free from the sordid affairs that plague the palace, and can live life unabashedly. Even on the battlefield, that youth upon a steed shines with unparalleled brilliance. All of this is what he yearns for. In truth, his own martial prowess is not far inferior to that of Mufeng, as they have trained together in both literature and martial arts since childhood. Yet, merely due to his status as the crown prince, the emperor would never allow him to venture onto the battlefield. Little did he anticipate that his former friend would one day find himself in such dire circumstances.
fortunately,
Fate has smiled upon him, and he has survived. Indeed, heaven has shown mercy. With this thought, Nangong Yecheng could not resist casting another glance at Si Qingyao. Could it be that she is the source of his fortune? Your Highness, please follow me, Si Qingyao said, her heart racing with excitement upon encountering a figure of such stature. However, she maintained an air of calmness, appearing remarkably composed. After speaking, she, along with Madame Shen, led the crown prince into the inner courtyard. Upon reaching Shen Mufeng's chamber, Nangong Yecheng was indeed greeted by the sight of Shen Mufeng reclining on his bed, engrossed in a book. Approaching him, he asked eagerly, Mufeng, "You've truly awakened? I am right before you. How could it be otherwise?"
Mufeng replied.
Your Highness, what brings you out of the palace? Please take a seat. Once I am well, I shall certainly pay my respects to both the emperor and you. Shen Mufeng, initially absorbed in his reading, was taken aback by the familiar voice and lifted his gaze to see the crown prince's excited demeanor, revealing that he had indeed been worried about him during these past days. He appeared noticeably leaner than before. With a smile, he jested, "It seems you have been quite anxious about me." The two had not seen each other for quite a while, and after Mufeng's brush with death, their conversation flowed more freely. Si Qingyao instructed Baozhu to serve tea to the two, then discreetly exited, opting not to intrude upon their serious discussion. Having overheard their talk of court matters, which did not pique her interest, she suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. The weather had been exceptionally splendid, with bright sunshine. Due to his illness, Shen Mufeng had been confined indoors for an extended period, and prolonged exposure to such a lack of sunlight was not beneficial. Thus, on sunny days, Si Qingyao had instructed Shen Qi to carry Shen Mufeng outside to bask in the sun for a while. However, this arrangement proved cumbersome, especially since his legs had undergone surgery, and he was unable to move. Hence, Si Qingyao thought of a wheelchair. Yes, with a wheelchair, all problems would be resolved. Moreover, her bracelet contained a hospital with wheelchairs. She just wondered if she could bring one out for use. Feeling excited, she instructed her maid not to disturb her and locked herself in her room. She immediately entered the medical space, located a wheelchair, and with a silent thought, she and the wheelchair appeared in the adjacent bedroom of Shen Mufeng. To her delight, it could indeed be brought out. However, before she could revel in her triumph, she was struck with worry. This contraption was made of materials, metal, leather, or plastic, that were not of this era. How would she explain it if someone were to inquire? After pondering for a while, Si Qingyao suddenly devised a rather unorthodox solution. The design of the wheelchair was not overly complex. She could sketch a blueprint and have a carpenter replicate it. Yes, that was it. Without delay, she seated herself at the desk, picked up a brush, and began to draft her designs. She had studied calligraphy during her schooling and was quite adept with the brush, though she felt her skills paled in comparison to the locals. She continued to work diligently until Baozhu knocked on the door, announcing that it was time for lunch. Finally finished, Si Qingyao beheld several pages of well-crafted designs on her desk. A sense of accomplishment washed over her. She had not realized her latent talent for design. Satisfied, she tidied up her work and opened the door, instructing her maid to fetch water to cleanse her hands before preparing for a meal. Suddenly recalling something, she asked, "Has His Highness departed?" "Not yet. His Highness wishes to dine with the prince in the room. The master has returned and requests that you join him in the front hall." "Do not mind them," Baozhu replied while assisting her in wiping her hands. "Very well. Then let us go," Si Qingyao said, deciding to focus on her own meal. After lunch, the crown prince lingered at the general's residence for quite some time before his departure, a testament to the profound bond shared between the two. Chapter 22. A surprise. After taking a midday nap, Si Qingyao's wet nurse returned, reporting that the medical clinic was nearly renovated and would soon be completed. The other shops were also undergoing training and improvements based on her methods and would reopen in due course. Listening to her wet nurse's report, Si Qingyao nodded approvingly. The wet nurse's capabilities were beyond question. It was merely that, having long been suppressed in the Prime Minister's residence, she had gradually lost her vigor. Living under someone else's roof forced her to bow her head. Otherwise, she might not have survived to this day. Now, having escaped that confinement, she was slowly regaining her former self. "Thank you for your hard work, dear wet nurse. Please take some rest. These past few days have indeed been exhausting," Si Qingyao said. "Miss, I am not weary. I quite enjoy this fulfilling life. Should you need anything in the future, feel free to summon me," the wet nurse replied, clearly fatigued but not wishing to refuse Si Qingyao's kindness. After lunch, Si Qingyao accompanied Yuzhu to bring tea and snacks to Shen Mufeng and the crown prince, greeting them before stepping outside. On this outing, she was accompanied not only by Yuzhu but also by Shen Mufeng's bodyguard. As Si Qingyao was in search of a carpenter's shop, she sought Shen Mufeng's advice, and he had sent Shen along. With Shen leading the way, they smoothly located a seemingly professional carpenter's shop, filled with a variety of items crafted by the father-son duo. Each piece was a work of art, intricately carved and lifelike. After perusing the shop, Si Qingyao felt that it would be a waste to have such artisans create a wheelchair for her. It need not be ornate, only functional. The proprietor appeared to be a kindly, unassuming man. Noticing her keen interest and admiration for his craftsmanship, he beamed, "Young lady, which piece do you fancy? I can offer you a discount." Realizing he had misunderstood her admiration for a desire to purchase, Si Qingyao quickly clarified, "Sir, your craftsmanship is truly remarkable. However, I am not here to buy furniture or decorations. Do you accept custom orders? I wish to create something." Upon hearing the shopkeeper's response, he immediately perked up. After all, business was knocking at his door. He possessed the confidence that he could craft anything made of wood, a belief that had sustained him in operating his shop in the capital for many years. He promptly replied, "Of course I can take on this task. What would you like me to create, young lady? Do you have a blueprint? If not, it would suffice to discuss it verbally." He was eager to hear her ideas. Upon hearing this, Si Qingyao instructed Yuzhu to fetch the blueprint she had brought along. As she handed it to the shopkeeper, she explained, "It's something like this. It's quite similar to a chair, but I would like it to have wheels and a handle at the back for pushing. This part here allows the person sitting to rotate themselves. It's primarily designed for those with mobility difficulties."
Can you make it?
The shopkeeper took the blueprint she offered and studied it earnestly, excitement growing within him. To think a chair could be designed in such a manner. Why had he never considered this before? In truth, the construction was not overly complex, but this chair would provide immense convenience for bedridden individuals or those with disabilities, allowing them to venture outside and bask in the warmth of the sun rather than languishing indoors, deprived of daylight. This blueprint was detailed, unlike any he had encountered before, yet remarkably clear. As a carpenter, he had seen countless designs, but this one invigorated his spirit. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, "My lady, did you draw this?" "Yes, uncle. What do you think? Is it comprehensible?" "It's my first attempt, so it may not be very good." Si Qingyao thought the shopkeeper might struggle to understand her work and hastened to clarify. No, it's quite well done. I can certainly understand it, and I can make it. We can discuss a deposit, and you can return in 10 days to collect it." Being a skilled craftsman, coupled with the young lady's explanation and the reasonably detailed blueprint, he felt confident in his ability to create the wheeled chair. After calculating his current workload and timeline, he soon provided Si Qingyao with a delivery date. "All right, it's settled then. I shall return in 10 days to collect it." "Thank you, uncle. Yuzhu, pay the fee." Thus, Si Qingyao accomplished a significant task she had contemplated for quite some time. On her way back, she turned to Xin Qi and Yuzhu behind her and said, "You two must keep this matter confidential for now. Do not mention it to anyone at the manor. I wish to surprise the prince. And if he learns of it beforehand, it will spoil the fun." "Yes, my lady," they both promptly agreed, especially Xin Qi, who understood that the princess was primarily addressing him. Upon returning home, the prince would undoubtedly inquire about it. So, he needed to devise a plausible excuse to deflect his questions until the princess could surprise the prince in 10 days. Seeing the princess care so deeply about the prince's affairs filled Xin Qi with joy. It seemed the princess harbored affection for the prince, despite his current misfortunes. The prince had, after all, found a devoted and beautiful wife through adversity. At that moment, Xin Qi found himself pondering how absurd the rumors circulating about the princess were. He had taken a glance at the blueprint earlier, and it was anything but simple. How could a mere fool produce such a design? It was unfathomable how such outlandish gossip had spread from the prime minister's residence. Upon returning to the manor, they discovered that the crown prince had already departed. Shen Mufeng, seeing Xin Qi return, could not suppress his curiosity and asked, "She's back? What were you doing with the carpenter?" "Oh, nothing much, my lord. The princess simply commissioned a small item from the carpenter, and it has been resolved." Xin Qi feigned nonchalance, but internally, he felt uneasy. This was the first time he had concealed something from his master. Although he was uncomfortable, he dared not speak out as the princess had instructed. He hoped his master would not penalize him for this. Upon hearing that the matter had been resolved, Shen Mufeng ceased his inquiries. As long as it's settled, that's what matters. By the way, has the person captured by the third prince been interrogated yet? Chapter 23. Freedom of movement in the capital. At the prime minister's residence, Jiang Yuling furiously overturned all the teacups on the table. The maidservants surrounding her cowered in silence, none daring to speak. She was utterly enraged. She had thought that by forcing Qing Yan to marry the ailing Prince Mu, she had fulfilled some purpose, shielding her own daughter from misfortune. When she returned last time, she had been told that the man was gravely ill. How had everything changed after her husband attended court? The man had miraculously declared himself well, and it was said he had no lasting ailments, with a strong possibility of returning to his former self. It was rumored that the crown prince himself had visited, and the royal physicians confirmed his improvement. Truly miraculous. The star that had brought misfortune to her family had now become a beacon of fortune in the eyes of the public. This infuriated her to no end. If Prince Mu truly regained his health, would she not become the envious Lady Mu? Before his misfortune, he had been one of the most sought-after suitors in the capital. Beloved by the emperor, having grown up alongside the future emperor, the crown prince, fostering a deep bond. Most importantly, he was not only accomplished in both literary and martial arts, but also possessed striking good looks, capturing the admiration of noble ladies throughout the capital. Just the mention of Shen Mufeng would leave them blushing. Who wouldn't be smitten by such a fine young man? Naturally, this included her own daughter, who had previously spoken of Shen Mufeng with bashful admiration. However, that was before his downfall. After his misfortune, the emperor had arranged marriages, and no woman would consider marrying him. Otherwise, it would not have fallen to Si Qingyao. After all, who would wish for their daughter to marry a man who might be incapacitated? No one desired their daughter to become a widow before marriage. Who could have anticipated such a turn of events? The more Jiang Yuling pondered, the more furious she became. Was she to stand idly by while that girl ascended to become Lady Mu and flaunted her status before her? Absolutely not. She must devise a plan, carefully strategizing how to deal with her. This news did not remain confined to the prime minister's residence. In no time, the citizens of the capital were abuzz with excitement. Their youngest general had awakened. The valiant Prince Mu, who had just triumphed over the northern barbarians, had regained consciousness. This was joyous news for the entire populace of the Zi Jin Dynasty, for it was thanks to Prince Mu that they could lead peaceful lives in the capital, free from the trampling of foreign invaders. Generals in battle were always held in high esteem, especially Shen, the young general, whose reputation had remained untarnished over the years, polite, cultured, and devoid of the debauchery often associated with noble scions. Hence, the people fervently wished for his well-being.
Now,
they were filled with gratitude toward the young lady of the Si family who had brought him fortune. Si Qingyao had no inkling that while she sat comfortably at home, her reputation as a fortunate woman was growing ever more illustrious. She had something on her mind that she wished to discuss with Shen Mufeng. Observing him delicately sipping soup across from her, Si Qingyao found herself lost in thought. Though he was a martial general, Every gesture exuded the grace of a refined gentleman. Even the way he drank soup was pleasing to the eye, devoid of any roughness. Noticing her gaze, Shen Mufeng swallowed the last spoonful of soup, leisurely placing the bowl on the bedside table. He looked at her, his eyes sparkling with kindness, and asked, "What is it?
Why are you staring at me?
Do you have something to say?" After spending some time together, Shen Mufeng had likely developed a certain understanding of her. The way she gazed at him clearly indicated she had something to convey. Indeed, as he had surmised, she had matters to discuss. Si Qingyao cleared her throat and stated, "We have been relatively candid with each other, have we not? I am not one to conceal my thoughts. I prefer to be straightforward. The matter is this. My dowry includes a few shops whose business is rather lackluster. I wish to renovate them. Furthermore, I possess an unoccupied medical clinic that I intend to reopen. Therefore, during this period, I shall need to go out daily. If your parents inquire, I would appreciate your assistance in managing their concerns, ensuring they do not restrict my freedom of movement." She had momentarily forgotten to mention his parents, having overlooked the fact that in this ancient setting, as a newlywed woman, her frequent outings might displease her in-laws. Thus, she felt it necessary to bring this up with Shen Mufeng. After all, she was a savior, and she believed that adding this minor request was not unreasonable. Moreover, his biological parents would undoubtedly have a more effective approach in this matter than she would. Although it could be said that Madame Shen and the old general treated her fairly well, having expressed her thoughts, Si Qingyao felt a twinge of anxiety regarding Shen Mufeng's reaction. However, after a moment, she sensed that her worries were unfounded, as Shen Mufeng responded without much contemplation, assuring her that she need not concern herself with this matter. She could simply go out as she pleased without reporting to the family. He would handle the conversation with his parents. Then, Shen Mufeng paused briefly before continuing. "Going out is permissible. But I have a request. You must take Shinchi with you. His skills are commendable, and he can ensure your safety. The capital is teeming with various individuals, especially since you intend to run a medical clinic, which means you'll encounter a diverse array of people. Having him accompany you would put my mind at ease." After saying this, he cast a concerned glance at Si Qingyao. Upon hearing his consent, Si Qingyao immediately nodded in agreement. It was merely a matter of bringing along Shinchi, which was quite acceptable. Furthermore, after their previous outing together, she had noticed that this guard was reticent yet efficient. Having a martial arts expert by her side would provide her with a greater sense of security. Additionally, as she would inevitably face situations requiring the transport of patients at her clinic, having such a man accompany her would prove convenient. Regardless, her endeavors were not of a clandestine nature, and she had no qualms about him or his master being aware of her actions. After spending a little more time in Shen Mufeng's chamber discussing trivial matters, Si Qingyao departed, returning to her own quarters. Just as she settled down with a cup of tea, she noticed Baozhu and Yuzhu entering together, engaged in cheerful conversation while holding something in their hands. Upon seeing Si Qingyao, Yuzhu hurried forward, presenting the item to her with a beaming smile. "Your Highness, look at what we have made for you. It will be convenient for your outings." Si Qingyao took the object in her hands, scrutinizing it closely. As she recognized its shape, she couldn't help but ask, "What is this? Why have you crafted such an item?" She initially expected something more elaborate, but this was merely a sun hat with a layer of white gauze. Did she really need to conceal herself when going out? Shen Mufeng had not asked her to wear this. Why were the two young girls so overzealous? Yuzhu explained, "Your Highness, this is a veiled hat. You can wear it when you go out. I understand that you are not one to fuss over details, but during our last outing, I noticed many eyes were upon you. You are simply too beautiful, and I wish to shield you from unwelcome attention. If you truly dislike it, I will not insist. I have overstepped." Having spent considerable time with the princess, Yuzhu understood her character well enough to take this bold step, as she wished to protect her from the gaze of other men. Such stares made her uncomfortable. Although most were friendly, some bore lecherous intent. The princess belonged to their prince, and it was their duty to safeguard her. Si Qingyao hadn't anticipated Yuzhu to be so perceptive and resourceful. Ha ha ha. Hearing her elaborate compliments about her beauty brought a smile to Si Qingyao's heart. She promptly helped Yuzhu, who was kneeling, to her feet and laughed. "Why so serious? I accept your gift. Let me try it on." "Yes, Your Highness, do try it. If it doesn't suit you, we can make adjustments." Yuzhu and Baozhu exclaimed joyfully as they approached her to assist with the fitting. They knew the princess had a gentle disposition and would not blame them even if she disliked it, which emboldened them to act thus. Si Qingyao donned the hat and found it quite fitting, both in size and the clarity of the gauze. The two maidservants had procured the gauze from an unknown source, which was quite remarkable. From inside, one could see outside clearly. Even reading was not an issue. However, from outside, one could only discern a simple outline without distinguishing features. Si Qingyao was very pleased. Indeed, wearing this when going out would better align with her future identity as a healer. Without a doubt, she had resolved to become the foremost physician in the capital, aided by the space in her bracelet, not merely for financial gain, but to assist the impoverished common folk. Though she had spent some time in this era, she had not forgotten her noble aspiration as a healer. With Shen Mufeng's support, her confidence surged even more, and she was determined to make her clinic a reality. Thus, the days passed leisurely. Shen Mufeng recuperated at home, while Si Qingyao busied herself daily with Xin Qi, Yuzhu, and the wet nurse, preparing for the clinic's opening. The renovations of the other shops were temporarily set aside due to time constraints. Recently, she had been preoccupied with contacting suppliers, hiring doctors and apprentices, which consumed a significant amount of her energy. While her medicinal space was inexhaustible, to avoid arousing suspicion, she opted for a wholesale supplier to provide her with stock. After all, a clinic bustling with clientele required substantial operational funds, and opening in a poor area would be tantamount to self-sabotage, as many could hardly afford consultation fees. In contrast, wealthy patrons might easily bestow generous gratuities. As fate would have it, the manager she hired for her clinic was none other than the previous manager Yang, whom she sought after hearing about from the food vendor. Manager Wang. Upon learning that he was currently idle, Si Qingyao promptly shared her plans with him. Delighted to discover that the owner also possessed medical skills, Yang Zhonggui immediately engaged in a spirited exchange with her. The two connected like kindred spirits, reveling in their shared interests for an extended period. Ultimately, Yang Zhonggui was convinced by her enthusiasm and decided to return to his previous endeavors. Since he had nothing else to occupy his time, and recognizing the owner's genuine intentions, he willingly committed to supporting her. He discerned that her motivations extended beyond mere profit. She genuinely wished to aid the common folk. The original medical clinic had faltered due to his overly compassionate nature, often waiving consultation fees for those facing hardships. He expressed his concerns to the owner, fearing that she might follow the same path and struggle financially. However, she appeared unfazed, reassuring him that he need not worry about finances or medicinal supplies, and that he should focus solely on treating patients. She praised his character, expressing her admiration for him. It was rare to encounter a like-minded owner, and Yang Zhonggui felt invigorated by the prospect of contributing to the success of the clinic, determined not to repeat his past mistakes. When Si Qingyao returned to the general's residence, dusk was approaching. With Xin Qi accompanying her, Shen Mufeng felt at ease, but his mother had sent inquiries several times, requesting that Qingyao visit her upon her return. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Mufeng mentioned to his mother that Si Qingyao often had matters to attend to outside. His mother's reaction was unexpectedly calm. She merely remarked, "Yes, I understand. Qingyao is capable and has noble intentions for the people. I am pleased. You need not worry. I shall not impose restrictions on her." From the moment she entered their family and saved her son's life, Madame Shen recognized that this daughter-in-law was far from ordinary and had no intention of treating her as just another young lady of a prominent family. She believed in allowing her to pursue her aspirations, as long as they were noble. Their family, being one of martial lineage, adhered to fewer conventions, and she herself held little regard for the circles of elite ladies in the court. Chapter 25. The celestial mother-in-law. She even felt that it was rare to find someone like Qingyao, who possessed her own convictions and a clear understanding of her desires. She genuinely cherished the girl and would not impose traditional constraints upon her, having once resented such limitations in her youth. With her mother's assurance, Shen Mufeng felt much more at ease. Shortly after she left, Si Qingyao returned. Upon learning that she had not yet had dinner, Baozhu immediately went to the small kitchen to prepare a meal for her. Meanwhile, Yuzhu assisted her by massaging her arms and shoulders to help her relax. Si Qingyao had come to understand the preferences of her two maidservants. Yuzhu enjoyed helping her with her hair and clothing, while Baozhu preferred bustling about the kitchen, displaying a remarkable talent for cooking. The two, one quiet and the other lively, coexisted harmoniously, and Si Qingyao was quite fond of them. She felt her mother had an exceptional eye for selecting such pure-hearted and virtuous individuals. With proper nurturing, they could potentially become her invaluable aides in the future. After a brief respite, Si Qingyao settled beside Shen Mufeng to take his pulse, and indeed, his condition was improving significantly. The young man was robust and healthy. Having overcome one hurdle, the rest seemed manageable. After completing the examination, Shen Mufeng informed her about his mother's request. He also reassured her that his mother was aware of her frequent outings and would not impose restrictions, alleviating her earlier concerns about potentially being reprimanded for her late return. Curiosity piqued, Si Qingyao made her way with Yuzhu to visit Madame Shen. Upon arrival, they found Madame Shen enjoying tea. She immediately stood to greet Si Qingyao warmly, inviting her to sit and converse. "My dear, I hear from my husband that you wish to see me?" "Yes, I have something to discuss with you. Please, take a seat." After Si Qingyao was settled, Madame Shen signaled to one of her maidservants to retrieve something from the inner chamber.
Moment latte.
The maidservant emerged carrying a delicate wooden box. Madame Shen accepted it, opened it, and produced a purse, which she handed to Si Qingyao, saying, "Qingyao, I hear from Feng'er that you intend to open a medical clinic. I believe your medical skills are remarkable, and establishing such a clinic is undoubtedly a worthwhile endeavor. Your intentions are commendable and precious." As a woman of the household, Madame Shen had little experience beyond accompanying her husband to battle in her youth and was unfamiliar with the world outside. "These banknotes are my personal savings. I understand that beginnings can be challenging, and this should facilitate your endeavors." Si Qingyao had initially anticipated receiving jewelry or similar gifts, never expecting Madame Shen to be so forthright, directly offering her cash. The implication was clear. She wholeheartedly supported Si Qingyao's venture. Si Qingyao felt an overwhelming affection for her, realizing how fortunate she was to have such an understanding mother-in-law in this era. Although delighted, she maintained composure and replied, "Madam, it truly isn't necessary. I have sufficient funds for now. If I find myself in need later, I shall seek your assistance." This sentiment echoed what she had often told her own mother in her previous life. The nostalgia struck her, and she found herself wondering how her family was faring. Seeing Si Qingyao's reluctance, Madame Shen insisted, "Oh, my child, please accept it. I hardly spend anything in the household, and it would be far easier for you to handle affairs with some financial means. To be honest, you saved Feng'er's life. Wouldn't others have to pay for your services? This amount is trivial. Take it without hesitation." "Madam, you flatter me. My husband is my partner, not a stranger. However, since you insist, I shall graciously accept it. Thank you for your kindness." Si Qingyao was not one to turn down such generosity, and she accepted the gift. Whether for her clinic or revitalizing her shops, substantial funds were necessary, and she appreciated Madame Shen's goodwill, vowing to repay her kindness in due time. Seeing her accept the gift, Madame Shen beamed with joy. Upon learning that Si Qingyao had not yet dined, she promptly urged her to return for a meal. As Si Qingyao made her way back to her quarters, she couldn't help but express her gratitude to Yuzhu for Madame Shen's kindness. Yuzhu smiled and replied, "Madame treats you as family, which is why she entrusted you with her personal savings. She too has faced her own hardships."
"Oh, how so?"
Si Qingyao, intrigued, inquired further. Yuzhu continued, "Madame hails from a military family, though her status was modest, likely a subordinate of the general. Consequently, they were not affluent. I suspect these banknotes are savings she has accumulated over a long time. Though she dresses simply for court banquets, she carries herself with grace. But some of the noble ladies look down on her, deeming her unsophisticated and coarse. It's infuriating. I nearly lost my temper when I overheard Granny's son recounting their remarks. Fortunately, our young master has proven himself, becoming the first foreign prince of the Zi Jin Dynasty, thus greatly enhancing our lady's reputation. However, the thought of those people's contemptuous faces leaves me feeling quite uneasy. A person as virtuous as Our Lady should never be the subject of ridicule." Listening to the indignant tone of the maid beside her, Si Qingyao could vividly imagine the scene. Indeed, individuals like Madame Shen who embody integrity cannot possibly associate with women like the Prime Minister's wife. Though she resides within the inner quarters, she is not entirely oblivious. Many noble ladies in the capital regard the wife of the Prime Minister with great respect. With a cold scoff, Si Qingyao's expression turned somewhat frosty as she declared, "Humph, I understand, and will remember this. If the opportunity arises, I shall certainly avenge your lady's honor." With that, she hastily made her way back to her courtyard, her hunger undeniable. Before she even stepped through the door, A delicious aroma wafted in the air. Since the prince had not yet dined, Baozhu had set the meal in his chamber. Shen Mufeng had even instructed Xin Qi to carry him to a chair, preparing to share dinner with Si Qingyao upon her return. Upon seeing the array of delectable dishes, Si Qingyao's face lit up with a smile as she commended Baozhu, exclaiming, "Good girl, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. It smells divine. I shall indulge in 2 bowls tonight." Chapter 26. A gifted chef receiving the praise from the princess, Baozhu was all smiles. Happily she replied, "Thank you, your highness. If you enjoy the food, it brings me great joy." She genuinely loved cooking, and her skills had gradually developed under the tutelage of the head chef in the household. To be acknowledged by the princess filled her with immense happiness. Once all the dishes were presented and the dining setting arranged, Baozhu excused herself. Both the princess and the prince preferred to dine without attendants nearby, allowing them a moment of tranquility. Once the room was left with just the 2 of them, they began their meal. Si Qingyao, having toiled throughout the day, was indeed famished. Seeing the abundance of delicious offerings, she wasted no time in digging in, not bothering with pleasantries. Although she had tasted Baozhu's cooking before, this was the first time the entire spread had been prepared by her own hands, and it was truly delightful. This girl undoubtedly possessed a natural talent for cooking. As she savored her meal, Si Qingyao also recommended dishes that she thought would suit Shen Mufeng's palate. She found his temperament exceptionally agreeable. No matter what she said, he remained calm and composed, yet exuded warmth, making their conversation quite enjoyable. She had not anticipated that the rumored young general was, in fact, a gentle and refined gentleman. As they dined and chatted, their rapport grew increasingly harmonious. Si Qingyao eventually broached the subject of the silver note his mother had given her. After all, their relationship could only be described as a partnership. She intended to leave and was not truly the general's daughter-in-law, so taking money without reciprocation felt inappropriate. "Rest assured, I won't use this money. Perhaps I should leave it with you? You can return it to your mother after I depart." To her surprise, Shen Mufeng responded with calm indifference, taking a sip of soup before looking at her and saying no need.
Keep it.
"Since it is my mother's goodwill, you needn't feel burdened. We can discuss it when the time comes." His words were light, as if he did not regard the matter seriously. And he did not even inquire how much his mother had given her. Si Qingyao realized that although the general's residence might not be affluent, the masters within it were all remarkably unpretentious, treating money with disdain. They seemed to place little value on outward appearances of wealth and luxury, unlike her father, the prime minister. However, it was precisely this simplicity that rendered them somewhat impoverished. She had scrutinized Madame Shen's garments and jewelry, noting that there were hardly any expensive items. A stark contrast to her stepmother, who adorned herself lavishly with countless ornaments. In truth, she preferred Madame Shen's understated elegance, although her jewelry was minimal. It was simple and dignified, exuding a certain grace. The ostentation of Jiang Yuling, in her eyes, was quite unappealing, despite her daily extravagant attire. "Very well then. I shall treat it as a loan from your mother. A year from now, I promise to return it with interest." Si Qingyao was not one to be overly sentimental. Since Shen Mufeng had encouraged her to accept it, she would do so. For the upcoming year, while they shared the same roof, she intended to foster good relations with everyone. After they finished their meal, Baozhu and Yuzhu entered to tidy up. Suddenly, Si Qingyao had a brilliant idea and, after observing Baozhu intently for a moment, asked, "Baozhu, do you truly enjoy cooking?" As she cleaned, Baozhu cheerfully replied, "Indeed, Your Highness. I adore cooking more than any other task. Watching you and the prince finish the meal gives me a profound sense of accomplishment." Encouraged by this, Si Qingyao tentatively inquired, "Would you be interested in learning more recipes for me and helping manage the food establishment I own? I would pay you a salary." The moment those words left her lips, not only was Baozhu taken aback, but Yuzhu and Shen Mufeng were equally astonished. The princess was offering her a chance to manage a shop? Yet, she was merely a maid, with little knowledge beyond basic cooking. The shock rendered Baozhu momentarily speechless. Staring blankly at Si Qingyao until Yuzhu tugged at her sleeve, prompting her to excitedly exclaim, "Really, is that possible? Your Highness, but I am just a servant." Like Yuzhu, Baozhu was a child of the household staff, raised in the general's residence, and had always understood her place as a maid. She had never dared to dream of anything more. Simply being born in the general's household felt like a fortune, for not every residence treated their servants so kindly. She never expected the princess would consider her in such a light. Noting the tremor in Baoju's voice, Si Qingyao lowered her tone further, smiling as she said, "Of course. I believe your skills are commendable, and you truly have a passion for culinary arts. Interest is the best teacher. Coincidentally, I once acquired a cookbook filled with various fresh recipes, but I lack the time to explore them due to my responsibilities at the medical clinic. Therefore, I thought to find someone to assist me in managing the food establishment. I have observed you for quite some time and believe you are a perfect fit. If you are willing, I can arrange to buy your contract from Madame Shen and you can work alongside me." "Contract?" Baoju's eyes widened in confusion as she asked, perplexed. To her, it mattered little whose hands her contract was in, as they were all part of the same household, and her wages were still managed by the general's estate. However, Shen Mufeng understood the implication. Si Qingyao was interested in Baoju and was considering acquiring her contract from his mother, especially since she intended to leave after a year. After a brief pause, he heard Si Qingyao explain to Baoju, "Yes, if you decide to learn from me, you would be like my apprentice. I would need your contract. So, for instance, if I had to travel far, you would accompany me. I would be your sole master. However, you may consider the general's residence as your family and can return to visit whenever you wish. So, think carefully once you join me."
Your wages would be paid by me.
Upon hearing this, Baoju blinked her eyes, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Having grown up in the general's residence, she had never ventured beyond its confines. The Empress's words stirred a sense of apprehension within her. Thus, she cautiously inquired, "Your Majesty, may I take some time to consider? I will report back to you tomorrow. Of course, there is no rush. Take your time to ponder this significant matter. You may also discuss it with your parents. You can respond at your convenience." Si Qingyao replied with a beaming smile, readily granting her request. "Thank you, Your Majesty." After expressing her gratitude, the two handmaids finished tidying up and exited. Throughout their bustle, Baoju's emotions remained unsettled. Yuzhu, holding her slightly trembling hand, accompanied her back to their quarters. Once they returned to her room, Baoju could no longer contain her curiosity. "Yuzhu, do you think I should agree to the Empress's proposal? What do you think? Do you want to learn the craft from her?" Instead of answering her question, Baoju posed one in return. Yuzhu instinctively responded without a moment's hesitation. "I do wish to learn. However, I feel the Empress is a decisive person. She mentioned possibly traveling far away. I would miss my parents." This was her hesitation. After listening, Yuzhu earnestly began to analyze the situation for Baoju. Did the Empress not say that even if she travels far in the future, she can still return to visit during festivals? Think carefully, such an opportunity is truly rare. If I were in your position, I would certainly seize it. We have been with the Empress for some time now, and I believe you can see for yourself that she is a wonderful person. She refrained from voicing the rest of her thoughts, feeling envious of Baoju for having such an opportunity. Having grown up together, Baoju was lively and often dashed to the kitchen, where she learned various culinary skills from the master chef. She frequently prepared snacks for them to taste. Yuzhu felt it was splendid for Baoju to have a passion. Living with such joy was far more meaningful than her own existence, which revolved around serving others without knowing her own desires. She didn't particularly enjoy cooking, and her needlework was merely adequate, lacking genuine fondness. Thus, she envied Baoju for having something she loved and didn't want her to miss such a rare chance. Previously, Yuzhu had been unsure of her own interests. However, recently, she felt she had uncovered something she loved, though she hadn't dared to voice it yet. Witnessing the Empress's inquiry about Baoju made her think she could also be courageous and strive for her own aspirations. What if she succeeded? This could change her destiny and even that of her future children. She didn't want her offspring to be born into servitude like her. Moreover, she had a gut feeling that the Empress was unlike the noble ladies she had encountered before. Her demeanor towards them was quite pleasant. Yuzhu sensed that the Empress could be the one to transform her fate. Trusting her instincts, she was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Thus, she encouraged Baoju. Baoju, with her innocent heart, was hesitant due to her attachment to her parents. The two sisters sat on the couch for a long time conversing, and ultimately, Baoju resolved to discuss the matter with her parents. That evening, she sought out her mother and father. Yuzhu remained in the room for a long time, finally mustering the courage to take the next step. She knocked on the door of the princess. At this hour, it was rather late. To be honest, she felt a bit presumptuous for coming at this time. However, after much internal deliberation, she had summoned the courage. If she didn't speak now, she feared she wouldn't have the nerve to do so the following day. Thus, she disregarded many formalities. As expected, upon hearing her knock, a gentle voice from within called, "Enter." Si Qingyao had already loosened her hair and was seated by the table, reading a medical book by candlelight, intending to study for a while longer before retiring for the night. To her surprise, she heard the knock at the door. As it swung open, she beheld Yuzhu entering. A bit taken aback, she softly inquired, "Yuzhu, what brings you here at such a late hour?" Typically, they wouldn't disturb her at this time unless there was something urgent. Indeed, upon hearing the Empress's question, Yuzhu knelt down and performed a deep bow, startling Si Qingyao, who quickly rose to assist her, fearing something was amiss. Since the two girls had joined her, she had never allowed them to bow so deeply. This was partly due to her modern sensibilities, which disdained unnecessary displays of subservience, and partly because she genuinely regarded them as sisters, thus refraining from imposing strict protocols. "What is the matter? Speak freely. There is no need for such formality." Yet, Yuzhu shook her head, refusing the Empress's kindness, insisting, "Your Majesty, Yuzhu has a request, and I would prefer to speak while kneeling." Seeing her determination, Si Qingyao ceased to press the issue and allowed her to speak, curious as to what compelled the girl to adopt such a stance. After a moment of silence, Yuzhu finally began, "Your Majesty, I am aware of your exceptional medical skills, unmatched by ordinary physicians. Otherwise, you would not have been able to save the prince from the brink of death. Although my literacy is limited, I do not wish to live a life of ignorance. I noticed your inquiry to Baozhu about learning culinary arts, which shows your talent for recognizing potential in others. Therefore, I boldly wish to recommend myself to learn medicine from you. I humbly request your approval." With that, she bowed deeply before Si Qingyao, waiting for the Empress's response. Her heart raced, as if it might leap from her chest. Her palms grew sweaty with nerves. No one could fathom how anxious she truly was. Si Qingyao watched her in silence, somewhat entranced. She had not anticipated that Yuzhu would harbor an interest in medicine. From her observations, Yuzhu appeared more composed and meticulous than Baozhu. Initially, she had intended to teach Yuzhu modern accounting methods and cultivate her in that direction to assist with bookkeeping. However, it seemed the girl had discovered her own passion. This was not necessarily a bad thing. In fact, it would provide her with a much-needed assistant. Given the current circumstances, Yuzhu seemed perfectly suited for this role. Though she had already made up her mind, Si Qingyao still asked, "Yuzhu, you must understand that studying medicine is not a simple path. It is fraught with hardships. Are you certain you have considered this well?" Upon hearing the Empress's inquiry, Yuzhu's eyes sparkled with a fierce joy. She promptly replied, "I understand, Your Majesty. As long as you are willing to accept me, I fear nothing. The hardships and the toil hold no terror for me, provided you do not deem me foolish." With that, she bowed her head thrice in earnest. Seeing her determination, Si Qingyao wasted no time and nodded in agreement. These two handmaids had been by her side, and she genuinely cherished their presence.
Now,
With Yuzhu's evident ambition, she was more than willing to nurture her aspirations. Moreover, at her age, she too was still in the midst of learning. The prospect of having a young apprentice delighted her. Upon hearing the Empress's swift affirmation and her promise to procure a contract for Yuzhu after Baozhu's response, Yuzhu was utterly astounded. She had not anticipated that the matter she had hesitated over for days would resolve so effortlessly. After a considerable amount of time, she finally came to her senses, joyfully expressing her gratitude to the Empress before departing from her chamber. Si Qingyao smiled and shook her head, then turned her attention back to her medical texts, reflecting on how young she still was, to be so elated over such a trivial matter. Once Yuzhu stepped outside, her steps became noticeably lighter, and she soon began to skip towards her own quarters. She wondered if Baozhu had returned yet. She was eager to share this delightful news with her. Earlier, she had refrained from mentioning it for fear of the Empress's rejection, but now, with a great weight lifted from her heart, she could finally tell Baozhu. Upon entering her room, Yuzhu discovered that Baozhu had indeed returned, her face radiating joy as she hummed a little tune while making her bed in preparation for sleep. Hearing a noise at the door, she peeked out and said, "Yuzhu, where have you been so late? I want to tell you that my parents share your views and believe that following the Empress will be quite promising. I plan to agree to her offer tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Yuzhu's smile broadened. She rushed over to Baoju's side, excitedly grasping her hand, exclaiming, "That's wonderful. We can learn from the Empress together. It truly is splendid." Seeing Yuju's enthusiasm and recalling her earlier words, Baoju felt a flicker of confusion. Thus, the sisters lay on the bed and began to share their thoughts late into the night. Yuju recounted her recent visit to the Empress in detail. Baoju, upon learning of Yuju's bravery, felt a surge of excitement. She had not anticipated that Yuju would be so bold. Compared to her own hesitations, which had left her pondering while the Empress sought her out, she realized that she had been excessively indecisive. However, with Yuju by her side, she felt confident that she could also pursue the opportunity. The next morning, after finishing breakfast, Baoju conveyed her decision to Si Qingyao. The latter was exceedingly pleased. "Excellent. These 2 maidservants will now be mine." After their meal, she sought out Madame Shen, expressing her desire to purchase the contracts of the 2 maidservants to assist with her shop. Without hesitation, Madame Shen instructed a nearby matron to present their contracts to Si Qingyao. "We are all family here. There's no need for transactions. These girls were intended for you. If you value them, it is indeed their good fortune. Keep the contracts safe. They are both well-bred and of good character. You can trust them. If they assist you outside, who will be left for you? Shall I find you 2 more maidservants?" Si Qingyao felt her own boldness growing. She accepted Madame Shen's kindness with diminishing reluctance. After a few polite refusals, she ultimately acquiesced with delight. As for new maidservants, she chose to defer that decision, planning to assess the situation herself later. With Madame Shen's benevolence firmly established in her heart, Si Qingyao resolved to repay her kindness, regardless of her future with Shen Mufeng. With this matter settled, Si Qingyao felt in high spirits. After bidding farewell to Madame Shen, she left the house accompanied by Yuju and a young servant. It was the day she had arranged to retrieve the wheelchair from the carpenter's shop, intending to surprise Shen Mufeng. Soon, the servant drove the carriage to the shop. As Si Qingyao stepped inside, an excited voice greeted her. "Ah, madam, you have finally arrived. I completed the chair a couple of days ago.
Come.
Let me show you if it meets your expectations." As they walked deeper into the shop, she beheld the wooden wheelchair and couldn't help but gasp in admiration. Her eyes sparkled as she meticulously examined it before exclaiming, "Heavens! Master, your craftsmanship is truly remarkable. The wheelchair is splendid. I am thoroughly satisfied. Yuju, pay him." Li, and witnessing the satisfaction of his client, felt elated as well. Realizing that this chair was indeed a wheelchair, he observed the kind disposition of the madam before him. Eagerly, he called out to Yuju, who was preparing to pay, and said, "Madam, may I propose a matter for your consideration?" While testing the wheelchair, Si Qingyao casually replied, "Of course, what is it?" She even sat down in the wheelchair to try maneuvering the wheels, prompting Yuju and the young servant to lean in curiously. Intrigued by this marvelous creation, after careful deliberation, Lian finally spoke, "Madam, I want to charge you for the wheelchair. I'll even return your deposit. However, I would like to make 2 more to sell in my shop. Would that be acceptable? Alternatively, if you are willing to sell me the design, I would gladly purchase it." After expressing his thoughts, he anxiously awaited her response, knowing that the design originated from her inspiration. He genuinely admired the concept and believed that the wheelchair's creation could assist many individuals with mobility issues. Being a businessman, he also recognized the potential benefits, not only for those with disabilities but also for the elderly, allowing them to enjoy the sun during winter, an enticing thought for those who were bedridden.
Si Qingyao.
After testing the wheelchair for some time and finding its craftsmanship delightful, understood his intentions. It was natural for a carpenter to be drawn to such a creation. However, as it was not originally hers to sell, she felt a twinge of reluctance. Rising from her seat, she said, "If the shopkeeper finds it commendable, then certainly. You may produce and sell more to help others. I am pleased to forego the design for a wheelchair. We have already gained much from this exchange." Thus, they reached an agreement, and Si Qingyao instructed the young servant to load the wheelchair onto the carriage as they departed. Lian warmly sent them off, offering future discounts should she require his services again. Once the guests departed, he returned to the shop to discuss with his son the idea of crafting another wheelchair to display as a sample. Chapter 29. A test ride. Having acquired what she desired, Si Qingyao dismissed the matter as trivial and was elated that she had not spent a single coin to gain such a benefit. Soon, they returned to the general's residence. Si Qingyao pushed the wheelchair towards their quarters, and the servants, seeing the princess maneuvering a moving chair, were filled with curiosity, pausing their tasks to catch a glimpse of the spectacle. Some of the bolder maidservants cheerfully inquired, "What is this, your highness?" Known for her amiable nature, Si Qingyao was well aware that the servants did not fear her unjust reprimands, allowing them to feel more at ease. She casually explained this fascinating invention to them. By the time she entered their courtyard, the entire General S estate was abuzz with the news that the princess had returned with a moving chair for the prince, enabling him to venture beyond the confines of his chamber, rather than remaining bedridden. Upon returning to Shen Mufeng's quarters, Si Qingyao noticed a guard, dressed similarly to Shen Qi, reporting to him. Once he saw her enter, he briefly acknowledged her before taking his leave. Si Qingyao felt a twinge of curiosity, asking, "Were you in the midst of a discussion? Did I interrupt?" "Not at all, just a minor matter." "What brings you here?" Shen Mufeng inquired. His curiosity piqued as he regarded her and the peculiar chair before him. Si Qingyao promptly patted the seat of the wheelchair and explained to him, "This chair was custom-made for you by a carpenter. Given your current mobility challenges, it must feel quite stifling to remain indoors all day. With this, you can move around the estate. Would you like to give it a try?" Shen Mufeng had never encountered such an unusual chair, especially one equipped with wheels. As she spoke, he pondered her words and suddenly grasped her intention. He glanced at Shen Qi, who understood the prince's meaning and swiftly approached to assist him into the chair. Once Shen Mufeng was seated comfortably, Shen Qi discreetly stepped aside. Seeing him settled, Si Qingyao began to explain how to operate and utilize the chair. After a while, having covered the essentials, she seemed to recall something and exclaimed, "I will have Yuzhu help you sew a cushion for it, attaching it here so that it won't be too hard and uncomfortable." Upon hearing this, a faint blush crept onto Shen Mufeng's fair face. Her words were rather direct. However, glancing at her, he observed her composed demeanor, devoid of any embarrassment, as if her earlier comment was utterly ordinary. Suddenly, he felt he had overthought the matter. Here he was, a formidable warrior, yet he found her, a refined lady, to be refreshingly straightforward. Feeling somewhat awkward, he cleared his throat and quickly posed a question to Si Qingyao to redirect the conversation. After thoroughly familiarizing himself with the wheelchair, he began to maneuver it towards the door. Si Qingyao followed closely, observing his actions. After a brief period of adjustment, Shen Mufeng became adept at using the wheelchair. He propelled himself into the sunlight of the courtyard, closing his eyes to savor the warmth. After a significant time had passed, he slowly opened his eyes. This time, he had independently exited his bedroom. He no longer needed to be carried out to bask in the sun. Chapter 30. A tour of the Mu Wangfu. After soaking in the sun for a considerable time, Shen Mufeng turned to Si Qingyao and earnestly remarked, "Qingyao, thank you." His words were heartfelt and sincere. Regardless of the nature of their arrangement, he resolved to protect her with all his might, for her kindness warranted such loyalty. Even if she chose to part ways, he believed that their relationship could be regarded as friendship. If not as husband and wife, being friends was still a fine prospect. Moreover, he recognized her genuine concern for his well-being, and he felt deeply appreciative of it. "There's no need for thanks. It was but a trivial matter."
Come.
"Allow me to push you. Let us visit the small garden," Si Qingyao said as she stepped behind Shen Mufeng, refusing to let him decline, and began to push him forward. It was spring, and the small garden was splendidly tended by the servants, with flowers in full bloom. The vibrant colors uplifted the spirits, and Si Qingyao even spotted a couple of butterflies resting on the delicate yellow blossoms. The scene was breathtaking. "Such lovely weather today. It would be a shame not to take a stroll," she remarked, unable to restrain her admiration. "Indeed, the weather is delightful. By the way, I heard from my mother that the Mu Wangfu is nearly ready. Would you be interested in taking a look?" Shen Mufeng, noticing her good mood and recalling his mother's recent words, ventured to ask, "Can we go? Is it far?"
Si Qingyao,
Intrigued by the prospect of their new home, one she would be residing in for at least a year, responded eagerly, "Not far at all. It's south just down the street. You can push me there." Thus, Si Qingyao propelled Shen Mufeng forward, accompanied by Shen Qi and Yuzhu. When they reached a set of steps, the servants promptly fetched a wooden plank to assist them. Si Qingyao pushed the wheelchair with determination, smoothly navigating the incline. Shen Qi, who had intended to help, found no need to intervene, and quietly returned to his place.
"See?
This wheelchair is quite functional. With a plank, we need not fear steps." Si Qingyao declared proudly.
Indeed.
Shen Mufeng replied, and they continued their conversation while making their way to the Mu Wangfu. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Mu Wangfu. Upon seeing the grand plaque and the lifelike stone lions at the gate, Si Qingyao was taken aback. She had not anticipated that their new abode would be so magnificent, far more impressive than the general's residence. After lingering in astonishment at the entrance for some time, they finally ventured inside. Upon entering, Si Qingyao felt an urge to exclaim, "This place is enormous. Goodness!" In the capital, where every inch is precious, the emperor had bestowed such a vast estate upon Shen Mufeng. Though the housing prices of the Zi Jin Dynasty were not as exorbitant as those in modern society, they were still quite steep for the common folk. Witnessing Shen Mufeng's possession of such a grand estate filled her with envy. She wondered how long it would take her to afford a home of this caliber. Just wait, she thought to herself. With determination, I too shall reside in a grand house. When the time comes, I will explore various options before selecting a suitable place to settle. I will keep a cat and a dog, tend to patients in my spare time, and live a pastoral life. This was her ideal dream. When would this dream come to fruition? Yet, at this moment, she felt invigorated, her medical practice nearing its opening. In this year, she aimed to earn as much as possible. After pushing Shen Mufeng into the Mu Wangfu, they encountered several servants engaged in cleaning, some sent by Madame Shen, while others were from the former general's household. A spacious estate naturally required a considerable number of attendants for maintenance. Thus, she promptly assigned them various tasks, ensuring everything was ready before the couple moved in. That day, Si Qingyao and Shen Mufeng wandered through the new Wangfu for hours, exploring numerous areas. Si Qingyao was thoroughly pleased with their new home. The thought of residing there for a year lifted her spirits. It was wonderful not to pay rent, which could offset her medical expenses. It also served as her compensation for treating Shen Mufeng. During their year in the capital, she intended to make her living arrangements as comfortable as possible. She refused to compromise on her own well-being, having been given a second chance at life. She resolved to live as pleasantly as possible. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to herself. After spending a significant part of the day exploring the Mu Wangfu, they finally returned to their quarters. Shen Mufeng took a book on military strategy and positioned his wheelchair in the sun, basking in the warm rays while contentedly reading. Si Qingyao returned to their chamber to fetch a small blanket, placing it over his legs. Though it was spring, prolonged sitting could still lead to a chill, and a light cover would provide extra warmth. Once settled, Si Qingyao said, "Enjoy your reading. I will accompany you to the kitchen to prepare something delicious for you to try later." "Very well, if you grow weary, let the servants handle it, and you can guide them from the side." Shen Mufeng did not have high expectations regarding food. As long as it was edible, he was content. Thus, he regarded her culinary endeavor as a mere amusement. Although she implied she was quite skilled in the kitchen, Shen Mufeng, having tasted the fare of grand restaurants, felt it would merely be adequate. After all, no matter how delectable a meal might be, it would only be what it was. Si Qingyao, along with Yuzhu, ventured into the small kitchen within their own courtyard, preparing to officially embark on her culinary journey as an amateur cook. Yuzhu cheerfully guided her to the small kitchen, which had been set up by Madame Shen in anticipation of the prince and princess potentially feeling hungry at night. Although it was not as spacious as the grand kitchen, it was well equipped for preparing smaller dishes. Moreover, despite its modest size, it was fully functional, with ingredients from the larger kitchen readily available for use. Knowing that the lady would teach her how to cook today, Baozhu prepared herself early in the morning. She gathered an array of ingredients, each meticulously assembled. Her heart fluttered with excitement, curious about the skills she would acquire under the lady's guidance and how the lady's culinary prowess compared to that of the master chefs in the grand kitchen. Learning even a fraction of their expertise would surely be a stroke of luck. Upon arriving at the kitchen, Si Qingyao glanced around the ingredients and noticed a lively fish flopping in a bucket tucked away in a corner. An idea sparked in her mind. She had been craving fish. With a smile, she asked, "Baozhu, have you ever tasted fishball soup?" Baozhu looked puzzled and innocently replied, "What is fishball soup?" "I know about fish soup, but I have never had fishball soup. Can you make it, my lady?" "Of course. It's the first day. So let's prepare fishball soup together. This fish looks splendid. Once it's ready, you can all have a taste," Si Qingyao said while rolling up her sleeves, enlisting Yuzhu's help to begin. Although Yuzhu lacked culinary talent, she was more than willing to assist, eager to observe as the lady taught Baozhu. Seeing the lady preparing to catch the fish, Baozhu hurried forward, saying, "My lady, let me do it. Just tell me what to do, and you can step in when it matters." "All right, but be careful. This fish is quite large. We should be able to make plenty of fish balls," Si Qingyao remarked, her mouth watering at the sight of the thrashing fish. As Baozhu deftly handled the fish, she chatted amiably, her spirits high. "I brought this fish from the grand kitchen this morning. Several live fish were purchased today, but I wonder what they'll prepare for dinner. However, I believe the fish ball soup you make will be far more delectable. It sounds simply delicious." Yuzhu, unable to suppress her amusement at Baozhu's flattery, stifled a giggle. Thus, the three of them shared laughter and camaraderie in the small kitchen as they learned to make fish balls, creating a wonderfully jovial atmosphere. In truth, Si Qingyao had limited practical experience. Her knife skills were not as refined as Baozhu's. Yet she possessed knowledge of various cooking methods. Despite her modest culinary accomplishments, they were quite palatable, a testament to her medical profession. She had no other hobbies. Her sole passion lay in food. With her demanding job and the pressures it entailed, her only means of relaxation was watching culinary videos, observing how others prepared their meals. Over time, she learned enough to try her hand at cooking during her days off, discovering that her creations were surprisingly enjoyable. Her passion for cooking blossomed as she began to experiment more, and as a doctor, she had a slight obsession with cleanliness, finding outside food unsatisfactory. Thus, whenever she had a break, she would treat herself to a lavish spread. Occasionally, she would cook for her parents, who relished her dishes, further fueling her love for cooking. This passion provided her with the confidence to teach Baozhu, drawing upon the wealth of culinary videos she had watched over the past decade. After all, the rich culinary heritage of China, spanning 5,000 years, is no trivial matter. It truly shines in this golden age. As they chatted and cooked, the trio spent over half an hour preparing the fish ball soup. Yuzhu, bubbling with excitement, took a deep whiff and exclaimed, "It smells incredible. It looks absolutely delicious. And each fish ball appears so tender and bouncy. My lady, I think I might drool." Upon hearing Yuzhu's exaggerated statement, Si Qingyao and Baozhu couldn't help but burst into laughter. When Shen Mufeng arrived, pushed by Xinqi, he was greeted by this heartwarming scene. In the small kitchen, the three of them shared laughter and joy, creating an atmosphere so delightful that it almost seemed a shame to interrupt. After some time, it was Yuzhu who first noticed the prince's arrival. She hurried over to pay her respects, and the others quickly regained their composure. Si Qingyao looked at Shen Mufeng outside the door and curiously asked, "What brings you here? Have you finished your reading?" "Yes. I felt a bit weary after a while and was curious about what you were making, so I came to take a look." To my surprise, even from a distance, I could smell a delightful aroma, Shen Mufeng replied, his eyes twinkling with warmth, his demeanor exuding a gentle charm. Si Qingyao couldn't help but marvel internally. Who said that martial generals were all brutish? This young man was exceptionally handsome, resembling the refined gentleman portrayed in dramas. She found herself inexplicably captivated, but quickly chastised herself for being so mesmerized by a boy who was likely just entering university. Alas, how foolish of me, she thought, mentally reciting a prayer to regain her composure. She swiftly redirected the conversation. "It will be ready shortly. Since you're here, why not join us for a taste?" As she spoke, Baozhu brought over several small bowls and placed them beside the large pot. Si Qingyao ladled the fish balls into bowls, about 4 or 5 in each, preparing a total of around 10 bowls. The fish had some bones, so the quantity was limited. Si Qingyao instructed her maids, "Yuzhu, please take 2 bowls to the general and madam and tell them we made this for fun," inviting them to have a taste. "Baozhu, you take 2 bowls to the prince's chamber. We'll eat the rest, and the remainder can be shared among you and Xinqi." "Understood, my lady. I'll go at once," Baozhu replied, swallowing her excitement as she and Yuzhu set to work. Si Qingyao took over the wheelchair from Xinqi, pushing Shen Mufeng back to the bedroom. She felt confident in her culinary skills. Having made the fish ball soup before, she knew it was delicious, or else she wouldn't dare present it to Madame Shen. Once they returned to the bedroom, the two sat at the dining table to savor the fish ball soup. The fish balls were bouncy and chewy, the broth clear and fragrant, with a hint of tender green that seemed to bring the dish to life. It was utterly delectable.
Si Qingyao,
having not tasted this dish in a long while, found herself unable to restrain her appetite, eating at a rather brisk pace without considering Shen Mufeng's reactions, lost in her own enjoyment. On the other hand, Shen Mufeng, who initially wasn't hungry, found himself unable to resist swallowing as he watched her relish the soup. And he mimicked her actions, lifting his bowl to eat. The moment the first fish ball touched his tongue, he was astounded by her culinary skills. It was simply exquisite. The flavors were remarkably fresh, and the texture of the fish was delightfully bouncy, surpassing the usual preparations he had encountered. Suppressing his astonishment, Shen Mufeng took another sip of the soup, only to discover that it was equally delightful. What appeared to be a simple broth was, in fact, a concoction with hidden depths, reminiscent of a rich stock. Thus, as he ate, he marveled at the flavors, unconsciously finishing an entire bowl of fishball soup, leaving hardly any broth behind. When he finally regained his senses, the bowl was nearly empty. Si Qingyao, noticing how thoroughly he had enjoyed the soup, felt a swell of happiness. Well done. He certainly has good taste. They were enjoying their meal here, while the small kitchen was bustling with activity. After Baozhu and Yuzhu delivered the soup, they promptly returned to the kitchen, dividing a bowl between themselves. Noticing that 4 bowls remained and recalling the Empress's words, they instructed Shen Qi to take the rest, claiming it was for his guard brothers. Shen Qi, already enticed by the delicious aroma, naturally did not refuse their offer and quickly carried them away, promising to return the bowls after eating. The sight of his eager demeanor made the 2 maids chuckle. Chapter 32. I adore this mistress. After Shen Qi took the remaining 4 bowls of fishball soup, he strode back to his lodging. Since the brothers were all men and could not enter the inner courtyard, the prince had arranged for them to stay in a courtyard on the outskirts of the general's residence. Upon his return, he found several brothers practicing martial arts in the yard. As they trained, an alluring fragrance suddenly wafted through the air. They were already prone to hunger from their exertions, and the enticing scent intensified their appetite. Before any of them could voice their curiosity, they spotted Shen Qi entering with several steaming bowls. The youngest, Shen 11, rushed forward, excitedly inquiring, "Seventh brother, what is this? It smells amazing. Is it for us?"
Calm down, 11.
Why are you so eager for food? I've never seen you this enthusiastic during training. Shen 9 teased, following behind leisurely. Oh, come on, brother 9, you know me. I'm only interested in food. Nothing else. It smells absolutely divine. Shen 11 replied, waving his hand over the bowl to fan the aroma and taking a deep breath, marveling at the delectable fish balls. His eyes fixed on them, fearing that Shen Qi might deny him a taste. However, he trusted that Shen Qi would not act so unkindly, as he was usually very considerate of them. Indeed, Shen Qi smiled helplessly at his youngest brother and said, "All right, I brought these for all of you to share. Fortunately, it's just the 4 of us here, so everyone gets a bowl. Come and take one." As soon as he finished speaking, the other 3 rushed forward to grab their bowls and began to eat. Though Shen 9 had teased Shen 11 a moment ago, he wasted no time in snatching his bowl and hopping onto the roof to enjoy his meal away from 11, who would surely try to snatch it from him. Experience taught him well. He was a true gourmand. Shen 11, upon receiving his bowl, eagerly dove into the delicious soup, which smelled utterly irresistible. To his surprise, the taste was even better than the aroma. He had never savored such exquisite food before. It was reminiscent of fish, yet surpassing it in flavor. In no time, he finished the small bowl of fishball soup, leaving it spotless as if it had just been washed. After finishing, 11 licked his lips and exclaimed, "This is truly delicious, 7th brother. Where did you get it? Is there any left? I want another bowl." "Don't be greedy, there's no more. That's all there is. This is a dish prepared by the Empress's handmaid, not something you can just buy from a restaurant." Shen Qi replied, downing the last of his soup and placing his bowl on the tray, intending to return it to Baozhu. Upon hearing that the dish was made by the princess, the other 3 were incredulous, particularly Shen 11, who looked stunned. "The mistress made this? Oh my goodness. Is it true? I actually tasted food prepared by the mistress herself. This can't be a dream." Shen 9 and Shen 3 exchanged surprised glances, realizing it was indeed the mistress's creation. They had not expected the renowned daughter of the prime minister to possess such culinary skills, especially when rumors claimed she was a useless scatterbrain. When they first learned that the esteemed prince had married her, they felt pity for him, believing such an exceptional man deserved a more suitable match. Little did they know she could cook so well. It seemed that rumors from the common folk were often misleading. Shen 9 and Shen 3 nodded in agreement, hastening to finish their meals. They needed to eat quickly, or else little 11 would surely come to compete for their food. As expected, Once Shen 11 realized that these delicacies were all there were, he rushed over to them. Third brother, ninth brother, save me some. However, by the time he reached them, they had devoured the last morsels, leaving Shen 11 with nothing but disappointment. He sighed and returned to Shin Chi's side, gazing at the 4 empty bowls on the tray. Murmuring, seventh brother, I really like this mistress. She deserves our respect. Shin Chi chuckled, your affections are easily won over by a bowl of fishball soup. While I too find this dish delightful, we must observe her character a while longer. Do not forget, women are often skilled at acting. Shin 9 nodded in agreement, recalling their experiences on missions where they encountered many women with exceptional acting skills, often for many years. The truth can be quite shocking. Consequently, they had developed an instinctive wariness of the women in the inner chambers of noble households. Yet, Shen 11 shook his head, insisting, you don't understand. A person who can create such delicious food must have a pure heart. This dish appears simple, but it is not easy to make. Those who are cunning would never invest such effort into cooking. Moreover, seventh brother, you mentioned she teaches the maidens. Look at the mistresses we've encountered before. How many would treat their servants with such kindness? Most would merely scold them, let alone teach them. After Shen 11 spoke, the other 3 pondered his words and nodded in agreement. Shen Chi patted 11's shoulder. Pleased, you make a valid point. It is indeed rare. Regardless, she is our mistress now, and we shall heed the prince's wishes. You all continue practicing. I must return the bowls. I'll accompany you, seventh brother. Let me help you carry the tray, Shen 11 eagerly offered, dutifully lifting the tray and following Shin Chi, eager to learn more about the princess and her maidens. After all, if she was teaching her maidens to cook, and he could build rapport with them, he would surely have access to delightful dishes in the future. Wouldn't he? The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed, prompting his enthusiastic offer to help. Shin Chi did not mind. It was convenient to have someone assist him. He had a few matters to discuss with the prince, and would let 11 return the bowls alone afterward. As they entered the prince's courtyard, they parted ways, with Shin Chi directing 11 to the kitchen before allowing him to deliver the bowls himself. Carrying the tray, Shin 11 approached the small kitchen and immediately spotted a young girl diligently at work. Chapter 33. Official opening. The girl appeared quite youthful, her hair styled in twin maiden's buns. Upon seeing the stranger outside the door, and glancing at the tray in his hand, she proactively spoke. You have come to return the bowls, haven to you? Just set them down there. Then, she lowered her head, returning to her tasks. The lady had just instructed her, and she felt she had grasped the essentials, prompting her to request a fish from the kitchen to try her hand at cooking again. The lady had said that culinary skills improve through constant practice and experimentation. The more one cooks, the more proficient one becomes. She was determined to succeed and not disappoint the lady. As Shin Chi observed her diligently removing the bones from the fish, he placed the tray on a table in the kitchen and curiously inquired, What is your name? Were those fish balls you made earlier? Baozhu glanced at him, her eyes meeting his, and countered, And who are you? I haven't seen you before. Weren't those fish balls taken away by brother Shin Chi? I am Shin Chi, a brother of Chi. Those fish balls were truly delicious. Your culinary skills are impressive, he replied, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Feeling somewhat flattered yet bashful at his compliment, Baozhu explained, My name is Baozhu. The fish balls were made under the lady's guidance. I can't take credit for them. I am just beginning to learn cooking from her. Baozhu, are you practicing now? Once you're done, would you need someone to taste your dish? I would be happy to help. I've had the lady's fish balls before, so I could offer some feedback if needed. What do you think? Shin Chi's eyes sparkled at the sight of the fish, and his mind quickly concocted a legitimate excuse to indulge in a free meal. Upon learning that he was a brother of Shin Chi, Baozhu relaxed her caution. After all, this was the general's residence's backyard, and it was unlikely for outsiders to find their way here. His offer to taste her cooking was met with enthusiasm, especially since she had been fretting over how to consume the fish balls once they were done. Unexpectedly, a willing eater had appeared. She nodded eagerly, but then worried about inconveniencing him, asking, Aren't you busy? Is it too much trouble for you? Not at all. I am on leave today and have nothing to do. Helping you while enjoying some delicious food is a win-win situation. How could it possibly be a bother? Please, continue with your cooking. Do you need me to help with the fire? Thus, over the course of the next half hour, Shin Chi returned to his quarters, his stomach full. He even declined when Brother Joe called him for dinner, having already feasted on fish balls. Baozhu, it seemed, possessed a natural talent. Although it was only her second attempt, the flavor was nearly perfected. Given time, she would undoubtedly become an exceptional chef. He resolved to cultivate a good relationship with her, for it would ensure a steady supply of delightful dishes. Moreover, he genuinely enjoyed the act of tasting. After satisfying his hunger, Shen Shi reclined with his arms behind his head and soon drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, the couple in the Shen household, having received their daughter-in-law's thoughtful fishball soup, consumed every last drop. General Shen, wiping his mouth, chuckled, "I never thought Qingyao could cook. Her skills are quite commendable. What is it called? Ah, fishball soup. It is truly delicious. Indeed, it is delightful. What a pleasant surprise. You know, young ladies from wealthy families typically focus on arts like music and calligraphy. I was already astonished by Qingyao's medical skills, but to discover her culinary talents as well. My dear husband, do you think we have unwittingly struck gold?" Mrs. Shen remarked, beaming with joy. "This daughter-in-law is a treasure. Having her join our family is a blessing for the Shens," she added, feeling entirely satisfied with her. General Shen heartily agreed. "Absolutely. It was a fortuitous match. Otherwise, my son would not have recovered so swiftly. Clearly, fate has brought us together." After their meal, he summoned the old nurse, saying, "Nurse Sun, please fetch my jade hairpin and take it to the young mistress as a gift from me. Tell her to accept it with ease." Nurse Sun was taken aback. That was the lady's most cherished pin, and she was willing to part with it for the young mistress. It seemed the young mistress had truly won the lady's heart. She promptly complied. Receiving the unexpected gift of the jade hairpin, Si Qingyao gazed at the valuable item, somewhat entranced. Yuzhu, standing beside her, explained, "Mistress, it appears the lady genuinely cares for you. This hairpin was frequently worn and beloved by her. It is one of her few precious ornaments." A wave of unease washed over Si Qingyao. The pin was evidently exquisite, far superior to the bracelet she possessed, and its smooth texture felt akin to jade against her skin. Could she truly accept such a lavish gift? After all, she had merely brought a bowl of fishball soup in return. This reward seemed overwhelmingly generous. Ultimately, it was Shen Mufeng who encouraged her, assuring her that she could later buy even grander jewelry for her mother, thus prompting her to accept the gift as a token of the lady's goodwill. Si Qingyao resolved to purchase a beautiful ornament for her mother in return. The following morning, Si Qingyao, accompanied by Yuzhu, made her way to the medical clinic. Their purpose was singular. Today marked the official opening of the establishment. Upon their arrival, Manager Yang had everything prepared, awaiting the host's arrival to unveil the red cloth and set off firecrackers, thus formally commencing their practice. Once the auspicious hour arrived, Si Qingyao followed Manager Yang's instructions to complete the opening rituals. The crackling firecrackers quickly drew the attention of the townsfolk, who soon realized that the clinic had reopened its doors, now under a new name. Previously known as Jiren Hall, it had been renamed Zheng Medical Clinic, honoring Si Qingyao's mother, as this establishment was part of her dowry. The straightforward choice of naming it after her family was a fitting tribute. Moreover, this clinic was not merely a medical facility but also a pharmacy, allowing patients to receive diagnoses and prescriptions in one place, eliminating the inconvenience of seeking medicine elsewhere. With the new clinic's banner announcing 3 days of free consultations, those feeling unwell lingered outside, curious, some skeptical, approached the attendant stationed at the entrance, inquiring, "Is it true that you 1T charge for consultations today? What about the medicine?" The attendant, having undergone rigorous training from Si Qingyao, greeted each individual with a warm smile, patiently explaining, "Yes, sir. Would you like to come inside? For the next 3 days, consultations are free, and medicine will only cost half a copper coin. If you're feeling unwell, don't delay any longer." "Oh, I see. Well then, I'll take a look. If I find the price of medicine too steep, can I choose not to purchase it?" the man asked, hesitantly stepping forward. After all, for the common folk, medical expenses could be exorbitant. If one could avoid it, who wouldn't he desire to do so? "Of course, sir. Follow me, and I'll have Manager Yang assist you," the attendant replied, graciously guiding him inside, as the very first patient of Zheng Medical Clinic. Manager Yang welcomed him with equal warmth. With a radiant smile, she took his pulse and inquired about his condition. Ultimately, she penned a prescription for him, instructing him to procure the necessary medication. She reassured him that it was not a severe ailment, merely a consequence of having caught a chill, which was the reason for his persistent cough. Following her prescribed course for 7 days would surely bring him relief. The elderly man clutched the prescription as he approached the pharmacy. With trembling hands, he handed it to the attendant at the counter, his face flushed with embarrassment as he asked, "Miss, how much will this prescription cost? I would like to gauge if it is within my means." Upon receiving the prescription, Yuzhu felt a pang of sympathy. The elderly man's age was reminiscent of her father's, stirring her compassion. After a fleeting glance at the listed remedies, she swiftly calculated the price on her abacus. Gently, she explained, "Sir, the materials for this prescription typically amount to 31, but since our clinic has just opened, we are charging only half. Therefore, you need only pay 15 won." Hearing her patient demeanor, the man's expression gradually softened. The prospect of affording a remedy for just 15 won, which would last for 7 days and alleviate his ailment, steeled his resolve to procure the medicine. He had already contemplated that his daily labor at the docks earned him over 10 won. Thus, this amount merely represented a day's wages. If this treatment could indeed cure his cough, he would be able to work more efficiently and earn up to 20 won a day. Upon further reflection, it seemed a worthwhile investment. With a determined heart, he obtained the medication and departed from the clinic. Yuzhu watched the elderly man's retreating figure, her heart a tumult of emotions. Since she had confided her aspirations to the matron, the latter had been teaching her the basics of medicinal herbs, encouraging her to start with fundamental tasks so that she could gain practical experience once the clinic commenced operations. Grateful for the matron's guidance, she had learned some simple characters, enabling her to recognize them swiftly. While there were still many characters she did not know, she could always consult the matron, making her learning process far more efficient than starting from scratch. Working at the pharmacy filled her with joy, as the apprentices would offer her guidance. She found this far more engaging than the monotonous tasks at home. Not only was she discovering various medicinal herbs, but she was also mastering the art of using an abacus, a skill imparted by the esteemed manager Yang, who intended for her to assist during the clinic's opening days. Given the complimentary consultations during the first 3 days, the number of patients would undoubtedly exceed the usual flow. The matron had already arranged for her to assist during this period. Of course, the matron would also be present, overseeing operations from the back room. With the arrival of the first patient, a second and third soon followed. Word of the Zheng Clinic's opening spread rapidly among the local residents. Throughout the morning, the clinic attended to numerous patients. They even skipped their midday meal, receiving food brought by Baizhu and Xinqi. After finishing their meal in the back room, Yuzhu rejoined the bustling afternoon activities. Suddenly, a cacophony of cries erupted. A woman rushed in, cradling a small child in her arms, her face streaked with tears. She knelt before Manager Yang, pleading, "Doctor, please save my child. I beg you. What seems to be the problem?" "Let me see," Manager Yang replied, startled, as he hurried to examine the child. The child's complexion was a deep shade of purple, struggling for breath and clearly in distress. The woman sobbed, "Doctor, my child snuck some peanuts while I wasn't looking, and now he is choking. He cannot breathe. We went to the clinic on West Street, but they told us there was no hope and to prepare for the worst. Oh, dear God, please help us. He is only 3 years old." Her anguished cries drew the attention of the other patients, who began to murmur amongst themselves. How could a 3-year-old eat peanuts? It's too hard and would surely cause choking. One exclaimed, "That poor child looks like he's about to suffocate. I fear for him." Another added, "Indeed, if the doctors on West Street say there's no remedy, it must be dire. They are renowned for their skill, albeit exorbitantly priced. This newly opened clinic surely cannot compare," someone else remarked, as if to confirm their fears. Manager Yang crouched before the child, took his pulse, examined his eyelids, and sighed. "Alas, there is little I can do. It would be best to return home." Upon hearing these words, the woman seemed to lose all her strength, collapsing to the ground while clutching her child, weeping uncontrollably. "Oh, my dear child, it is my fault for allowing you to eat peanuts. If you leave me, I shall not survive. I will join you soon." Her heart-wrenching wails resonated deeply, causing the mothers present to shed tears of empathy. They understood her sorrow, as they too would feel the same if faced with losing their own children. In the midst of the tumultuous scene, a clear and resolute female voice emerged, commanding attention despite its softness. "What is happening here?" Hearing the voice of the owner, Manager Yang immediately rose and respectfully conveyed a succinct account of the situation. It was then that the crowd noticed a woman cloaked in a veil, her features obscured but her exceptional poise unmistakable. Upon hearing Manager Yang's words, they realized that this woman was indeed the proprietor of the Zheng Clinic. It was truly a rare sight to witness such a significant establishment led by a woman, and judging by her voice, she appeared to be quite young. Si Qingyao had been engrossed in medical texts in the back room when the commotion drew her attention. Stepping out, she was confronted with this urgent predicament. As a healer, upon assessing the child's dire state, Si Qingyao wasted no time contemplating her options. She swiftly seized the child from the mother's grasp and began administering the Heimlich maneuver. The onlookers were baffled by her unexpected actions, while the distraught mother cried out, "What are you doing? Give me back my child." Although Manager Yang was equally perplexed by the owner's actions, he trusted her instinctively. Just as he opened his mouth to provide an explanation, a stern voice cut through the chaos. "If you wish to save him, be silent." The woman fell silent, her shock rendering her momentarily unable to retrieve her child, watching in stunned silence. While the owner's tone remained calm, Manager Yang had never witnessed her so serious before, and it was somewhat intimidating. The words he had intended to speak caught in his throat. Si Qingyao continued her urgent efforts, performing the Heimlich maneuver repeatedly, her focus unwavering. The murmurs of the crowd faded into the background as her sole thought was to save this child. During her training, many classmates had doubted the necessity of such a lesson, scoffing at the notion that parents would allow their young children to consume hard objects. Yet here she was, faced with the very real possibility of saving a life. Although Si Qingyao had been studying this method for many years, it was indeed her first time putting it into practice. As she engaged in the hands-on process for the first time, a sense of anxiety welled up within her. As time elapsed, beads of sweat began to form on her forehead, yet she paid no heed to wiping them away, focused solely on the task at hand. What on earth was she doing? Was this a form of treatment? She had never witnessed such a method of healing before. Surely it wouldn't lead to dire consequences? It couldn't possibly, given that the child was already on the brink of suffocation. Perhaps they were resorting to desperate measures. Observing the demeanor of Manager Yang, it seemed the physician's skills were commendable. It was worth a try. Who knows, it might actually work. Alas, I too have children. I must learn from this experience and refrain from allowing them to consume hard foods. It is far too terrifying. I hope the heavens take pity on this poor child, so small and vulnerable. As the crowd buzzed with chatter, Yuzhu quietly approached the distressed woman and reassured her, "Do not fret. The young lady is already attending to the child. Just wait a moment. The outcome cannot possibly be worse than it is now." The woman glanced at Yuzhu and then at the veiled figure administering aid, choosing to trust them. Indeed, things could hardly get worse.
Deep inside,
she had already accepted the possibility that her child might be lost. It was her fault for not keeping a closer watch, allowing him to pick up and consume peanuts from the table. Oh, how she lamented her negligence. Following the incident, her instinctive reaction had been to rush her child to the most renowned medical establishment, yet it seemed it was too late. Her son was truly gone. An overwhelming sense of despair enveloped her, leaving her questioning the very meaning of her existence. If her child were indeed lost, she would see to his final arrangements and then join him in the afterlife. In the midst of her tumultuous thoughts, a sudden sound of retching disrupted her reverie, followed by the familiar cries echoing from the medical hall. The wailing, which had once been a source of annoyance, now struck a chord of tenderness in her heart. She stared in disbelief at her son, who was crying heartily. He was truly alive. Si Qingyao finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the child expel the peanuts, her exhaustion rendering her unable to stand upright. She gestured to Yuzhu to handle the remaining matters, retreating to the back room for a moment of respite. It was only after Si Qingyao had departed that the onlookers began to fully comprehend what had transpired. My goodness, the child had actually expelled the peanuts. He was alive, truly alive. Remarkable. Could this Zheng medical hall be so extraordinary? The proprietor was indeed impressive. A condition that had gone untreated on West Street was miraculously resolved by this newly opened establishment on East Street. How intriguing! This medical hall was promising, possessing genuine skill. Congratulations, congratulations. Sister-in-law, your child must have been terrified. Once the consultation fee is settled, you should hurry home and comfort him. The woman remained somewhat dazed until her child, still crying, stumbled over to her. Only then did she fully register the situation, instinctively pulling him into a tight embrace. After sharing a tender moment with her child, she remembered to express her gratitude to the medical hall. She instructed her child to kneel on the ground and bowed deeply 3 times towards Manager Yang and Yuzhu. Rising, She inquired about the consultation fee. Yuzhu pondered for a moment before responding. Today marks the first day of Zheng Medical Hall's opening. There is no consultation fee. Sister-in-law, please take your child home to rest. Thank you so much. And that young lady earlier? The woman felt a pang of anxiety. She had noticed the masked woman exerting herself immensely to save her son, appearing utterly exhausted. Although the woman had chosen to remain discreet, her gratitude compelled her to thank her sincerely. Had it not been for her son might have met the fate predicted by the doctor on West Street. Yuzhu quickly grasped the woman's intentions and replied, "Oh, that was my young lady. She is rather fatigued and has gone to the back to rest. I will convey your gratitude to her. Please return home now." The woman nodded and departed from Zheng Medical Hall, a newfound resolution forming in her heart. This newly opened establishment was far superior to the larger clinics on West Street. She resolved to seek treatment here in the future, as it was much closer. Not only did the woman feel this way, but many townsfolk also developed a keen interest in the masked lady who had just saved the child. Amidst the crowd, someone exclaimed, "The proprietor of Zheng Medical Hall is a masked miracle worker. Incredible. I've made up my mind. I will come here for treatment from now on and will no longer visit West Street." Indeed, the attitude on West Street has always been off-putting, as if they cater only to the privileged. I had long wished to avoid it. Now that we have a miracle worker in our midst, the business at this medical hall will surely surpass that of the others. Absolutely. Who would have thought that East Street would flourish and boast its own miracle worker? Come, Manager Yang, please take a look at my persistent runny nose. Following this small incident, Zheng Medical Hall became remarkably lively. The earlier commotion, fueled by the woman's cries, had already drawn a considerable crowd, and upon learning that the new establishment was waiving consultation fees, people with minor ailments began lining up for treatment. In no time, the staff were bustling about, attending to the influx of patients. Si Qingyao took a moment to recuperate in the back room, feeling utterly exhausted after exerting herself like never before. She had retreated to the inner chamber in haste, fearing she might collapse if she remained standing. Chapter 36. Relocation. Now that she was the wife of Shen Mufeng, a dignified princess, she felt the need to maintain a semblance of dignity and poise. After regaining her strength, she finally emerged from the back room. At that moment, the medical hall had returned to a state of calm, operating in an orderly manner. Yuzhu, as Si Qingyao's devoted disciple, was diligently studying in the pharmacy while preparing medicines for patients. When faced with unfamiliar herbs, she would consult with the nearby attendants for assistance. Si Qingyao was immensely pleased with her progress. Her eagerness to learn boded well for her future. Seizing the opportunity while the day was still young, Si Qingyao decided to personally attend to the pharmacy. As she prepared medicines for patients, she took the time to teach Yuzhu about the properties and pharmacology of various herbs. She spoke with great care, and Yuzhu listened intently. Even the two apprentices assisting in the pharmacy gradually found themselves captivated by her teachings. Seeing that the proprietor did not object to their participation, they exchanged glances filled with delight. Previously, they had apprenticed at other clinics, yet despite years of service, their masters had taught them little, treating them like thieves, fearful that sharing knowledge would lead to their own downfall. Most of their time had been spent performing tedious, menial tasks, repeating the same chores day after day. Consequently, despite having spent 2 or 3 years as apprentices, their understanding of pharmacology remained woefully inadequate. The two had come to Zheng Medical Hall, enticed by the prospect of higher wages compared to other establishments. They were not afraid of learning little, as they still needed to provide for their families. If they had to work anyway, they preferred to do so in a place that offered better pay. Little did they expect to find such unexpected joy here. Their proprietor not only possessed remarkable medical skills, but also an extensive knowledge of pharmacology. They had witnessed her extraordinary abilities during the emergency earlier. It was truly impressive. Si Qingyao noticed the eager and studious expressions of the other two apprentices and decided to include them in her teachings. After all, whether teaching 1 or 2, the more knowledge her staff acquired, the more proficiently they could operate. As time passed, an increasing number of individuals began to pursue a career in medicine, which would undoubtedly prove beneficial in the event of any emergencies. The willingness of people to study medicine is indeed a positive development. Thus, on the inaugural day of their medical establishment, Si Qingyao and Yuzhu remained there until dusk, only returning home once the clinic had closed its doors. Upon her arrival home, Shen Mufeng came over from next door. Si Qingyao washed her hands and changed her attire before stepping out to converse with him. What's the matter? Do you have something to discuss? Have you had dinner yet? Not yet. I had Baiju prepare some food in the small kitchen. So it's ready whenever you are hungry after a long day. Although he had not ventured out due to his mobility issues, he had sent someone to keep an eye on the new clinic, concerned for her safety amidst the bustling city. He was aware of her charitable acts, including her efforts to save a child earlier that day, demonstrating her genuine compassion for the ailments of the common folk, a rarity among the daughters of noble families, who often displayed a more callous demeanor. Seeing her return so late evoked a sense of tenderness within him. I am indeed quite hungry. Let us dine together. Si Qingyao felt a genuine pang of hunger upon hearing that Baiju had prepared food, and she wasted no time in wanting to eat. Consequently, they arranged for a table to be set in her bedroom and enjoyed their dinner together. Earlier that day, when his mother had invited him to dine with them, he had declined without a second thought, finding greater solace in remaining in his own courtyard, awaiting Si Qingyao's return. He felt he could savor more food in her company, enjoying the sight of her relishing her meal, as if it allowed him to partake more fully. Thus, he instructed the servants to decline his mother's invitation on the basis of his limited mobility. Mrs. Shen was well aware of her son's intentions. She and her husband had also visited to witness the remarkable wheelchair Si Qingyao had crafted for him. They marveled at its ingenuity and felt profoundly grateful that she had come into their lives. Ever since her marriage into the general's household, their son's condition had steadily improved, and he was now able to maneuver the wheelchair freely, no longer confined to his bed. Hence, when he expressed his desire not to dine with them, they were unconcerned, understanding that he preferred the company of his wife. As they neared the end of their meal, Shen Mufeng broached a subject he had contemplated earlier. Qingyao, what do you think about us moving? The prince's residence is ready for occupation, and it would be more convenient for you to access the clinic from there. Si Qingyao finished her last bite of rice before responding thoughtfully. Of course. I have no objections to moving. If everything is prepared, then we should relocate. Fewer steps to walk would certainly be advantageous. Indeed. The prince's residence was a street closer to the Zheng Medical Clinic, which would provide a slight convenience. However, the distance between their current location on West Street and the clinic on East Street remained significant. She appreciated Shen Mufeng's kind suggestion, yet she swiftly added, however, I am currently occupied with the clinic and may not have time for the move. You might need to oversee the arrangements. That is of no concern. There are plenty of servants at the residence. You need not worry about any details. I will have Baiju and the wet nurse assist you with packing your personal items. You focus on your work. Shen Mufeng had anticipated this very scenario, understanding that the move would not require her direct involvement. All right. I will remind the wet nurse and Baiju. Thank you for your consideration. It is getting late. You should rest early. Si Qingyao nodded, appreciating his thoroughness, which alleviated her concerns. After he departed, she spent some time reading medical texts before retiring for the night. The following morning, she set out early once again. After receiving her consent the previous day, Shen Mufeng took action, directing the servants busily after breakfast. Mrs. Shen joined in the flurry of activity, anxious that everything be perfect for her children in their new home. She even moved several pots of peonies, favored by the old general, from the back garden of the general's residence. Understanding that her daughter-in-law preferred not to manage household affairs, Mrs. Shen appointed a trusted steward from her own household to assist them with the myriad details, ensuring that everything was handled with care. By noon, when Baiju arrived with lunch at the clinic, she conveyed the news, "We have moved to the prince's residence and will be staying there tonight." Si Qingyao and Yuju responded in unison, astonished. So soon? It's only been half a day. Indeed. You have no idea how industrious the guards around the prince are. They were fervently bustling about, and everyone claims that the accommodations at the prince's residence are far more comfortable. 11th brother even helped me move many items without requiring much assistance from me. Hearing Baiju's remarks piqued Si Qingyao's curiosity. 11th brother? When did one of your young maidservants become acquainted with an 11th brother? I was completely unaware. Baiju paused, then replied with a smile. Oh, I forgot to mention. Your Highness hasn't met him yet. He is Shen Qiga's brother, also serving the prince. Your Highness, how does the fish ball soup taste today? Recently, he has been my taste tester, and he is quite the foodie. We make a great team, helping each other out. At her words, Si Qingyao and Yuju exchanged amused glances, realizing that the mention of 11th brother had caused Baiju to become rather loquacious. Very well, we understand. We shall return to the prince's residence tonight. After finishing their meal, Si Qingyao and Yuzhu resumed their tasks, while Baizhu took the food box and boarded the carriage home. Days flowed by unhurriedly for about half a month. Si Qingyao had initially been frequenting the clinic often after its opening, but as it stabilized and could function without her daily presence, she ceased going every day. Lately, she had become engrossed in renovating her living space, commissioning many custom items to make her bedroom exceedingly comfortable. One day, while resting in a lounge chair beneath the grape arbor outside her bedroom, a hurried footfall caught her attention. Soon enough, Baizhu's voice rang out, "Your Highness, come quickly. The imperial edict is coming. You must accompany the prince to receive it." Without delay, Baizhu helped her up and ushered her inside, as receiving the edict required her to be properly attired. Before long, Si Qingyao was ready and, with Baizhu accompanying her, made her way to the front. Upon her arrival, Shen Mufeng was already waiting. As he prepared to rise in greeting, a court eunuch stopped him, courteously saying, "Lord Mufeng, please remain seated." Before our arrival, His Majesty instructed that, due to your condition, you need not stand on ceremony. Please, make yourself comfortable. As he spoke, he gestured for a young eunuch to gently assist Shen Mufeng back into his wheelchair. Seeing this, Si Qingyao resigned herself to kneeling to receive the edict. Yet, in her heart, she lamented the evils of feudal society. As a woman of the new era, she had never bowed to her father or mother. Yet here she was, required to kneel before the emperor. It was quite a challenge to adapt, though she found it exceedingly difficult to accept. She dared not show any sign of defiance outwardly. After all, those who understand the times are truly wise. It was best for her to conform to local customs. For her life was at stake. If she were to be accused of disobedience, it would be a heavy price to pay. As she knelt, the eunuch finally began to announce the imperial edict. He rattled off a lengthy proclamation, and although she understood little, the gist was clear. The empress had organized a grand banquet, the 100 Flowers banquet, and having heard of Shen Mufeng's improved health, she wished for him to attend with his new bride to partake in the festivities. Once the edict was delivered, the eunuch and his entourage departed, leaving Si Qingyao and Shen Mufeng to gaze at each other in silence. Si Qingyao, puzzled, inquired, "What is this 100 Flowers banquet? Am I expected to attend?" "Essentially, it is a banquet hosted in the inner palace, featuring an array of delectable dishes," Shen Mufeng explained. Although he found the event rather mundane, he recognized that he had not appeared in public for quite some time, and since His Majesty had personally commanded their attendance, it was imperative they go. Understanding Si Qingyao's character, which inclined her to avoid such occasions, he decided to approach the matter from an angle that might pique her interest. "The dishes are prepared by the imperial chefs, which guarantees their exquisite taste." "Very well, we shall attend together. Rest assured, I will ensure you do not suffer any embarrassment and will dress appropriately, unlike the casual attire you wear at home." Si Qingyao noticed his gaze lingering on her, mistakenly believing he was concerned about her appearance. Indeed, her attire and hairstyle at that moment were rather simplistic. However, she was not the kind to neglect such matters. She would surely put forth her best effort when facing the emperor. Upon hearing her words, Shen Mufeng was momentarily taken aback, but then smiled helplessly. If she wished to think that way, so be it. She was indeed too plain. After moving in, he had arranged for some exquisite clothing and jewelry to be sent, yet he had never seen her wear them. She seemed to alternate between two outfits, one white and one blue, exuding an understated elegance, as if the riches and jewels of the world held no allure for her. If Si Qingyao were aware of Shen Mufeng's true thoughts, she would undoubtedly find it amusing. How could he harbor such a misconception? Did he not realize how dearly she cherished wealth? Nothing provided her with greater security than real gold and silver. The 100 Flowers banquet was scheduled for the day after tomorrow, granting her ample time to select her attire and accessories. Furthermore, Si Qingyao realized that Madame Shen would likely attend as well, so it would be prudent to return to the general's residence tomorrow for advice. After all, she had never participated in such a grand event and felt a tinge of nervousness. It would be wise to seek guidance from an experienced elder to learn the proper court etiquette of this dynasty, ensuring she would not embarrass herself in front of a multitude. The following day, at dawn, Si Qingyao returned to the general's residence accompanied by Baozhu. Upon seeing her, Madame Shen was elated and, upon hearing her desire to learn the proper etiquette and rules to avoid any missteps before the emperor, her affection for the young lady deepened. This child was so considerate, thinking of preserving the dignity of their family even upon entering the palace. Without hesitation, She lent her personal maid to Si Qingyao for half a day, teaching her various customs. While Si Qingyao was not fond of rigid formalities, she nonetheless approached her studies with seriousness. At the banquet, she intended to remain a mere backdrop, enjoying the delicacies without engaging in flattery or sycophancy before those in power. She was not that kind of person. She had never been in modern society, nor would she be here. Understanding etiquette and respecting others was the best she could strive for. Since the 100 Flowers banquet commenced at noon, the following day after breakfast, everyone busied themselves preparing. Yuzhu did not go to the clinic today, choosing instead to stay home and assist Si Qingyao in her preparations. Given that each lady could only bring one servant into the palace, the wet nurse and Baozhu agreed that Yuzhu was the most suitable companion. She was calm and collected, unlikely to cause trouble, and had a better understanding of the intricate social dynamics of the capital. Chapter 38. A chance encounter with her presence. Yuzhu could clarify things for the young lady. Each of Si Qingyao's attendants possessed the admirable quality of self-awareness. They understood their roles well and would never overreach in areas where they felt inadequate. Seeing the unanimous agreement among her companions, Si Qingyao sought Yuzhu's opinion. Although Yuzhu felt a twinge of anxiety, she recognized the truth in their consensus. Among them, she was the most knowledgeable about such matters. Despite feeling unworthy of accompanying the lady into the palace, she was indeed the most suitable choice at present. Thus, she steeled herself and nodded resolutely. Every journey begins with a first step. Although she had never entered the palace, she was more concerned about Baozhu accompanying them. Her temperament was not suited for the complexities of the royal environment, and she might inadvertently offend some noble, risking punishment. Yuzhu helped select an outfit for Si Qingyao that was fitting for the banquet, a light blue she loved, adorned with more intricate embroidery than her usual attire, making it more exquisite. After half an hour of grooming and dressing, Si Qingyao finally heard Yuzhu's voice. "Done, my lady. How does it look?" Si Qingyao had been sitting on the stool long enough for her backside to feel numb, and upon hearing the question, she eagerly replied without even glancing in the mirror. "It looks wonderful, absolutely wonderful. I have complete faith in your skills, Yuzhu." Just then, Baozhu entered with a bowl of dumplings. Upon seeing Si Qingyao in such splendid attire, her words caught in her throat. She was utterly astonished. "Heavens! My lady, you are simply stunning. I had no idea you could look so beautiful with a little effort. It's breathtaking, truly breathtaking. I am at a loss for words." The wet nurse, seeing such a beautiful young lady for the first time, was so moved that her eyes glistened with tears as she wiped them away and said, "You are truly lovely, my lady. I always knew that with such a beautiful mother, how could the daughter be anything less? It was simply that you did not care to adorn yourself before. Now that you have, there is no way you could possibly be outshone by the second young lady." Having been overlooked in the Prime Minister's residence, even on her wedding day, Si Qingyao wore the plainest attire, lacking in grandeur, and it could not compare to how she appeared today. Therefore, the wet nurse was equally astonished to see such a beautiful young lady, feeling comforted. After all, her daughter was renowned in Jiangnan for her beauty and talent. How could her offspring be anything less than exceptional?
She had always believed in this.
Now, after marrying into the Mu Wangfu, her life seemed to be on an upward trajectory, and she could rest easy knowing her daughter was thriving. Hearing such extravagant praise from the two, Si Qingyao found it hard to believe and turned to examine her reflection in the bronze mirror. The woman staring back was indeed striking. The features of this body were already quite beautiful, and now, thanks to Yuzhu's skilled hands, her advantages were accentuated to an extraordinary degree. Gazing at her bright eyes and radiant smile, resembling a blooming lotus, she truly appeared lovely. Si Qingyao felt satisfied and complimented Yuzhu. "Your skills are exceptional. It looks splendid. Truly splendid. Your Highness is the one who is truly beautiful. I merely enhanced your natural beauty," Yuzhu replied with a smile, noticing the steaming dish Baozhu was holding. "What is this?" "Oh, indeed, Your Highness, this is the chicken soup dumplings prepared by this humble servant. Please have a taste to ease your hunger, as I suspect it may be a while before you can partake of a meal in the palace. Rest assured, I have also delivered a bowl to His Highness." As she spoke, Baozhu placed the items from her tray onto a nearby table. She felt that she could not be of much assistance, so she could only prepare some food for the princess. It is said that the palace has many rules. One must wait to meet a multitude of people, perform various ceremonies, and only when His Majesty declares the banquet open can one begin to eat. Moreover, such feasts are often more for show. with portions that are woefully inadequate. Knowing the princess's appetite, she was certain that it would not suffice, hence she prepared some food in advance to alleviate any hunger. Thus, before setting off, Shen Mufeng and Si Qingyao each enjoyed a bowl of dumplings at home. Upon reaching the designated location, they disembarked from the carriage. After Shen Qi carefully lifted His Highness down and placed him in a wheelchair, he quietly retreated to the back, as Si Qingyao had expressed her desire to push him. After all, he was her nominal husband, and it was only right for her to attend to him in this manner. Consequently, Si Qingyao began to push Shen Mufeng forward, while Yuzhu and Shen Qi followed closely behind, maintaining a respectful distance. As they walked, Shen Mufeng regaled Si Qingyao with many amusing anecdotes about the palace, reassuring her that there was no need to be afraid, for he would ensure her safety amidst the crowd. The palace was no stranger to Shen Mufeng. He had grown up alongside the crown prince and had frequented its halls since childhood. To him, it was as familiar as his own general estate. Thus, despite arriving in a wheelchair, it did not dampen his spirits. Having not visited in quite some time, he felt a flutter of excitement at the prospect of seeing His Majesty again. This was his first visit to the palace since falling ill. Along the way, they encountered several colleagues also attending the banquet who greeted him warmly. "Ah, is that not Lord Mu? Have you come to the banquet? It seems your health has improved." "How fortunate for our Zi Jin," they exclaimed. "The young general will surely recover completely. Do take care of yourself." Si Qingyao observed the affectionate demeanor with which the officials treated Shen Mufeng and felt a twinge of confusion. It was not until they were out of earshot that Shen Mufeng explained, "After all, I am the first prince of a different surname in the Zi Jin Dynasty.
They are somewhat wary of me.
The political arena is such that regardless of whether they genuinely like you, they will always outwardly exhibit friendliness, never tearing their masks of civility." Si Qingyao inwardly scoffed at the intricacies of such behavior, but offered only a non-committal response. She had no desire to entangle herself in such matters. The officials were far too cunning for her to navigate. Just as they approached the venue for the 100 Flowers banquet, a few familiar faces appeared, causing Si Qingyao's expression to turn serious. It was none other than her father, the Chancellor, along with her stepmother and stepsister. Her stepmother was the first to notice them, and with a sardonic tone, remarked, "Oh, is this not our eldest daughter and her husband? Still seated in a chair, I see. Can you not stand yet? Oh dear, how pitiable." Si Qingyao felt her eyes roll at her stepmother's pretentiousness. Could she be any more insufferable? With a cold, expressionless demeanor, she replied, "Father, mother, as you can see, my husband is still unable to walk." "Such a pity, indeed." "Do take good care of your husband," her stepmother said, feigning concern before leading her own daughter into the main hall. The Chancellor merely acknowledged Shen Mufeng with a nod before proceeding into the hall, completely ignoring his own daughter in the process. Chapter 39. Crown Princess Lin Pianyue Si Qingyan followed her mother silently, harboring her own judgments about the legendary Lord Mu. He was not unattractive, she conceded, but still a cripple. She had heard he was much improved but still unable to walk. Truly, she was fortunate not to have married him. How could a lame man be worthy of her? No matter how handsome he was, it could not compensate for his physical shortcomings. Furthermore, her mother had mentioned he was a military general, which posed its own risks. What if he were to perish on the battlefield? She did not wish to be a widow. She desired to marry a refined gentleman like the crown prince. Even though he was already wed to a primary consort, the position of a secondary consort was still unfilled, and she did not mind that. Moreover, the crown prince's secondary consort could not compare to the primary consort of others. He was destined to become emperor, and thus she would rise to the status of a noble consort, a true lady of distinction. With her beauty and talent, she was confident she could win the crown prince's heart. She had heard that the crown princess and the crown prince had been married for nearly a year without issue, and the empress was growing anxious, considering the possibility of marrying the crown prince 2 more secondary consorts. Hence, she must seize this opportunity at the 100 Flowers banquet, rumored to be a selection event for the empress's future daughter-in-law. Si Qingyan had prepared diligently, crafting a beautiful dance that would surely captivate the audience and leave a lasting impression. As they departed, Si Qingyao shook her head in resignation. She had grown accustomed to such behavior and did not take it to heart. Meanwhile, Shen Mufeng found the Chancellor's treatment of his own daughter rather inappropriate. It seemed rather callous. He had intended to speak up for Si Qingyao but was persuaded otherwise by her. "It is of no concern. I have grown numb to their indifference. In my heart, they are not my family, they rank lower than my wet nurse and Yuzhu. Let us not allow them to mar our spirits, she declared, pushing Shen Mufeng into the hall. Shen Mufeng glanced at his legs, pondering in silence. He decided that it would be best to wait until Si Qingyao was fully healed before addressing the matter further. After all, she was now his woman, and he would protect her with his honor. He committed this thought to memory. Upon entering the grand hall, they found that the officials and their families had nearly all gathered. Si Qingyao quickly spotted General Shen and his wife, guiding Shen Mufeng to greet them and engage in conversation. Yao Yao, you look truly beautiful today. Do not be nervous. Just follow my lead, Mrs. Shen exclaimed, having noticed her daughter-in-law's presence amidst the crowd, which only served to highlight the compatibility of the couple, even with the wheelchair in tow. The Zi Jin Dynasty did not impose strict gender segregation, and during such grand banquets, men typically sat on the left while women occupied the right. Therefore, Si Qingyao would not be able to sit beside Shen Mufeng but would accompany Mrs. Shen instead. As they entered, the guests who had been chatting turned their attention toward them, curious whispers circulating. Is that not the new bride of Lord Mu? Quite beautiful, indeed. She is not at all as unseemly as the rumors suggested. What is the value of beauty? It is rumored that she pales in comparison to the second young lady, lacking in intelligence and unable to learn anything, merely a fool. Had it not been for the near demise of Lord Mu, how could she have ever been considered? I find it rather perplexing that, despite both being daughters of the Prime Minister's family, the disparity is so vast. Perhaps the original wife of the Prime Minister was rather foolish herself, having married him during his less prosperous days, likely not a lady of distinguished upbringing. A mother shapes her daughter, as evidenced by the remarkable talents of the Prime Minister's wife and the second young lady. Indeed, otherwise, the Prime Minister would not show such favor towards the latter. However, I don't foresee a long future for these two. Once Lord Mu recovers, I am certain he will seek a new wife, for such a simpleton is truly unworthy of him. After all, he is a great hero of our golden purple dynasty. While the crowd whispered amongst themselves, a eunuch's voice suddenly echoed at the entrance. His Highness the Crown Prince has arrived, and Her Highness the Crown Princess is here. Almost everyone turned to gaze at the palace doors, where the Crown Prince and Crown Princess, clad in splendid yellow garments, walked in shoulder to shoulder. Instantly, all knelt in reverence, exclaiming, "Long live the Crown Prince! Long live the Crown Princess!" Among them, Shen Mufeng, seated in his wheelchair, stood out particularly. He was about to rise with the support of his wheelchair when the Crown Prince, from a distance, called out to him, "Mufeng, remain seated. There is no need for formalities. Did not father say that due to your condition, you need not bow?" He was well aware of his father's decree and, given their relationship, preferred not to engage in such formalities. After delivering this message, the Crown Prince addressed the assembly. "All ministers, there is no need for such restraint. Today is a family gathering, let us all relax." Only then did the guests rise. It was unexpected that Lord Mu was held in such high regard by the royal family that even formalities were waived. Yet, despite the Crown Prince's words, no one dared to act too casually in the presence of the royal family, especially with the emperor yet to arrive. The Crown Prince and Crown Princess walked directly to Shen Mufeng's side. Thus, Si Qingyao took the opportunity to thoroughly observe the fabled Crown Princess. She possessed an exquisite demeanor, her eyes exuding a refreshing brightness, which led Si Qingyao to feel that she was not the typical woman confined to the inner palace. According to whispers from Yuzhu, the current Crown Princess was the only daughter of the General of the South, having grown up alongside the Crown Prince, their bond strong. Her rise to Crown Princess was not solely due to the Crown Prince's wishes, but also because the General had rendered significant service to the Golden Purple Dynasty, securing her position for the sake of stability in the future. Upon meeting, Crown Princess Lin Pianyu adjusted, "I have long heard of Miss Xi's reputation, and today I finally meet you. The Crown Prince has been singing your praises since his return from the General's residence. Truly, you and Ah Feng are a match made in heaven, eliciting envy from others." Hearing this, Si Qingyao was taken aback. Ah Feng? Such familiarity. Chapter 40. The Dance of the Phoenix. Clearly, the relationship among the three was intricate. However, Si Qingyao did not dwell on it, for everyone has a past. Her curiosity was piqued. After encountering the Crown Prince and Crown Princess, she was urged to rise. "Sister, there is no need for such formality. We are all family." Crown Princess Lin Pianyu sensed something unique about Si Qingyao, though she couldn't quite articulate what it was. Her intuition had always been astute. Just as she was about to continue the conversation, another eunuch announced from outside, "His Majesty and the Empress have arrived." Consequently, everyone collectively knelt in respect once more. Si Qingyao found herself kneeling twice in such a short span, feeling quite unaccustomed, and inwardly lamented the oppressive customs of the feudal society. After a flurry of polite exchanges, the gathering finally transitioned to its core purpose. Everyone took their seats. The Empress, surveying the assembly of beautiful young ladies, jested, "It has been a while since I have seen these children. Upon this reunion, they have all become even more lovely. Let us gather under the pretext of the 100 Flowers banquet." The Emperor chimed in, "Indeed, this is a family gathering. All ministers need not observe formalities."
Mufeng, how is your health faring?
Suddenly addressed, Shen Mufeng wheeled himself to the center, nodding respectfully and replied, "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. I am much improved." "That is good to hear. You cannot imagine how poorly I fared while you were injured, unable to eat or sleep. Now that you have awakened, I can finally breathe easy. Where is that fortunate young lady? I must express my gratitude to her, for she has helped our golden purple dynasty regain a valiant general."
Ha ha ha.
"Minister Si, I believe she is your daughter." Just as the minister was about to respond, Si Qingyao stepped forward confidently, kneeling and respectfully stating, "I am Si Qingyao. Your Majesty, the recovery of Lord Mu is due solely to his own fortitude in overcoming this ordeal. I dare not claim any credit." Upon hearing her words, the emperor laughed heartily, believing it somewhat exaggerated to attribute such success to a woman. Ultimately, it was Shen Mufeng's martial training from a young age that allowed him to endure. Her modesty resonated with the emperor, who perceived Si Qingyao as a woman of discernment. Following more polite exchanges among the officials and the emperor, the banquet formally commenced. Though referred to as a banquet, Si Qingyao recognized it as a grand gathering akin to those of ancient times, also serving as a matchmaking event for unmarried men and women. After 2 professional performances, the unmarried daughters of officials prepared to showcase their talents, one after another, during the banquet. Si Qingyao sat beside Madame Shen, savoring the delicious dishes while watching the performances. It was no wonder that emperors of old cherished the sight of beautiful women. It was indeed a delightful experience. Although Si Qingyao was a woman, she found herself captivated by the splendid performances of the various talented young ladies on stage. One performer, playing the pipa, was the daughter of the Minister of Works, captivating the audience with her enchanting melody and beauty. Earlier, Madame Shen had mentioned that the emperor had several sons, all of whom were unmarried, seated in the row across from her. Thus, the young women performing were potential future royal daughters-in-law. As Si Qingyao pondered these thoughts, the performer in the center of the hall changed, revealing her dear sister, Si Qingyan. It appeared she was preparing to dance. As the attendants brought a large drum to the center, Si Qingyan emerged in a bold and striking outfit, ready to perform the recently popular Huxian dance, exuding charm and allure. As she began her graceful performance, the men on one side were utterly entranced, their expressions revealing admiration. In the heart of Si Qingyan, a profound sense of satisfaction blossomed. She relished the adoration bestowed upon her by the men around her. The sight of their enamored expressions filled her with joy. During the intermissions of the dance, she took special note of the crown prince's demeanor. To her dismay, he seemed oblivious to her presence, engrossed in conversation with the crown princess. However, the other princes clearly appreciated her performance, which could be deemed a small triumph. As for the female guests, she refrained from glancing their way, knowing all too well that their expressions would be rife with jealousy. Indeed, the ladies present observed with disdain as the daughter of the esteemed prime minister donned such attire to perform a dance that exuded an air of seduction. How scandalous! Especially at a gathering of this magnitude. Several of the women, who typically enjoyed a cordial rapport, lowered their voices to murmur, "What is this performance by the second Miss C? One might mistake her for a courtesan from a brothel. What a disgraceful display." They noted how the men across the room were utterly captivated, echoing the traits of her mother, who was known for her allure, lacking any semblance of decorum. "Lower your voice. If Madame C hears you, we could find ourselves in a precarious situation. Our lord must maintain a favorable standing with Prime Minister C. I dare say, the eldest Miss C appears far more composed than her sister, though it's unfortunate that she bears the reputation of being a simpleton. Alas, what a pity." The speaker's words lingered in the air, though they refrained from elaborating further, each well aware of the implications. Life under a stepmother was seldom easy. and it was rumored that the Prime Minister himself held little affection for this daughter. Otherwise, he would not have betrothed her to the ailing Prince Mu. Yet, they speculated that perhaps her marriage to Prince Mu might turn the tides in her favor. They had observed how the General Shen's family treated her with notable kindness, a stark contrast to her previous life in the Prime Minister's household. Before long, Si Qingyang's dance came to a close, met with applause and accolades from the young men present. This display of admiration bolstered her confidence. The emperor, seated in a position of honor, casually commended her, saying, "Well done, a fine performance." The mention of a reward sent a wave of delight through Si Qingyao, prompting her to express her gratitude with a bright smile. "Thank you, Your Majesty." As her words faded, the empress unexpectedly inquired, "Where did you learn such a captivating dance, my dear?" "It is indeed impressive," Si Qingyao replied. "Your Majesty, I learned this dance from a female instructor at home. Initially, the instructor taught both my sister and me." As she spoke, her mind harbored ulterior motives. The Prime Minister had indeed hired a teacher for music and dance, and the sisters had attended classes together. However, after just a week, due to Si Qingyao's lack of aptitude, the instructor had declared her beyond redemption, prompting Si Qingyao to discontinue her lessons. Her answer was laced with the intent to embarrass Si Qingyao, though she wondered if the Empress would grasp her meaning. As anticipated, the Empress's curiosity was piqued. "Is that so? Does the Princess Mu also perform such dances?" Despite her inner disdain, the Emperor had praised Si Qingyao, and the Empress felt compelled to refrain from further criticism. However, her curiosity about the rumored talents of the Princess Mu grew. Si Qingyao, upon hearing her name called, hastily set aside her food and approached the center of the hall to respond. "Your Majesty, I am indeed foolish and cannot dance such a piece." This was the unvarnished truth. She had no skill in this particular dance. Instead, she was adept at street dance. Should she offer a demonstration? The thought crossed her mind, but she dared not risk being branded a monster by these ancient folk. Upon hearing her words, the Empress felt a tinge of disappointment yet remained hopeful, asking, "Oh, I see. Do you possess any other talents? I have yet to witness your skills." Her curiosity mirrored that of the audience, who wondered if Si Qingyao was as devoid of talent as the rumors suggested. After all, she was the daughter of the Prime Minister. To be utterly talentless would be a source of embarrassment. The Emperor, too, cast a fleeting glance of disdain, contemplating whether it was unjust to make Mufeng the principal consort of such a woman. He thought perhaps he might privately inquire about her capabilities and, if necessary, bestow upon him a couple of noble ladies to compensate. Initially, Si Qingyao had resolved to decline any invitation to perform. She had no desire to entertain like a circus monkey. However, glancing at Lady Shen, General Shen, and Shen Mufeng, she noticed their anxious expressions, which stirred something within her. Though she was indifferent to public opinion, she recognized her role as the daughter-in-law of the general's household and the wife of Prince Mu. Her dignity was intertwined with theirs, and the thought of them being ridiculed because of her weighed heavily on her heart. The once resolute answer began to waver, and her mind raced to formulate an alternative response. "Your Majesty, I cannot perform the Huxian dance. However, I can play a piece on the arrow for you." "Arrow?" The Empress was taken aback, incredulous, and repeated the question. She had never encountered anyone playing the arrow before, as this instrument was typically favored among the common folk, and no noblewoman deigned to play it. In the minds of many, such an instrument was deemed beneath their station. "Yes, Your Majesty, please have someone fetch me an arrow." Si Qingyao understood the Empress's thoughts. She had not anticipated that in this era, musical instruments were stratified by status. What was wrong with the arrow? Its sound was enchanting. Today, she intended to broaden the horizons of these ancient individuals, revealing the narrowness of their previous perceptions. Her ability to play the arrow stemmed from her grandfather's fondness for the instrument, and under his influence, she had practiced diligently from a young age. The sound of the arrow resonated deeply within her, evoking a sense of ancient tales and stories. Though the people of this era considered the arrow unworthy of the Grand Hall, she was determined to perform. Upon her firm declaration, the Empress waved her hand, instructing a servant to procure an arrow. Si Qingyao, upon learning of her sister's decision to play the arrow, found herself stifling laughter. Her dear sister was truly sealing her own fate. How audacious to choose the arrow! What audacity to bring such an instrument before the Empress, unafraid of incurring the wrath of disrespect. Moreover, when had she learned to play the arrow? Si Qingyao was utterly perplexed. as she had always been aware of her sister's pursuits during their time in the Si household. Did she begin her studies after marriage? How long has she been learning? To dare to flaunt her skills before the crowd? Truly, she is both foolish and inept. The other noble ladies, upon hearing this, also regarded it with skepticism. While there had been performances featuring Pipa and Guzheng, it was the first time they had heard of someone intending to play the arrow. Although they harbored a curiosity to witness the spectacle, a sense of excitement tinged with apprehension lingered. They wondered how this rumored consort of the prince, deemed a simpleton by the prime minister's household, would fare in her rendition of the arrow. Previously, they had heard of common folk performing with the arrow at the market, producing mournful and pitiful sounds. The arrow was largely disdained due to its melancholic tone. Who would play such an instrument on a joyous occasion? It could dampen the spirits. Thus, there was a lingering concern that she might spoil the emperor's mood. The members of the Shen family also felt a degree of apprehension, particularly Shen Mufeng. While he did not care whether she possessed any particular talents, he did not wish to see her subjected to ridicule. He had intended to speak up for her, but was halted by her gaze. She appeared confident, so Shen Mufeng refrained from intervening. He trusted her and was eager to discover the depths of her capabilities, for she was indeed a mysterious woman who piqued his curiosity. He decided to remain still. If she truly faltered, he could still come to her aid. In any case, he would not allow her to suffer harm in his presence. After a moment, a eunuch brought forth an arrow and presented it to Si Qingyao. As she grasped the instrument, she sensed its exceptional quality. After tuning it, she seated herself upon a stool in the grand hall, gently closed her eyes, and drew forth the first note. The sound of the arrow astonished everyone present in the hall. Uncontrollably, they were covered in goosebumps, for they had never heard such a sound emanate from the instrument. It resembled the whinnying of a horse. As the melody gradually ascended to its peak, the audience began to realize that this extraordinary sound was indeed produced by the arrow. The woman on stage, lost in the music, played with fervor. The tempo swelled, and the attendees felt as though they were transported to a vast prairie, witnessing 1,000 horses galloping. Many of the men present had been on the battlefield and were unexpectedly stirred by such a rousing composition at the flower banquet. They felt their blood ignite, reminiscent of the days spent fighting with spears against their foes. Meanwhile, the female guests stared in disbelief, their eyes wide. Was it truly the sound of the arrow they were hearing? How had she managed to produce those horse-like calls? It was utterly astonishing. They had always regarded the arrow as a lowly instrument, unworthy of their time, associated with the common folk. And they believed that any noble lady who dared to learn it would be the subject of ridicule. They had not anticipated that the daughter of the Si family could perform so soulfully. Si Qingyao, watching her sister Si Qingyao on stage, felt a surge of regret. She had never imagined her sibling could play the arrow so impressively. Seeing everyone captivated by her performance, lost in a melody they had never encountered before, filled her with frustration. Why had she granted her sister such an opportunity to shine? It was infuriating. However, as they were at a banquet, she could not express her anger, otherwise, her hard-won reputation would be ruined. Thus, she clenched her hands tightly in her sleeves, her nails digging into her tender skin without her notice, revealing her agitation. The crown princess was also fixated on Si Qingyao. This girl had brought her countless surprises. Her intuition had proven correct. She was truly exceptional. Even the arrow, an instrument others looked down upon, she played to perfection. As the daughter of a general, she had been steeped in her father's influence from a young age and could naturally appreciate the nuances of the piece. She adored it. The crown princess, Lin Pianhua, gazed at Si Qingyao with sparkling eyes, her face alight with delight. The crown prince, seated beside her, noticed his wife's unusual demeanor. A smile curved his lips as he asked, "Do you enjoy this piece, Pianhua?" Her expression now was a stark contrast to the disdain she had shown while watching Si Qingyan's dance. Her feelings of joy and disdain were no longer concealed. The empress frequently advised him to temper Pianhua's spirited nature, to teach her to be more composed and discerning. Otherwise, how could she manage the harem filled with beautiful women? Yet, he found himself cherishing her vibrant spirit. If she became like the empress, a dutiful and capable consort, she would no longer be the girl he had fallen in love with as a youth. The answer was clear. He wished to protect her, fulfilling the trust placed in him by the general of the Southern Army before his resignation. Hearing her husband's voice, Lin Pianhua smiled softly. "Yes, I love it. The essence of the piece transports me to the vast grasslands, galloping freely on horseback.
It is truly enchanting.
What do you think, Your Highness? I find it delightful as well. The Crown Prince, Nangong Yechen, nodded in agreement, pleased to share in her enthusiasm for the composition. Shen Mufeng quietly observed her, fixated on Si Qingyao as she performed in the center of the grand hall. She radiated a captivating aura, her eyes closed as she immersed herself in the melody, seemingly detached from the world around her. Her mastery of the piece was evident, as though she had played it 1,000 times, her emotion sincere, drawing the audience into the vivid scenes she conjured. As a warrior himself, he understood the grandeur of a galloping herd of horses, the sensation overwhelming him, as if he were truly on the prairie. This feeling resonated with him. Yet, he was astonished. How could a sheltered young lady produce such an exquisite performance? After awakening, he had sent inquiries about her past and learned that she had indeed been raised in seclusion, which explained his astonishment. Her technique suggested she was no novice. Such skill could not be acquired overnight. She harbored countless secrets, leaving him perplexed. Yet, he could not help but follow her with his gaze. No wonder she possessed such a unique perspective. How could a woman of her caliber remain confined to the courtyard for her entire life? In that moment, Shen Mufeng's heart swelled with conflicting emotions, and he found himself in a state of turmoil. He could not comprehend why he felt this way. It was the first time he had experienced such tangled thoughts, and it was deeply unsettling. Shaking his head in his wheelchair, he lifted his cup and took a sip, striving to clear his mind of troubling questions. As the audience grappled with their own thoughts, Si Qingyao's performance of horse racing finally came to a close. This is the favorite piece of music of my grandfather, and it is also the one she has practiced the most. Although she enjoys other compositions as well, and takes pleasure in playing modern pop songs on the arrow, which she finds quite melodious, her grandfather seems unable to appreciate them. Furthermore, those sorrowful ballads played on the arrow resonate with a deeper sadness, evoking a rhythm that could make one weep. However, today is the 100 Flowers banquet, an occasion not suited for such melancholic melodies. Thus, she thought of playing horse racing. Fortunately, due to her extensive practice, she has become so adept that even after a long hiatus, she can perform flawlessly. A sense of pride swells within her heart. After completing her performance, Si Qingyao stood up, arrow in hand, and bowed gracefully to the emperor and the empress seated above. After a moment, the emperor and the empress seemed to come to their senses and began to applaud enthusiastically. The emperor, with palpable excitement in his voice, exclaimed, "Wonderful, wonderful, truly remarkable. Bring forth a reward." He was genuinely surprised. "Qingyao, your rendition was exquisite. It seems the world has misunderstood you. You are no fool but rather immensely talented. By the way, what is the name of this piece? I have never heard it before." The empress was genuinely impressed by Si Qingyao, not anticipating such talent and grace from her. "Thank you, Your Majesty and Empress, for your kind words. I humbly offered my humble skills. In response to your inquiry, this piece is titled Horse Racing." After hearing this, the Empress nodded and waved her hand, signaling that Si Qingyao could return to enjoy the banquet. With the permission granted,
Si Qingyao calmly retreated.
Chapter 43. Discovery of poisoned wine. Though she maintained a facade of composure, her heart was brimming with joy. She did not expect such unexpected rewards. She wondered what treasures the emperor had bestowed upon her. Ideally, silver and jewels would be the most practical gifts. No wonder the concubines in the palace vie for favor so fiercely. It appears that the emperor's generosity is far greater than that of today's unscrupulous employers. This performance was certainly not in vain. Following the emperor and empress's compliments, the male guests, including various ministers and princes, could not help but extol her talent. "The princess consort is remarkable. This piece is like music from the heavens. We are truly blessed to hear it today."
Indeed.
It was delightful, evoking the exhilaration of galloping across the battlefield. "Let us drink to this. Truly splendid. I never knew the arrow could sound so enchanting. I had been narrow-minded." The piece, aptly named Horse Racing, was indeed straightforward. I would wager that this piece could spark a trend for learning the arrow in our golden purple dynasty. The comment came from a cultured official well-versed in musical instruments, who found himself itching to try playing the arrow himself, as its lingering melodies seemed to resonate in the air for days. The gathering buzzed with discussions about the recent performance, causing the audience to pay less attention to the subsequent dance performance by another young lady, as they continued to converse about the previous act. As the banquet neared its conclusion, the usually quiet second prince suddenly stood and approached the center of the hall, declaring, "Father, mother, I have discovered a dance troupe in the realm, renowned for their celestial dance, and I have specially invited them to entertain you." Upon hearing this, murmurs of excitement rippled through the crowd. Celestial dance? Is it the one rumored to be exceptionally difficult to obtain tickets for? And the second prince has managed to invite them to the palace? Today is truly fortuitous. Indeed, I have heard of this troupe. Their celestial dance is said to be a sight to behold. What a wonderful day to witness both beautiful music and now a captivating dance. The second prince felt a sense of pride as he listened to the chatter of the ministers. He had invested considerable effort in securing this troupe. It was no small feat that could be accomplished merely with wealth. This was his opportunity to shine before his father and mother. "Very well, you may proceed." The emperor, intrigued by the commotion, prepared to enjoy the anticipated performance. At last, as silence enveloped the hall, several elegantly dressed dancers entered gracefully. The initial segment was rather conventional, and Si Qingyao saw nothing particularly remarkable. A shared sense of skepticism lingered among the audience. Is this it? Especially for Si Qingyao. She felt that these dancers were not as captivating as her recent performance. What a mere name for a renowned dance troupe. Yet, just when the audience began to lose interest, the dancers surprised everyone with a spectacular display. A crimson ribbon suddenly floated down from above, and the dancers, harnessing its power, began to ascend into the air, one after another. These dancers could truly fly. This spectacle left the audience in awe, their jaws dropping in disbelief. Even Si Qingyao, who had been indulging in delicacies moments before, halted with her chopsticks in hand, spellbound by the scene. Is this what is meant by lightness of body? So, these young ladies possess the ability to perform such feats because they have mastered lightness skills? It seems that flying is indeed as straightforward as it appears. As the audience marveled, an unusual fragrance wafted through the air. Accompanied by the aroma, colorful petals began to cascade from above as the dancers scattered flowers while soaring. The entire hall was enveloped in a romantic atmosphere. Si Qingyao, taken aback, thought to herself, "Who says ancient people were dull? They certainly know how to entertain. If only a marriage proposal were to occur at this moment, how romantic that would be. Oh my, this is simply breathtaking and wonderfully fragrant. No wonder this celestial dance is so rare. It is not something just anyone can achieve. The grace of these young women is truly remarkable. How delightful. These petals must have been freshly picked from the imperial garden. They are indeed vibrant. This is quite interesting and certainly worth witnessing." Seeing this, Si Qingyao felt a twinge of admiration. Lightness skills can also be used for dance and flower scattering. Why had she not thought of such a brilliant idea? Yet, she wondered if she could still learn lightness skills at her age. To marry into the royal family, she would go to great lengths. What is a celestial dance after all? She could certainly do it. Upon returning home, she would have her mother find her a teacher in lightness skills. She refused to believe that with her looks and talent, she could not surpass these dancers. At last, the dancers descended gracefully, concluding their performance. The audience erupted in applause. Si Qingyao was among them, truly enlightened by the beauty of the dance, which even carried a fragrant essence. Feeling parched after the dry food she had consumed, she reached for a cup of wine on the table, intending to quench her thirst. She had enjoyed it earlier, finding it quite delectable and not too strong. However, just as her hand brushed against the rim of the cup, her bracelet suddenly began to emit a frantic alarm in her mind. Level 1 alert. Level 1 alert. The wine in the cup is highly poisonous and difficult to neutralize. Host beware. Host beware. Startled by the voice, Si Qingyao's hand trembled, nearly spilling the wine. She felt dazed, yet instinctively placed the cup back in its original position. She began to communicate with the medicinal bracelet in her mind. What is happening? I just drank this wine. How could it turn into poison? Although it was perplexing, Si Qingyao still had faith in the bracelet's space. It would not deceive her. Indeed, the bracelet soon provided an explanation. The wine was originally harmless, but after mingling with the peculiar fragrance, it has transformed into a deadly poison. The host must exercise great caution. This toxin is vicious and exceedingly perilous. Upon hearing this, Si Qingyao felt as if she were on the verge of inebriation. Goodness, how could she be so unfortunate? She merely came to attend a palace banquet and indulge in some delicacies, yet she found herself embroiled in an assassination attempt. It seemed that the most beautiful things were indeed the most dangerous. The implication was that these enchanting women were assassins. Seeing an official reaching for his wine cup, Si Qingyao wasted no time and shouted, "Stop. Everyone, do not move." Her voice rang out powerfully. In an instant, all eyes in the grand hall turned towards her. Even the emperor, who had been ready to offer praise, was startled by her exclamation, nearly losing his composure. The official's hand, poised to grasp the cup, froze midair. His mouth agape as he stared at the woman across from him. The emperor had intended to reprimand her, wondering what had driven Si Qingyao to act so brazenly. Did she not know where she was? Such a lack of decorum. Just because she had performed a lovely tune earlier, she thought she could act with impunity. However, before he could utter a rebuke, he witnessed her becoming even more unruly. At that moment, Si Qingyao was too preoccupied to care about decorum. The hall was filled with the most prominent figures of the Purple Gold Dynasty. If even one cup of wine were consumed, the consequences were too dreadful to contemplate. It could topple the dynasty, and she could hardly fathom the malice behind such a scheme. Thus, she felt compelled to act decisively. Alas, she was at a loss for what to do, feeling a sense of urgency. She sought out her most trusted ally in the grand hall. Rising to her feet, she called out to Shen Mufeng, "Shen Mufeng, have someone apprehend these dancers." Upon hearing her voice, Shen Mufeng's attention was immediately captured. He quickly gestured for Shen Qi to take action. Though he did not understand the reason behind her command, he trusted that Si Qingyao would not call for such measures without justification. Shen Qi received the order and swiftly darted towards the dancers. The moment the dancers sensed the impending danger, they took flight. Despite Shen Qi's impressive skills, capturing multiple individuals alone proved challenging. Fortunately, a few guards soon joined the fray, and within moments, they had seized the dancers. It turned out that the crown prince had noticed Shen Qi's struggle and ordered his entourage to assist. Just as Shen Mufeng had faith in Si Qingyao, so too did the crown prince, Nangong Yeqing, trust Shen Mufeng. Once the dancers were subdued, the emperor, with a look of astonishment, inquired, "What on earth is happening? Lady Mu, what is your intent?" Indeed, on such a joyous occasion, why would Lady Mu choose to detain these dancers? They have done nothing wrong. The empress also expressed her confusion, feeling that Si Qingyao had been excessively indiscreet, ruining what should have been a festive celebration. The second prince, infuriated, interjected, "Lady Mu, what do you mean by this? These dancers were brought by me. Are you implying that I am to be suspected? And you, Shen Mufeng, do not presume that your military achievements intimidate me. What nonsense are you creating?" In truth, the second prince had intended to address the crown prince, but such words would be deemed disrespectful, so he could only aim his ire at Shen Mufeng, insinuating his thoughts while being careful. Despite the barrage of inquiries directed at her, Si Qingyao remained unperturbed. She composed herself, smoothing her gown as she stepped into the center of the hall. Though her expression was placid, internally she scoffed. "What is all this commotion? I am saving your lives. Were it not for the consideration of Shen Mufeng and the crown prince, I would not wish to involve myself in this mess. Yet, I cannot simply stand by and watch as so many perish before me. As a healer, it is my calling to save lives. While some may be detestable, they do not deserve death." Thus, Si Qingyao stood resolutely at the hall's center, unyielding and undaunted by the questions of those in power. Her voice, calm and clear, resonated. "Your Majesty and esteemed Empress, these dancers are assassins, utilizing the act of scattering flower petals to conceal their deadly fragrance. The wine before us all is now laced with potent poison. Your Majesty may wish to summon someone to retrieve silver needles for testing." At this pronouncement, astonishment swept through the assembly, jaws dropping in disbelief. Poison? Could scattering petals serve as a means to poison? What on earth was happening? The emperor, ever astute, recognized the gravity of the situation. He immediately summoned the attendant Li Gonggong, instructing him to procure numerous silver needles for testing. The young eunuchs began to test each cup in turn. Indeed, after the tests were completed, the quavering voices of the eunuchs reported, "Your Majesty, the silver needles have all turned black." Their fear was palpable. They could hardly fathom what might have transpired had Lady Mu not intervened. Li Gonggong's silver needle, having just tested the cup before the emperor, also revealed the same dark result. Every cup contained deadly poison. The reality struck the emperor like a bolt, his face darkening with horror. Such a farce had unfolded within his own palace. Grateful for Lady Mu's timely warning, he realized that the Purple Gold Dynasty might have faced annihilation. Just as the emperor prepared to interrogate the dancers, a guard, who had seized one of them, cried out, "Oh no, this one has committed suicide by poison." As the words left his lips, the assembly witnessed the previously subdued dancers collapse as if bereft of life, blood trickling from their mouths, a grim herald of their demise. Furious, the emperor shouted, "Where's the imperial physician? Quick! Summon him to see if there is any hope for them." An elderly man, trembling, approached and knelt, responding, "I am here. I shall examine them at once." His heart raced with fear. Someone had poisoned in his presence, and as the head of the Imperial Medical Office, he had failed to notice. After examining the fallen dancers, the physician's voice was solemn. "Your Majesty, they are beyond saving. They ingested a potent poison." With that, he fell silent, acutely aware of the emperor's wrath. None dared to provoke the emperor any further. Even the second prince, who had previously challenged Si Qingyao, wished he could vanish from sight, fearing the emperor's gaze. However, he could never have anticipated that they were, in fact, assassins. With such delicate and charming appearances, who could have guessed they possessed such lethal capabilities? He felt profoundly wronged. His loyalty to the emperor was as evident as the heavens above. Though Emperor Baiyong was furious, the deed was done, and the trail had gone cold, making further investigation exceedingly difficult. Nonetheless, the matter must be pursued. He suppressed his anger, closed his eyes, and inquired, "Second prince, is this the entertainment you have provided for me? What exactly do you intend to achieve?" With that, he swept a plate of fruit from the table, shattering the porcelain with a sharp crack, startling everyone present. The courtiers immediately knelt in unison, imploring, "Your Majesty, please temper your anger." The second prince, prostrating himself on the ground, cried out in protest, "I am wronged. Father, I had no idea that the flying dance troupe were assassins. My loyalty to you is as constant as the moon and sun. I am truly innocent." Upon hearing his wails, Emperor Baiyong found them rather grating. Yet, deep down, he could not believe that the second prince would dare orchestrate such a scheme. However, he was the one who had brought these individuals into the palace, and thus, he must face punishment, lest he remain unrepentant. Hence, he gravely commanded, "Seize the second prince and place him under house arrest for half a month. Let him reflect on his folly." No sooner had the words left his lips than palace guards entered and escorted the second prince away. Although the second prince felt he bore no fault, he dared not defy his father's command and retreated to his quarters to contemplate his actions. After addressing the second prince, the guards proceeded to remove the debris from the floor. Emperor Baiyong was aware that this matter would not be easy to investigate, yet he could not neglect it. Simultaneously, doubts lingered in his mind, leading him to adopt a stern expression as he coldly inquired, "Princess Mu, your timely discovery of this incident has earned you great merit, and I shall surely reward you. However, I am curious, how did you discern the poison?" The fragrance of those petals seemed rather ordinary, akin to that of the imperial garden. Indeed, it was not only Emperor Baiyong who harbored curiosity. Everyone present was equally intrigued, as they had not perceived anything particularly unusual. Thus, when the emperor posed his question, a palpable silence enveloped the grand hall, all ears eager to hear Princess Mu's explanation. Many were merely spectators, for the situation was both precarious and promising. If handled adeptly, she would be hailed as a savior. Yet a misstep could render her an accomplice to the assassins. As the saying goes, keeping company with a ruler is akin to walking with a tiger. This is no trivial matter. Princess Si Qingyao sensed the emperor's scrutiny and had anticipated such a question. Thus, she had prepared her response in advance. With calmness, she replied, "Your Majesty, I have always had a penchant for culinary studies and possess a heightened sensitivity to flavors and scents. This peculiar odor caught my attention. Additionally, I often peruse medical texts at home and have some knowledge of pharmacology. While I initially perceived nothing unusual about the fragrance, when I lifted the wine cup to drink, I detected a change in the flavor that filled me with dread. I felt an instinctive alarm, aware of the gravity of the situation. Should my suspicions prove unfounded, I would face severe consequences. Therefore, I dared to voice my concerns and implore your judgment." After finishing her explanation, she knelt in the center of the hall, adopting a humble posture. Despite her recklessness, she believed she had made an astute deduction and thought it unlikely the emperor would shamelessly punish her. That would be inhumane. However, to her astonishment, just as she concluded her words, Shen Mufeng, in his wheelchair, approached the center of the hall beside her and stated, "Your Majesty, Qingyao is my wife. and it was I who prompted her actions. If punishment is to be meted out, it should fall upon me. Seeing their solidarity, Emperor Beiyong's expression softened, and he said, "Enough. You two are truly in league with one another. Do you take me for a fool? Am I one to confuse rewards and punishments? You may leave now, and I shall consider appropriate rewards later. Where is the commander of the Imperial Guard?" "I am here," replied a member of the Imperial Guard as he stepped forward. Emperor Beiyong commanded, "You shall take full responsibility for investigating this assassination attempt. You have 3 days to provide me with answers." "Yes, Your Majesty. I shall not fail in my duty." As this was said, another individual emerged from the crowd. Stepping forward to offer a lead, "Your Majesty, I have heard of the Flying Dance Troupe. It is said they hail from the southern regions. Commander Chen may wish to investigate in that direction." Upon hearing this, Emperor Beiyong narrowed his eyes and murmured to himself, "The southern regions?" After exiting the hall, Commander Chen resolved to look into the matter. Following the assassination attempt, the attendees were exhausted and disinterested in further festivities. Observing their fatigue, the Empress decided to conclude the banquet early, allowing everyone to return to their residences for rest. She herself was shaken, having narrowly escaped death, and it was hardly the time to indulge in merriment. As they exited the grand hall, officials and their families walked in small groups toward the palace gates, animatedly discussing the day's events. "Today was truly extraordinary. Who would have thought we would partake in an assassination attempt and nearly lose our lives?" One exclaimed. "Indeed. Thank goodness Princess Mu was present. Her abilities are remarkable. What fortune for Prince Mu. Whoever claimed Miss C was a fool has been proven wrong. The rumors were outrageous. I once thought she was utterly incompetent, yet she is not only beautiful but also skilled in music and medicine. How impressive. Yes, she has saved my life. Anyone who speaks ill of her will find me their adversary." As Si Qingyao walked, she overheard the conversations of the young men and women nearby, her fury mounting. These individuals were the sons and daughters of numerous high-ranking officials, and she was taken aback by how quickly Princess Si Qingyao had won their favor, while no one mentioned her own Huxian dance. Fuming, she quickened her pace, and Jiang Yuling hurried to catch up. She too was surprised. She had not anticipated that Princess Si Qingyao would steal the spotlight today. Although she and Yenner owed their lives to her, that had been voluntary on her part. They had not requested her assistance, so why should it concern her? Princess Si Qingyao had not sought gratitude, she merely acted according to her conscience. Others' opinions were of no consequence to her. However, she had not foreseen that following this banquet, her reputation would flourish significantly. At the very least, no one would think of her as incompetent any longer. Furthermore, she had no inkling that the piece she performed, horse racing, would be learned by others and spread among the populace. Chapter 46. White Moonlight. The Eru, a traditional instrument, had a more widespread following among the public. However, the repertoire often consisted of the same tired tunes, leading to general disinterest. Yet, one young man named Diu, the son of a fifth-rank official, was an ardent music enthusiast. After hearing Princess Mu's rendition of horse racing at the banquet, he was utterly captivated. Upon returning home, he neglected both food and sleep, immersing himself in the art of imitation. Proficient in numerous musical instruments, including the Eru, he found himself in a quandary. While he had grasped the basics during his time in the palace, many aspects remained utterly perplexing. He contemplated seeking guidance from Princess Mu but hesitated due to the impropriety of an outsider approaching her, thus deciding to forego that idea for the time being. Meanwhile, after returning to the royal residence, Si Qingyao felt somewhat fatigued and decided to take a nap. Upon waking, she noticed the peculiar gazes of the maidservants and the wet nurse directed at her, as if they were beholding a precious treasure. It soon became clear that after her return from the palace, Yuzhu had enthusiastically narrated her valiant exposure of the poisoning incident in the grand hall, spreading the tale among the sisters of the courtyard. Consequently, in the eyes of these maidservants, their lady was indeed extraordinary. On the other hand, Shen Qi had not intended to share the matter, but after Shen Shi visited Baizhu and heard about it, he became irresistibly curious. He recalled that Chigo had also been present and rushed back to pester Shen Qi for details about the event. The other brothers in the courtyard, intrigued, pressed Shen Qi for information, leaving him with no choice but to recount the entire incident from beginning to end. He couldn't help but admire the princess. They already recognized her exceptional medical skills, but her astuteness in matters of poison was unexpected. Her meticulousness in the grand hall ensured that not only could the emperor not reprimand her for her impropriety, but he was also compelled to reward her, a feat he truly respected. Unbeknownst to Xin-Chi, through every interaction with Si Qingyao, their initial disdain gradually transformed. In their hearts, they began to regard her as the true mistress of the Mu royal residence. After her nap, Si Qingyao felt invigorated and decided to visit the medical clinic, taking Yuzhu along. As they walked, she recalled the familiar tone of the crown princess and curiously inquired, "Yuzhu, are you acquainted with the crown princess? Why does she call Shen Mufeng a phone? Are they close?" What began as a casual question caused Yuzhu's demeanor to shift to one of nervousness, stammering in response, It's all right, I suppose." Noticing Yuzhu's unease, Si Qingyao halted and earnestly stated, "Yuzhu, you are now my confidant. I hope you will not withhold anything from me, whether good news or bad. I simply wish to uncover the truth." Understanding her intent, Yuzhu bowed respectfully and prepared to share all she knew. "Yes, my lady, I realize my error. The truth is, I am not entirely certain of the specifics. I only heard a general account from others, which may not be accurate. Please do not be angered." Si Qingyao reassured her, "Speak freely. I will not be upset." After swallowing hard, Yuzhu divulged all the gossip she had heard to the princess, silently apologizing to the prince for betraying him, hoping he would not harbor resentment when he learned of her disclosure. Once Yuzhu recounted the events, Si Qingyao grasped the situation's essence. It turned out that Shen Mufeng had not only grown up with the crown prince, but also with the crown princess, Lin Pianhua. The trio had known each other since childhood and spent many years playing together. Furthermore, both Shen Mufeng and Lin Pianhua hailed from military families and shared common interests. Si Qingyao had initially assumed that the crown princess had always maintained her current dignified demeanor, but Yuzhu revealed that Lin Pianhua was once quite spirited, having been raised on horseback, skilled in both literature and martial arts. Had she not been a woman, commanding troops would have been a natural endeavor for her. However, upon entering the palace, she gradually constrained her behavior, striving to adhere to decorum and suppress her spirited nature. In a scenario where two men and one woman coexist, it is inevitable that one is left heartbroken. Shen Mufeng was that heartbroken individual. According to Yuzhu, both the prince and the crown prince had harbored affections for Lin Pianhua since childhood, yet she reciprocated the crown prince's feelings, leaving Shen Mufeng to suffer in silence. Consequently, after Lin Pianhua entered the palace, Shen Mufeng seldom visited. Si Qingyao was astounded by the truth of the situation. Shen Mufeng's unrequited love for Lin Pianhua meant he had to quietly withdraw, concealing his feelings and safeguarding their love. How tragic. She realized that during the earlier encounter in the palace, the crown princess's greeting was met with Shen Mufeng's coldness. Perhaps he wished to maintain a distance to avoid overthinking the situation. The object of his affection married his closest friend while he remained powerless to act, not even daring to compete. Such is the weight of status. Feeling a pang of sympathy for this young man who had endured both emotional and physical wounds, Si Qingyao reflected on the adage that one might achieve success on the battlefield while facing defeat in matters of the heart. How unfortunate for him to experience losses in both realms. Yuzhu, observing her lady's disheartened demeanor, felt she had overshared and quickly sought to reassure her. "My lady." The prince was still young and unaware of the intricacies of love. "I believe he is now wholly devoted to you. You need not worry. Once you bear a son, your position will be secure. Besides, if not for this palace banquet, the prince and the crown princess would have had little opportunity to see each other."
Si Qingyao.
Recalling the crown prince, curiously asked Yuzhu, "I wonder if the crown prince knows of Shen Mufeng's feelings for the crown princess? After all, he is destined to be a future sovereign. Can he truly tolerate his closest friend's affection for his wife?" At this, Yuzhu grew anxious, whispering, I truly do not know, my lady. Please do not inquire further. The crown princess has undoubtedly become a thing of the past in the prince's heart. You are now the true mistress of the Mu royal residence. Chapter 47. The plaque Si Qingyao was not as preoccupied with the crown princess's presence as Yuzhu assumed. Her relationship with Shen Mufeng was a transactional one, devoid of genuine affection. Thus, there was no reason for her to feel jealousy toward the crown princess. Rather, she felt a twinge of compassion for Shen Mufeng, recognizing the tragedy of his situation. Shaking her head, she replied to Yuzhu, "You are still young and do not understand. The unattainable white moonlight is the hardest to forget, especially when it is forever out of reach. Nevertheless, let us not dwell on this matter any longer. We have arrived at the clinic. Let us see how things are today. As they conversed, they unknowingly approached the entrance of the medical clinic.
Manager Yang.
Seeing the mistress arrive, hurried over to greet her. Inside the clinic, several physicians were attending to patients, and though the number of patients was considerable, they were orderly queued. During renovations, Si Qingyao had thoughtfully instructed the workers to install seating for patients waiting in line, enhancing their comfort. Much like a modern hospital, the clinic featured rows of chairs, but Si Qingyao ensured that the design was even more rational and accommodating. In the waiting area, apart from the patients receiving treatment, others sat on the benches resting, while the attendants took the time to serve them warm water. This small act of kindness moved the impoverished common folk deeply. They had come to seek medical attention, truly in need, for if their ailments were minor, they would have borne them without spending their hard-earned money. Previously, due to the lack of a large medical establishment on East Street, only a few scattered apothecaries existed, compelling those with serious conditions to journey far to the West Market for treatment. However, the physicians there, accustomed to serving the affluent, often looked down upon these commoners, offering them little respect, making their already discomforted bodies feel even worse. Consequently, many chose to endure their ailments rather than seek assistance in the West. It was then that the Zheng Medical Hall unexpectedly opened on East Street. Initially, the locals were skeptical, but after a recent incident where a child had choked, the reputation of Zheng Medical Hall surged. It was said that the proprietor was remarkably skilled, capable of curing ailments that were beyond the reach of West Street's doctors, thus saving the child's life. The common people were inclined to give it a try. To their astonishment, the atmosphere here was a stark contrast to that of the West. Not only were there comfortable seats, but the attendants also served water. Both the doctors and the pharmacy staff spoke in soft, gentle tones, creating a soothing environment. Most importantly, the medical fees here were significantly lower than those on East Street. With such a stark comparison, those who visited once quickly understood the difference. As word spread, more and more people flocked to Zheng Medical Hall. The proprietor has arrived. Just in time. I have matters to discuss with you, said Manager Yang with a beaming smile.
Oh,
What is it, Manager Yang? Si Qingyao replied, somewhat surprised, unsure of what the manager could need, as everything seemed to be operating normally upon her arrival. Manager Yang, smiling even brighter, did not respond but instead entered the inner chamber. In a short while, he emerged carrying a large object covered with a red cloth. Si Qingyao, puzzled, asked, Manager Yang, what is this? Without answering directly, Manager Yang simply said, Proprietor, you shall see for yourself. Upon unveiling the red cloth, Si Qingyao was astonished to find a plaque prominently inscribed with the words relieving the suffering of the world. Manager Yang's voice chimed in at the perfect moment. Proprietor, this was sent by the father of the child you saved a few days ago. You were not here at the time, so I took the liberty of accepting it. I thought we could display it in our hall as a mark of honor. You won't mind, will you? Si Qingyao was taken aback. She had not anticipated such a gesture from the child's parents. In that moment, she realized that her instinct to help as a medical student had never been about seeking rewards. While interning at the hospital, she had often admired her seniors receiving banners from grateful families, dreaming of a day when she might also earn such recognition. Yet here, in this ancient setting, that dream manifested in an unexpected form. This plaque, her first, further solidified her resolve to pursue medicine, filling her heart with a profound sense of achievement and fulfillment. The feeling of being acknowledged was truly exhilarating. Si Qingyao smiled softly and replied, How could I possibly mind? Thank you, Manager Yang. I quite like this. Please extend my gratitude to the child's family if you have the chance. Let us hang it in that spot. It would be perfect. After surveying the medical hall, she pointed to a wall in the main hall.
certainly.
I will arrange for it to be hung right away, Manager Yang replied cheerfully, calling over available apprentices to assist. How could he not be joyful? This was the first plaque he had ever received from a patient, albeit meant for the proprietor. It still represented the Zheng Medical Hall's goodwill. After attending to a few patients, Si Qingyao took the opportunity to impart some knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine to Yu Zhu, encouraging her to learn from the other doctors in the hall. They could teach her foundational medical knowledge, possibly even better than she could. Once she found a moment of solitude, Si Qingyao retreated to the inner chamber, feeling a surge of excitement as she pondered how to reciprocate the parents' kindness. An idea struck her. She seized a brush from the desk and began to draw. Yes, she intended to illustrate the Heimlich maneuver for parents with children, a simple technique that could potentially save a life. Given that a child had experienced choking, she believed there would likely be others who might face similar situations. Her endeavor might one day save a child's life. Even if it helped just one, her goal would be fulfilled. While immersed in her drawing, the bracelet on her wrist suddenly emitted a green light, and she heard Xiao Qing's voice in her mind, "Master, what are you doing?" Chapter 48. Zheng's food establishment. Si Qingyao momentarily paused, quickly recognizing the familiar voice of Xiao Qing. It had been so long since she had utilized the medicinal space that she had nearly forgotten about it.
Oh.
I'm illustrating a diagram to share the life-saving method we used last time, to educate the common people and prevent any more children from choking. After all, saving a life is worth more than building a pagoda. This is a noble endeavor I must undertake. Xiao Qing was genuinely delighted to hear Si Qingyao's words. As the guardian of the medicinal space, encountering such a compassionate healer was indeed rare. It silently resolved to assist her wholeheartedly, aiming to help more patients and accumulate greater merit. After a fragrant incense stick had burned, Si Qingyao finally completed her illustration. She emerged from the inner chamber and glanced at the main hall, where Manager Yang was busy. Not in a hurry. She wandered about until Manager Yang finished with his patient and approached her. "Proprietor," he said, rising as he noticed her. "Yes, Manager Yang. Please find someone to replicate this diagram and distribute copies to families with children, explaining the emergency method," she instructed, handing the illustration to him. Upon examining the drawing, Manager Yang realized it depicted the technique Si Qingyao had used to save the young boy. Is the proprietor intending to teach everyone this? He thought, astonished at her generosity in sharing such a life-saving method freely with the community. Though she was but a woman, her magnanimity far surpassed his expectations. Yang, the shopkeeper, felt an immense admiration in his heart, realizing he had aligned himself with the right person. Their employer was undoubtedly an extraordinary woman. It is worth noting that in this world, the skills of a healer are typically acquired through a master-apprentice relationship, where the apprentice often toils for several years. If fortunate enough to encounter a good master, they may learn genuine skills. Unfortunately, some unfortunate apprentices might find themselves under the tutelage of a master of poor character, spending years without acquiring any true knowledge. Indeed, the two newly hired at their medical establishment exemplified this unfortunate scenario. Thus, someone of their employer's caliber is truly rare. Moreover, her medical expertise was such that even he, a seasoned physician, could not fully comprehend it, yet it was clear that she surpassed him in skill. Standing upright, Yang respectfully bowed to Si Qingyao and declared, "Rest assured, esteemed employer, I will certainly see this matter through." "Very well, I have faith in you, Yang. Please continue with your work," Si Qingyao replied before preparing to depart. She had originally come to inspect the premises and, seeing everyone in the medical hall engaged in their tasks with commendable order, felt reassured. Yuzhu was still busy in the pharmacy, so Si Qingyao exchanged a few words with her before returning home. On her way back, she passed by the food shop she had previously visited and decided to take a look. Recently, the shop had undergone significant improvements. Previously, it had a somewhat dim and unclean appearance. However, after Si Qingyao instructed the replacement of containers for pastries and snacks with bright white porcelain, the ambience became much more pleasant. When she initially revamped the shop's inventory, shopkeeper Wang was understandably distressed, lamenting the expense of the new containers and pondering how many snacks he would need to sell to recoup the costs. Si Qingyao reassured him that for a shop to prosper, investment was essential. Cleanliness and hygiene are paramount in the food industry. Though the white porcelain was not inexpensive, its brightness conveyed cleanliness, effectively stimulating customers' desire to purchase. If circumstances allowed, she would have loved to illuminate the food items with warm lighting, enhancing their appearance and making them even more appetizing. Upon seeing Si Qingyao arrive, shopkeeper Wang quickly rose to greet her, cheerfully reporting, "Esteemed employer, you truly are remarkable. It is indeed strange, but ever since the shop was reformed according to your suggestions, even though the products remain the same, our sales have significantly increased. Good fortune brightens the spirit. With the flourishing business, both you and the young assistant have shown marked improvement in demeanor," Si Qingyao noted with satisfaction. "Indeed. Now we can commence the second phase. Await my instructions. In a few days, the Zheng food shop shall surely reach new heights." Shopkeeper Wang's smile grew even brighter upon hearing this. He had been thoroughly convinced by Si Qingyao's methods. If she said it was possible, it would undoubtedly come to fruition. He had intended to ask her more questions, but since she promised a surprise, he respected her desire for mystery and refrained. After a brief tour, Si Qingyao prepared to return home. Just before leaving, she noticed shopkeeper Wang hesitating, seemingly wanting to speak, so she inquired, "What is it?" "Speak freely. There is no need for hesitation." Startled, shopkeeper Wang was surprised by her keen perception, which seemed to discern his intentions. Fearing that his indecisiveness might displease her, he quickly explained, "It is nothing of great importance. I was merely curious. Your surname is Si, so why are both our food shop and the medical hall named Zheng?" He had attended the opening of the medical hall to congratulate them, as he and old Yang had shared a long-standing friendship. Naturally, he had noticed the name, and shortly thereafter his own food shop was renamed Zheng as well. Thus, he felt compelled to inquire. As far as he understood, Si Qingyao bore the surname Si, while her husband's surname was Shen, neither of which seemed connected to Zheng. Si Qingyao did not anticipate his question regarding this matter, and smiled helplessly as she explained. "It is because my maternal family surname is Zheng. These shops were part of my mother's dowry from her family, thus they are naturally named Zheng." "Is there an issue?" "Not at all. Zheng is a fine name, I understand now. Rest assured, I shall work diligently to ensure our Zheng food shop becomes the premier eatery in the capital." "I believe in you," Si Qingyao responded, giving shopkeeper Wang a reassuring pat on the shoulder before departing the food shop. On her way home, Si Qingyao reflected on why she had decided to name them Zheng. It stemmed from her aversion to the family of Prime Minister Si, as she wished to avoid using that surname. Furthermore, her relationship with the Shen family was merely transactional and would conclude after a year, making it unsuitable for her use. Thus, only her maternal surname remained. Although she had yet to meet her maternal relatives, from what her wet nurse had conveyed, it was evident that they had sincerely cared for her birth mother. After seeing Si Qingyao off, shopkeeper Wang felt filled with hope for the future and eagerly anticipated the surprise she had mentioned. He envisioned his food shop bustling with patrons, and could hardly imagine the joy he would feel when that day arrived. Chapter 49. Marinated Delicacies. When Si Qingyao returned home, she fortuitously encountered Baozhu, who was returning from sourcing ingredients. Following her was a young boy, similarly laden with a basket, both displaying expressions of disdain. Baozhu's earlier pained expression vanished the moment she spotted Si Qingyao, and she excitedly bounced over, exclaiming, "Your Highness, you have returned. I have procured all the items you asked for, though, they do have quite a strong odor." Upon uttering this, Baozhu suddenly appeared to recall something and instinctively took a step back, fearing the smell might offend the princess. Indeed, the scent was rather unpleasant. She wondered why the princess had requested such ingredients and whether they were truly edible. Despite her doubts, Baozhu had faith in the princess's words. "Do not worry. It's perfectly normal. Once prepared, they will taste delightful," Si Qingyao reassured her. As she spoke, Shen Shi, who had been trailing Baozhu, approached and bowed to Si Qingyao. Having met her before, he rose quickly, saying, "No need for formalities. I've heard much about you from Baozhu. Thank you for often trying the dishes she prepares." The teasing tone in Si Qingyao's voice caused Shen Shi's face to redden. He had indeed come to sample more delicious food, but he hadn't expected the princess to be aware of it. How had Baozhu, this big mouth, revealed everything to her? Flustered, he stammered, "I wouldn't dare." "Your Highness, please do not jest about me." This was Shen Shi's first encounter with the princess, and he found her demeanor to be, as described by Baozhu, very amiable and approachable. It was no wonder Baozhu held her in such high regard, often speaking of her with great affection. Realizing she had inadvertently exposed Shen Shi's assistance to the princess, Baozhu quickly clarified, "Your Highness, it's just that there were quite a few items to carry this time, and I couldn't manage alone. Since Brother Shi was off duty, I asked him for help." "I understand. There is no need for explanation. I am not displeased. Now, come along. Let us head to the small kitchen," Si Qingyao said, leading the way as she guided the two towards the kitchen. Upon seeing Shen Shi, she felt a sense of reassurance. The guard and Shen Shi are distinctly different types. Shen Shi typically possesses a serious demeanor, adhering strictly to decorum, embodying a sense of solemnity. In stark contrast, Shen 11 radiates a cheerful disposition, characterized by his baby-faced charm and infectious laughter, resembling an exuberant young man. His eyes, pure and clear, reflect an innocent soul. Si Qingyao feels quite content, as this allows her to trustfully permit the naive Baozhu to associate with him. She recalls having heard that individuals who are passionate about food often have a zest for life. Such people are inherently kind-hearted, simple-minded, and easily find joy, making them truly delightful companions. She believes this sentiment perfectly encapsulates both Baizhu and Shen 11. The trio hastens to the grand kitchen of the Duke of Mu's residence. Inside, two elderly kitchen servants pause their tasks and bow in respect upon noticing the presence of the princess. "You may rise. No need for excessive formalities," she instructs, before directing them to assist Baizhu in preparing the various ingredients she has purchased, including pig trotters, offal, and duck delicacies. Shen 11, on his day off, stays to lend a hand, capable of fetching water and tending to the fire. His curiosity piques as he wonders if these seemingly foul-smelling ingredients can indeed be transformed into something delectable. The sheer volume of items purchased, including duck necks, hearts, gizzards, feet, and chicken claws, draws curious glances from the butchers, who likely ponder how such well-dressed individuals could choose such overlooked parts. In the realm of the Zi Jin Dynasty, these ingredients are typically sought after only by the impoverished, who indulge in them out of sheer necessity rather than for their taste, which is often peculiar. Nevertheless, the impoverished do not mind, as even a modest amount of fat is preferable to deprivation. Those who lead a more comfortable existence would never voluntarily subject themselves to such scraps. Under Si Qingyao's direction, the kitchen buzzes with activity. She feels a wave of gratitude that Shen Mufeng arranged for their relocation, for the cramped quarters of the General's residence would hardly have sufficed for such culinary endeavors. After considerable effort, the ingredients are thoroughly cleaned. The two servants, though exhausted, comply with their mistress's wishes, accepting her authority as the princess while marveling at her willingness to work alongside them. Having served numerous nobles throughout their lives, they are taken aback by this rare display of humility from a lady of high rank. Once the preparations are complete, Si Qingyao sets two large pots over the fire, preparing one for the duck and the other for marinated delicacies. As she adds the seasonings Baizhu has procured, she explains each step, providing hands-on guidance. Si Qingyao is delighted by the abundance of available spices in this era, ensuring that the final product will be truly scrumptious. Baizhu listens attentively, diligently noting the important details. Grateful for her good memory, particularly when it comes to culinary matters, unlike her struggles with herbal knowledge. After incorporating all the spices, the lengthy simmering process begins. With Baizhu monitoring the pots, Si Qingyao departs to rest. Shen 11 and Baizhu each tend to a pot, while the two servants wisely step outside to bask in the sun, taking a much-deserved break. The flames illuminate Baizhu's face with a rosy glow, prompting Shen 11 to inquire, "Baizhu, are you feeling warm? Perhaps you should step outside for a while I tend to the fire." "No need, I'm perfectly fine. You are already helping me, so it would be unreasonable for me to rest while you work." "Brother 11, I am truly grateful for your assistance. Once the marinated dishes are ready, I would love for you to have a taste," Baizhu replies, feeling a bit shy, aware of all the effort he has exerted on her behalf. "What's the issue? I have nothing better to do anyway. Those labor-intensive tasks aren't suited for young ladies like you, and besides, I have enjoyed plenty of your delicious creations, so it's worth it." Shen 11 responds with a cheerful grin, returning to his task. As they continue, the kitchen fills with a mouth-watering aroma, intensifying as the pots simmer. Shen 11, seated nearby, inhales deeply, unable to resist swallowing in anticipation of the delectable scent wafting from the pots. "Is this truly the same pile of pungent scraps we bought this morning? How extraordinary!" he marvels. Baizhu, equally excited, rises to stir the contents of the pot. "It smells divine. While I trust Our Lady completely, the fragrance emanating from this pot exceeds my expectations." Even the two servants outside cannot resist entering to inquire, "My goodness, this smells incredible, even more enticing than meat." Indeed, who knew that pig offal and chicken feet could be prepared to such aromatic perfection? The princess is truly remarkable. As Baizhu senses that the dish is nearing completion, she rushes to summon the princess. At that moment, Si Qingyao is reclining on a lounge chair in the courtyard, dozing with a medical book covering her face. Upon hearing Baizhu's footsteps, she stirs. "Baizhu, is the marinated dish ready?" "Yes, my lady, it's almost done. Would you like to take a look?" "Certainly, let us go." The two make their way toward the kitchen, and as they approach, Si Qingyao catches a whiff of the familiar scent. This recipe was one she learned from the family's cook. Since childhood, she has adored various marinated dishes, often indulging in them from local shops. However, her parents, concerned about her frequent purchases, arranged for a skilled cook to prepare them at home, ensuring cleanliness and healthiness. This cook, with her ancestral recipes, had once owned a shop, but after her husband fell ill, she closed it to seek treatment in the capital while finding work to support her family. Her marinated dishes surpassed anything Si Qingyao had tasted from any shop, and she cherished them immensely. As time passed, the bond between her and the aunt deepened. Observing the girl's fondness for her culinary creations, the aunt decided to share her secret recipe, hoping that it would bring delight to the girl even after she was gone. During the 2 years of treatment, Si Qingyao's family had often lent her support. The young lady's parents, both physicians, had even assisted in finding the right doctors for her husband. Feeling indebted, she imparted this ancestral recipe to the girl, thinking simply that it would allow her to prepare delicious dishes for herself in the future. Little did she know that fate would take such an unexpected turn, transporting her into the Zi Jin Dynasty, where she could transform this recipe into a profitable venture. Surely, the aunt would not hold it against her. Si Qingyao pondered about her parents, wondering how they were faring and if they had succeeded in conceiving a child. She longed for the day when she might dream of them again. Lost in her thoughts, she and her companion entered the kitchen, which was now filled with enticing aromas. Upon seeing them, Shen Shi was equally excited. Si Qingyao lifted the pot lid to check the progress of the dish, nodding in approval, indicating it was ready to be served. At that moment, 2 other women entered to lend a hand, their eyes widening in astonishment at the fragrant dish. They had not anticipated such an enticing scent and regretted not listening more closely earlier. Perhaps they could replicate it at home to satisfy their children's cravings. While explaining to Baozhu, Si Qingyao had not deliberately avoided the 2 women, but her voice was low, and she had whispered key parts to Baozhu. So she felt secure that the women wouldn't glean any secrets. After all, this was her means of making a living, and she could not be so naive as to trust them completely. Watching the eager gazes of those around her, all salivating at the sight of the delectable dish, Si Qingyao couldn't help but laugh, feeling quite composed in contrast to their longing expressions. Not wanting to tease them further, especially since they had all helped, she instructed Baozhu to fetch some small bowls and served everyone a taste of the dish. Both women and Shen Shi received a small bowl and eagerly began to sample the delicacies. Shen Shi was the most dramatic, seizing a chicken foot and devouring it with fervor. Although it consisted mainly of skin and tendons, it was incredibly flavorful, and he even sucked the bones clean before discarding them. Between bites, he exclaimed, "This is fantastic, Your Highness. Your culinary skills are truly remarkable. Delicious beyond compare." Baozhu, witnessing his exaggerated delight, promptly picked a duck gizzard from her bowl and tasted it as well, confirming its exquisite flavor. It was indeed delicious. And Shen Shi had not exaggerated. However, as a young lady, she maintained a sense of decorum, unlike him. The 2 women echoed their praises, exclaiming how delightful the dish was. Seeing everyone's enjoyment, Si Qingyao felt her confidence soar. She instructed Baozhu to bring a small bowl of the dish to Shen Mufeng, eager to see if he would enjoy it as well. When Si Qingyao found Shen Mufeng, he was seated in his wheelchair in the study, writing. Upon noticing her entrance, he smiled and inquired, "You're back early today?" "Yes, I prepared some food. Would you care to taste it?" she replied, placing the tray on his desk and presenting him with the bowl and chopsticks. Though Shen Mufeng was not particularly hungry, he appreciated her kindness and picked up his chopsticks. Sampling a piece of the pig trotter, he was taken aback by the delightful texture, which exceeded his expectations. It was tender yet chewy, with a rich, savory flavor that was utterly delicious. Watching him savor the dish, Si Qingyao was momentarily entranced, perceiving the pig trotter in his bowl as a beautifully presented delicacy, akin to a fine pastry. How could someone make eating a pig trotter look so elegant? Was he truly the epitome of a refined gentleman from ancient times? His every gesture was imbued with an innate grace. She felt rather uncouth in comparison, having always eaten with her hands. For a moment, she found herself captivated by his eating, only snapping back to reality when he finished and remarked, "Delicious, truly exquisite." "Really? That's wonderful. I made 2 large pots. Do you think I could sell this at the food stall for a profit?" Si Qingyao asked excitedly. Shen Mufeng set down his bowl and chopsticks, looking at her earnestly. "I have little experience in business, but this pig trotter is exceptionally tasty. I never imagined it could be prepared so deliciously. As long as it's not excessively priced, it should sell very well. It's quite affordable. My stall caters to the common folk, and the braised meats are made from offcuts that the wealthy discard, like chicken feet and wings. The cost is low, so I want to sell it for much, focusing instead on high volume and low profit margins. Upon hearing her explanation, Shen Mufeng nodded approvingly, a smile gracing his lips. You make a valid point. I hadn't realized that not only are you a skilled healer, but you also possess a keen business acumen. Truly impressive. The unexpected compliment made Si Qingyao blush. What was so impressive about her? She merely had been exposed to various establishments and promotions in modern society. Such knowledge stemmed from the wisdom of those before her. She was merely a beneficiary. Her cheeks flushed. She quickly responded, I just have a passion for culinary experimentation. Haha, I won't disturb you further. I'll return to the kitchen to manage the next steps. Please carry on. With that, she began to tidy up the dishes and made her exit from the study. Watching her awkward retreat, Shen Mufeng shook his head with a hint of amusement, returning his focus to his writing, feeling invigorated by the pig trotter he had just tasted. After leaving Shen Mufeng's study, Si Qingyao hurried back to the kitchen, where Baozhu, Shenxi, and the two women had just finished their meal. Upon her arrival, Baozhu eagerly asked, Your Highness, what did the prince say? Did he enjoy it? Indeed. Now, here's the plan. You'll take all the remaining braised items. Let them cool, and this afternoon we'll deliver them to the Zheng food stall for a trial run. Given the warm weather, we can sell them cold. When winter arrives, we'll set up a stove for hot dishes. Understood, Your Highness. I assure you I will complete this task. Baozhu exclaimed, her enthusiasm ignited at the prospect of selling their creations. Though she had always enjoyed cooking, she had never sold anything before. The thought of offering their braised dishes for sale filled her with excitement and anticipation, eager to see how they would fare in the market. After giving her instructions, Si Qingyao took a portion of the braised dish for herself and returned to her courtyard, setting up a small table. She settled into a reclining chair, swaying gently as she savored her culinary creation, relishing the moment. As she savored her meal, relishing the exquisite flavors, the wet nurse hurriedly entered. Upon seeing the young lady still indulging in her food, she exclaimed, Oh, my lady, come quickly, wash your hands with me. The emperor's decree has arrived, and it awaits your presence. Please set aside your meal for now. You can return to it shortly. With that, she tugged at Si Qingyao, urging her to follow. Though somewhat displeased at the interruption of her meal, Si Qingyao's curiosity was piqued by the mention of the emperor's decree, and she acquiesced. After all,
There were rewards to be gained.
thus, she allowed the wet nurse to tidy her up before proceeding to the main hall to receive the decree. This marked her second time receiving such an honor, and, having gained experience, she navigated the process with ease. Once the inner court official departed, Si Qingyao's eyes sparkled as she beheld the 3 trays before her. Excitedly, she turned to Shen Mufeng and declared, Your emperor is indeed wise, knowing my fondness for wealth. The rewards are truly practical. At that moment, her impression of the former emperor shifted significantly. He no longer seemed so antiquated. His promises bore fruit, and the reward struck a chord with her heart. Though delayed, they had finally arrived. She had assumed they were mere words without substance. On the table of the main hall at the prince's residence lay a tray of silver ingots, a tray of gold ingots, and a tray of exquisite jewelry. While Si Qingyao was not entirely familiar with the value of gold and silver in this era, she recognized that the wealth before her was substantial, especially the tray of gold ingots, which could last her a considerable time. The sudden influx of such riches made her feel almost giddy with happiness. She would no longer have to worry about the cash flow of her shops. Shen Mufeng observed the woman in front of him, who was eagerly examining her rewards. With a contemplative gaze. What had she just said? Your emperor? The phrasing struck him as peculiar. He sensed something was amiss, though he could not pinpoint what it was, leaving him to ponder in silence. Suddenly, Si Qingyao interrupted his thoughts, saying, Shen Mufeng, regarding this tray of jewelry, I do not have much use for it. I glanced at it and selected 2 hairpins. Please take the rest to the general's residence as a token of my gratitude for all the help she has given me. Now, I finally have a chance to return her kindness. She assessed the jewelry, concluding that it would be quite suitable for Madame Shen's age, and, after all, it had come from the palace, boasting excellent quality. Shen Mufeng wheeled himself closer to the tray of jewelry and picked up a highly polished jade bracelet, inquiring, The color and luster of this bracelet surpass those of the one on your wrist. Would you not consider exchanging it? Startled, Si Qingyao quickly covered her wrist and firmly refused. No, no. This bracelet holds special significance for me. I shall never part with it. You may give this one to my mother instead. Shen Mufeng was taken aback by her intense reaction and her resolute refusal. He had merely intended to offer a gesture of goodwill. Although her bracelet was not of poor quality, it paled in comparison to the exquisite piece he held. He had assumed that women would naturally prefer superior jade. Seeing her unwavering stance, Shen Mufeng relented, saying, "Very well. I shall arrange for it to be delivered to the general's residence. Are you truly certain you do not wish to reconsider?" "No, I do not care for jewelry. The clinking is rather inconvenient. These 2 hairpins suffice for me," Si Qingyao replied, waving the 2 jade hairpins in her hand. In truth, had it not been for the custom of styling hair in this place, she would have preferred a simple high ponytail, far more practical and effortless. However, when in Rome, one must adhere to local customs. Fortunately, she had the skillful Yuzhu to assist her with her hair. Very well, Shen Mufeng agreed. He then called for his subordinates to bring a small wooden box, carefully placing the jewelry into it before sending it off to the general's residence. As for the trays of gold and silver, Si Qingyao made no objections, allowing the wet nurse to store them in her private treasury. Feeling somewhat bashful, Si Qingyao acknowledged that without the esteemed title of Prince Shen, she would not have had the opportunity to attend the banquet, nor would she have received such generous rewards. Yet, these rewards were the fruit of her own daring endeavors and, despite a touch of shamelessness, she felt entitled to them. "I shall keep this money for myself. You do not mind, do you?" "Not at all. It was intended for you. Accept it with peace of mind," Shen Mufeng replied with a smile, dismissing any concerns. Though not excessively wealthy, he was not impoverished enough to covet a woman's fortune, which he considered beneath him. "Then I shall not be modest. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave," Si Qingyao said. After arranging her affairs, she exited through the front hall. She instructed the wet nurse to secure the silver and also to collect the half-eaten plate of food, as she felt satisfied and, having received such a windfall, had no desire to return to her meal. Hence, she made her way to the kitchen. Upon arrival, she found Yuzhu had finished tidying up and was assisting the 2 matrons in preparing lunch. Glancing at the sun outside, Si Qingyao suddenly decided to head to the shop for purchases, believing they could catch lunch there, perhaps achieving better results. "Yuzhu, let us not eat lunch at home today. Let us set off for the Zheng's eatery," she proposed. Understanding her intent, Yuzhu nodded eagerly. "Of course, my lady. I am not hungry. Let us go. If you feel hungry once we arrive, I can go out to fetch some delicious food for you." "That sounds good. Please summon a coachman. We shall take the carriage,"
Si Qingyao replied. "Certainly."
With that, Yuzhu dashed off like a little bird to find a coachman to assist. After a while, Yuzhu returned, accompanied by Xin Shi. A bit shy, she said, "My lady, Brother Shi happened to be free, and he offered to help us drive the carriage and carry things. He is quite capable."
"Yes."
"My lady, let me assist. My driving skills are no worse than those of the palace coachman. I can be quite useful," Shen Shi chimed in. Having been practicing martial arts in the courtyard, he had noticed Yuzhu running about in a flurry and, upon inquiring, learned they needed a coachman, so he volunteered. He was quite intrigued by the eatery she mentioned, having tasted the braised delicacies before, which were delectable. Thus, he wished to seize the opportunity to join and protect the lady, knowing that if the prince were to learn of it, he would only commend him. "Very well. You may help carry things." Si Qingyao readily accepted, appreciating the presence of a familiar face. Moreover, Shen Shi would indeed be more adept at handling the cargo. Thus, the trio loaded all the delicacies onto the carriage and set off towards the Zheng's eatery. Meanwhile, not far from the prince's residence, the general's household received a delightful surprise from their son. After the messenger handed the small wooden box to Madame Shen, he recalled the prince's instructions and quickly emphasized, "Madam, the prince said this is a special gift from the princess, personally delivered to you. These treasures were just bestowed upon her by His Majesty today. The princess mentioned that she seldom wears them and thought of you, wishing for you to accept them as a token of filial respect." Madame Shen had just opened the lid of the small wooden box, revealing a dazzling array of exquisite jewelry that left her momentarily awestruck. Each piece sparkled brilliantly. And upon hearing the messenger's words, her heart swelled with emotion. It was the first time someone had gifted her such treasures. She promptly replied, "Very well. I shall accept them. Please ask Mufeng to convey my gratitude to the princess and tell her she is always welcome to visit, for I miss her dearly." "Yes, I shall remember," The messenger replied before taking his leave from the general's residence to relay the message. In the front hall, Madame Shen admired and tried on the jewelry, her smile radiant with joy. Granny Sun, witnessing her mistress's delight, remarked, "Madam, I told you that the young lady would not disappoint. Look at all these treasures she has sent your way. This box must be worth quite a fortune. Indeed, Qingyao is a wonderful child. We are fortunate to have such a daughter-in-law in our general's residence," Madame Shen thought, her heart a whirlwind of emotions. At this moment, she reflected on her life. Apart from her youthful days when her mother took her to jewelry shops, this was the first time someone had gifted her so many ornaments. Her husband, a man of martial prowess, had never been one to indulge her with such luxuries. He merely suggested she purchase them herself. Her son, though not as rough around the edges, had never been this considerate either. She was genuinely taken aback by this unexpected gesture from her daughter-in-law, who had sent these gifts as a sign of respect and gratitude for the recent support she had offered. This gesture far surpassed what she had given in return, both in quantity and value. It was evident that genuine affection breeds genuine affection. Her daughter-in-law truly was the finest in the capital. Chapter 53. Soft opening. Meanwhile, as Si Qingyao and her companions arrived at Zheng's eatery, manager Wang was taken aback. It was nearly lunchtime, and the proprietor had come with a large entourage. Had he committed some grave error that warranted such a visit? Wang's mind raced as he pondered whether he had been remiss in his duties, yet upon reflection, he deemed his recent performance satisfactory. Aside from a brief outing with Manager Yang from the medical hall, which occurred after hours, he felt justified in his actions. As Manager Wang lost himself in thought, he noticed the young maid and guards unloading 2 large barrels from the carriage. His curiosity piqued, he approached and inquired, "Proprietor, what brings you here? What are these?" The barrels were covered, obscuring their contents, and Si Qingyao, not one to tease, replied with a smile, "Manager Wang, do you recall I promised you a surprise? Well, here it is. These barrels contain your surprise." At that moment, the eatery was devoid of customers, lending to a serene atmosphere. Typically, they sold pastries and candied fruits, and with lunchtime approaching, patrons were scarce, making it an opportune time for their preparations. Once inside, Si Qingyao wasted no time. She instructed Baozhu to open the barrels. Instantly, a robust aroma wafted through the air, permeating the eatery with a distinctive meaty fragrance. The young attendant, unable to contain his excitement, exclaimed, "How delightful! What is this, proprietor?" Having seen Si Qingyao a few times, he felt comfortable enough to ask. "This is called lu wei, a delectable meat dish. I plan to sell it here in our eatery. Remember those lovely plates we purchased? Fetch them quickly so we can arrange everything and commence our soft opening." Manager Wang, initially taken aback, sprang into action. "Quickly, go retrieve the clean plates. We must set everything out as per the proprietor's instructions." He recalled the reserved space in the shop and now understood it was meant for this dish. The aroma was indeed enticing, though he wondered about its marketability, especially as it was meat, likely not inexpensive, and he was uncertain about its acceptance among customers. While he pondered, the young attendant returned with containers, and together with Baozhu and the others, they began sorting the contents of the barrels. Manager Wang joined in, his curiosity piqued even further. What were these items? Were those intestines? Could they truly be consumed? Despite the enticing aroma, he was skeptical about the edibility of such ingredients. Is the proprietor truly serious about this? He mused internally. Even impoverished families typically only indulge in liver or lungs, but never intestines. The proprietor must be exceedingly bold. Though he harbored doubts, he kept his thoughts to himself, reminding himself that the shop belonged to the proprietor and she could decide as she wished. His only hope was that customers would not be deterred by the presence of these unusual offerings. Once everything was prepared, Si Qingyao instructed Baozhu to cut some of the lu wei into smaller portions for customers to sample. She had already briefed Baozhu on all necessary details during their journey. So, after finalizing arrangements, she retreated to the area where Manager Wang and the others often took breaks, choosing to remain out of sight. Today, she had not donned a veil, intending to keep a low profile and not draw too much attention to her ownership of the establishment. Just then, Shenxi, who had been dispatched to procure firecrackers, returned, and with everything in place, they awaited the right moment. At Si Qingyao's command, Shenxi stepped outside to ignite the firecrackers. The once quiet street erupted into a cacophony of noise, drawing the attention of curious onlookers. Noticing it was Zheng's eatery, one familiar face remarked, "What is happening, Manager Wang?" Why are you setting off firecrackers on an ordinary day? This individual was a regular customer who often bought treats for their children and had developed a rapport with the manager over time. Seeing the crowd growing, Manager Wang seized the opportunity, declaring, "Today, our humble establishment is introducing a new dish, Lu Wei. Please come in and have a look. We're offering free samples. And if you enjoy it, you may purchase some. Additionally, if you buy £2 today, you'll receive half a pound for free. Quite the bargain." As his words echoed, someone in the crowd queried, "Lu Wei? What is that? I've never heard of it before, but I can smell the meat aroma wafting through."
Indeed.
I too have caught a whiff of that delightful aroma. However, I wonder about its cost. Alas, I cannot afford meat. With that money, I would rather purchase several steamed buns, which would be far more economical. Nonetheless, the offer of purchasing £2 and receiving an additional half-pound is quite advantageous. Let us venture inside to take a look. It is noon, and I am uncertain about what to eat. We might as well sample the fare, as I have heard they offer free tastings. If it does not please our palates, we need not make a purchase. Yes, let us proceed inside. Thus, as they conversed, they made their way to the eatery. This was their first encounter with free tastings, and their curiosity was piqued, with many intent on seizing the opportunity to sample without cost. They calculated in their minds that regardless of the taste, after sampling, they could dismiss it as unpalatable, and no one could compel them to buy. Upon entering the establishment, the aroma of meat intensified, enveloping them in its enticing scent. The patrons inhaled deeply, salivating at the thought of what awaited them. They flocked to the meat stall and were taken aback by the displayed meats and their prices. Chapter 54. The eatery becomes a sensation. The prices are remarkably reasonable. All the delicacies were categorized into two types: offal at 15 won per pound and trotters at 20 won per pound. Upon closer inspection, they realized that the delicacies referred to by the proprietor were merely inexpensive cuts, explaining their low prices. However, they had purchased such items before. While affordable, they were not palatable. Regardless of the preparation, the taste was consistently disappointing. Consequently, they resolved not to waste their money. Everyone counts, and it would be wiser to save for a few days and buy a pound of meat to satisfy the children's cravings. Although these delicacies were cheaper than pork, their lack of flavor deterred them from making a purchase. Pork itself was only 35 won per pound. Although raw, it could be prepared at home to be quite delectable. Noticing the hesitance of the customers, Baiju greeted them with a warm smile and proclaimed, "Dear uncles and aunts, we have samples available for tasting. You are welcome to try. If you find it unappealing, you need not purchase anything." One elderly woman, skeptical, inquired, "Miss, are you certain these samples are truly free? You are not deceiving us, are you? If we eat and you demand payment afterward, we cannot return it." Baiju, slightly exasperated, reassured them, "Rest assured, madam, if you find it to your liking, you may buy. If not, you may leave without any hindrance." She endeavored to appear more amiable, wishing to convey her good intentions. Though Baiju spoke plainly, some remained hesitant, recalling past experiences of deceit. Just as uncertainty lingered in the air, a burly man, fond of drink, could no longer resist the enticing aroma. Compelled by an urge he could not suppress, he grabbed a small skewer and sampled a piece. He reassured himself that it was merely a pound of meat, which could be afforded with a little saving. The flavor was utterly irresistible, and he could not hold back. To his surprise, the morsel of marinated meat possessed no trace of unpleasantness. Instead, it was rich with a savory essence, becoming increasingly delightful with each chew. "What is this? Is this not pig liver?" He had previously purchased raw liver, only to find it unpalatable. Why was this so delicious? Not willing to be dissuaded, he sampled a piece of pig intestine, having seen it at the butcher's stall before. It was quite inexpensive, but notoriously odorous, a scent that repelled him. Yet, upon sniffing the marinated intestine, he was met with an unexpectedly pleasant aroma. Encouraged by the delicious liver he had just tasted, he hesitated not a moment longer and placed a piece in his mouth, his expression reflecting a mix of trepidation and determination. As he chewed, however, his expression transformed into one of pure enjoyment. "Is this truly pig intestine? How can it be so delectable?" Suddenly, excitement sparkled in his eyes as he turned to Baiju at the stall and exclaimed, "I'll take 2 pounds of this for 15 won." Baiju, thrilled by her first sale, quickly prepared the order, weighing 2 pounds of delicacies and including half a pound as a complimentary gift, all wrapped in oil paper. The man left the Zheng's eatery in high spirits, humming a tune as he made his way to find friends for drinks. He realized that these marinated dishes would be perfect accompaniments. What a delightful bargain he had found. The crowd, witnessing the genuine free tasting and the 2-for-1 offer, quickly joined in. In no time, the small samples prepared by Baizhu were snatched away. Their enthusiastic response was entirely anticipated. She knew they would share her fondness for these delicacies. Soon, the air was filled with eager shouts. I want a pound of offal and a pound of trotters. Don't forget the half-pound. I desire 2 pounds of marinated offal. As Baizhu packaged their orders, she explained to one customer, Good sir, these are chicken feet, but they have been marinated to perfection. Both the tendons and skin are edible and quite flavorful. Chicken feet can be so delicious. How remarkable. When we used to butcher chickens at home, we de-stew the feet, but they never tasted like this. The customer remarked, savoring the chicken feet. Nearby, another woman chimed in with amusement. You're right. If it weren't for their secret recipe, how would they profit from these marinated meats? Now, dear girl, I'll have a pound of each. Today, I won't be buying any pork, as my family deserves a change in flavor. Of course, madam. Please hold on a moment, I'll have it ready shortly. Thus, the eatery became a flurry of activity. Initially taken aback, the proprietors soon joined in the excitement. Overjoyed at the bustling scene. Had fortune finally smiled upon his establishment? He had never witnessed such a lively atmosphere. The crowd and the fervor were overwhelming. With the assistance of Xin Shi, they managed to organize the patrons, ensuring order amidst the chaos before it spiraled out of control. Baizhu initially believed that once the first wave of customers had made their purchases, the crowd would dwindle. To her astonishment, the flow of people continued to swell, eventually forming a queue that extended outside the establishment. Upon inquiry, she discovered that many had learned of the Zheng's eatery from their neighbors, who spoke of the new marinated delicacies, fragrant, affordable, and available for free tasting, prompting everyone to hurry and make a purchase. Chapter 55. The temptation of red envelopes to their delight. They considered this a favorable opportunity, and thus, everyone was particularly exhilarated. The delectable and affordable braised delicacies instantly captured everyone's attention. Consequently, upon hearing the news, many rushed over, eager to purchase some to take home and treat their families. As it was nearly mealtime, in just half an hour, the 2 large barrels of braised goods brought by Si Qingyao were completely sold out. This outcome astonished everyone. While Si Qingyao had anticipated that the braised delicacies would sell well, she never imagined it would be to such an extent. The success was staggering. As the supply dwindled, Baozhu instructed Shenxi to inform the citizens waiting in line that there would be no more for the day and to return tomorrow. Each person was given a small sample to taste. Although those who did not make a purchase felt a twinge of disappointment, they had no choice but to resolve to arrive early the next day. The braised food was indeed delicious. Having sampled a couple of pieces, their resolve to queue up early was solidified. Once all the customers had been sent off, Baozhu plopped down onto a chair, utterly exhausted. She had not anticipated such a thriving business for the braised meat. Although fatigued, her eyes sparkled with joy, clearly indicating her elation. She glanced at a box of copper coins nearby and felt a profound sense of accomplishment. This braised delicacy, from procurement to preparation, and finally to selling out, had all transpired through her hands, transforming the mundane into the extraordinary. Of course, the credit belonged primarily to the princess. Without her recipe, their braised meat could not have achieved such success. Nevertheless, she was genuinely thrilled. It was the first time she had earned money with her own hands. This sensation was truly magical, filling her with a sense of fulfillment she had never known. She realized that she could be of value beyond her previous identity as a mere servant, which she had believed to be her fate. After taking a moment to recuperate, Baozhu stood up, stretched, and felt a resurgence of energy. She turned to the smiling Wang Zhonggui, who was counting the copper coins, and said, Master Wang, I will go inside and fetch the young lady. Please report to her about our achievements today. Of course, Miss Baozhu. Please go ahead. Wang Zhonggui continued counting the coins. Feeling elated. It was the first time his eatery had garnered such a substantial income in a single day. Baozhu then made her way to the small room at the back of the shop to find the young lady. The princess had previously advised her to be discreet in public, addressing her as Miss instead of Your Highness. Thus, Baozhu always referred to her as such when she emerged. Upon entering, Baozhu found Si Qingyao engrossed in some light reading. Although it was a trivial book, it was quite engaging. Surprised to see Baozhu, she inquired, "What is it?"
Baozhu?
"Miss, the braised delicacies have all been sold out. Would you like to come and see?" Baozhu explained excitedly, her voice brimming with joy. "Sold out? So quickly?" Si Qingyao exclaimed in astonishment, immediately rising to follow Baozhu outside. Indeed, the once overflowing stall was now entirely bare, with only a few scattered morsels of meat left. Wang Zhonggui, who had been counting the coins, quickly reported to her mistress, "These braised meats are truly extraordinary. They sold at an astonishing rate. I just counted, and we made over a tael of silver. Tomorrow, we must prepare even more stock. However, how shall we procure it? Should we have Baozhu bring it over again? Perhaps we need to establish a procedure?" Si Qingyao approached him, glancing at the coins, which had been neatly organized into a string and placed in a small wooden box. Wang Zhonggui eagerly pushed the box towards her and presented the ledger they had prepared while Baozhu was resting. While Baozhu rested, they had completed the accounts for the day. Awaiting her to review them, Wang Zhonggui was genuinely excited. It had been so long since he had seen such an influx of coins that he could scarcely remember the last time. Previously, his shop had only attracted a handful of customers each day, yielding a modest profit of 1 or 200 won. Today, however, they had made a profit exceeding a tael of silver, which was exhilarating. Si Qingyao, upon settling down, accepted the ledger and began to peruse it. Although business had been slow, Wang Zhonggui had meticulously documented every transaction, keeping everything clear and straightforward. A glance at the ledger revealed no signs of deceit. Given her background as an academic, reviewing such records was child's play for Si Qingyao. Thus, her perception of Wang Zhonggui shifted positively. While he may not excel in promotion, he certainly had a knack for accounting. Indeed, everyone possesses their own strengths, and since she had discovered his, she intended to utilize it effectively, allowing him to engage in tasks he was skilled at and enjoyed. Therefore, Si Qingyao looked up at Wang Zhonggui and calmly inquired, "Do you enjoy keeping accounts?" "You do it well. Daily expenditures and income are recorded clearly and concisely." "Indeed, I appreciate this clarity. It makes it easier for you to review the accounts, haha." Wang Zhonggui replied, feeling bashful at receiving praise for the first time, instinctively scratching the back of his head, pleased at heart. After examining the ledger for a while, Si Qingyao closed it and returned it to Wang Zhonggui. She then instructed, from now on, let Baozhu handle the delivery of the braised delicacies daily. In this regard, she will make the decisions, and Master Wang, you will fully support her. You are to manage the finances and records, collaborate effectively. At the end of each month, we will settle accounts. If business flourishes, everyone will receive a red envelope, and the more the shop earns, the larger the red envelope will be. Do you understand? Understood. Everyone present responded enthusiastically. The success of today's trial sale had instilled confidence in them all, and they believed this venture would indeed bring a turnaround for the shop. The prospect of the red envelopes excited them, motivating them to work diligently, each hoping for a greater share of the profits. Chapter 56. Cat torture. After organizing the day's affairs, Si Qingyao prepared to return home with Baozhu and the others, needing to gather ingredients for further braising. Baozhu, ever perceptive, promptly fetched the cloak Si Qingyao had worn before. While waiting outside, Si Qingyao engaged in conversation with Wang Zhonggui. Moments later, Baozhu hurriedly emerged, clutching the cloak, her face displaying a hint of panic. "Miss, while I was fetching the cloak, I suddenly heard what sounded like a series of wretched cries from behind the window in the inner chamber. It sounded quite pitiful, as if it were a wild cat. Should we go take a look?" The distressing sounds had tugged at Baozhu's heart. Although she felt concerned, she was also a bit timid, prompting her to rush out to consult her mistress. A wild cat? Upon hearing this, Si Qingyao hurriedly strode into the inner chamber. Indeed, a mournful mewing sound drifted in from the window, mingled with the laughter of children at play. The shopkeeper Wang, who followed closely behind, quickly remarked, "There's a back alley outside the window. It is seldom frequented. Perhaps it's just a stray cat passing by." Listening to the anguished cries, Si Qingyao felt an unsettling premonition and immediately turned to Wang, saying, "This is undoubtedly not a sound that would arise under normal circumstances. Wang, how do we reach that alley? Lead me there at once." In her previous life, Si Qingyao had harbored a profound affection for small creatures, especially fluffy kittens and puppies. She had once kept a large orange cat at home, which was incredibly affectionate and endearing. Thus, hearing such distress, she found herself unable to remain indifferent. She felt compelled to see for herself, as her heart was heavy with concern. Noticing her anxious expression, Wang promptly walked ahead to guide her, while Baozhu and Shenxi, too, followed closely, equally unsettled. After navigating through a couple of turns, they finally arrived at the alley. What they beheld was infuriating. 3 or 4 children had gathered, armed with a dagger, tormenting a small animal. A slightly larger kitten bore multiple wounds, cornered by them. Despite its bloodied state, it bravely shielded its kittens, hissing and growling at the group of tormentors, its cries tinged with pain. Upon witnessing this, Si Qingyao felt her anger surge to the heavens. She could hardly believe that the cat abuse stories she had heard in modern times were unfolding before her in the Golden Purple Dynasty. What was most despicable was that these wretched children wore expressions of wicked glee, thoroughly enjoying their cruelty. Unable to contain her outrage, Si Qingyao shouted at them. "Stop this at once! What are you doing?" The children turned at the sound. One, dressed like a little ruffian, arrogantly spat. "What is it to you? Scram! Do you know who our young master is? You meddle, and you'll be in for it too." With that, he brandished the dagger menacingly, embodying a little demon. The young master, clad in luxurious attire, was presumably the one he referred to, for he did not even glance back, fixated on the kitten with predatory intent.
Si Qingyao.
Unable to bear the thought of the kitten suffering further, commanded Shenxi, "Bind them up for me." Knowing that Shenxi trained in martial arts under Shenxi, she was confident he could easily handle these unruly children. Upon receiving her command, Shenxi swiftly drew his whip from his waist and, in a few deft moves, bound the group together. The young master, who had been the most vociferous, shouted, "Who do you think you are? How dare you lay hands on me? Do you know who my father is? He is a high-ranking official. You'll regret this." As Shenxi subdued them, Si Qingyao approached the corner where the bloodied kitten lay, still wary, hissing at her. The poor creature, having exhausted its strength, finally collapsed in front of its kittens. Seeing it faint, Si Qingyao quickly scooped the mother cat into her arms, intent on taking it back to tend to its wounds. Baozhu, noticing her mistress carrying the mother cat, hurriedly gathered the kittens into her own embrace. The sight of the unharmed kittens moved her deeply. Even the smallest of animals knew to protect their young. The mother cat had evidently given her all to shield her offspring, and fortunately, they had not been harmed. As Si Qingyao passed by Shenxi, the bound children continued to shout, "Let me go. I'll kill you." Pausing momentarily, she instructed Shenxi, gag their mouths and toss them into the back of the food shop. "We'll deal with them when I return." "Yes, miss," he replied, preparing to haul the bound rascals away. Seeing the situation escalate, Wang hurried over to Si Qingyao, advising, "Young mistress, you may not realize that this little tyrant is the son of a counselor from the Ministry of Justice. He often commits misdeeds in this street, and we cannot afford to cross him." Although he was aware that his mistress was the daughter of the Prime Minister's household, he also recognized her lack of favor there. Should she offend these young masters of official families, the Prime Minister would surely not protect her. Ultimately, it would be he who suffered. Moreover, he reasoned, it was hardly worth it for a mere animal. After hearing this, Si Qingyao hesitated and retorted, "Well, does the counselor outrank the Prince of Mu?" Not exactly, but Wang hesitated, knowing that she had just married into that family and that her maternal home was not reliable, making her in-laws even less so. While he hesitated to voice his thoughts, Si Qingyao smiled and said, "That is good enough. I have little tolerance for those who wield power unjustly, but today, I truly wish to exercise that power. Wang, just tend to the shop. Leave the rest to me." With that, she strode forward with Baozhu, cradling the mother cat as they made their way to the medical hall. The Zheng Medical Hall was not far, and it was well equipped with the necessary supplies to treat the mother cat's injuries. Thus, Si Qingyao and Baozhu hurried directly to the Zheng Medical Hall. Chapter 57. Suturing Technique upon their arrival. Yu Zhu had just finished preparing medicine for a patient and was startled to see her mistress entering with a bloodied animal in her arms. "Mistress, what happened? Why are you covered in blood?" she exclaimed. "Nothing serious, Yu Zhu. Please prepare some wound treatment powder for me. I need to tend to it," Si Qingyao replied. "Of course, I'll fetch it right away." Yu Zhu hurried off to gather the supplies while Si Qingyao took the kitten into the inner chamber. At that moment, Manager Yang and other doctors were occupied with patients and had not noticed the commotion. They only caught a fleeting glimpse of Si Qingyao as she passed. When Yu Zhu returned with the wound treatment powder, Si Qingyao had already cleaned the kitten's wounds. Several cuts were not too severe, so she sprinkled some medicinal powder on them and bandaged them. The kitten remained unconscious, which allowed Si Qingyao to work unimpeded. Watching her gentle movements, Yu Zhu felt a pang of sympathy and said, "Those children are truly wicked. These kittens had done nothing to provoke them, yet they inflicted such severe harm." She listened to Baozhu recount the events and was filled with indignation, especially upon seeing the mother cat in such a state. While the other wounds seemed manageable, one deep cut on the mother cat's abdomen had torn the flesh, appearing quite difficult to treat. If the wound became infected, it could very well claim the mother cat's life. After attending to the minor wounds, Si Qingyao instructed Yu Zhu, "Please bring me some anesthetic powder, a scalpel, silver needles, and sheep gut sutures. Today, I shall teach you the suturing technique."
Suturing technique?
Yu Zhu was taken aback. She had never heard of such a method. However, she had been observing medical practices at the hall during her free time and recalled seeing references to it in ancient texts. At that moment, she had also consulted the doctors at the clinic, who burst into hearty laughter, declaring that such methods were merely mentioned in ancient texts, and that no one had ever dared to stitch flesh together. After all, it was not clothing, and how could it be so simple? However, she had just heard something astonishing. Her young mistress actually intended to teach her the art of suturing. Was she planning to mend a little kitten? Such miraculous medical skills, seemingly only found in ancient tomes. To validate her inner thoughts, Si Qingyao added, "The kitten's wound is too severe. Without suturing, its recovery will be arduous. So we must attend to it." After speaking, she noticed that Yu Zhu was merely staring at her, frozen in place, and quickly urged, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up." Were it not for the throngs of people, she could have whisked the kitten back to her bracelet space to stitch it up directly, without the need for these antiquated methods. Fortunately, the situation was not overly dire. The ancient remedies would suffice. "Oh, right away." Upon hearing her command, Yu Zhu finally reacted and dashed out to fetch the necessary items from Manager Yang. At that moment, Baizhu was nearby, amusing several little kittens. She was disinterested in medicine and naturally did not comprehend Yu Zhu's astonishment. She simply knew she needed to care for the little ones, allowing her mistress to focus on treating the mother cat. After a short while, Yu Zhu returned with a medicine box in hand, followed closely by Manager Yang, whose eyes sparkled with curiosity. When Yu Zhu had approached him for the items, it piqued his interest, and upon learning that the young mistress could perform the legendary suturing technique on a cat, he hastily gathered everything she required and rushed over. Such a rare opportunity was not to be missed. He could hardly believe that the young mistress, at such a tender age, possessed knowledge of this ancient secret art. Once she had gathered the materials, Si Qingyao prepared to begin. She instructed Yu Zhu to assist her as her little aide. As for Manager Yang, who was eagerly watching from behind, she remained silent, allowing him to observe. If he was interested, she did not mind teaching him, as the art of healing should be shared and exchanged. She could impart knowledge of Western medicine, and in turn, she had learned much about traditional Chinese medicine from them. Everyone would progress together, which Si Qingyao found quite agreeable. Time slipped by, and beads of perspiration formed on Si Qingyao's brow as she finally completed the suturing of the kitten's wound. Afterward, the mother cat remained in a deep slumber. Fearing it might wake in pain during the procedure, Si Qingyao had administered a touch of anesthetic. Manager Yang, filled with excitement, inquired, "Young mistress, will this truly work? Can this cat really be saved?" Based on his experience, such a large wound would likely fester and become exceedingly difficult to heal if left unsutured. Its survival would depend on fate. He had never witnessed such a method before and was genuinely curious. While tidying up, Si Qingyao reassured him it will work. "I plan to keep this cat behind the clinic for recovery, Manager Yang, and I'll trouble you to take care of it. You can also monitor its condition and document your observations. It will be valuable experience." Upon hearing this, Manager Yang's eyes shone even brighter as he nodded vigorously. He then diligently prepared a comfortable sleeping area for the mother cat, ensuring it could rest well. After all, this little kitten was now his significant patient, as the application of the suturing technique on humans would depend on its success. Si Qingyao then briefed them on the post-suturing care before departing from the clinic. She had not forgotten that the culprits were still awaiting her. Thus, Si Qingyao hurriedly made her way back to the Zheng family eatery with Baizhu. Upon arriving at the courtyard, she found the few rascals still squawking and cursing with their mouths gagged, and their excitement heightened upon seeing Si Qingyao approach. Giving Shun Shi a glance, he promptly removed the cloth strips from their mouths. The moment they were freed, they immediately shouted, "You little brat! Do you know who I am? How dare you treat me like this? You must have a death wish."
Indeed.
Our young master is the son of a counselor in the Ministry of Rights. If you offend us, you will regret it. If you want to survive, let's go. And we might just spare your life. Exactly. Otherwise, your doom is imminent. What is a mere eatery to us? I could easily smash it. The group continued to hurl insults at her, their voices filled with fervor. It's just a mere animal we hurt. We haven't killed anyone. They were incensed, not understanding how a wild woman could dare bind them and stuff filthy rags in their mouths. Si Qingyao remained silent, her expression stern, as she walked past them to confront the leading young master in fine garments. Without any further ado, with a swift motion, she dislocated his jaw. Chapter 58. A lesson for the young rascals. Si Qingyao's action left the young master's attendants utterly astonished. The previously boisterous shouts were abruptly silenced, swallowed back in fear that the woman might turn her wrath upon them next. Though they felt sympathy for their young master, their own lives took precedence. Not only them, but even Xinshi and Baizhu, who followed behind, were taken aback. Their mistress was truly formidable, especially Xinshi. He gazed at Si Qingyao with admiration. He was accustomed to wielding weapons and valued martial prowess, believing that a delicate young lady like her would only excel in healing arts and culinary skills. He never expected she could dislocate a jaw with such practiced ease and precision. Could it be that their mistress was also skilled in martial arts? At that moment, Xinxi's curiosity piqued. Meanwhile, the young master, reputed to be the son of a counselor, was now reduced to tears, his eyes brimming with fear. His voice a whimpering plea, unable to articulate his thoughts. The sudden turn of events left him completely dumbfounded, stripped of the arrogance he had previously displayed. The fear gripped him. Despite his usual reckless behavior, he had never faced such consequences. His father had never struck him, only making him kneel in the ancestral hall. This was the first time anyone had dared to dislocate his jaw. Seeing the pleading look in his eyes, Si Qingyao, with a hint of annoyance, asked, "Can you speak properly now? Will you continue to curse?" Bound and sobbing, Fang Hian nodded and shook his head, wondering if he would be treated this way in the future. What had that woman done to him? Why had things turned out this way? No one had ever dared to treat him like this. Yet, facing such a fierce woman, he dared not oppose her. Indeed, his mother had been right. The more beautiful a woman was, the more ruthless she could be. Upon seeing him nod, Si Qingyao extended her hand and reattached the young rascal's jaw. Fang Hian was left bewildered, having been dislocated and then miraculously restored, taking a moment to comprehend the situation. Once he realized he could speak again, he immediately spat. "You wicked woman! How dare you treat me this way? Do you know who my father is? He is a counselor in the Ministry of Rights, a fifth-rank official. This is kidnapping the kin of a court official. Do you wish to die? Oh, a counselor in the Ministry of Rights. How frightening. However, you should be more concerned about yourself. Let me ask you, why did you mistreat that kitten?" In her words, Si Qingyao expressed fear. Yet her demeanor betrayed not a trace of apprehension. Rather, she found it peculiar that this young master, appearing no more than 11 or 12 years of age, bore no resemblance to a nefarious villain. How could he engage in such acts of bullying against the weak? If he were truly born of malevolent stock, his visage would surely reflect that. It is indeed conceivable that some children, at such tender ages, may indulge in misdeeds. They might not only torment cats, but could even commit murder without a second thought. However, the eyes of a person are not deceiving. Upon encountering this young master, Si Qingyao felt an instinctive intuition that he was not a thoroughgoing demon, and her instincts had always proven accurate. Thus, she was willing to afford him an opportunity for defense. Although Fang Hian was reluctant to engage in lengthy discourse with this wicked woman, the memory of how she had just unhinged his jaw sent shivers down his spine. Therefore, he could only lower his head and explain, "I seek the heart of that wild cat. My grandmother is unwell, suffering from a heart condition. I have heard it said that one can replenish what is lacking by consuming its counterpart, hence my actions. Indeed, this is a remedy from our hometown. Miss, please spare us, for my young master acts out of filial piety and does not kill cats without reason," interjected the attendant hastily.
To them.
The act of killing a wild cat was trivial. After all, their lives as servants were often disregarded by their masters, who treated them as expendable. This young lady was making a mountain out of a molehill. Si Qingyao had not anticipated such a rationale, finding it amusing. Who on earth posited that eating a heart could mend a heart? Some folk remedies are truly absurd. Thus, she responded, if you're ill, should you not consult a physician? Consuming a heart, you say? If you must eat a heart, why not procure a pig's or sheep's heart from the butcher? Why must it be the heart of a cat, especially that of a mother cat with her kittens? By killing the mother, do you not condemn the helpless kittens to death as well? You would be taking multiple lives in one act. Have you considered that? Upon hearing this, Fang Hian quickly clarified. No, I had no intention of harming the kittens. My plan was to take the cat's heart and then capture the little ones to bring them back to the estate, ensuring they would not starve. It would be my way of repaying the mother cat's kindness. Si Qingyao was nearly amused to the point of exasperation. He fancied himself benevolent, plotting a future for the kittens while simultaneously wishing to kill their mother. Such ignorance and foolishness. Nevertheless, no justification could excuse his disregard for life. Si Qingyao resolved to teach them a lesson, making them remember this encounter. After all, Shen Mufeng's official position surpassed that of this young master's father, and she could consider it a means of correcting the child. Thus, she addressed them. While you may possess reasons, the act of killing a wild cat is indefensible and warrants punishment. Do you agree? Yes, yes, yes. Please spare us, sister. Although I have been idle and unproductive in the past, this is truly my first time killing a cat. I have never harmed any other small creatures. I swear. Fang Hian declared, raising his hand to swear, fearful that she would not believe him. Si Qingyao ignored him, turning to Xin Shi. Shi later. Use a rattan to strike these boys thrice on their backsides and be firm about it. Let them feel a bit of pain and learn their lesson. Then send them back to the estate, revealing your identity. Inform them that I have disciplined their son, and if they are displeased, they may come to find me. Yes. Mississippi Shen Shi promptly acquiesced, as this task was all too simple for him. He had little patience for those who bullied the weak, and a few strikes were indeed warranted. This young master likely grew up spoiled by his family, resulting in such unruliness. After giving instructions, Si Qingyao departed with Bao Zhu. She felt confident and trusting the ensuing matters to Shi. Additionally, it was imperative for her to return and inform Shen Mufeng of the incident, given that she had invoked his name to exert her influence over others. Chapter 59. The dog that barks behind its master upon returning to the estate. Si Qingyao was reminded by Bao Zhu that she had yet to eat lunch, having allowed her anger to satiate her appetite. Only now did she realize her hunger. Consequently, Bao Zhu quickly prepared a few simple dishes, ensuring the lady could enjoy her meal in peace. After lunch, Si Qingyao inquired with the servants and learned that Shen Mufeng had gone to the study early that morning and had even taken his lunch there. Thus, she proceeded directly to the study to find him. Knocking on the door, she heard Shen Mufeng's cool voice from within. Enter. When Si Qingyao stepped inside, she found him deeply engrossed in military texts at his desk, so focused that he did not even glance up to acknowledge her arrival. It was only when she spoke. Shen Mufeng, are you reading? Am I disturbing you? Qingyao, you have returned? He replied.
No.
I am merely passing the time with books as my leg is injured, and I have little else to do. Shen Mufeng looked up to see Si Qingyao before him and quickly closed the book, offering an explanation. In truth, he envied Si Qingyao's current state. She was busy and purposeful, fully aware of her actions and desires. He rarely saw her presence in the estate during the day, which made her life seem fulfilling. Unlike his own, where he could only sit idle, unable to do anything. Si Qingyao felt a bit awkward, smiling as she took a seat on a nearby chair. Watching Shen Mufeng in silence, he found her demeanor strange and was about to inquire if she had something on her mind when Bao Zhu unexpectedly entered with a tray. Bowing to him, Your Highness, this is specially prepared for you by Her Highness. Please do try it. As she spoke, she set down the lotus seed soup beside him and then withdrew. Si Qingyao beamed brightly and earnestly said, Yes. I had someone brew it for you while I was eating. It cools the body, and with the weather being so dry recently, it would be beneficial. Shen Mufeng nodded in acknowledgement, lifting the bowl to take a small spoonful. It indeed tastes quite good. After consuming several spoonfuls under her watchful gaze, he set down the spoon, a hint of curiosity crossing his face. Why do you keep staring at me? Is there something you wish to discuss? Si Qingyao was taken aback by how easily he perceived her thoughts, a blush creeping to her cheeks as she awkwardly laughed.
Well,
There is indeed something I feel is better shared with you. She proceeded to recount the incident earlier that day when she disciplined the son of the Minister of State, detailing every aspect of the encounter. She had acted boldly, relying on Shen Mufeng's higher status to feel empowered. Now, reflecting on it, she felt somewhat impulsive. It could potentially bring trouble to Shen Mufeng. To her surprise, upon hearing her recounting, Shen Mufeng's initially serious expression softened, and a slight smile flickered at the corners of his mouth as he reassured her, there is no cause for concern. Minister Fong is not unreasonable. He may even express gratitude for your correction of his son. Really? My actions won't cause you any trouble, will they? Although I may have acted out of a sense of superiority, I still fear it may reflect poorly on you. Si Qingyao was somewhat incredulous. Was Minister Fong truly that easy to appease? She observed that Shen Mufeng appeared utterly unconcerned. Indeed, there is no issue. Rest easy. Minister Fong is aware of his own nature. He is not one to act with unwarranted rage. Moreover, since you have had Shi identify himself at the estate, he will not pursue any responsibility on your part, as his son was indeed at fault first. In a 3-section residence located in the southwestern corner of the capital, the 4 individuals who had just endured a beating were returned by Xinshi, the doorman, upon witnessing someone audaciously carrying away the young master. Hurriedly stumbled inside to inform the master of the house. After a short while, Fong Jingyang and his wife rushed out in a flurry. Observing the scene, they quickly exclaimed, "Kind sir, please show mercy. We are unaware of how our son has offended you." Xinshi unceremoniously tossed the young man onto the ground, leisurely retrieving his token from his robe to show Fong Jingyang. He then calmly stated, "I am Xinshi, a guard of the Muwangfu, sent by my lady to return your son home." Inside the Fong family's hall, a profound silence enveloped everyone. Although Mrs. Fong felt a pang of sympathy for her son's punishment, the stern demeanor of the master restrained her from voicing her concerns. Do you understand your mistake?" At that moment, Fong Hian, trembling and kneeling, hastily replied, "I was wrong, father. I truly understand my fault. I had no idea that woman was the princess consort of Mu. Had I known, I would never have dared provoke her. I did not intend to do wrong. My only goal was to honor my grandmother by ridding the area of stray cats." As he spoke, he repeatedly bowed his head on the ground, genuinely oblivious to the fact that the woman in question was indeed a princess. Who would have thought a princess would concern herself with stray cats instead of remaining within the confines of her estate? Mrs. Fong interjected to defend her son. "Indeed, my lord, Anur acted out of concern for his grandmother's illness, which led him to overstep. Moreover, it was merely a stray cat, not a matter of life and death. I believe the princess consort has overreacted. She has already punished Anur. Please do not make him kneel any longer." However, her words were met with a reprimand from Fong Sanchi. A mother's indulgence. Today he dares to kill a cat. Tomorrow he may dare to take a life. Do you not understand the wisdom in the words of the sages? It is your excessive pampering that has led him to such folly. Fong Hian, since the princess consort has already dealt with you, I shall spare you further punishment. However, remember this. Take him back to his room to rest and tend to his wounds. Once he is healed, he shall kneel in the ancestral hall for 2 days and nights. We shall see if you dare to roam aimlessly again. Would it not be better to study at home? Your tutor has recently complained about you again. What are you thinking? I will handle your grandmother's illness. I have already secured the emperor's decree, and a physician will attend to her. You should focus on yourself and not act so recklessly." With that, Fong Sanchi angrily shook his sleeves and left the hall. Once the master had departed, Mrs. Fong hurriedly assisted her son to his feet, soothing him as they made their way to the bedroom for treatment. Si Qingyao, having waited a considerable time in the estate without any trouble, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just as Shen Mufeng had suggested, Lord Fong indeed showed a reasonable disposition, as she joyfully arranged for more supplies for their meals. A young servant arrived in her courtyard, reporting, "Madam, the prince requests your presence in the front hall. Someone wishes to see you." Chapter 60, An Unexpected Visitor. Si Qingyao. Her heart, which had just settled, soared once more with anxiety. With no other choice, she prepared to face her guests, confronting the consequences of her earlier bravado. Throughout the journey, she mentally steeled herself. However, upon reaching the front hall, she was taken aback. The person before her was far too youthful to be the father of that little rascal. While it was common for individuals in ancient times to marry young, this man appeared to be merely in his 20s. How could he possibly have a son of around 10 years? As she stood there in disbelief, Shen Mufeng approached her in a wheelchair, introducing Qingyao. This is young Master Du, son of the Minister of Rites. He wishes to consult you on a few matters. Shen Mufeng himself was equally astonished. He had not anticipated that his princess would attract visitors merely for performing a piece on the Eru at the 100 Flowers banquet. While he recognized the remarkable quality of her performance, he had not expected such an impact. It was worth noting that he had never had any dealings with the Minister of Rites, making young Master Du's visit quite audacious. Du Yu was acutely aware of the inappropriateness of his actions, yet he could no longer contain himself. He had practiced the piece horse racing, which the Princess Consort performed at the banquet, countless times at home without success. There were several nuances he simply could not master. His frustration had reached a boiling point, prompting him to shamelessly seek her guidance. If his father were to discover that he was using his influence for such purposes, he would undoubtedly be furious. Moreover, he had come to the Mu Wangfu, despite being warned by his father to avoid provoking the prince, as he was not someone to be trifled with. Consequently, he resolved to keep this endeavor a secret from his father. Taking advantage of the fact that his father had accompanied his mother on a pilgrimage to the mountains, he hastily set out. Fortunately, the prince proved to be more accommodating than he had anticipated. After explaining his intentions, Shen Mufeng did not make matters difficult for him, allowing him to enjoy some tea in the hall while sending a servant to fetch the princess. Observing the silent prince, Du felt a surge of anxiety. What was he thinking? Surely, he wasn't contemplating how to dispose of him? It was widely believed that the prince was a cold and aloof individual, rarely engaging in conversation with his peers and seldom displaying kindness. This was why his father had warned him to maintain his distance. However, as Du discreetly scrutinized him, he found him rather unthreatening. The prince, only a few years his senior, had already become the only royal of a different surname in the Zi Jin Dynasty. Quite impressive indeed. Nevertheless, he did exude an air of coldness, making him seem somewhat unapproachable. As Du pondered these thoughts, a melodious voice broke the tension. Mufeng, did you call for me? Shen Mufeng's expression softened upon seeing Si Qingyao enter, a smile gracing his lips as he explained. Qingyao, this is young Master Du from the Minister of Rites family. He has come to seek your guidance on a few questions. Shen Mufeng's tone bore a hint of helplessness. He could not dismiss a visitor who had come specifically to consult the princess. Moreover, it was she who was his guest, and he would not overstep his bounds, lest he displease her. Si Qingyao's eyes widened in astonishment. Gazing at the unfamiliar young man, her mind was filled with questions. Young Master Du? Who was he? Wasn't this the father of the little rascal seeking to settle a score with her? She did not recognize him at all. In truth, she was terrified, having genuinely believed that she had drawn the ire of a parent for punishing a child. Her expression towards him became increasingly impatient. Why would he come at such an inconvenient time, as if to frighten her? Seeing the princess's demeanor, Du misinterpreted her annoyance and promptly bowed deeply, respectfully articulating his purpose. His demeanor was far more courteous than it had been towards the prince. This was partly due to Du's admiration for knowledgeable individuals, particularly after being so thoroughly impressed by her performance of horse racing. He believed that anyone with talent deserved respect. Additionally, he had noticed how the atmosphere had lightened when the princess entered, making her presence feel significant in his eyes. Si Qingyao could never have anticipated that this young man's visit was prompted by a simple Eru piece. What a delightful surprise! To one's astonishment, it appears that in ancient times, individuals could be so deeply enamored with music. Moreover, the queries he posed were indeed the most challenging aspects of the entire composition, revealing his undeniable talent and profound passion for melody. Initially irked, Si Qingyao found herself somewhat moved by his earnestness in learning. Consequently, she ceased her awkward demeanor and instructed a servant to fetch a traditional Eru to assist Du Yu in his inquiries. Meanwhile, Shen Mufeng quietly sat nearby, sipping tea and savoring delicacies, patiently observing the exchange of musical knowledge between the two. Some of the specialized terminology eluded him, as he was neither versed in music nor proficient in playing instruments. At that moment, he felt like an outsider. Strangely, a sense of discomfort crept into his heart, particularly when Du inadvertently made Si Qingyao laugh during their conversation. This elicited an unsettling feeling within him, and though he could not pinpoint the source of this emotion, he recognized its inappropriateness. Thus, he tightened his grip on the teacup and took a sip to calm his inner turmoil. Drawn in by Du's inquiries, Si Qingyao patiently clarified some of his uncertainties. She was also astonished by this gentleman's musical prowess, reflecting inwardly that he truly belonged to a different era. Had he been born in the 21st century, he would undoubtedly be a successor to the illustrious Du family, a master of both lyricism and composition. The piece he had heard, one she had labored over for quite some time, he was able to play after merely one listening. It was truly remarkable. Alas, in the Zi Jin Dynasty, places like song and dance houses were seen as lowly and frivolous. Otherwise, he would surely be a superstar in the music industry. As a result, Si Qingyao's attitude towards him shifted from indifference to genuine admiration. Time slipped by, and after several refills of tea, Du finally rose to take his leave.
Today,
I have gained much, and I apologize for encroaching upon the time of your highness and the esteemed princess. I am deeply grateful and shall certainly repay your kindness when the opportunity arises. Do not mention it, young master, we were merely exchanging insights. I, too, have learned a great deal from you, so we are even, she replied with a laugh. Shen Mufeng nodded in agreement, opting not to elaborate further. Once Du departed, Si Qingyao could not help but express her surprise to Shen Mufeng. I never expected such a musical prodigy to exist in the capital. It is truly admirable. While her opinion of him was high, the outside world often labeled him as one who squandered his potential on frivolities. Shen Mufeng recalled the rumors surrounding Du and, unable to restrain himself, mentioned them. Though I do not share that sentiment, he continued, mastering any craft to perfection is a rare feat, particularly when it is a passion. Life is challenging, and finding something one loves is a blessing. Young master, Du simply prefers to pursue a path outside of politics. It is unfair to dismiss him as someone who has lost ambition. I believe that even if he were a commoner, surrounded by instruments, he would lead a fulfilling life. Such individuals often possess a broader perspective, seeking fulfillment on a more spiritual level. Everyone's aspirations are distinct. Such pursuits cannot be forced. It is no small accomplishment to remain detached from worldly affairs, wholly devoted to the art of music. Moreover, it is fortunate for him to have a supportive father, alleviating concerns about material needs. Si Qingyao felt a twinge of envy at this thought. His ability to pursue music freely stemmed from familial support, a privilege she longed for. Although she had been an orphan, she had been fortunate enough to find adoptive parents who wholeheartedly encouraged her pursuit of medicine. Thus, she too felt a sense of happiness. Alas, this line of thought led her to ponder her own parents, wondering if they had successfully conceived a younger sibling. A pang of melancholy washed over her, and she silently wished, Heaven, could you not grant me dreams of my parents? Upon hearing Si Qingyao's insightful reflections, Shen Mufeng felt a swirl of emotions within him. He shared her belief that engaging in what one loves is not a sign of wasting one's potential. Like him, despite being a military general, he harbored a deep aversion to war, for it signified loss and suffering. He yearned for the peace of the Zi Jin Dynasty, recognizing that strength was necessary to deter foreign invasions. Thus, they must continually strive for greater strength. After conversing with Shen Mufeng for a while longer, Si Qingyao eventually took her leave, but not before noticing his leg. With a thoughtful expression, she remarked, Your leg has been healing for some time now. I will arrange for someone to make you a cane so you can practice walking on one leg and avoid sitting for extended periods. It must be quite uncomfortable.
Oh,
That would be a great inconvenience for you. Qingyao, Shen Mufeng replied, surprised by her sudden shift in topic. Nevertheless, he felt quite well. He could eat heartily and sleep soundly, with no ailments aside from following her instructions not to move his leg. It had been a while since he had practiced martial arts, and his bones ached for movement. The prospect of being able to practice walking delighted him. There's no need for formalities. We are quite familiar with each other now. You should rest, and I shall return, she said, bouncing away with a light-hearted air. In her mind, Shen Mufeng was now akin to family. She considered him a friend, and mutual support was a natural expectation among friends. Moreover, he had assisted her on numerous occasions. Their shared values made his company enjoyable and effortless. Thus, even if they were never to become a couple, Si Qingyao felt that their friendship was equally valuable. Halfway down the corridor, she suddenly remembered something and turned back, slightly out of breath. Shen Mufeng, I wanted to ask you, what tasks do you usually assign to Xiao Shi? Could you possibly let me borrow him? As she spoke, she nervously wrung her hands and wore a somewhat eager smile. It was somewhat embarrassing, given that she had already claimed Baozhu and Yuzhu. Yet now she found herself eyeing another guard. However, she felt that Shi was particularly well suited to her needs, and given his familiarity with Baozhu, he would be the ideal companion to assist her in transporting supplies to the dining establishment. Thus, she boldly broached the subject, believing Shen Mufeng would not deny her request. After all, she knew he had several guards like Qi and Shi. Losing one should not pose a problem. Shen Mufeng, unperturbed by her sudden change in demeanor, merely smiled at her with an air of familiarity. Very well, I shall inform him shortly. Would one be sufficient, or do you require more assistance? I have others who can help as well. No need, Shi will suffice. Thank you, she replied, a hint of nervousness washing over her as she hurried away. For some inexplicable reason, she felt flustered under his gentle gaze, which seemed to carry a warmth and affection akin to that of a lover, leaving her quite flustered. Shen Mufeng, meanwhile, noticed a growing tenderness in his demeanor. His naturally soft eyes, usually serious, appeared even more inviting when he smiled gently at her, rendering it quite difficult to resist. No wonder everyone says that those with peach blossom eyes truly look at dogs with deep affection. As Si Qingyao walked, she shook her head, engaging in a self-induced hypnosis. Si Qingyao, be more rational. He is merely polite and well-mannered. Do not be seduced by that gentle demeanor. Besides, he is your junior, significantly younger than you. How could you allow yourself such indulgence? Is it akin to an old ox grazing on tender grass? Furthermore, he harbors affections for another. To love him would only invite heartache. Yes, focusing on making money is paramount. What is a man? My sister doesn't care about such trivialities, indeed. The next day, Si Qingyao, accompanied by Yuzhu, visited the clinic to check on the orange tabby cat. The cat had awakened, but its injuries prevented it from moving about freely. Nevertheless, it felt reassured upon seeing its kittens and began to groom them affectionately. Si Qingyao had entrusted the matters of the eatery entirely to Baozhu and Shi, especially with the assistance of manager Wang, so there was little cause for concern. The orange tabby seemed to recognize Si Qingyao and her companions as its saviors, displaying a fondness for them. Particularly, several kittens, after being groomed by their mother, scampered over to the hem of Si Qingyao's skirt, mewing adorably. Chapter 62. The severely wounded youth. The clinic had now settled into a routine, functioning well whether she was present or not. Moreover, after reviewing the clinic's accounts last month, Si Qingyao was pleasantly surprised by its performance, far exceeding her expectations. She had anticipated losses during the initial months, yet it had managed to break even, a delightful revelation. After all, a clinic does not operate merely for profit, unlike other establishments. Today, Si Qingyao decided to remain in the clinic's backyard to care for the cats, as reading indoors or outdoors offered the same solace. But here she could also play with the kittens. Shortly after lunch, Baozhu and Shi arrived from the eatery with good news. The marinated delicacies had sold out in just half a day, despite an increased supply compared to the previous day, underscoring the popularity of their offerings. Baozhu's eyes sparkled with pride as she recounted the day's success. For the first time, she felt a sense of accomplishment and realized her own capabilities. Si Qingyao praised her and encouraged them to continue their work. The two then set off to the market to procure ingredients, and with Shi accompanying Baozhu, Si Qingyao felt at ease. When Shi received the prince's orders, he could scarcely believe his fortune. Such an opportunity had unexpectedly fallen into his lap, and he was more than willing to follow Baozhu, relishing the prospect of better meals compared to his previous companions. Thus, without hesitation, he accepted.
Now,
he could enjoy a position of legitimacy while indulging himself. After Baozhu and Shi departed, Si Qingyao remained in the backyard, engrossed in her reading while petting the cats. The kittens were well cared for. Despite their mother's injuries, they were well-fed and round, exuding cuteness. Si Qingyao leisurely enjoyed this tranquil time in the clinic's backyard until her peace was abruptly interrupted by hurried footsteps.
Miss.
You must come see. A severely injured child has arrived, and he has no family. Manager Yang says you should take a look. Yuzhu's face displayed a hint of panic. She had never witnessed such a grievous injury on a child before. It was truly pitiful. Upon hearing this, Si Qingyao quickly set her book aside, donned her hood, and followed Yuzhu into the clinic. Manager Yang, seeing the proprietor arrive, promptly explained, "You're here, owner. It is indeed a tragic situation. A few young servants, I know not from which household, brought this child on a stretcher and left in a hurry. I barely had time to react. The child appears gravely injured. And yet there is no one to care for him. I hesitated to act, fearing. Yang's unspoken concern was evident. He feared the child might be unable to pay for treatment. He had previously mentioned in passing that the clinic could be more profitable if they did not accept patients who could not afford their fees. But the owner insisted on treating the needy without turning them away, leading to the clinic's financial difficulties. While Yang acknowledged the kindness of this approach, he was apprehensive about the clinic's future, having invested considerable effort into it. Si Qingyao glanced at the injured child on the stretcher. His injuries were indeed severe.
Let us not dwell on that now.
You all, carry him inside, and tend to his wounds first, she instructed. The apprentices swiftly transported the child into the treatment room designated for external injuries, established by Si Qingyao herself. She observed the child closely. He appeared to be around 8 or 9 years old, and was currently unconscious due to his injuries. His body bore numerous whip marks, a testament to a cruel beating. Who could be so heartless as to inflict such harm upon a child? Si Qingyao felt a wave of shock. Having lived in peaceful times, she had never seen anyone so brutally injured. Her heart ached for this child. How unfortunate he was to endure such suffering. Yushu, please clean his wounds and apply some ointment. I will send someone to inquire about his family, she instructed. Understood, Mississippi. You can trust me, Yushu replied. Having studied medicine in the clinic daily, she was more than capable of treating such whip wounds. Seeing Yushu busying herself, Si Qingyao felt reassured and stepped outside to send the apprentices to gather information about who had brought the child to the clinic and from which family he hailed. As the apprentices went out, a waiting patient suddenly spoke up. This child looks familiar. I believe I have seen him before. Please hold on, let me think. The elderly gentleman fell into deep thought, seriously trying to recall. After a moment, he indeed remembered. He owned a bakery and often saw this little beggar wandering the street, sometimes giving him leftover pastries out of pity. The child would always express his gratitude with a smile. How had he ended up in such a state? Si Qingyao was astonished upon hearing this. A little beggar? Yes, the little beggar. This child seems to be an orphan, usually residing in a dilapidated temple outside the city, coming into town during the day to beg for food. I wonder what could have happened today to cause such a beating. How tragic. After about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, an apprentice returned, breathless and gulping down water before reporting to Si Qingyao. Owner, I found out that today in the West Market, a wealthy merchant was celebrating a wedding, marrying a concubine. This little beggar went to beg for food, and somehow, he was accused of stealing. After a violent altercation, they realized the boy was gravely injured, and, in a panic, they brought him to our medical clinic, leaving him there before fleeing, perhaps out of fear of being asked to pay for medical expenses. The servant was equally outraged. The accusation of theft was unfounded, for he had merely taken a piece of pig's head meat. The family's cruelty, inflicting such harm over a trivial matter, was truly shocking. In that moment, he fully comprehended the depths of the wealthy's indifference to human life. How utterly infuriating. In the eyes of the affluent, the life of a small beggar is deemed less valuable than a mere piece of meat. Upon hearing this, Si Qingyao grasped the situation and suggested, "Let us tend to his wounds first. We shall discuss everything once he awakens." She then retreated to the inner chamber. At this moment, the small beggar had been cleaned up by Yuzhu, revealing his delicate features, which astonished Si Qingyao. "I did not expect this little beggar to possess such charm," she remarked. "Indeed, miss, I was equally taken aback when I cleaned him. Who knew that beneath his dirt, such cuteness lay hidden?" Thus, the small beggar, once on the brink of death, was unconditionally taken in by the Zhang Medical Clinic. Si Qingyao expressed her thoughts to Yuzhu. "Lately, I wonder what has come over me? Instead of taking in stray cats, I find myself rescuing small beggars. My abode is becoming a refuge." Yuzhu, covering her mouth to stifle a laugh, replied, "It is a blessing for them to encounter someone as kind-hearted as you, Mississippi." Indeed, had it not been for her compassion, perhaps these two lives would have met their end right there. Once the small beggar was settled, the day had grown late, and Si Qingyao, accompanied by Yuzhu, returned to the residence of Prince Mu. After having dinner and bathing, she retired for the night, feeling weary from the day's events. As she drifted into a slumber, perhaps due to her longing for her family, she dreamed of her long-missed parents. In the dream, she floated around them like a wandering spirit. Yet they were oblivious to her presence, unable to hear her cries, no matter how desperately she called out. Eventually, She resigned herself to the painful truth that they truly could not see or hear her. Regaining her composure, Si Qingyao realized she was at home in the 21st century, where her father was preparing breakfast in the kitchen and her mother had not yet awoken. Although unable to communicate, she remained by her father's side. Watching him cook 2 fried eggs, heat 2 cups of milk, and prepare fruits and vegetables to provide some vitamins. Once everything was ready, her father went to the bedroom to wake her mother. It was then that Si Qingyao noticed a change in her mother. Her belly was slightly rounded. A wave of joy surged within Si Qingyao. Could it be? Was her mother pregnant? Truly? The words of the underworld's steward had proven true. That miraculous medicine had indeed worked. As Si Qingyao reveled in her excitement, her father's voice seemed to confirm her hopes. Be careful, though 3 months have passed. You must still take precautions. After all, you are not as young as you used to be, and this child is a blessing. I'm not fragile. I'm not some pampered lady, her mother retorted. The doctor said I should stay active, it will aid in the delivery, and did we not just have a checkup? The baby is healthy, so you need not worry so much. Indeed, her mother was truly pregnant. What wonderful news! Si Qingyao felt immense happiness, for even in her absence, her mother was blessed with another child of their shared bloodline. This was the only thing she could do for her family, to bring them joy and hope for the future, lessening the pain caused by her departure. Si Qingyao wished to remain in silent companionship with her parents a while longer. But for reasons unknown, she abruptly awoke from her dream. As she sat up, she found herself on her bed, gasping for breath, her expression one of bewilderment. Yushu, hearing the commotion, rushed in, lighting the lamp and inquiring with concern, Miss, what troubles you? Did you have a nightmare? No, nothing else wrong. Just bring me a glass of water. I am quite thirsty, Si Qingyao replied, now fully aware. Whether her spirit had truly returned to the present or it was merely a dream, she had witnessed what she longed to see. Her parents were blessed with another child. This revelation helped her release a long-held worry. Upon hearing that her mistress desired water, Yushu quickly poured some from the teapot, and Si Qingyao drank 3 full cups before feeling somewhat better. With a hint of apology, she said, Yushu, I am well now. You may return to your rest. I am sorry to have disturbed you. Miss, such words are unnecessary. It is my duty to serve you. Are you truly all right? Yushu responded, surprised that merely fetching tea would cause her mistress to feel apologetic. Despite being back at the residence, she continued to call her miss out of habit. It's fine.
Truly.
You should return to sleep, Si Qingyao reassured her. All right, miss, should you need anything, just call for me. I will be on the couch outside. Yushu returned to her resting place, needing sufficient sleep for the next day at the clinic, unaware that this was the first time Si Qingyao had experienced a nightmare. Tomorrow, she would ask Baizhu if there were any calming remedies to prepare for Si Qingyao, for it seemed the recent events had taken their toll on her. After sending Yushu away, Si Qingyao lay in bed, unable to sleep as her mind replayed the events of her dream. Was it truly a dream? Yet it felt so vivid, as if it had genuinely transpired. But she had remained in this room all along. Could it be that her soul had departed? Lost in these thoughts, a shiver ran down her spine, and she felt a twinge of fear. After a moment, she scolded herself, silly Si Qingyao. What is there to fear? You have already traversed the underworld. What could frighten you now? Besides, today's revelation was a blessing. Perhaps it was a message from your parents, reassuring you that they are well. Indeed, that must be the case. With this comforting thought, Si Qingyao gradually surrendered to sleep once more. The next morning, upon awakening, Si Qingyao sat up, momentarily dazed. Had last night's dream been real, or merely a figment of her imagination? As she pondered, Yushu entered with a basin of water, busying herself while asking Miss, did you have any nightmares after that? You frightened me quite a bit last night. It was the first time I've seen you distressed. Oh no, I am fine, Si Qingyao replied, finally realizing that her dream of her parents had indeed been real. She had simply awoken startled and unaccustomed to the transition, causing her to scream and frighten Yushu, who thought she had experienced a nightmare. Upon hearing the young lady assure her that all was well, Yushu finally smiled with relief and said, then all is well. Allow me to assist you in your morning routine. Very well. Thus, the two engaged in light conversation as they rose from their slumber. After tidying themselves up, Yushu accompanied the young lady to breakfast. Upon their arrival, Shen Mufeng was already present. Noticing her, he greeted, Qingyao, good morning. Good morning, Your Highness. Have you been waiting long? You need not wait for me to start eating. A hint of embarrassment washed over Si Qingyao, realizing she had risen later than usual, making her breakfast companion wait longer than necessary. Not at all. I have just arrived, Shen Mufeng replied with a nonchalant smile. Though he had indeed been waiting for quite some time, he simply wished to share this meal with her. Eating alongside her somehow enhanced his appetite, regardless of the dish. She always seemed to savor it with such delight that the food before him appeared more enticing. His own appetite, too, mysteriously flourished. Typically spending all day in a wheelchair, he consumed less, especially as she often dined elsewhere during lunch and returned at unpredictable hours for dinner. Hence, breakfast remained their sole opportunity to share a meal together. Shen Mufeng cherished these moments immensely. After partaking in a warm breakfast together, Si Qingyao set out again. She had not forgotten her previous promise to him. And observing his current state of recovery, it was indeed time for him to practice standing without the aid of his wheelchair. Si Qingyao first took Yuzhu to the medical clinic to check on the injured child from yesterday. She found that although he remained in a coma, his life was no longer in danger, which eased her worries. The proprietor, Wang, approached Si Qingyao with a cup of tea and remarked, "I heard that last night." As anticipated, this young lad developed a fever. Thankfully, the night watchman followed your instructions to sponge him down and administered some fever-reducing herbal soup, which helped stabilize his condition. Truly, the master has a knack for predicting such things. Si Qingyao smiled and explained, "It is not foresight, it is merely experience." The child's wounds were clearly prone to infection and fever, so the likelihood of a fever arising was quite high. Give my regards to Xiaoliang. Let him know that at the end of the month, I shall treat them all to a grand feast at the tavern. Ah, that would be splendid. The boys will be overjoyed. They have never been to a tavern. Wang beamed, stroking his white beard. The apprentices he had taken in were all children of impoverished families, seeking both to learn a skill and earn a few coins to support their households. Meeting someone as kind as the master was indeed a stroke of fortune for them. Upon leaving the clinic, Si Qingyao made her way to the shop where the wheelchair had been crafted. This time, she intended to procure a cane for Shen Mufeng. Upon entering the store, Lian spotted her immediately and excitedly rose to greet her. Madam, what a surprise. Have you found any issues with the wheelchair?" His genuine happiness was evident. She had become a fortunate star for him. Although he had not charged her for the wheelchair, the concept had proven so successful that his business had flourished. No, the wheelchair is splendid and fits perfectly. I have no changes to suggest. I am here today to inquire if you have any canes for sale? Si Qingyao expressed her needs. Canes seemed quite common in ancient times, so she expected to find one readily available. As anticipated, upon hearing her request, Lian proudly replied, "Of course. We have not only canes but a variety of styles as well. Please, madam, follow me. I shall show you." He led her to a section of the shop dedicated to canes. Si Qingyao crouched down, meticulously selecting one. Indeed, as the proprietor had claimed, there were several styles available. Though all wooden, they were crafted in various designs, not differing greatly from modern canes. It was clear that the ancient artisans possessed remarkable ingenuity. Si Qingyao had already discerned that Lian was exceptionally talented in woodworking and harbored a true passion for it. He was a rare gem. After selecting a cane, Si Qingyao promptly paid and returned to the Wang residence, where, as expected, Shen Mufeng was once again engrossed in his books. Upon entering, she teased, "Shen Mufeng, do not confine yourself to your room with those books. Look at the splendid sunshine outside. You should come out and stretch your legs. See what I have brought for you?" As she spoke, she raised the cane for him to see. Shen Mufeng was taken aback by her sudden appearance, but felt no displeasure from the interruption. With a gentle smile, he inquired, "What brings you back so soon?" His tone conveyed a hint of surprise. Hidden in the shadows, Shen Qi could not help but smirk at his master's demeanor. What had become of the man who once insisted on uninterrupted study? It seemed he had transformed around the madam. It was clear that the master was only stern with them. How delightful it was to witness the usually aloof Shen Mufeng exhibiting a more human side. After all, the number of times he had smiled in the past few years was far outnumbered by the smiles he had shared in the last 2 months. Whenever he conversed with the madam, a smile consistently adorned his lips, causing Shen Qi to occasionally wonder if this seemingly gentle and harmless man could truly be the same decisive general from the battlefield. Chapter 65. An Unexpected Embrace. Ultimately, under Si Qingyao's persuasion, Shen Mufeng ventured out of the study, pushing his wheelchair. As Si Qingyao demonstrated how to use the cane, he gazed at her intently. His eyes softened as if reflecting a gentle stream, though he was completely unaware of this change within himself. After her demonstration, Si Qingyao approached him and asked, "How is it? Do you understand how to use the cane? From now on, you can gradually practice walking. Your legs have healed sufficiently." Shen Mufeng nodded in acknowledgement, accepting the cane she offered, intending to follow her guidance. In truth, he already understood how canes were used. Many soldiers returning from the battlefield often bore the scars of war, and canes became essential. He had seen countless comrades rely on them. However, the one Si Qingyao had chosen for him appeared slightly different, much lighter. After such a long period of immobility, he felt somewhat unsteady at first. Yet, he soon managed to stand on one leg, grasping the cane, ready to take a step. Just then, whether due to his unfamiliarity or a momentary lack of strength in his legs, he suddenly lost his balance, nearly stumbling to the ground. In that critical moment, Si Qingyao, noticing his predicament, rushed forward and caught him in a tight embrace, preventing his fall. Her swift action rendered even Xinqi, a martial arts expert, somewhat abashed. Although the madam had indeed moved closer to the master, he too had nearly leapt to support him. He halted his steps only upon noticing the movements of the noble lady. Observing the two individuals embracing ahead, Xinqi felt an unexpected sense of relief, realizing that his decision was undoubtedly the right one. Had he rushed over just moments ago, it was likely that the prince would have harbored resentment towards him. Meanwhile, at that moment, Shen Mufeng was acutely aware of the person in his embrace. His heart raced violently, pounding as if it might leap from his chest. He had never experienced such a sensation before. His heart seemed to pulsate beyond his control, beating fervently. This feeling was foreign to him, evoking a mix of strangeness and fear, and he found it rather unsettling. As Shen Mufeng was lost in his thoughts, Si Qingyao lifted her head and inquired, "Are you all right? Be careful. It's natural to be unsteady at first. Take your time." Her words revealed her concern, prompting Shen Mufeng to realize that he was still gripping her tightly. He quickly loosened his hold and apologized. "I'm sorry for being so abrupt." As he spoke, his gaze darted around, avoiding eye contact with Si Qingyao. "No worries, I'm just glad you're fine." Noticing the slight flush of his ears, Si Qingyao realized that this young man was indeed a bit shy. Was he embarrassed just from a simple embrace? How innocent. After all, it was merely a hug. What could be the harm? Remaining composed, Si Qingyao confirmed that he was well and then released him to practice on his own while she retreated to the kitchen to prepare a meal. She had been quite busy lately, having not cooked for several days. Seizing the rare opportunity of free time, she decided to simmer a pot of soup. After a brief exploration of the kitchen, Si Qingyao discovered ribs, corn, and lotus root, perfect ingredients for a hearty rib and corn soup. As she envisioned the dish, her mouth watered at the thought of the sweet aroma of corn, the tender texture of lotus root, and the savory, yet not greasy rib broth. It was sure to be delicious. With the assistance of 2 kitchen maids, she stewed the soup for over an hour before it was ready. Si Qingyao ladled herself a bowl, savoring the familiar flavors, and exclaimed, "Ah, the taste is just as I remember. Truly delightful." After sharing a bowl with each of the maids who assisted her, Si Qingyao carried the tray to Shen Mufeng's quarters. By this time, Shen Mufeng had grown weary from practice and was resting indoors. Upon seeing Si Qingyao enter with food, his curiosity piqued. "What delicious treat have you prepared? I can smell the aroma from afar. You have quite the keen nose. Come, taste my culinary skills, rib and corn lotus root soup." Si Qingyao beamed as she served him. Shen Mufeng took a sip of the soup and was astonished by its exquisite flavor. He hadn't expected that the clear broth would taste so delightful, with the fragrant lotus root mingling perfectly with the sweetness of corn. The combination rendered the rib soup exceptionally tasty, devoid of any unpleasant meatiness. Soon, Shen Mufeng finished his bowl and expressed its delicious "thank you." While speaking to her, he felt a twinge of insecurity, still haunted by the memory of their recent embrace, which inexplicably made his heart race. Seeing her finish, Si Qingyao, in high spirits, remarked, "It's still early. I have plenty more in the kitchen. I'll go deliver some to Baozhu and Yuzhu, and I'll be back shortly." "Be careful on your way," Shen Mufeng replied, not wishing to interject in her plans, nodding in agreement. With the estate's carriage available, she would be quick in her errand. It was no wonder Baozhu and Yuzhu adored her. Even after preparing soup, Si Qingyao remembered to share it with them, proving she was no ordinary mistress. Before departing, Si Qingyao had some soup sent back to her own courtyard for the wet nurse to nourish herself. She then cheerfully set off to the clinic with the soup. When Yuzhu received the soup sent by her mistress, she was taken aback, overwhelmed by the good fortune of receiving a bowl prepared by Si Qingyao. Tears brimmed in her eyes from the heartfelt gesture. She hurried to fetch some small bowls, and they took turns sipping the soup. After a few sips, an idea struck her, and she turned to Si Qingyao, saying, "Miss, the young boy from yesterday has awakened. Should we send him a bowl of soup? He seems quite pitiful." "Yes, let us go check on him," Si Qingyao replied. She instructed Yuzhu to fill a bowl, and they entered the inner chamber. The young lad, now awake, was lying on a couch playing with a nearby kitten. Upon hearing footsteps, he looked up to see a woman clad in a veil entering. "You're awake? Are you hungry? Here is some rib soup. You're fortunate.
Can you sit up?
Have some." Chapter 66. The young boy, Zi the young beggar, Zi stared blankly at the loquacious woman before him, momentarily unsure whether to speak. Was it she who had saved him? He remembered only picking up a piece of discarded meat, only to be beaten mercilessly. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in this very situation. Glancing down at his wounds, he noticed they had been cleaned and treated, and he could even smell a faint medicinal aroma. Seeing the boy silent, Si Qingyao set the soup bowl aside and reached out to touch his forehead, murmuring to herself,
No feber?
"Could it be that you're too dazed to speak? Hey, little one, can you hear me?" At that moment, Zi finally reacted, retorting, "I'm not a little one. I've grown up. Thank you for saving me. I will repay you." As he spoke, he struggled to rise. But the movement caused pain to flare in his wounds, and he grimaced in discomfort. The pain from the whip was excruciating. At that moment, he wished he could faint again, escaping the torment. However, he could not succumb to unconsciousness. There were still others waiting for food at the dilapidated temple. Otherwise, his younger siblings would starve. Noticing his struggle, Si Qingyao promptly intervened. "Lie back down. With all your injuries, what do you think you're doing? Are you trying to endanger yourself? Rest assured, you'll be fine." Zi felt embarrassed, sensing that she might fear he would run off without settling his medical bills. He quickly clarified, "Sister, thank you for saving me. I want to skip out on the medical fees. I just don't have any money right now. Once I'm better, I'll find a way to repay you. I really am fine. I need to go home. I have things to do." Si Qingyao hadn't anticipated the boy as stubbornness. Adopting a serious demeanor, she asserted, "I am a doctor. If I say you cannot move, then you cannot move. Do you understand? What urgent matters could you possibly have? I know you usually reside in that dilapidated temple outside the city. Why the insistence on returning there? It's not suitable for healing. Are you afraid someone will steal from you?" With the last remark, Si Qingyao couldn't help but inject a hint of humor. As dilapidated temples typically house the homeless, devoid of any treasures worth returning for, especially when one was so severely injured. She truly could not fathom his reasoning. Upon hearing her words, the young boy fidgeted with the hem of his clothing, as if lost in contemplation. After a considerable pause, he appeared to muster a significant resolve and gazed at Si Qingyao, saying, "There are 3 little sisters in the dilapidated temple, also orphans, waiting for me to bring them food. I fear they might go hungry. Sister, I know you are a kind person. Please let me return. I promise to repay your life-saving grace." With that, disregarding his own injuries, he suddenly knelt on the ground, bowing his head to Si Qingyao. This unexpected gesture startled her greatly. Once she regained her composure, she hurried to help the child up, feeling a mix of astonishment and admiration. She had not anticipated that this young boy, despite his tender age, possessed such a sense of responsibility. Even while struggling to feed himself, he was concerned for the welfare of younger orphans. After settling him beside the bed, Si Qingyao softly inquired, "Are you saying there are 3 little girls in the dilapidated temple? You wish to return quickly because you fear they will go hungry?" Zi nodded, having wrestled with his thoughts for some time before deciding to trust her. The 3 younger sisters were far too small. Previously, others had expressed a willingness to help them. But he soon discovered their ulterior motives, those who offered food intended to sell the girls into brothels, teaching them to serve others from a young age, and eventually forcing them into a life of solicitation. It was then that he desperately led the 3 girls out of the city. Although the temple outside the city was in ruins, it was sparsely populated and devoid of many ill-intentioned individuals. Following that incident, he had refrained from allowing the girls to beg for food, opting instead to scavenge during the day and return at night with whatever he could find. They lived in the temple, though poorly clothed and barely fed. They found a semblance of happiness and freedom. Now, having been knocked unconscious and not returning for an entire night, he feared his sisters would be frantic with worry. Upon learning the truth of the situation, Si Qingyao couldn't help but affectionately ruffle the boy's hair. He was, after all, still a child himself. Yet he sought to shield even younger ones from hardship. It was truly heart-wrenching. Having been an orphan herself in the modern world, she felt a deeper empathy for these children. In contemporary society, there were welfare institutions to provide some semblance of shelter and sustenance, but here, nothing existed. Without parental protection, these children were left to fate. She had been fortunate enough to encounter adoptive parents who altered her destiny. Now, faced with such circumstances, she could not simply turn away. With a newfound determination, Si Qingyao spoke to the young boy. Here is the plan. You rest well, and I will send someone to fetch your sisters. What is your name? Do you possess any token or something that would assure them of your identity? Si Jin was taken aback by the proposition of the elder sister wanting to bring his 3 sisters to them, disbelief washing over him. Sister, why do you want to bring them here? It's all right. Or perhaps you could send word to the dilapidated temple and deliver some steamed buns. My name is Si Jin. Just say you brought them, and they will accept it. Once I feel better, I will return. He could hardly believe he had encountered a good person. If she were willing to send a few buns, his sisters would not suffer hunger. And he could relax a bit. The prospect of her wanting to bring them over was unfathomable, as most families struggled to provide for their own, let alone take in orphans. Although he had once envied other children who had families and homes, he had never dared to hope for such a fate for himself. He feared that the more hope he harbored, the greater his disappointment would be. Without expectations, he would not suffer loss or sorrow. Si Qingyao's words abruptly interrupted Si Jin's train of thought. I admire your sense of responsibility, Si Jin. I will help bring your 3 sisters here to care for you. You focus on healing, and in the meantime, consider whether you would like to accompany me in the future. Chapter 67. Going to the dilapidated temple to fetch people. Si Jin's had jerked up at her words, his eyes bright with disbelief as he asked, Accompany you? Can my 3 sisters come too? In the past, there had been those who wished to adopt him, but he had already taken on the responsibility of caring for his 3 sisters. The families interested in him only wanted a son, not 3 little girls. So he had ultimately declined. Thus, when he heard the sisters' words, it was hard for him to accept. Furthermore, given her youthful appearance and attire, he wondered if she could truly support them all. While they would contribute by working, he still felt a gnawing concern. Do you have any tokens or identification? We can send for them right away. Si Qingyao spoke with a sense of assurance. Given her resources, supporting a few children was well within her means. The gold and silver bestowed upon her by the emperor would suffice for a considerable time. Moreover, as her medical practice and business flourished, she would undoubtedly have ample opportunities to employ others. It would be beneficial to nurture them from a young age, ensuring their safety and well-being. Hearing her affirmative response, a flicker of joy crossed Si Jin's pale face. We do not have any tokens. Please let me go fetch them. I have always instructed them not to trust anyone but me or go with strangers. Si Qingyao had not anticipated the boy's cautiousness, but it was precisely his character that allowed him to care for his sisters so well. Very well, but your injuries don't permit much movement. I will arrange for a carriage to take us. With that, she donned her cloak and stepped out to make arrangements. Si Jin watched her retreating figure, his eyes moistening. Despite his resilience, he remained a young boy who had endured years of hardship. This was the first time he felt the kindness of another. The first time someone had gone out of their way to arrange a carriage for him due to concern for his injuries. He had never ridden in a carriage before. Brushing away a tear, he thought that if this sister was genuinely kind-hearted, he would devote himself to repaying her kindness in the future. When he had been struck in the past, he had felt weak, contemplating that perhaps death would be a release, freeing him from the fear of hunger. However, he remained worried about his sisters, unsure of who would care for them. After what felt like an eternity, the curtain to the room was lifted again. Si Jin looked up to see an unfamiliar woman entering, the sister he had just spoken with nowhere in sight. His heart sank momentarily until he heard the woman cheerfully say, Child, come with me. The young lady is waiting for you outside. As Yu Zhu entered to assist the injured boy, she smiled brightly at him. Confused, Si Jin asked, Young lady? Yes, the one in white you just spoke with. She is my mistress. Didn't she say she would accompany you to the dilapidated temple to fetch your sisters? Let us go together. With that, the two made their slow way toward the carriage at the back of the medical clinic. As Yu Zhu assisted him, she also scrutinized his condition, marveling internally at the child's remarkable endurance. The heavy lash wounds appeared agonizing, yet he bore the pain in silence, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. They trudged on for what felt like an eternity before finally reaching the entrance. Si Qingyao had just placed a thick quilt onto the cart, aiming to alleviate Xiaoxian's discomfort as much as possible. Unlike modern automobiles, the cart jolted violently along the road. Without ample padding, he would suffer tremendously during the journey. Upon seeing the sister in white beside the cart, Xiaoxian felt an immediate sense of relief. Thus, the group boarded the cart, and the driver urged the horse onwards, clattering out of the city. Sitting on the soft cushions, Xiaoxian was still somewhat anxious. He feared that his wounds might reopen, staining the plush quilt with blood, and his clothes were in tatters, starkly contrasting with the pristine bedding. This only deepened his unease. Si Qingyao, sitting opposite him, seemed to read his thoughts and smiled reassuringly. "It's all right. If the quilt gets dirty, it can be washed. There's no need to be overly concerned. It was laid down to protect you from further injury. By the way, you are Xian, correct? Allow me to introduce you to Yu Zhu, my maid. She has been the one tending to your wounds." Upon hearing this,
Yu Zhu greeted Xiaoxian warmly.
it became clear that she was the maidservant of the sister in white, which explained her kind demeanor. Gratefully, Xiaoxian responded, "Thank you, Sister Yu Zhu, for helping me with my medicine." With no money to offer, he could only express his gratitude verbally, hoping that he would soon recover enough to repay their kindness. The atmosphere in the cart remained lighthearted as Si Qingyao and Yu Zhu learned about the young boy and his unfortunate circumstances. They endeavored to make him feel more at ease, and Yu Zhu entertained him with amusing anecdotes about Bao Zhu and Xin Shi. Si Qingyao found their banter delightful, noting that together they were a pair of lively spirits. With them present, the journey was far from dull. Noticing Xiaoxian's puzzled expression, Si Qingyao explained, "Bao Zhu is another of my maids. She is an excellent cook. I will introduce you to her someday. You are sure to adore her." Si Qingyao was confident that few could resist Bao Zhu's innocent charm and genuine disposition. She herself was quite fond of her. Upon nearing the dilapidated temple, Xiaoxian limped ahead as their guide. It was no wonder the children felt safe here. The temple was well hidden, surrounded by dense shrubs, making it difficult for strangers to find the entrance. Once inside, they found it eerily quiet, devoid of any presence. Si Qingyao was about to inquire about the situation when Xiaoxian expertly placed his finger to his lips and whistled.
Mumen suate.
3 little girls emerged from the back of the temple. The girls, appearing around 5 or 6 years old, wore tattered clothing and had dirt-streaked faces, but their eyes sparkled like stars, reminiscent of Xiaoxian's. Chapter 68. Hiding. Initially frightened by the arrival of strangers, they hesitated before retreating, but upon hearing Xiaoxian's whistle, they bravely re-emerged. This was their first encounter with outsiders, and they instinctively sought refuge behind their familiar brother, clutching his clothing while casting curious glances at Si Qingyao and Yu Zhu. Seeing their trepidation, Xiaoxian quickly reassured them, "Jin Hua, Yin Hua, Ling Hua. Do not be afraid. This sister is a good person. She saved me. However, I am injured and cannot gather food for you for now. She has offered to take us in. Would you like to follow her with me?" He spoke gently, afraid of frightening the timid girls. These children had endured much hardship, which had rendered them so fearful. Upon hearing this, Jin Hua's eyes widened with concern as she anxiously scanned Xiaoxian. "Brother, are you hurt? Is it serious? Are you all right?" The other 2 sisters also displayed concern for his well-being, warming his heart with their compassion. He felt that his efforts for them had not been in vain. They prioritized his well-being over their own safety, which profoundly touched him and rekindled a sense of familial warmth within him. He regarded these girls as if they were his own sisters. After some explanation, the girls finally relaxed. They exchanged glances with Si Qingyao and nodded in agreement to follow their brother out of the temple. For them, the destination mattered little. As long as they were together, that was home. Thus, they set off with Si Qingyao back to the clinic. Upon their return, Manager Yang was taken aback, unsure of where the young lady had found such a ragged and pitiable group. Fortunately, the clinic's rear courtyard was well equipped, often used by staff working night shifts. Once the 3 girls arrived, Si Qingyao's first action was to send Yu Zhu to fetch water for bathing. Meanwhile, she ventured to a nearby tailor shop and purchased 2 sets of clean clothes for each girl. As a physician, she maintained a certain standard of cleanliness and could not allow them to remain in filthy garments. To her surprise, the girls appeared increasingly adorable once cleaned up. At their tender age, their soft and innocent demeanor, coupled with their unique experiences, made them exceptionally well-behaved, devoid of the typical mischief expected at their age, which only served to endear them further to her. After discussing matters with manager Yang, Si Qingyao decided to keep the girls in the clinic's rear courtyard for the time being, utilizing 2 available rooms for their stay. After they were washed up, Yu Zhu returned with some meat buns to satisfy their hunger. Initially, the girls were a bit apprehensive about accepting the food, but with Xie Xian's encouragement, they finally accepted Si Qingyao's generosity. As they settled in, they remained somewhat reserved until a mother cat and her kittens wandered out to stretch their legs, which instantly captivated them. They eagerly began to play with the adorable, fluffy kittens. Si Qingyao observed the scene and mused that, indeed, the most delightful creatures in the world were girls and small animals. With the children comfortably settled, Si Qingyao felt a sense of relief. As night approached, she returned to the Wang residence. In recent days, Shen Mufeng had been diligently practicing walking with his cane. Thus, upon returning home, Si Qingyao intended to check on him and see how his practice was progressing and whether he needed any assistance. However, upon arriving at Shen Mufeng's quarters, she found the door tightly shut, with Xin Qi standing guard like a statue. Noticing Si Qingyao's approach, he quickly bowed and greeted her. "Greetings, Your Highness. The prince is resting inside. Do you have business with him?" "Oh, it is nothing much. I merely wish to inquire whether he practiced walking today." Si Qingyao was quite taken aback, as she did not expect that Shen Mufeng would choose to shut himself off from the world today. Upon hearing this, Xin Qi immediately responded respectfully, "Your Highness, the prince practices daily, so you need not worry." "That is good. I shall take my leave then, and return when the prince is available." Si Qingyao waved her hand, not at all displeased, and departed the courtyard alone. Ever since moving to the prince's residence, their quarters had been separated, each residing in their own courtyard. Originally, their relationship was one of collaboration, which proved quite convenient. Although the servants found it peculiar, they did not gossip about their master's private matters. After Si Qingyao left, the door to the bedroom creaked open from within. Shen Mufeng leaned on his cane, staring blankly at the empty courtyard. Shen Qi, somewhat perplexed, wondered why his master seemed to desire the company of the princess, yet chose to avoid her presence. Why this peculiar, contradictory behavior? Having trained in martial arts since childhood and scarcely read any books, Shen Qi was the epitome of brawn over brains. He truly could not comprehend the turmoil within his master's heart. This desire mixed with reluctance was quite troublesome. It bore no resemblance to their former decisive prince. Unable to contain his frustration any longer, Xin Qi exclaimed, "Your Highness, if you wish to see the princess, why did you close the door just now?" Shen Mufeng opened his mouth to speak but hesitated, uncertain how to articulate his feelings. Ever since their accidental embrace, his heart had become disordered. Strangely, whenever he saw her, his heart would race uncontrollably, leaving him feeling quite uneasy, an unfamiliar and unwelcome sensation. Thus, he thought it best to avoid her for a few days to regain his composure. Yet, he could not share this turmoil with Xin Qi, who would surely not understand. Ultimately, he sighed and turned to close the door once more, returning to his practice of walking, hoping that by the time he could walk normally, he could surprise her. She would undoubtedly be delighted, for he was the one she had gently pulled back from the brink of despair. After Si Qingyao departed, she did not dwell on it much, cheerfully returning to her own courtyard to relax. With Yu Zhu at the clinic, Bao Zhu at the eatery, and a wet nurse at home, she felt remarkably at ease. As soon as she entered the courtyard, the wet nurse noticed her return and joyfully greeted her. "Miss, you have returned. The kitchen just made some white fungus soup. Would you like me to fetch you a bowl?" "Oh, that sounds wonderful. Thank you, wet nurse," Si Qingyao replied, delighted at the thought of a tasty treat. The wet nurse, thrilled that the young lady wished to eat, hurried off to the kitchen. She always felt her mistress was too thin, and though her relationship with the prince had yet to fully develop, she believed that a woman must eventually bear children. Being too thin would only bring hardship. It was better to gain a little more flesh. After a while, the wet nurse indeed returned with a bowl of white fungus soup. Si Qingyao savored the soup while the wet nurse shared tidbits about the household. Since moving in, Madame Shen had sent several servants to assist with the household chores, and these individuals were now under the wet nurse's care. "Miss, Xiaoyao has taken a day off. Her mother is ill, and I approved it without consulting you, as the chores around here can be managed without her for a day or two." I did not wish to dampen her filial piety. Although Si Qingyao had previously mentioned that she trusted the wet nurse to manage things in her absence, the wet nurse felt it was only right to inform her. Yes, that is appropriate. You did well, wet nurse. They continued conversing until Bao Zhu and Xin Shi returned. Judging by their expressions, it was evident that business had gone well that day. Bao Zhu instructed Xin Shi to carry the purchased ingredients to the kitchen before returning to her mistress's quarters. She had heard from the doorman that the young lady was present in the residence. Hurrying to the Qingzhou courtyard, she saw Si Qingyao enjoying her meal while chatting with the wet nurse. She joyfully announced, "Your Highness, we had another splendid day of business. I am considering increasing our production. What do you think?" Upon hearing her voice, Si Qingyao turned and saw the spirited Bao Zhu approaching, her tone brimming with pride. The energy she exuded was a stark contrast to her demeanor while working in the residence. Si Qingyao could not help but feel amused. How invigorated Bao Zhu seemed. As if she had been given a jolt of enthusiasm, despite not yet receiving her wages. With such eagerness, she wondered how fervent she would be when payday arrived. However, as the proprietor, she appreciated having such diligent employees. Of course, that is entirely permissible. I entrusted you with full responsibility, so proceed as you see fit. If funds are needed, simply request them from the wet nurse, and just keep a proper account, she replied with a smile.
Yay.
I knew you would agree, Your Highness. I shall return to the kitchen now to prepare for tomorrow as offerings. Many customers missed out today, so we must open earlier tomorrow. Bao Zhu exclaimed before rushing off to her tasks. Si Qingyao, seeing through her eagerness, waved her off, amused by the girl's enthusiasm. As the end of the month approached, Si Qingyao recalled her promise to treat everyone to a meal if they made a profit. She resolved to arrange a gathering for everyone to celebrate together. Thus, Si Qingyao and her companions enjoyed a period of tranquility and contentment. On one occasion, she accompanied Bao Zhu to deliver new dishes developed by Zheng's eatery, braised pork knuckle and marinated pig's head. They also brought some treats for the kittens and Xiazian. After the clinic closed, Bao Zhu anxiously observed everyone as they tasted the marinated meats, her heart racing with anticipation, unsure if her creations would be well received. The idea for these dishes had come from a customer who expressed a desire for more variety in their offerings, suggesting that marinated meats would be a delightful addition. After hearing this, Bao Zhu realized the customer had a valid point. Although meat would be pricier, it would certainly attract a niche audience. Si Qingyao had always emphasized the importance of meeting customer needs. That evening, after returning home, Bao Zhu discussed the idea with Si Qingyao, and after much deliberation, they decided to experiment with a new marinated dish. This led to the tasting event they were having today. Si Qingyao believed that the discerning eyes of the public could recognize quality. If they found it delicious, it would undoubtedly sell well. The staff at the eatery, including the manager and the waitstaff, were pleased with the result. However, the majority of the tasters were from the clinic, including several children, who gathered in the small house at the back. Each person held a pair of chopsticks, eagerly sampling the meat. As soon as they finished, they began to sing praises. This is absolutely delicious. Bao Zhu, you are amazing. This meat will surely sell like hotcakes.
Indeed.
It is far more delectable than those braised delicacies. This dish boasts a pure, unadulterated meaty aroma, devoid of any off-putting innards or unrefined flavors. It is truly delightful, beyond expectations, that while working at our medical establishment, one could indulge in such exquisite meat.
Hee.
After savoring a couple of pieces, Xiazian's astonishment mirrored that of the young ladies present. Initially, when faced with an abundance of meat offered for their enjoyment, they hesitated to pick up their chopsticks. Having once lived as beggars and never having tasted such visually appealing braised meat. Although their meals during the period of recuperation at the clinic had been satisfactory, a lingering sense of insecurity remained, making them feel as if they were taking advantage of Sister Ci's kindness, leaving them in a state of disquiet about how to repay her. Thus, when the opportunity finally arose for them to partake, they cautiously selected pieces of meat, savoring each bite while striving to provide the most sincere and constructive feedback. However, having never encountered such delectable braised meat before, they found themselves at a loss for words beyond exclaiming its deliciousness. Everyone chimed in, praising the dish, which allowed Bao Zhu to finally set her mind at ease. Planning to officially launch it the following day, she was overwhelmed with excitement and called out to Si Qingyao, Your Highness, did you hear? They all say my braised meat is delicious. Seeing her so animated, Si Qingyao smiled and nodded. Indeed, Baozhu possessed remarkable culinary talent with a promising future ahead. Xie Zian and the girls were taken aback by the title Your Highness, and in bewilderment, they questioned, Your Highness? Sister Baozhu. Why do you call Sister Si Your Highness? Chapter 70. Shen Mufeng's Admirers. Awe? Upon hearing Xie Zian's question, Baozhu suddenly realized she had mistakenly used the wrong title. Caught up in the joy of everyone's enjoyment, she had momentarily lost her composure and forgotten about the proper address. Although some within the clinic were aware of Her Highness's identity, the majority remained oblivious. Oh no, she had caused trouble for Her Highness. Baozhu anxiously glanced at Si Qingyao, fearing she might incur unnecessary trouble or blame. She truly did not mean to. The onlookers, unaware of the situation, stared wide-eyed at Si Qingyao in disbelief. Among the clinic staff, only Manager Yang and Yuzhu were privy to her true identity. Others knew their employer was mysterious and did not usually remain at the clinic. But they had only dared to speculate she was the daughter of a wealthy merchant, never imagining any royal connection. After all, the royal family seemed far removed from their humble lives. Yet, the resounding title of Your Highness had completely shaken their understanding. Their employer was a princess? What kind of identity warranted such a title? Especially the young children, who had recently enjoyed a taste of better days, could hardly fathom that the beautiful sister who saved them was actually a princess. Such characters, once only heard of in tales, were now standing before them. Xie Zian and the three young girls gazed at her in awe, eagerly awaiting her response. Observing the flustered Baozhu and the multitude of curious eyes, Si Qingyao chuckled softly, lowering her voice to assure them, Indeed, I am the princess of the Mu Wangfu, but this is a secret only for you to know. So, do not let it slip. I trust you. With that, she covered her mouth, stifling a giggle. She intended to jest with them. Those gathered in the clinic's courtyard were carefully chosen by her and Manager Yang, trustworthy individuals. Thus, she felt confident that revealing her identity would not pose any issues. Upon hearing their employer's words, the attendees were in disbelief. Mu Wangfu? The same one who had recently achieved a decisive victory over the northern tribes. The young general who had been bestowed the title of the only non-royal prince by the current emperor? Good heavens, their employer was the princess of Mu Wangfu? Though they were common folk, they had heard of such valiant generals and held great respect for heroes like him. For it was their existence that allowed them to live peacefully. Therefore, upon learning that their employer was the princess, they all nodded enthusiastically, agreeing to her small request. Although they could not disclose this to outsiders, they felt a swell of pride in serving the princess. They now found themselves connected to royalty. It was truly remarkable. With the Mu Wangfu as their backing, no one would dare cause trouble for their clinic. Even if someone were foolish enough to do so, they believed their employer would have the means to resolve it. It was no wonder they felt comforted under such a formidable tree. In this world, why not seek shelter? To maintain an air of superiority. No, living well is the most important thing. Xie Zian felt the greatest impact in his heart. For the Mu Wang was a figure he had long admired. Although he was a beggar, he had heard countless tales of his heroism in the streets. In his mind, a man should aspire to be like the Mu Wang, repelling foreign foes on the battlefield and shedding blood for his country. Such men are the true paragons of masculinity. Never did he expect that the sister who saved him was, in fact, the wife of the Mu Wang. He found himself closer than ever to his dream hero. This realization ignited a fervor within him, and his gaze towards Si Qingyao burned with intensity. Xie Zian's fervent gaze did not escape Si Qingyao's notice. His admiration was so overt that it was impossible for her to ignore. However, she chose not to address it at that moment. After everyone had sampled the dishes, they gathered for a brief discussion before gradually dispersing, each returning to their own homes. Baozhu even had them wrap the remaining braised meat in oil paper to take home for their families. The meat brought to the clinic was intended for tasting and feedback, and with only a small amount left, it seemed fitting to share. Their employer had always been generous to the staff and would not mind a bit of leftover meat. Baozhu felt confident in this. Indeed, upon hearing her suggestion to share the remaining braised meat for everyone to take home, the princess readily agreed. The clinic staff were taken aback by this unexpected generosity. This was meat. Their employer was truly magnanimous. Typically, throughout the year, they seldom enjoyed meat at home. And even when they did, with so many mouths to feed, each person barely got a taste. Thus, the staff were genuinely touched. They had not anticipated that while working here, they would not only learn medical skills but also experience such thoughtful care from their employer. the leftover meat. Allowing them to bring it home for their families to taste was a gesture any child or parent would appreciate. Therefore, as they received their portions of braised meat, they respectfully bowed to Baozhu and their employer before departing the clinic to return home. Their resolve strengthened, they committed to working diligently at the Zheng Medical Clinic, vowing not to let their employer's kindness go to waste. Encountering such a benevolent employer was truly a rare blessing. After everyone had departed, Si Qingyao instructed Baozhu to take the 3 little girls to the backyard to play with the kittens. She then called Si Jin over, scrutinizing him with a curious gaze. "Tell me," she inquired, "what was with that look when you heard I and the princess consort of the Mu King?" Si Jin, unable to conceal his thoughts, felt his face flush with embarrassment as he scratched the back of his head. "Well, please don't laugh at me. I was just a bit shocked to learn that you are the Mu King's consort because I truly admire Lord Mu. I aspire to become a formidable general like him." As he spoke, his eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, clearly revealing the lofty ambitions of this young lad. Si Qingyao was taken aback to discover that Lord Shen Mufeng had admirers, and one had appeared right before her. Unable to suppress her amusement, she chuckled softly. Upon hearing Si Qingyao's bright laughter, Si Jin felt even more bashful, interpreting her mirth as a mockery of his dreams. His cheeks warmed slightly. When Si Qingyao had finished laughing, she affectionately ruffled his hair and said, "That's wonderful. Having dreams is commendable. When the opportunity arises, I shall introduce you to him." "Really? I could actually meet Lord Mu?" Si Jin's excitement surged as he grasped Si Qingyao's hand, repeatedly questioning in disbelief. "Is that true? Can I really meet Lord Mu?" "Indeed, indeed. But it will be after some time. I will certainly arrange for you to meet him," Si Qingyao assured him earnestly. For her, this was not a difficult promise to fulfill, but the timing was not yet right. It would be best to wait until Shen Mufeng's leg had fully healed. After all, Si Jin admired Shen Mufeng as an idol, and she wished for him to present himself in his most magnificent form. "Thank you, Sister Si. I am truly overjoyed. During this time, I will work diligently at the medical clinic." Once his injuries had improved, Si Jin had been helping out at the clinic with errands and chores. He felt guilty about receiving free meals and lodging, but he genuinely cherished this stable life. Yes, when you have time, follow your sister Yuzhu to learn some characters and basic pharmacology. Don't just work. Remember to balance work and rest, Si Qingyao advised. "I understand. Thank you, Sister Si. I also have to teach my 3 little sisters to read. Sister Yuzhu says it's beneficial to learn more characters." Si Jin shared his experiences at the clinic with Si Qingyao, his smile growing ever wider. After chatting for a while longer and giving him a few more instructions, Si Qingyao noticed the time and decided to return home with Yuzhu and Baozhu. With Si Jin and the 3 little girls residing at the clinic, it eliminated the need for the staff to take turns keeping watch at night, a win-win situation that pleased everyone. Meanwhile, the other staff members parted ways at a fork in the road, exchanging friendly farewells. Xia Rong, wearing a smile, walked briskly towards home, humming a tune. Although the portion of braised meat in his hand was not substantial, it would surely satisfy his wife and daughter's cravings. His original home was in a village near the capital, where he tended to the fields. Though the family was not wealthy, they managed to make ends meet. However, after his wife gave birth to a daughter, his mother frequently criticized Wanyang, pointing out her faults. Each time he returned home, he found Wanyang quietly wiping her tears. Aware of his mother's temperament, which favored sons over daughters, Xia Rong understood that her complaints stemmed from her disappointment in Wanyang for not bearing a son. It pained him to see Wanyang, who was too gentle to defend herself, being bullied. Xia Rong realized that this situation could not continue. Wanyang would only grow increasingly unhappy. Thus, when his mother once again unfairly targeted Wanyang, he confronted her and, in a fit of anger, proposed the idea of separating. His mother, displeased with his attitude, refused to divide the land. Aware of his lower status in her eyes compared to his elder brother, Xia Rong felt deeply hurt. Consequently, he took his wife and daughter to the capital to seek a new life. Determined to make a living through hard work, he believed he would not starve. It was said that the capital offered ample opportunities, and he was certain he could establish himself there. Although their rented home was small and shabby, Wanyang now had more control over their household affairs. Since moving to the capital, Wanyang had smiled more often. The job at Zheng's medical clinic was Xia Rong's second since arriving in the capital. Upon his arrival, he had sought out a childhood friend from the same village, who worked as a staff member at a clinic. Following his lead, Xia Rong joined the same profession. However, their previous clinic closed down shortly after they began working, and just then, his friend's former employer, Manager Yang, sought to reopen a clinic. Thus, they both joined Zheng's medical clinic, where they were pleasantly surprised to find that the wages offered were 100 won more than at their previous job. With this employment, they could sustain their lives in the capital. Thus, lost in thought, Xia Rong returned to their rented courtyard. Upon entering, he heard the sounds from inside as his wife peeked out, holding their daughter. "You're back. Just in time. Dinner is ready," she said with a smile. "Yes, Wan Yang. Did your give you any trouble today? Was she well behaved?" Xia Rong placed the oil paper package on the only table inside and proceeded to wash his hands at the basin, chatting with Wan Yang about the day's events. "No, Yue was very well behaved and even helped me stoke the fire," Wan Yang praised, affectionately stroking their daughter's head. In her heart, her daughter was the best. "Yes, Daddy. Yue is very good." Yue wriggled out of her mother's arms and ran to her father, eager to fetch a cloth to wipe his hands, her smile radiant. Seeing his obedient daughter and virtuous wife, Xia Rong could not help but feel a sense of gratitude. This life was truly wonderful. Once they were seated, he glanced at the sparse dishes on the table and suddenly remembered the braised meat and pig's head he had brought from the clinic. He quickly opened the package and placed it before his wife and daughter, smiling as he said, "Come, try this braised meat. It's a new dish from the eatery, and they asked us to help taste it. We brought back the leftovers." Though Yue was only 4 years old, she had never tasted braised meat before. Her eyes sparkled with excitement at the sight of it, and her mouth watered at the thought of tasting it. When she heard her father say she could eat it, her excitement intensified. Nonetheless, she sweetly used her small hands to take 2 pieces and place them in her parents' bowls, saying, "You both eat too. Yue and your mother can eat. Daddy already had some at the clinic. Enjoy." Xia Rong placed the meat in his wife's bowl, watching as they began to eat. His heart filled with satisfaction. For them, he was willing to give everything. "Wow, Daddy, this meat is delicious. I've never had such tasty meat before. It's even better than what Grandma makes." Chapter 72. The Crown Princess's invitation. After taking a bite, Yue immediately exclaimed in wonder. The expression on her face unmistakably conveyed her deep affection for the braised meat. Observing this, Xia Rong couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. She recalled how, during her childhood in the village, her mother favored sons over daughters. Every festive occasion was a challenge, as the rare chicken slaughter only meant her daughter received the chicken's backside, while the prime cuts were reserved for her elder brother's son. It was truly a disservice to her beloved daughter. With a tender gaze, Xia Rong gently pinched the girl's soft cheek, affectionately saying, "Since Yue loves to eat, we shall buy it more often from now on." Afterward, he served a piece of meat to his wife, exclaiming, "Wan Yang, you must eat as well. Once I receive my wages, we shall indulge in braised meat 3 times a month at the Zheng family eatery, which offers excellent quality at reasonable prices. Yue is still growing. She needs her nourishment." Wan Yang nodded as she savored the morsel from her husband's bowl, feeling content. With Xia Rong's stable income, she could grow some vegetables in their modest yard. Although their life was somewhat frugal, it afforded her the luxury of meat on occasion. Life was indeed more liberating compared to her days in the countryside, free from reprimands. Their small home allowed her to take charge, with Xia Rong entrusting her with his entire salary, a gesture she greatly appreciated. She hoped for her husband's employer's prosperity, believing it would lead to their own well-being. The next day dawned bright and sunny. Upon rising, the sun's rays were already dazzling. Si Qingyao gazed outside, momentarily lost in thought. It felt as if spring had just passed, and now, summer had arrived. Time had flown by. She had been in this world for 3 months. To be honest, these months had been quite blissful. Free from the high-pressure work environment of the 21st century, she resided in a spacious home, attended by devoted maids, and enjoyed meals with the charming landlord, Shen Mufeng. Each day began with the luxury of waking naturally, an unparalleled delight. Moreover, she capitalized on the cultural differences between ancient and modern times to reap the benefits of this era, effortlessly becoming the capitalist she once despised. Whether it was the medical clinic, the eatery, or other businesses she managed with minor reforms, they all saw substantial profits. The marketing techniques she employed, commonplace in modern society, proved equally effective here. After getting out of bed, Si Qingyao leisurely prepared for breakfast. Upon arrival, she discovered Shen Mufeng already seated at the dining table. Uncharacteristically, he was not in his wheelchair today. Instead, beside him rested the crutches she had purchased for him days earlier. Surprised, she stepped forward, her excitement bubbling over. Shen Mufeng. You can walk over with the crutches now? Initially, upon seeing Si Qingyao approach, Shen Mufeng felt a flicker of anxiety, fearing she might be upset with him for previously avoiding her. However, his worries were unfounded. She seemed entirely unperturbed. Upon hearing her question, he nodded eagerly yes. After practicing for a while, I have become quite adept. That's wonderful. Soon, you'll be able to walk normally again. Keep it up. Si Qingyao's spirits soared with this news. Though healing from an injury takes time, witnessing his gradual improvement was exhilarating. She cheerfully sat beside him, sharing breakfast. Just as they were finishing, Xin Qi unexpectedly entered, carrying a note. Your Highness, Your Grace, the Crown Princess just sent a message, inviting you to the Eastern Palace, he announced, presenting the note to Si Qingyao. Both Si Qingyao and Shen Mufeng were taken aback. Why would the Crown Princess suddenly invite Qingyao to the palace? They weren't particularly familiar with one another.
Si Qingyao, puzzled,
turned to Xin Qi and asked incredulously, me? Is this true? I don't think I'm well acquainted with the Crown Princess. What could we possibly chat about? She glanced at Shen Mufeng, wondering if perhaps the Crown Princess wished to discuss him. Xin Qi replied, maintaining a calm demeanor. It seems she wishes to invite you for tea and to enjoy some flowers, reportedly new tea, from Jiangnan. Si Qingyao studied him, her curiosity piqued. Was Shen Qi perpetually so stoic? It was quite rare for someone to be so composed in their demeanor. Noticing her silence, Shen Mufeng, mistaking her introspection for nervousness, reassured her, do not be overly anxious, Qingyao. The Crown Princess is quite amiable. You will come to know her better with time. It would be delightful to sample the new tea from Jiangnan. If you enjoy it, I shall procure some from the Crown Prince for you. I can have Shen Qi escort you. All right, Si Qingyao nodded, albeit feeling a twinge of pity for Shen Mufeng. He adored a woman he could never truly possess, yet he remained steadfast by her side, even defending her in front of his wife. He truly was a devoted soul. After comforting Si Qingyao, Shen Mufeng noticed her gaze towards him was somewhat peculiar, tinged with an air of compassion. Did she feel sorry for his leg? It was almost healed. She truly was a kind-hearted girl. Thus, due to the Crown Princess's invitation, Si Qingyao had an unusual day of not venturing outside. After her afternoon nap, she had her nurse and Yu Zhu assist in adorning her, before accompanying Xin Qi into the palace. This time, she brought only Yu Zhu with her. As they neared the Eastern Palace, Yu Zhu, following closely behind, reassured her, Your Grace, there is no need to feel anxious. Should anything seem amiss, I will be sure to guide you. Thank you, Yu Zhu, she replied, and together, they entered to meet Crown Princess Lin Pianyu. Upon seeing Si Qingyao, Lin Pianyu beamed with joy, descending the steps to personally welcome her. Upon greeting, she warmly grasped Si Qingyao's hand, exclaiming, Sister Qingyao, how delightful it is to see you. Si Qingyao, taken aback by the Crown Princess's enthusiasm, offered her respects. The Crown Princess's affability was surprising, especially for someone who would become a future matriarch. Please, do not stand on ceremony. As you are Feng's wife, we are family now, Lin Pianyu urged. As the only daughter in her family, Lin Pianyu had often played alone growing up, lacking close friends among the other noble ladies. Although she had once envied their camaraderie, she found it difficult to relate to the delicate daughters of nobility. Hailing from a family of martial generals, she had been trained in combat from a young age and had enjoyed a close friendship with the Crown Prince and Shen Mufeng. After their last meeting, she felt drawn to Si Qingyao, especially after hearing her perform the Aero-Peace horse race. The ability to create such music suggested a spirit unconfined by the constraints of domestic life, a woman of broad horizons, indeed. She was eager to forge a friendship with someone like her. Thus, the two individuals truly indulged in tea and admired the flowers, as the post described. They gradually engaged in a myriad of conversations. Si Qingyao sensed that the Crown Princess seemed quite intrigued by the outside world. So, she recounted numerous amusing anecdotes from the marketplace. Indeed, the Crown Princess appeared to be genuinely captivated, her eyes reflecting a hint of yearning. After quite some time, she lamented, before my marriage, I too adored galloping through the outside world. I once dreamt of becoming a legendary heroine, traversing the rivers and lakes. Alas, ever since entering this Eastern Palace, such opportunities have eluded me. Her tone carried a faint melancholy, which made Si Qingyao's heart flutter with unease. Truly, how many within the palace could live freely? However, seeing the beauty's sorrow tugged at Si Qingyao's heart, and she pondered ways to uplift her spirits. Remembering the crown princess's earlier words, she smiled and inquired, "So, your highness possesses martial skills? How impressive!" Her admiration was sincere. She genuinely found the prowess of ancient warriors remarkable, having been enamored with heroes since childhood, perhaps due to her excessive consumption of martial arts dramas. Lin Pianyue, observing her excitement, replied with a smile, "Naturally, I am the daughter of a martial general. Having seen much since childhood, I learned some flashy moves. However, compared to His Highness the Crown Prince and Ah Feng, I still fall short. Their skills are truly formidable. My father praised them in his time."
Si Qingyao nodded fervently.
Having heard that Shen Mufeng's martial prowess was exceptional, otherwise, he could not have vanquished the northern barbarians and earned the title of a youthful general. Yet, she had never witnessed his swordplay. Once he fully recovered, she would surely wish to witness that spectacle. Given Shen Mufeng's warm heart beneath his cool exterior, he would likely acquiesce. Through their time together, Si Qingyao had come to understand Shen Mufeng's character. Although he spoke little and often bore a serious demeanor, he had never denied her requests, always willing to assist. Truly, he possessed a gentle temperament. Contemplating this, she exclaimed, "Hee. Once his leg heals, I shall ask him to show me his sword dance. I have never seen one before. It must be splendid." Upon hearing this, Lin Pianyue's heart stirred, and she curiously asked, "Do you enjoy watching sword dances, Sister Qingyao?" "Indeed I do," Si Qingyao replied, her interest piqued by the portrayal of such performances on television, wondering if the real thing would possess the same ethereal beauty. Encountering someone skilled in true martial arts was an opportunity she would not let slip by. Lin Pianyue, sensing her eagerness, suggested, "Sister Qingyao, I also greatly admire your eru playing. How about we collaborate on a piece? I shall perform the sword dance while you play."
Ah?
Si Qingyao could hardly believe the crown princess would propose such an idea. A princess of the prestigious Zi Jin Dynasty, offering to dance for her? This was even more astonishing than asking Shen Mufeng to do so. "What did you say? A collaboration?" The crown princess found Si Qingyao's astonished expression utterly charming. Her emotions were clearly etched on her face, revealing her genuine nature. No wonder Ah Feng found her so unique. With a graceful smile, she nodded affirmatively, "Yes, Sister Qingyao. I truly wish to collaborate with you." Feeling fond of her, and wishing to foster a bond, Lin Pianyue even dropped the formalities and spoke directly. "Very well. It would indeed be my honor. Let me ponder what we might perform together. Since it is a sword dance, it must embody a sense of martial arts flair." Si Qingyao felt a surge of excitement. She could hardly fathom that she would collaborate in such a performance. A live rendition before her very eyes. It was simply marvelous. Noticing Si Qingyao's exuberance, Lin Pianyue felt her spirits lift in response, remarking, "No rush, sister. Take your time. I shall have someone prepare while we enjoy some tea and snacks." Thus, the two conversed for a while longer before Lin Pianyue retired to change into attire suitable for the performance. Since she had announced her intent to dance, she could not wear her cumbersome palace garments, which would hinder her movements. Fortunately, she still had some clothing from before her marriage that would suit her well. Meanwhile, Si Qingyao utilized this time to decide on a piece to perform. Since the crown princess harbored her own martial aspirations, and the dance was to be a sword dance, she chose the piece Swords and Sabers Like a Dream. It perfectly captured the essence of martial arts. However, she lamented not being skilled in the guzheng. Otherwise, a duet would yield an even more splendid effect. When the crown princess emerged, clad in an elegant outfit and wielding a treasured sword, Si Qingyao's eyes sparkled. Lin Pianyue, in this attire, appeared far more agile than when adorned in heavy palace garb. After some time spent refining their performance, they commenced their respective displays. One played the eru with passionate fervor, while the other exhibited a graceful and dazzling sword dance, their synergy impeccable. Even as Si Qingyao played the eru, her gaze remained fixed on Lin Pianyue, captivated by her beauty. No wonder Shen Mufeng could not move on. This sword dance was truly exceptional. A woman of such poise and vigor would capture any man's heart. Moreover, she must have a background in dance, as her movements exuded both strength and elegance. Thus, Si Qingyao was wholly absorbed, her focus divided between playing the eru and appreciating the dance. Thankfully, she was well acquainted with swords and sabers like a dream, or such distraction could have led to errors. As Lin Pianhua danced, Si Qingyao's heart continually marveled. Wow, that sword spin is so impressive. Goodness, that backbend is extraordinary. The crown princess possesses such flexibility. My word, is that lightness skill? It seems ancient people could truly soar using a pivot. Soon, the arrow reached the conclusion of the piece, while Lin Pianhua gracefully wrapped up her dance. This performance had been immensely satisfying for her. She could hardly recall the last time she felt such unrestrained joy. As she immersed herself in the music's liberating essence, she envisioned herself galloping freely in a chivalrous world. Once the music ceased, Lin Pianhua lingered in the moment, momentarily lost in thought at the center of the palace. Si Qingyao set down her arrow and eagerly approached the crown princess, exclaiming, "Your Highness, your sword dance was truly magnificent. Simply astounding." A light sheen of sweat adorned Lin Pianhua's brow, yet her vitality surged from the performance. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy glow, enhancing her beauty, far surpassing the dignified image she projected while seated in her palace garb. For the first time, Si Qingyao truly grasped the allure of an ancient lady of nobility. Although the crown princess's father was a martial general, she was equally versed in the knowledge and etiquette expected of her, perhaps possessing even more vigor and openness than the daughters of civil officials. Si Qingyao found herself genuinely fond of her. Seeing Si Qingyao's radiant delight, Lin Pianhua could not help but smile. "Sister Qingyao, if you find joy in it, that is enough. Your piece was exquisite, with a beautiful sentiment. It is said that one can discern a person's heart through their music, and it is clear that your spirit is exceptional. In the palace, there are indeed many consorts with exceptional skills in music, yet when it comes to the essence of melodies, it is no longer merely about technique, but rather the state of one's heart." In previous years, Lin Pianhua had listened to exquisite performances of pipa and guzheng at the annual banquets, but none could compare to the arrow played by her sister, Qingyao.
Indeed.
The aspirations of the ladies in the palace and the daughters of high-ranking officials revolve around finding a man who will love them wholeheartedly, living their lives in pursuit of his favor and competing for his affection. She could not fathom why the eldest daughter of the Minister of State stood out so distinctly, unlike any noblewoman she had encountered before. Her desire to befriend Si Qingyao stemmed not only from her being Shen Mufeng's wife, but more importantly, from the purity and kindness reflected in her eyes. She firmly believed in her mother's words that one could glimpse a person's soul through their eyes. If she did not find someone agreeable, even if they were the wife of a dear friend, she would not wish to associate with them. Upon hearing her words, Si Qingyao burst into hearty laughter, taking the crown princess's hand and playfully remarking, "Sister, I cherish your words, but if we continue to exchange compliments, we may find ourselves engaging in mere flattery." At that moment, Si Qingyao truly lowered her guard and began to regard Lin Pianhua as a genuine friend. Although Lin Pianhua struggled with some phrases, she grasped the sentiment and was overjoyed to hear her refer to her as sister, especially since moments ago she had called her Your Highness. This shift in address marked the inception of their friendship. For the remainder of the time, they sat together, sipping tea and enjoying pastries, discussing a myriad of topics. When women gather, the conversation often revolves around beauty and physique, and they exchanged insights with a harmonious atmosphere. Eventually, their discussion meandered from musical instruments to the art of chess. Si Qingyao candidly admitted her inability to play Go but mentioned her own creation, a game of 5 in a row. Consequently, Lin Pianhua taught her Go, while she imparted the rules of 5 in a row to Lin Pianhua. They became so engrossed in their games that they lost track of time until the sun began to set and twilight enveloped the surroundings. It was then that Si Qingyao realized she had overstayed her welcome. Though she cherished the crown princess's company, the encroaching darkness necessitated her return home. Otherwise, Shen Mufeng would surely worry. Thus, she grasped Lin Pianhua's hand to bid farewell, saying, "Sister, it has grown late, and I must take my leave. I hope to visit you again in the palace, when the opportunity arises." Although Lin Pianhua felt a pang of reluctance, she recognized the truth in those words. She turned to her attendant Ling Long and instructed, "Please fetch the small wooden box from the second tier of my dressing table." "Yes, Your Highness." Ling Long responded before proceeding to the inner chamber. While still holding Si Qingyao's hand, Lin Pianhua spoke to her of mundane matters, her gaze filled with reluctance to part. Today marked the most liberating day since her arrival in the palace. In no time, Ling Long returned with the requested box. Lin Pianyu opened it and took out a jade pendant, presenting it to Si Qingyao with a smile. This is my jade token for you. From now on, you may freely enter the palace at your leisure. Do you come to visit me often, will you? As she spoke, Lin Pianyu felt a wave of melancholy. Her feelings for the crown prince were genuine, yet she had sacrificed much for them. Though she yearned for the world beyond the palace walls, she had willingly chosen to remain in this gilded cage, and she held no regrets, even as she occasionally longed for freedom. Seeing her sister Qingyao reminded her of her younger self, unrestrained and fearless. Thus, she truly hoped for more opportunities to spend time together. Si Qingyao was taken aback by the significance of the jade pendant and initially attempted to decline it, but Lin Pianyu insisted, "Sister, please do not refuse. My gift to you also serves my own desire for your company. And here, this is what I truly wish to present to you." As she spoke, she retrieved a golden hairpin adorned with tassels from the second tier of the box. Si Qingyao felt as though her eyes might be blinded by its brilliance. The hairpin was exquisite, and although she had never worn such an ornament, she could not help but adore it. She had always had a fondness for gold. In her youth, she had viewed gold as commonplace, but as she matured, she realized that the aesthetic of her ancestors was unparalleled. Nothing, not even diamonds or platinum, could rival the beauty of gold, which also retained its value. The hairpin before her was masterfully crafted and lifelike. It was evident that it was a fine piece. And due to its intricate design, even being made of gold, it would not feel cumbersome when worn. Observing Si Qingyao's admiration, Lin Pianyu deftly placed the hairpin into her hair. The gesture was swift and unexpected, causing Si Qingyao to quickly respond, "Sister, this is too precious. I cannot accept it. Please, sister, if you truly regard me as one, accept it. Consider it my gift to you upon our first meeting, but do remember to visit me more often in the palace. I feel an instant bond with you, and will miss you dearly," Lin Pianyu urged, her tone earnest. Seeing her earnestness, Si Qingyao had no choice but to accept, nodding in agreement. Only then did Lin Pianyu smile, for with this acceptance, they had solidified their sisterly bond. How wonderful it was to have the wife of her beloved Feng as a dear friend, bringing a sense of completeness to their circle. Just as the two were reluctant to part, the palace attendants suddenly bowed deeply toward the entrance. At that moment, they realized that, unbeknownst to them, the crown prince and Shen Mufeng had arrived. Upon seeing them, both women quickly rose, their expressions reflecting surprise, particularly Si Qingyao, who was curious to see Shen Mufeng in a wheelchair. Why was he here? Did he come to check on her, fearing a quarrel between her and his beloved? Surely, she was not that unreliable. Lin Pianyu quickly exclaimed, "Your Highness, what brings you here?" "Ah, it is all due to Mufeng, who insisted I bring him to fetch his wife home. You have monopolized Lady Mu for too long. Someone is feeling jealous," teased the crown prince as he approached his wife, taking her hand playfully. Shen Mufeng, following closely behind, did not refute the crown prince's jest. He nodded at Lin Pianyu and said, "Greetings, Your Highness. I have come to escort Qingyao home." Si Qingyao echoed his sentiments. "Yes, indeed, Your Highness. I have overstayed my welcome. We shall take our leave now and not disturb your dinner. Farewell, Your Highness." With that, she dashed to Shen Mufeng's side, pushing his wheelchair and swiftly turning to leave, her movements efficient and graceful. The crown prince stood in astonishment at the scene before him. He had intended to comment on Si Qingyao's lack of decorum, questioning how a daughter of nobility could take her leave in such a manner. However, upon witnessing Lin Pianyu's affectionate gaze toward her, he found himself at a loss for words. It was evident that Yue held a deep affection for Si Qingyao. He did not wish to dwell on her breach of etiquette. Accustomed to the propriety of others, encountering such a free spirit left him somewhat bewildered. Nevertheless, it was enough that Yue was happy. As Si Qingyao exited, her urgency stemmed from concern for Shen Mufeng, who appeared to be in pain. She had come to realize that both the crown prince and the crown princess believed that Shen Mufeng held a deep affection for her. Their interactions exuded warmth and tenderness, evoking envy from onlookers. However, Shen Mufeng was infatuated solely with Lin Pianyu. Witnessing such a scene was undeniably jarring for him. His expression had been somber just moments ago, and it was evident that he felt quite distressed. Unable to bear it, Si Qingyao hurriedly urged him to leave. As they walked along the smooth path of the palace, Si Qingyao cautiously inquired, "Shen Mufeng, are you all right?" "Nothing's wrong. I was just worried since you hadn't returned, and the sky had grown dark," he replied, remaining calm as she guided him away, though he was puzzled by her concern. Despite feeling slightly awkward when the crown prince had jested with him earlier, he was relieved that she seemed unconcerned. Si Qingyao felt a warmth in her heart upon hearing his words and joyfully declared, Shen Mufeng, you are truly a good person, always thinking of my safety. You are a most commendable roommate. I have decided to keep you as a friend. Even if we part ways in the future, we can still remain friends, right? Her tone carried a hint of uncertainty. She genuinely wished to be friends with Shen Mufeng, who is indeed a remarkable individual. Their impending separation was not due to any discord but merely the conclusion of their collaboration. She wondered if he would consider her a friend as well. Upon hearing this, Shen Mufeng felt a pang of bittersweetness surge within him, but it quickly dissipated. He himself could not comprehend this feeling and chose not to delve deeper. Of course, even if we separate, we will still be friends, he assured her, though he secretly hoped that day would never come. He appreciated having a wife like Si Qingyao. Sharing meals with her brought companionship and allowed him to express thoughts he could not share with his parents. This simple life, though mundane, was remarkably endearing. I knew you were a righteous person, Si Qingyao exclaimed, her spirits soaring at his affirmative response. They continued to chat merrily as they made their way back. Upon reaching the palace gate, Shen Qi approached to escort them. Together, they boarded the carriage heading to the Wangfu of the Mu family. Inside the carriage, as they sat facing each other, Shen Mufeng suddenly noticed the hairpin adorning Si Qingyao's head. Intrigued, he asked, What is that you are wearing? Si Qingyao, noticing his gaze, quickly explained, Oh, this? It was a gift from the crown princess. She said it was a welcoming gift for me. The crown princess is truly wonderful. I have taken quite a liking to her, and I feel she must also like me. Though her words carried a hint of self-admiration, she genuinely felt this way, as her intuition had always been quite accurate. Shen Mufeng nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed, she must like you, or she would not have given you such a precious hairpin. Si Qingyao looked at him with a puzzled expression, her eyes filled with questions. Shen Mufeng continued, This hairpin holds significant importance for the crown princess. It was gifted to her by her mother on her coming-of-age day when she turned 18. She has cherished it deeply, and I never expected she would part with it. As Si Qingyao touched the golden hairpin, her mouth fell agape in astonishment. She had not realized that this hairpin was a coming-of-age gift. The crown princess had given her such an invaluable item. Suddenly, she felt the weight of this gesture. Then, a curious thought struck her, and she asked, Shen Mufeng, how old is the crown princess this year? Chapter 76. Ancient team building. Suddenly taken aback by her question, Shen Mufeng found himself momentarily bewildered. He had not given much thought to ages lately. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, The crown princess should be 20. She is the same age as the crown prince, both a year older than I am. Why do you ask? Oh, I see. It's nothing really. I was just a bit curious, Si Qingyao said, laughing lightly to brush off the inquiry. However, beneath her calm facade, she was buzzing with gossip. So, it was a case of a May-December romance. Shen Mufeng was younger than her by a year. The crown prince and crown princess were of the same age. No wonder they were so enamored with each other. He was seen as a younger brother, truly a pitiable soul. Yet, at this moment, she herself was only 18, even younger than them. It was as if she had been granted a second chance at youth, a delightful sensation indeed. Thus, the sound of hooves echoed as they returned to the Mu Wangfu together. Half a month later, on this day, the Zheng Medical Hall and the eatery closed promptly at the hour of U. For all the employees, it was a momentous occasion. It was the beginning of the month, the day to distribute last month's wages. The owner and the manager had calculated their profits the day before, and hearing that they had earned quite a sum, the owner decided to treat everyone to a meal at the Jinxiu restaurant and distribute their wages to celebrate together. Upon receiving the news, everyone was elated. For dining at the Jinxiu restaurant was a rare luxury they could seldom afford. It was said that a single meal there could cost several taels of silver, far beyond the means of ordinary folk. Thus, the opportunity thrilled them, and they eagerly anticipated this chance to broaden their horizons. After closing the establishment, everyone made their way to the Jinxiu restaurant. Si Qingyao had already reserved a large private room that could accommodate 3 large tables, perfectly suited for their Zheng family establishment as personnel. When Si Qingyao arrived with Xie Zian and the 3 young girls, the others from the various shops had also gathered. Yuzhu had come over from the medical hall, while Baozhu and Xinxi arrived with manager Wang from the Zheng eatery. 2 other shop managers and a waiter had also joined, implementing a few marketing strategies that had significantly boosted business. Overall, the medical hall staff was the largest group, followed by those from the Zheng eatery. Si Qingyao had invited everyone to this meal, intending to unify management under a chain model. Once in the private room, Si Qingyao sat at a table with Baozhu, Yuzhu, Shenxi, Xiezian, and the 3 young girls, while the others occupied the remaining 2 tables. Filling the room to capacity, Si Qingyao wasted no time. The purpose of their visit was to treat everyone, so she waved her hand and ordered all the best dishes from the Jinxiu restaurant. As the dishes arrived one after another, the initial unease among the guests began to melt away, replaced by delight as they savored the exquisite flavors. Si Qingyao served food to Jinhua, Yinhua, and Linghua, reassuring them. You needn't be shy, they are all our own people. Eat heartily. Filling your bellies is the most important thing. Take whatever you like, don't hold back. Thank you. Sister Si, the 3 young girls replied in unison, then picked up their chopsticks and began to eat slowly. The food was indeed delectable, and they exchanged glances, each reflecting joy in the other's eyes. For them, this period felt like a dream, being well-fed and warmly clothed, and aside from Brother Xia, they now had an older sister looking after their needs. Previously, they would not have dared to dream such beautiful dreams, yet now it was manifestly real. The 3 had previously agreed to eat well and grow strong so that they could help at the medical hall in gratitude for Sister Si's kindness in taking them in. The 2 proprietors were exceedingly delighted today. One poured a glass of wine, rose boldly to his feet, and toasted to Si Qingyao, saying, Boss, let us drink this toast first. You may indulge as you wish. All our words can be summed up in a single sentiment. We shall drink alongside you. And we shall revel together. Si Qingyao promptly lifted her small cup and drank heartily. She felt quite satisfied with her 2 managers, as their collaboration eased her burdens considerably. Shen Shi was enjoying the meal immensely. Little did he expect that after following the princess, not only would he have the chance to indulge in food and drink, but also to dine out openly. Life was indeed flavorful now, far superior to being with the prince. He could hardly wait to return home and boast to his brothers, inspiring their envy. Soon, as the meal neared its conclusion, the private room was filled with laughter and chatter, a scene of vibrant merriment. Noticing that Shenxi had finished his meal, Si Qingyao whispered a few words to him, prompting his departure. Upon his return, he carried a wooden box in his arms. Si Qingyao gestured for him to place it aside, clapped her hands for silence, and began the highly anticipated moment of distributing wages. She had chosen this evening's meal to create a sense of ceremony, as they were to receive extra bonuses today. The moment it was announced that wages would be distributed, the room quieted in anticipation. Si Qingyao instructed Manager Yang to read the names from the list, calling forth each individual to collect their pay. With great care, Si Qingyao had wrapped the coins in red cloth, each bearing the recipient's name, ensuring that everyone received their rightful share. When the workers opened their packages, they discovered that the amount exceeded what had been promised. One individual exclaimed, Boss, did you miscalculate? My pay seems to be more. This prompted several others to echo similar sentiments. They were well aware of the boss's benevolence and would never engage in any deceitful behavior. Si Qingyao smiled reassuringly. Fear not. Everyone, the extra funds are bonuses for all of you. The business has thrived recently, and as I have said before, prosperity is best shared. We shall continue to flourish together. Upon hearing her words, expressions of surprise and delight spread across their faces. They had not anticipated that the boss's previous assurances were genuine. She truly rewarded them. With this unexpected delight, the motivation to work heightened, and they felt immensely fortunate to be employed at the Zheng establishment. Chapter 77. Employee discount cards. After the meal, everyone departed with satisfied smiles, clutching their reward money. Not only had they received their wages and bonuses, but the boss had also bestowed upon each of them a specially crafted card, which she referred to as the Zheng employee card. This card would grant them a 20% discount at all Zheng establishments, a gesture of goodwill and a benefit for them. Many had savored the exquisite delicacies from the Zheng food shop, well aware of the quality, and now they could occasionally indulge their families with these delights. Moreover, the presence of a medical clinic meant that everyone could benefit from reduced costs when seeking care for common ailments. For the ordinary folk, this was far more valuable than mere bonuses. The most delighted among them was Dr. Zheng from the clinic. Though he was a physician, his wife was 8 months pregnant and nearing her time, requiring various nourishing medicines. The employee card would enable him to save a significant sum, which he could set aside for fabric to make clothes for their future child. How could he not be pleased? Sharing this news with his wife would surely bring her joy as well. As the cards were distributed, playful banter ensued, with remarks about the timing of his wife's pregnancy. Hearing their jesting, Si Qingyao felt a sense of happiness. To her, this initiative was not a grand gesture, but rather akin to the standard benefits offered by modern companies, providing employees with a layer of security and fostering a sense of belonging, essential for retaining talent. In the 21st century, Si Qingyao had envisioned treating her employees exceptionally well and vowed never to become a heartless capitalist. She had thought this day would only exist in her dreams. Yet, unexpectedly transported to this ancient era, she found her dream realized. How unpredictable life can be. Si Qingyao instructed Shenxi to ensure that Xie and the three sisters were safely escorted to the clinic, while she departed with Yuzhu and Baozhu. As they descended the staircase from the second floor, they were suddenly greeted by a familiar sound. The nearby Jinxi restaurant had set up a small stage where a storyteller was narrating tales, accompanied by a musician playing the arrow, performing the very piece Si Qingyao had once showcased in the palace, Horse Race. Upon hearing the familiar tune, Yuzhu was the first to react, softly calling out, "Miss, isn't this?" Si Qingyao was equally surprised. Although a certain gentleman had previously sought her guidance on horse race, she had not anticipated its widespread popularity. Curiosity piqued, Si Qingyao seized the opportunity to stop a passing waiter, inquiring, "What is this piece?" "Oh, this? It is said to have originated from the palace. Though we do not know the creator. It has gained much popularity recently, being sung everywhere, and someone even composed lyrics for it. However, our manager prefers storytelling. So, he invited Mr. Duan Mo to entertain with tales, perfectly complementing the music.
Look.
Many guests have come specifically to listen while dining. Have you finished your meal? Esteemed guest? Would you care to join us for tea and listen for a while?" The waiter, eager to engage, began enthusiastically sharing the latest trends in the capital, promoting the establishment's offerings. "No, thank you," Si Qingyao politely declined while continuing to listen to the performance as she descended. Yuzhu, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "I can't believe the piece you played is so well received. You truly are remarkable." Si Qingyao shook her head, smiling as she replied, "I merely learned it from ancient texts. It is not my own composition. Nevertheless, the populace has discerning taste, and good music will always find its recognition." Baozhu, captivated by the conversation, eventually chimed in, "So, this is the piece you played in the palace. It's truly beautiful. I regret not having heard your performance live. Fear not. When we return home, I shall play it especially for you, as I possess many more pieces. On a day when we are free, we shall enjoy them to our heart's content." Si Qingyao casually reassured, noticing the look of regret on Baozhu's face. To her surprise, Baozhu instantly perked up, earnestly asking, "Really? Miss, you will play it just for me?" "Indeed, I shall play it just for you. You are an invaluable asset to our food shop, and it is because of you that we have flourished so splendidly." Si Qingyao found Baozhu utterly adorable, nodding repeatedly as she gazed at her. The three of them strolled leisurely toward the Wangfu while engaging in light conversation. With darkness having fallen, the streets were relatively empty. They had not walked far when the distinct sound of galloping hooves echoed in the stillness of the night. It turned out to be Shenxi, who had returned to escort them after ensuring the children were safely back at the clinic and had locked the doors and windows. With the arrival of the carriage, the trio opted for a more comfortable ride, having already dissipated most of the effects of the alcohol they had consumed earlier. The atmosphere had been so delightful that she had indulged in a few more drinks than she intended, though not excessively so. Once they boarded the carriage, a wave of comfort enveloped them. It was warm inside, and the slight swaying sensation, coupled with the lingering effects of the wine, made her feel as if she were cradled in a lullaby. Fatigue soon overcame Si Qingyao, and feeling secure among familiar faces, she gradually relaxed and leaned against Yuzhu's shoulder, drifting off to sleep. Before long, the carriage arrived at the entrance of the Wangfu. Yuzhu softly called out to Si Qingyao several times, Miss, wake up. We have arrived. It's time to disembark." When she remained unresponsive, Yuzhu, concerned that her mistress might catch a chill, grew bolder after spending time with Si Qingyao and gently tapped her cheek a couple of times. This audacious act left Yuzhu utterly astonished. How bold of Baozhu to dare strike her mistress's face. What maid would exhibit such reckless bravado? Such behavior could surely lead to dire consequences. However, despite the audacity of Baoju's actions, they felt like mere tickles to the soundly sleeping Si Qingyao. Mistaking the gentle taps for an irritating fly, she waved her hand dismissively and returned to her slumber. As the two of them tried every means to awaken Si Qingyao without success, they hesitated, unsure of what to do next, when a commotion from outside the carriage caught their attention. It was Shunxi, who had witnessed the scene and hurried back to summon the prince to come and collect the lady. Fortunately, the prince was still awake, having been in his study writing, waiting for her return. In truth, Shen Mufeng's leg had fully healed over the past few days, but he had yet to disclose this to Si Qingyao. He continued to feign the use of a cane in her presence, intending to surprise her at the right moment. Just the day before, he had visited the general's residence to share the good news with his parents, who were overjoyed to see their son restored to his former self. They were immensely grateful to Si Qingyao, knowing that without her, their son would not have recovered so well. Upon hearing Shunxi's voice, Baoju reluctantly stepped down from the carriage and was astonished to find the prince present. She quickly bowed and greeted, "Your Highness, the princess is asleep in the carriage."
Yes.
"I am aware," replied Shen Mufeng. With a long stride, he climbed into the carriage, lifted the curtain, and beheld the sweetly slumbering Si Qingyao, her lips curving into a gentle smile, as if she were dreaming of something delightful. As he entered the carriage, he caught a faint scent of wine. Shen Mufeng knew she had dined with the clinic staff that day and was surprised to learn she had partaken in some wine. Shaking his head in mild exasperation, he leaned in, extending his arm to lift the sleeping figure effortlessly, bending slightly to protect her head as he gently disembarked from the carriage. Witnessing the prince tenderly carry the princess down from the carriage and stride toward the Wangfu, Baoju and Yuzhu could only stare in disbelief, rubbing their eyes. "The prince's leg is healed?"
They gasped. It seems so.
"Our princess truly is a miraculous healer. I am her foremost disciple. How fortunate I am." With that, they hurried after the prince, their hearts buoyed by the revelation. Typically reserved, Yuzhu spoke more than usual upon realizing this fact, keeping pace with the prince. Baoju, having come to her senses, followed suit. The prince had concealed his recovery so well. Just that morning, he had appeared to limp significantly. His act was truly convincing. Shen Mufeng carried Si Qingyao directly to her chamber. Although she remained asleep, the effects of the wine still lingered, causing her to instinctively clutch his neck tightly to avoid falling. Despite the swift pace, Shen Mufeng felt a wave of nervousness. It was his first time holding a woman in such a manner. Even though separated by fabric, he could feel the softness of her skin, causing his heart to race uncontrollably, stirring feelings of agitation within him, a stark contrast to his usual composure. What would normally be a brief distance felt interminable, and only after safely placing her on the bed did he exhale deeply, sensing an unexpected exhaustion from such a short journey. Shortly after laying her down, her two maidservants entered and quickly said, "Your Highness, please watch over the princess while we fetch water." Yuzhu rushed toward the kitchen, while Baoju, feeling somewhat out of place, hastily added, "I shall prepare a hangover remedy." As she reached the door, she turned back, anxious to explain on her mistress's behalf, fearing the prince might perceive her as a heavy drinker, which would tarnish Si Qingyao's reputation in his eyes. She could not allow that. She hoped for a harmonious future for her mistress and the prince. After a brief moment of hesitation, albeit fearful, she spoke up, "Your Highness, the princess truly did not consume much. It may be that the wine was too strong for her." With that, she dashed away like a startled rabbit. Shen Mufeng, hearing the maid's words, noticed she still clung to his sleeve, tugging at it without success. He sighed to himself, can't drink, yet still trying to show off. Just as he finished speaking, Si Qingyao suddenly rolled over in bed, mumbling, "Who says I can't drink? Nonsense. Come on, let us battle until dawn." With that, she sprang upright, her eyes slightly open, gazing dazedly at Shen Mufeng. Startled by her sudden movement, he realized that even in her inebriated state, she could hear him. Was she truly intoxicated or merely pretending? He tentatively called out, "Qingyao?
Si Qingyao?
Are you awake?"
Who is calling me?
"Oh, it's you."
Si Qingyao.
Completely under the influence of alcohol, felt her mind swirling, a sense of exhilaration washing over her. Was this a dream? She felt as if she were in a scene from a drama, captivated by the handsome figure before her, so perfectly fitting her ideal. She couldn't help but smile mischievously, extending her hand to quickly pinch Shen Mufeng's cheek. Once she succeeded, enchanted by the delightful sensation. Both hands were soon at work, playfully pinching and squeezing his face. Such a lovely texture. Oh, your skin feels even softer than mine. How enviable. And those eyes. Why are your lashes so long? It's utterly unfair. Your eyes are so beautiful. Do you have stars in them? Shen Mufeng stood there, utterly astonished by her antics, spellbound and forgetting to resist. No one had ever dared to touch his face, let alone in such a playful manner. After a considerable amount of time had passed, Shen Mufeng finally came to his senses and hurriedly seized her hands, preventing her from acting recklessly. He could hardly believe that the usually composed Si Qingyao would exhibit such boldness while intoxicated. Bound as she was, she expressed her discontent by biting at his neck without a second thought. How dare he attempt to control her in her dreams? Shen Mufeng only realized it was Si Qingyao biting him when he felt the peculiar sensation at his neck, and his face instantly flushed with the brilliance of a sunset. Seizing the opportunity when she finally released her grip, he swiftly retreated a step, maintaining a safe distance. He found himself somewhat at a loss, unsure of how to handle her. Was this woman akin to a dog, biting when displeased? It was merely an attempt to restrain her movements. Yet, recalling the warm and damp feeling at his neck made his heart race uncontrollably. After a while, Si Qingyao seemed to tire of her antics, her movements gradually slowing until she eventually succumbed to slumber once more. Shen Mufeng touched the area on his neck where she had bitten him, his cheeks still flushed. He wiped the thin sheen of sweat from his brow, relieved that she had finally settled down. This brief interlude felt more arduous than facing a battlefield. When Baozhu and Yuzhu returned with a basin of warm water and a hangover remedy, they were met with the peculiar sight of the prince seated beside the princess in an unusual posture, one hand firmly grasping hers. Though they were puzzled, they sensed something amiss and promptly said, "Your Highness, we have come to assist the princess." "Yes, please do," Shen Mufeng responded, feeling as though he had found a lifeline. He quickly released Si Qingyao's hands and rose to his feet, watching as the maidens attended to her. Only when he realized they were about to assist her in removing her outer garments did he feel his face grow warm, awkwardly instructing, "Take good care of the princess, and send for me if anything arises." He then exited her chamber in hurried strides. Observing the prince's retreating figure, Baozhu chuckled and teased Yuzhu. "Did you notice? The prince seemed to have blushed just now. It's the first time I've seen him like this. It's rather amusing. Enough of discussing our master's affairs. Come, help me sit the princess up so we can feed her the hangover remedy. Otherwise, she'll surely suffer a headache come morning." Upon returning to his own chamber, Shen Mufeng found it difficult to calm his racing thoughts. So many unprecedented experiences had transpired that evening, leaving him somewhat bewildered. It was the first time he had embraced a woman, the first time she had pinched his face, and the first time she had bitten him. The mere recollection ignited a blush upon his cheeks. Rising to inspect himself in the copper mirror, he noticed a red bite mark on his neck, still oozing blood. Clearly, she had been quite irate and had bitten with considerable force. He couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of her behaving so playfully, reminiscent of a little kitten. How delightful to discover that her drunken self was so charmingly unruly, a stark contrast to her usual composed demeanor. After pacing back and forth for some time, Shen Mufeng finally prepared for bed. Outside, Shun Qi stood guard, bemused by his master's unusual demeanor, sensing his restlessness. This was not the usual Shen Mufeng he knew. Was it truly such a big deal to be bitten by the princess? He had witnessed the events unfold and found his master to be excessively innocent, as if he had never encountered such situations before. The following morning, as sunlight streamed through the wooden windows, Si Qingyao awoke slowly. After sitting up, she instinctively rubbed her forehead, feeling somewhat foggy. As her thoughts began to clarify, she recalled that she had consumed alcohol. Had she truly gotten drunk? The potency of the ancient wine had taken her by surprise. Had she known, she would have opted for tea instead. In truth, she was not so weak. She had enjoyed beer with friends in modern times, having no issues with 2 bottles. Yet here she was, intoxicated after just a few cups. Clearly, she needed to learn a lesson. One must not drink heedlessly in this era. When Baozhu entered, she was delighted to see the princess awake and promptly assisted her with dressing, inquiring with concern, "Your Highness, how do you feel? Is your head aching? I gave you some hangover remedy last night. I hope it helped." "I'm all right. Thank you for your efforts." I had no idea the alcohol would be so potent, Si Qingyao replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed for causing others to tend to her. Baozhu, with a cheerful demeanor, added, not at all. It is our duty to care for the princess. However, you may not remember, but last night, it was the prince himself who carried you from the carriage.
Ah,
Shen Mufeng carried me? Si Qingyao exclaimed in surprise, recalling his leg injury. How could he have done so? At that moment, Yuzhu entered, and upon hearing the conversation, she chimed in, Your Highness, the prince's leg has healed. He was quite agile when he brought you into the residence last night. Really? Si Qingyao turned to them in astonishment, and when they confirmed with nods, she joyfully rushed towards the door. Baozhu paused, calling after her, Your Highness, wait. You haven't put on your hairpin. Never mind, I will do it later. Let us prepare breakfast for the princess first, Yuzhu said, smiling as she took Baozhu's hand and led her to the kitchen. As Si Qingyao exited her courtyard, she hurriedly made her way to Shen Mufeng's quarters. Although she had mentally prepared herself for his recovery, hearing it confirmed still filled her with excitement. He had been the first person she had saved upon arriving here, and his recovery was immensely significant to her. Their courtyards were not far apart, and she soon arrived at his. As she entered, she found Shen Mufeng practicing martial arts, having resumed his routine since his leg had fully healed. He was so engrossed in his training that he failed to notice her presence at the door. Shen Qi, however, noticed her, yet remained silent as a statue. It was summer, and the phoenix trees in the courtyard were in full bloom, their petals swirling in the breeze. The sight of the young man practicing beneath the tree, clad in black, his ponytail swaying, exuded strength and grace. The scene rendered Si Qingyao momentarily spellbound, captivated by the beauty of the moment. She watched intently until he completed his practice, and she caught his eye. Shen Mufeng, reminded of the bite from the previous night, suddenly felt shy and averted his gaze. Qingyao, what brings you here? He inquired, trying to regain his composure. At this moment, Si Qingyao suddenly awakened from her reverie and hurriedly approached him, circling around him with eager eyes, exclaiming with joy, Your leg is truly healed? That's wonderful. Just moments ago, while he was practicing martial arts, she had noticed that his leg seemed to be completely restored. At least, she had not detected any hint of abnormality. Yes, it's fully healed. I intended to surprise you, but it seems you've already figured it out. Shen Mufeng felt a tinge of embarrassment at being caught off guard regarding this matter, having concealed it from her. That's truly splendid. Si Qingyao was unbothered by this revelation. She was still enveloped in the delight of his recovery. It was worth noting that he was a general, and this leg was far more significant than it was for an ordinary person. Seeing her so jubilant brought Shen Mufeng happiness as well. She genuinely cared about his injuries, and witnessing his recovery made her even happier than he himself felt. Recalling her drunken state from the previous night, he inquired with concern, Are you all right? Do you have a headache? Si Qingyao felt a bit shy upon hearing this and quickly replied, No, I'm fine. By the way, I heard from Baozhu that you carried me back to my room last night. Thank you. I'm so sorry for the trouble. I didn't realize the effects of the alcohol would be so strong. I hope I didn't do anything embarrassing. Shen Mufeng felt his cheeks flush as he shook his head, insisting it was nothing. It turned out that she had no recollection of what had transpired the previous evening. Perhaps it was for the best, as remembering might have caused her embarrassment. The two conversed under the flamboyant tree for a while until Si Qingyao noticed a small patch of redness on Shen Mufeng's neck, which looked as though he had been bitten by something quite conspicuous. Curious, she asked, What happened here? It's red. Shen Mufeng quickly covered the area, his face reddening as he explained, Oh, it's nothing. I was bitten by a mosquito last night. It will heal in a while. Fortunately, Si Qingyao did not sense anything amiss and agreed, Indeed, summer is delightful, but the mosquitoes are truly bothersome. I'll prepare some mosquito repellent for you to place by your bedside. It should help a great deal. She intended to do the same for everyone around them, as summer had officially arrived and the mosquitoes were becoming more prevalent, thus taking precautions was prudent. She truly detested mosquitoes. After their conversation, Si Qingyao headed to the kitchen, while Shen Mufeng, having worked up a sweat from his practice, took a bath before joining her. In light of her cheerful mood, Si Qingyao decided to prepare some food herself to celebrate Shen Mufeng's complete recovery. When Shen Mufeng entered the dining room after bathing, he was taken aback to find the usual round table adorned with a myriad of dishes, including some he had never seen before, like the translucent dumplings revealing a delicate pink filling. Si Qingyao explained, "These are crystal shrimp dumplings. They taste delightful. Try one." Indeed, they were exquisite. Her culinary creations were always both novel and delicious. The two enjoyed a pleasant breakfast together before parting ways. Si Qingyao was headed to the medical clinic, while Shen Mufeng had matters to discuss with the crown prince and his majesty at the palace. Upon arriving at the medical clinic, Si Qingyao was greeted warmly by everyone, the entire establishment brimming with vitality and camaraderie. This atmosphere momentarily caught her off guard. Although the clinic had always been pleasant, it was evidently undergoing a notable transformation. Jean Hua accepted the hat Si Qingyao handed her with a smile, saying, "Sister Si, you're here. We were just discussing you and thought you might not come today." "Yes, you usually don't arrive this late. We thought you must be busy with something," others chimed in. "How wonderful that Sister Si is here again. We can continue learning our characters." They all spoke excitedly, and Zi Jin observed them with satisfaction, while continuing to help dry herbs in the courtyard. He had recently learned why Si Qingyao had established such a large backyard for the clinic. It was not only for selling medicine and treating ailments. She also received the herbs harvested by local farmers. Now, many herbalists in the outskirts knew that Zheng's clinic would purchase quality herbs at fair prices, which was much more reasonable than selling to others. Consequently, the number of herbalists coming to Zheng's clinic to sell their produce was steadily increasing. Manager Yang had taught Si Jin how to dry and process various herbs, and he was now adept at it. He felt a swell of pride, knowing he could contribute meaningfully rather than just running errands. Therefore, he approached his learning with utmost seriousness, fearing he might damage a single herb. As he understood that each was purchased with Sister Si's hard-earned money and should not be squandered. Yu Zhu, having followed Si Qingyao for quite some time, quickly grasped what her mistress was thinking and explained with a knowing smile, "Miss, the reason everyone is so excited today is because of the bonuses and employee cards you distributed yesterday. Although I'm not sure where you learned so many interesting things. They are genuinely beneficial. Everyone now regards the clinic as their home, hoping for it to flourish, which naturally makes them work diligently and happily. Not just others." Even Yu Zhu felt this way. Her affinity for Zheng's clinic had grown stronger than her feelings for the General's residence where she had spent her childhood. Despite having only been there for a few months, she felt a deep connection, which she realized was entirely due to her mistress. Although she had spent many years in the General's residence, she had always regarded herself as a servant, following orders without any personal aspirations. She had never questioned why, simply accepting that they were born to serve and obey their masters, which was the natural order of things. A life of servitude was all she had known. If fortunate, she might one day become a stewardess, but if not, she could be beaten or sold by the family she served. However, it was her mistress who revealed that life could be lived differently. Although one's origin could not be changed, her mistress offered them another possibility, a hope that could be transformed through their own efforts and diligent hands. She believed that everyone at the clinic and other shops shared this sentiment. Hence, they worked hard and joyfully not just for the clinic, but for themselves as well. Si Qingyao felt gratified upon hearing Baozhu's words. She cherished the sense of unity and shared purpose among them. Observing Si Jin diligently drying herbs nearby, Si Qingyao suddenly recalled that she had promised to introduce him to his idol. Now that Shen Mufeng's leg was healed, it was indeed time to arrange something. However, she decided not to inform him today, intending to surprise him instead. She had planned to celebrate Shen Mufeng's recovery together. But since he had matters to attend to at the palace today, she would wait until he returned home in the evening to ask if he was free the next day. After a brief tour of the clinic, she noticed everyone was diligently engaged in their tasks, with Si Jin and the three young women working on what they could manage. Thus, Si Qingyao did not linger for long and soon departed from the medical hall, intending to visit the eatery. Upon her arrival near the establishment, she discovered that business was as bustling as ever, with a long queue forming at the entrance before she even stepped inside. Si Qingyao stood quietly beside the line, observing for a while. A kind-hearted lady nearby noticed her standing there and offered a gentle reminder. "Young lady, if you wish to buy the marinated delicacies, you must join the line at the back. Standing here is of no use." Hearing this, Si Qingyao smiled slyly and replied, "Oh, thank you, auntie. Is the food here truly delectable? I wonder why there are so many people waiting." The lady, invigorated by her inquiry, proceeded to enthusiastically share her experience. "Indeed, the marinated dishes here are exquisite and particularly delicious. My husband cannot do without it daily, although the marinated meats can be quite pricey. making it hard for us to indulge every day. However, the marinated bits, being mere scraps, are quite affordable, so we can still enjoy them to satisfy our cravings. The lady's excitement prompted an elderly woman behind to chime in. Yes, my grandson adores their marinated chicken feet. He insists on sucking the little bones until they are tasteless, claiming they are too fragrant. As such, I frequently come by to buy some for him.
Ah.
So that's how it is. Thank you, Auntie and Grandma. I shall now join the queue, Si Qingyao said, turning towards the back of the line. However, rather than queuing, she decided to leave. Aware of the thriving business, she opted not to enter, fearing that if Baozhu saw her, she might feel obligated to attend to her, causing a flurry of activity. Hence, Si Qingyao returned to the Muwangfu. Reclining on a lounge chair beneath the grapevine in her courtyard, Si Qingyao savored her newfound leisure as her nurse had just delivered a plate of fruit. It was rare for her to enjoy such tranquility. However, both Baozhu and Yuzhu had become remarkably busy, more so than her, leaving her courtyard feeling particularly desolate in their absence, which took her some time to adjust to. Thus, she spent the afternoon blissfully alternating between napping and reading. As the moon ascended and after she had dined, her nurse hurried over to deliver news. Miss, the prince has returned. Did you not mention having matters to discuss with him?
Oh, understood.
Thank you, Nurse Si Qingyao replied. Upon receiving this news, she made her way to the kitchen, where, due to the warm weather affecting appetites, she learned that the Wangfu had just acquired some edible ice. Inspired, she decided to prepare a bowl of fruit ice. Knowing she had intentions to seek favor with Shen Mufeng, she thought it prudent to bring him a treat. It would be difficult for him to refuse her when she arrived bearing gifts. It was likely he had just returned from dinner, but a bowl of ice would surely be a welcome refreshment. Accordingly, she swiftly prepared a bowl using her previous method and headed towards Shen Mufeng's courtyard. Upon her arrival, she was met with the sight of Shen Mufeng emerging from his bath, his hair still damp and cascading over his shoulders. This was the first time Si Qingyao had seen him in such a state, evoking an image of a lotus emerging from water, embodying beauty and grace. Noticing her approach, Shen Mufeng was taken aback and quickly inquired, Qingyao, what is the matter? Has something occurred? Understanding his concern, Si Qingyao responded, Oh, just a small matter. It must be quite warm after your return. I brought you a treat to try. We can discuss matters afterward. There is no rush. Shen Mufeng glanced at the colorful treat on the tray, its appearance indeed appealing, and invited her to join him in the main room. Seated across from one another, Si Qingyao waited until Shen Mufeng finished the bowl before asking, How is it? Did you find it enjoyable? Indeed, it is refreshingly cool and quite satisfying, Qingyao. Your skills are impressive, he replied. Oh, you flatter me. Recently, I have taken in a younger brother at the medical hall. He is a fan of yours. Might you have some time to meet him? Understanding her request, Shen Mufeng expressed his willingness. Very well, I have no engagements tomorrow, so we can go then. I am also curious about your medical hall. He is a particularly admirable boy, albeit with a tragic background, Si Qingyao elaborated. Shen Mufeng nodded, feeling a hint of warmth at the thought of having admirers. Such a simple request he readily acquiesced to. After all, he had recently regained the ability to walk normally and felt it was time to accompany her on an outing. After all, she is now his nominal wife. Seeing Shen Mufeng's enthusiastic agreement brought Si Qingyao immense joy, prompting her to suggest, How about this? After visiting the medical hall tomorrow, we can stroll through the streets, purchase some gifts, and return to the General's residence. Since moving out, we have yet to visit together, and I miss my parents dearly. Sounds good to me, Shen Mufeng replied, having no objections. It was indeed rare for her to express a desire to visit them. The last time he returned, his mother had mentioned wanting to have them both over for a meal to liven things up. Then it is settled. We shall depart together tomorrow. You should rest early. I will take my leave now. Good night. Si Qingyao departed, feeling content. Chapter 82. Zi Jin meets his idol the following day, at the break of dawn.
Si Qingyao awakened.
As per her usual routine, after breakfast she, along with Shen Mufeng and Yuzhu, made their way to the medical hall. They arrived early, finding the place still relatively empty, with only a few individuals cleaning up and a few children residing there. Upon seeing their employer accompanied by a man, the staff were quite surprised but chose not to comment, their eyes betraying their curiosity. After greeting the staff, Si Qingyao led Shen Mufeng into the backyard. As he followed her, Shen Mufeng surveyed the medical hall, noting its spaciousness and the cheerful demeanor of the employees as they greeted her. The inviting atmosphere made one feel at ease. Indeed, the ambience of her medical hall mirrored her own character. It is often said that a person's writing reflects their essence, and similarly, one's disposition can profoundly influence those around them in daily life. Upon reaching the backyard, Shen Mufeng finally saw the boy Si Qingyao had mentioned. At that moment, Zi Jin was hanging freshly washed clothes to dry. Thanks to Sister C's kindness, he and his 3 sisters were now adorned in neat, unpatched new garments, each with 2 sets of clean clothes to cherish, making them feel immensely fortunate. Suddenly, a bright voice called from behind, "Zian, come quickly and see who I've brought." Zian turned at the sound, and upon spotting Sister C so early in the day, he hurriedly set down the clothes and ran over, asking excitedly, "Sister C, why are you here so early? Have you eaten breakfast? Shall I go cook some porridge?" Having eaten, one cannot help but admire Zian's remarkable abilities. Despite his tender age, he is capable of handling various tasks with impressive skill. Just look at the man standing behind me. Si Qingyao genuinely holds affection for this child, perhaps due to his hardships endured from a young age, which render him more understanding and considerate compared to his peers, evoking a sense of compassion. Upon hearing Si Qingyao's words, Zian finally noticed a tall, handsome man beside her, exuding an extraordinary presence, dressed impeccably, undoubtedly not an ordinary individual. However, Zian was certain he had never encountered him before. Such a formidable figure would have left a lasting impression, and he felt an overwhelming sense of curiosity. Glancing at Sister C with inquisitive eyes, Si Qingyao quickly discerned his thoughts, smiling as she explained, "Aren't you an admirer of Lord Mu? I have brought him to meet you." Her casual remark ignited a spark of astonishment within Zian. "Lord Mu? This man is none other than the legendary youthful war god, Lord Mu. He led the army to triumph over the northern barbarians, ensuring the safety and stability of the people of Zi Jin." Though he differed from Zian's preconceived image of a war general, the excitement was palpable, causing him to stutter. "Lord Mu, I have the honor of meeting you. May I pay my respects?" As he spoke, he knelt abruptly, hitting the ground with a thud, and bowed deeply toward Shen Mufeng. Overwhelmed by emotion, he found himself somewhat disoriented. Although Sister C had promised him this encounter, he had never truly believed it, thinking it a mere attempt to console him. He was acutely aware of the vast chasm that separated him from the nobility, feeling it was an unattainable dream. To his astonishment, Sister C had taken her promise to heart, bringing the idol he so revered to meet an ordinary boy like him. Both Shen Mufeng and Si Qingyao were taken aback by his sudden display of reverence. None had anticipated such sincerity from the child. Shen Mufeng hastily knelt to assist the kneeling boy, gently saying, "Please rise. There is no need for such formality. Come now, let us sit inside and converse. I assure you, we will have ample time to talk with your idol today." Si Qingyao felt a mixture of helplessness and a touch of sorrow. It was clear to her that this child genuinely idolized Shen Mufeng. His fervent excitement mirrored that of modern fans pursuing their stars.
Indeed.
Whether in contemporary times or in ancient eras, individuals have always had figures they admire, serving as sources of inspiration and motivation to strive for greatness and to dream of becoming like them. Reflecting on her own experiences in the modern world, she too had a favorite star, slightly older than her, who, despite lacking formal training, possessed remarkable acting skills. She had risen through the ranks from minor roles to stardom, embodying perseverance and resilience. Si Qingyao admired her indomitable spirit, eagerly following her performances, which never failed to impress. Such a girl, dedicated to her dreams, radiated brilliance, evoking admiration. Alas, she now found herself in the ancient world, unable to watch her idol's dramas again, a thought that brought a pang of heartache. Yet, in that very moment, Zian's dream was coming true, bringing a sense of solace to Si Qingyao as she considered her own unfulfilled longing. Having admired her star for over a decade without ever meeting her. Thus, they all returned to the modest dwelling where Zian and his sisters resided. The room, now bustling with guests, felt somewhat cramped. Anxious, Zian hurriedly tidied up the clutter made by his sisters and, with trembling hands, prepared tea for Sister C and Lord Mu. "Lord, Sister C, please enjoy some tea. Please sit, let us chat. How have you and your sisters been lately?" Si Qingyao encouraged him to sit, eager to engage in a heartfelt conversation. Although they had been together for some time, their busy schedules had left little room for meaningful dialogue. "Thank you for your concern, Sister C. My sisters and I are doing well here. We are well fed and warm, and life is immensely better than before. Si Qian's heartfelt response reflected the truth. Indeed, their lives had improved remarkably. They felt content. Shen Mufeng surveyed the surroundings thoughtfully. The two rooms were connected, with a large Kong inside and a wooden bed outside. Si Qingyao noted that the three sisters slept in the inner room, while Si Qian occupied the outer space. To her, this arrangement seemed appropriate, considering their ages. She perceived Si Qian as merely a child. Moreover, the sisters were quite attached to him, finding comfort in his presence, especially after their long ordeal together in the dilapidated temple. However, Shen Mufeng had a different perspective. Having heard from Si Qingyao that Si Qian was soon to turn 10, he believed that at such an age, one should not be living among young girls. Reflecting on his own experiences, having joined the battlefield at just 14, he deemed it inappropriate for Si Qian to remain in such circumstances. Thus he called out, Si Qian, come here. Feeling apprehensive, Si Qian obediently approached him. Shen Mufeng extended his hands, lightly touching Si Qian's arms and shoulders, seemingly assessing him. Si Qingyao watched in confusion, asking, what is it, Mufeng? Nothing, he replied. Concluding his examination, after taking a sip of tea, he regarded Si Qian earnestly, asking, I have a question for you. Think carefully before you answer. What are your plans for the future? You are about to turn 10, and it is time to contemplate your aspirations. Are you content to simply hide in the medical clinic, living off what you were given? Shen Mufeng's inquiry stemmed from his initial impression of Si Qian. He sensed a unique intensity in his gaze, a tenacity reminiscent of a young wolf. He believed Si Qian was not the type to settle for a mundane existence. Such individuals are destined for greater pursuits, to shed blood on the battlefield and protect the people. Observing Si Qian's commendable character, his willingness to protect the weaker sisters even in times of hardship, he felt compelled to offer him an opportunity. Thus, he posed this pivotal question. Si Qian's head shot up at this moment, his eyes filled with disbelief. After a long pause, he could hardly fathom that Prince Mu would pose such a question. He had been persuading himself to be content, recognizing that his current existence was already a luxury. What more could he possibly desire? Yet during sleepless nights, vivid images of the awe-inspiring scenes he once witnessed outside the city would surge unbidden in his mind. It was before Prince Mu's expedition, when the troops had assembled outside the city to embark on their campaign against the northern barbarians. He had ventured out in search of food and had stumbled upon this moment. The soldiers' fervent cries resonated through the land of the Zi Jin Dynasty. We shall sacrifice our lives and shed our blood to defend the borders. We shall never retreat. At that moment, hidden in the shadows, Si Qian felt goosebumps rise all over his skin. Though he was but a mere beggar, the atmosphere stirred within him an excitement that made him long to join them on the front lines against the northern barbarians. It was only after they had gradually receded from view that he ventured into the city to beg. Though this scene was fleeting, it left an indelible impact on his young heart. Thus, after a serious contemplation, Si Qian knelt once more, gazing earnestly into the prince's eyes as he replied, Your Highness, I am not content. I wish to enlist in the army. When the court calls for recruits again, I will sign up. I do not want to live a life of complacency. I wish to ensure that I do not regret my existence in this world. With that, his forehead bowed heavily to the ground. He had never dared to voice these thoughts to Sister Si. Despite her kindness that had provided him with a life free from want, he feared that revealing his true aspirations would provoke her disdain, deeming him ungrateful, unrealistic, or foolishly ambitious. Deep down, he recognized that he might indeed be indulging in fanciful dreams, which was why he had been lingering in hesitation and indecision. However, upon encountering Prince Mu today, those buried thoughts surged forth uncontrollably. Although he knew this might displease Sister Si, he could not restrain himself from speaking out. Upon hearing this, Shen Mufeng's lips curled into a slight smile as he asked, You possess no martial skills whatsoever. How do you expect to fare on the battlefield? What distinguishes confronting the northern barbarians from courting death? Your life was saved at great effort by Sister Si. Do you not cherish it? As soon as those words left his lips, Si Qian visibly panicked, unable to meet Sister Si Qingyao's gaze. Indeed, his life had been painstakingly salvaged by her, and his reckless ambitions seemed rather ungrateful. Sister Si Qingyao, perplexed by Shen Mufeng's intentions, sensed that he was not typically one to be so confrontational, particularly towards a child. Surely, there must be another motive behind his words. Though she noticed Xiaoxian's expression of guilt, she restrained herself from interjecting. Xiaoxian glanced at Sister Si Qingyao, poised to explain, but was interrupted by Shen Mufeng. Xiaoxian, would you be willing to return to my residence with me? To learn military strategies and martial arts? And in time, to aid me on the battlefield? Upon hearing this, Xiaoxian's head shot up once more. Disbelief etched across his face. What had Prince Mu just proposed? He wished to take him back to his residence? He would teach him? The unexpected opportunity left him momentarily at a loss for how to respond. It was Sister Si Qingyao who, understanding Shen Mufeng's intent, rushed to his side to help him rise, smilingly saying, "What are you dawdling for, child? Shouldn't you be pouring a cup of tea for your master?" As she spoke, she poured a cup of tea and placed it in his hands. She comprehended that Xiaoxian, being a boy, should not be deprived of his dreams. Since Shen Mufeng was willing to offer him this opportunity, she wholeheartedly supported it. Chapter 84. The Radiant Silk. Upon hearing Sister Si's words, Xiaoxian finally grasped the situation. The joy on his face, despite his efforts to contain it, could not be suppressed, with a smile stretching nearly to his ears. He eagerly accepted the tea that Sister Si had offered, bowing to Prince Mu in reverence. Shen Mufeng accepted the tea with a smile, sipping it with satisfaction, saying, "Very well, from this day forth, you shall be part of the Mu residence. I shall have Shin Qi bring you over later, and you will learn martial arts alongside me or with my men." Xiaoxian nodded earnestly, overwhelmed with happiness at the prospect of being near Prince Mu. However, thoughts of his 3 younger sisters tugged at his heartstrings, making him hesitate. "Your Highness, Sister Si, what about my 3 sisters?" At this point, Xiaoxian struggled to articulate his thoughts. Feeling that merely being accepted into the Mu residence was already an extraordinary stroke of fortune, how could he dare to ask for more? Yet Sister Si Qingyao seemed to understand his unspoken desires, promptly interjecting, "Jinhua and the others may also reside in the palace with you. The Mu residence is spacious. I trust that His Highness would not mind having 3 little girls around, would you?" Turning to Shen Mufeng with a beaming smile, she awaited his response. Shen Mufeng laughed heartily, responding with ease, "Of course, you may all move in together." He had noticed the 3 little girls earlier. It was rare for Sister Si to be so fond of them. Moreover, she had previously refused to increase the number of servants in her courtyard, so these 3 could grow up to assist her. At this moment, Xiaoxian was truly elated. It was wonderful that they would not be separated. They could live together, and in the Mu residence no less. It was a place where he could pursue his grand ambitions. Thus, after Shen Mufeng and Sister Si Qingyao had settled matters regarding Xiaoxian and his sisters at the medical hall, they prepared to depart. As they intended to return to the general's residence today, they could not go back empty-handed. Gifts for their parents were in order. Therefore, Sister Si Qingyao suggested they stroll through the market to see if they could find some rare items. After visiting 2 stores, they arrived at a fabric shop called Genie Pavilion. The moment Sister Si Qingyao stepped inside, she was warmly greeted by the shop assistant. "What can I assist you with, esteemed guest? We have all kinds of fabrics here. Are you shopping for personal use or as a gift?" Sister Si responded, "For a gift. Do you have any rare and precious fabrics?" Prior to entering, she had inquired and learned that this shop was the largest and most comprehensive in the capital, which is why she had urged Shen Mufeng to come a few extra steps to visit. She hoped it would not disappoint her. The shop assistant had noticed the 2 distinguished guests upon their entrance and, recognizing their refined demeanor, treated them with extra courtesy. Upon hearing their request for unusual fabrics, he perked up, saying, "What a coincidence.
You have come at just the right time.
We have just received 2 rolls of the rare radiant silk, freshly arrived from Jiangnan. I assure you, no other shop in the capital has such goods. Aside from tribute items, nothing can compare. And as the weather grows warmer, garments made from this fabric are not only beautiful, but also wonderfully cool. Would you like to take a look? The price, however, is somewhat steep." Upon hearing this, Sister Si Qingyao's interest was piqued. "Radiant silk? What a beautiful name. Yes, please bring it out for me to see." The shop assistant, eager to make a sale, hurried to the back to fetch the manager for the radiant silk. If he could sell both rolls today, the manager would surely reward him with a bonus. Since the precious fabric was beyond his reach, he could only rely on the manager to bring it out. Before long, Sister Si Qingyao saw an older man hurrying towards them, accompanied by the previous shop assistant, each carrying a wooden box. The manager, panting and smiling broadly, approached them and said, "Is it the radiant silk you 2 wish to see?" The two individuals possess truly discerning eyes. The fabric before them is remarkably exquisite, with these two pieces having just arrived yesterday. Come, take a look. Does it catch your fancy? As he spoke, the shopkeeper opened both large wooden boxes. The shimmering silk appeared before them, revealing two colors, a deep navy and a rich purple, both exuding an undeniable quality. At that moment, the morning sun streamed through the windows, casting a radiant glow on the fabrics, making them glisten beautifully. Si Qingyao gently caressed the materials. Indeed, they were as thin as a cicada's wing, perfect for summer wear. She was immensely fond of them and turned to Shen Mufeng, exclaiming, "Mufeng, this fabric is stunning and so comfortable. In just a few days, it will be our mother's 45th birthday. Wouldn't it be wonderful to make her a dress from this fabric? Moreover, these colors are quite suitable for her age." Si Qingyao was genuinely enamored with the two pieces. She envisioned her mother wearing such a magnificent garment on her birthday, certain it would be dazzling. As she understood in the capital, it was customary for officials' wives to host a birthday banquet, inviting friends and family to join in the celebration. In the past, Madame Shun had hosted modest gatherings, as her circle was not extensive, preferring simplicity. However, this year was different. Her son had achieved military accolades and was now the only prince of a different surname in the Golden Purple Dynasty, attracting many eager to seek his favor. Furthermore, this year's birthday coincided with Shen Mufeng's complete recovery. Thus, he had mentioned to her his desire for a more lively celebration this year. Si Qingyao was in full support of this. Unsure of what gift to bring to the general's residence, she felt that these two pieces of shimmering silk were perfectly fitting. Thus, despite their extravagant price, she paid without hesitation and purchased them. Just as the shopkeeper was about to allow Si Qingyao to inspect the fabrics, a noble young lady entered from outside. Captivated by the two glimmering pieces on the counter, she hurried over and asked, "Shopkeeper, is this the legendary shimmering silk? It seems the rumors are true. It has indeed arrived in the capital. I shall take these two pieces." Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper's smile faltered, and he apologetically replied, "My lady, I regret to inform you that these two pieces have already been purchased by this lady here. Perhaps you might consider other options, all of which are quite splendid." The shopkeeper found himself in a predicament, having not anticipated the immense popularity of shimmering silk, which had only just arrived in the capital, yet was already widely known. Chapter 85. Consumed by jealousy observing the young lady's attire, it was evident she was not someone to be trifled with. Prompting the shopkeeper to suggest alternative materials, Si Qingyao, having heard the shopkeeper's words, noticed a man and woman standing not far away. The woman was none other than her familiar sister, Si Qingyao. Si Qingyao was taken aback to encounter her here, and standing beside her was none other than Prince Mu. Had he truly recovered? At that moment, he appeared even more handsome than when she last saw him at the palace banquet, his demeanor exuding grace and charm, eyes sparkling like stars. What was more astonishing was that he stood beside her, completely unencumbered, appearing no different from a normal person.
Why?
How could this be? Was it not said that Prince Mu had been poisoned beyond salvation? It was claimed that even if he were to recover, he would be left blind and lame. How could he have returned to normal so quickly? Had she inadvertently bestowed upon Si Qingyao a remarkable fortune in marriage? Such a perfect gentleman should have belonged to her. Yet now, he was claimed by Si Qingyao. The thought alone sent Si Qingyao into a fit of jealousy. The Shen Mufeng before her was still the dashing young general who had captivated countless maidens in the capital, dressed in fine attire, exuding confidence and valor. Had she known he would recover, she would have never allowed this union. Such a fine man should have been hers. The mere possibility of this scenario intensified her disdain for Si Qingyao. To make matters worse, the very fabric she had set her sights on was snatched away by her sister. This was information she had painstakingly acquired through hearsay, intended as a gift for her mother. Who could have anticipated that Si Qingyao would seize it first? How could she not be incensed? The convergence of these events caused Si Qingyan's demeanor to shift, her expression becoming caustic. "I was wondering who it was. Turns out it is my dear elder sister. How is it that you possess the means to purchase such expensive fabric? Sister, our mother is particularly fond of shimmering silk. Why not let me have this fabric instead?" Si Qingyao was utterly repulsed by her sister's pretentiousness and felt a chill run down her spine. With the fabric already packed, she chose not to engage further. "Sister, you have grown, yet your smile has vanished, and your countenance is faded." With that, She picked up a box containing shimmering silk and walked ahead. Initially, Shen Mufeng had feared for Qingyao's well-being, contemplating stepping in should she be bullied. Though he did not wish to quarrel with women, he would not permit anyone to mistreat her. To his surprise, she lightly uttered her retort and walked away. Shen Mufeng hastily took hold of the other piece of shimmering silk and followed her out of the fabric shop. It was not until they had departed that Si Qingyao fully grasped the implication of Qingyao's words. A nearby maid exclaimed, "Miss, she just called you shameless." Only then did Si Qingyao comprehend the true meaning of Qingyao's statement, her face flushing with rage. Si Qingyao had dared to insult her, who had granted her such audacity. She would not allow the fact that Qingyao was to marry into the Mu family to intimidate her. She would ensure that this day as actions bore consequences. After all, she was merely an orphan girl. Even if she were to take some action, their father would not come to her aid. Recently, she had overheard her mother discussing Si Qingyao's origins with a nurse. It was revealed that Si Qingyao was not her father's flesh and blood, which explained his indifference towards her. Her mother had been pregnant upon marrying into the family. This also clarified why Si Qingyao's maternal grandparents had endowed her with such substantial dowry, an indication of their guilt. Even her father, who had not yet attained his current status, had only agreed to take her mother as his legitimate wife for the sake of the wealth. Si Qingyao doubted that if Prince Mu were to discover that she was nothing more than a child of unknown parentage, he would still allow her to be his principal consort. Regardless of her consent, the emperor would never permit it. After all, even though a prince's wife may not hail from a prestigious family, she cannot be a false daughter of nobility, an ignorant orphan. With this thought in mind, Si Qingyao couldn't help but smile. Fine, let Si Qingyao enjoy her triumph for a few more days. The higher one climbs, the harder one falls. She would ensure that Si Qingyao experienced the sensation of plummeting from grace. With plans for the future swirling in her mind, Si Qingyao's spirits lifted as she cheerfully selected alternative quality fabrics for her mother. Thus began the intricate web of a conspiracy. After acquiring the desired gifts, Si Qingyao and Shen Mufeng departed the fabric shop, hurrying towards the general's residence in their carriage. Inside, Shen Mufeng observed Si Qingyao's expression, which bore an air of indifference, and could not help but chuckle. He was quite taken aback. Who would have imagined that Qingyao could be so sharp-tongued? At first, he too had not grasped the meaning behind her words. It was only after boarding the carriage that I realized that Qingyao had been scolding Si Qingyao for her shamelessness. How could she be so endearing? Even her insults were uniquely charming. Shen Mufeng, while observing her expressions, struggled to suppress his laughter.
It was quite a challenge.
Eventually, Si Qingyao, unable to bear it any longer, remarked, "All right, if you wish to laugh, just laugh. Are you feeling stifled? Is it that amusing? I simply can't be bothered with that wretched girl. No, not at all. I genuinely think you're wonderful." Shen Mufeng's words came from the heart. She truly was remarkable. Not only remembering her mother's birthday, but also gifting her such exquisite presents. These gestures made him, as her son, feel somewhat ashamed. Over the years, it seemed he had never prepared anything substantial for his mother. She had always told him that she lacked nothing and didn't he need gifts. And he took her words to heart. Yet, who doesn't he appreciate a gift? Just like him. He felt quite pleased when he received the nourishing delicacies from Si Qingyao. Ultimately, what mattered was the sentiment behind the gift. Therefore, influenced by her, he decided to put some thought into his mother's birthday present this time. Since his poisoning, his parents had truly worried themselves sick over him. It was high time to bring them some joy with this rare occasion. Upon arriving at the general's residence, Shen's parents were naturally delighted, arranging a lavish lunch to entertain them. When Si Qingyao presented the two exquisite fabrics, Mrs. Shen's eyes sparkled with excitement. The shimmering brocade was simply breathtaking. She could hardly believe how beautiful a garment crafted from this fabric would be. As she caressed the luxurious material, Mrs. Shen exclaimed in disbelief. "Such precious items would be wasted on me, Qingyao. You should keep them to make a few outfits for yourself. At my age, it would be too extravagant." Chapter 86. Birthday celebration. Although Mrs. Shen was genuinely amazed and delighted, she still felt that such fine fabric was too extravagant for her. After all, she was getting older and didn't care much about appearances. It would be more fitting for Qingyao, who would undoubtedly look splendid in it. Si Qingyao quickly replied, "Mother, you're mistaken. These two colors are perfect for someone of your age. Please accept them. It's a token of filial piety from both me and Mufeng." The birthday celebration is just around the corner, and the outfits would surely make you the envy of the noble women in the capital. Upon hearing her daughter-in-law's words, and realizing how much she loved the fabric, Mrs. Shen felt her resolve wavering. Coincidentally, General Shen, seated nearby, surprisingly chimed in, "Indeed, accept it. The children have put thought into this. These colors would suit you perfectly." His wife had fair skin, and both the deep purple and dark blue would complement her complexion beautifully. Although he wasn't well versed in the aesthetics of jewelry, he understood that fair skin could enhance any appearance. "Then I shall accept it. It is rare for you to show such thoughtfulness. It brings me great joy." Hearing their endorsements, Mrs. Shen happily accepted the gift. Indeed, with the birthday celebration approaching, she had no suitable new attire to wear. So it made sense to have a dress made from this exquisite fabric. The Shen family had lived modestly for so long, and with two joyful occasions coinciding, they intended to celebrate in style to dispel any misfortunes and avoid becoming the subject of ridicule in the capital. Thus, Si Qingyao and Shen Mufeng joyfully shared a festive meal with the elderly couple. After their departure, Mrs. Shen immediately instructed her maid to summon the finest tailor and embroiderer in the capital to create her dresses, eagerly anticipating the day of the birthday celebration to dazzle everyone. On the 8th day of the 5th month, the sun shone brightly, and the Shen general's residence began its preparations early, radiating a festive atmosphere. Today marked the birthday celebration of the general's wife. Once the house was adorned, carriages began to arrive at the front gate. Mrs. Shen, adorned in a dress made of shimmering brocade, was nervously arranging her hair. This was her first time being so ostentatious. Si Qingyao assisted her in selecting hairpins, suggesting, "Mother, what about this one? This pearl is large and round, perfectly complementing your attire and makeup. It gives off a radiant elegance." "All right, I shall heed your advice. It indeed looks splendid." Not merely splendid, each piece in that small box of jewelry was a treasure. These ornaments were the very ones that Si Qingyao had previously sent over, originally bestowed upon her during the palace banquet. This daughter-in-law, after countless observations, had earned her utmost satisfaction and affection. Knowing that such a wonderful girl would accompany their son Mufeng brought her peace of mind, even in the afterlife. When they had finished preparing and stepped outside, most of the guests had already arrived. Since it was Mrs. Shen's birthday, the courtyard was filled with ladies. The men were in the front hall, hosted by General Shen and his sons. As expected, when Mrs. Shen made her entrance, the sunlight danced upon her shimmering dress, revealing a kaleidoscope of colors with every step, captivating the attention of all the ladies present. "Madam Shen, what material is your dress made of? It is truly stunning. Simply beautiful." "Yes, indeed. It seems to change with movement. What a novel fabric. I've never seen anything like it. It also feels so lightweight. Wearing it must be incredibly cool. Perfect for summer. Where did you obtain this dress, Madam Shen? We'd love to buy a couple for ourselves." "Could this be the fabled shimmering brocade? I've heard it is a rare treasure from the Jiangnan region, difficult to procure." "Really? How precious. How did Madam Shen come by it? Could it be from the Jin Pavilion? I just heard that their owner managed to acquire 2 pieces of shimmering brocade and mentioned visiting this afternoon." "Madam Shen, your news travels fast. You acquired it just as it was announced. Is this indeed the shimmering brocade, as the legends say, light as mist and thin as a cicada's wing?" Today has truly broadened my horizons. The crowd buzzed with lively conversation, all centered around Mrs. Shen's exquisite gown. This was the first time she had received such praise from everyone. She felt elated but maintained her composure, responding calmly, "Ladies, your compliments are too generous. However, this fabric is indeed shimmering brocade, and my daughter-in-law was fortunate enough to come across it and bought it for me to make this dress. I am truly touched by her thoughtfulness." "Mother, you're being too modest. This is merely our duty." Si Qingyao hadn't expected Mrs. Shen to praise her in front of so many guests, causing her cheeks to flush. The guests had noticed Mrs. Shen's profound affection for her daughter-in-law, and they began to see that the eldest daughter of the Si family was far removed from the rumors that had circulated. They had observed her exceptional talent during the palace banquet. How could she possibly be labeled as incompetent? Coincidentally, the Prime Minister's residence as the in-laws had not sent anyone to the celebration. Their servants claimed that their lady was unwell and would not be attending, only sending a gift to maintain appearances. It was clear that something was amiss. Some guests, discontented with the Prime Minister's wife's demeanor, openly discussed their grievances. As the saying goes, 3 women make a play. And this gathering of ladies, engaged in gossip, created quite a lively spectacle. However, it is indeed true that gossip fosters closer relationships. As a result of Madame Shen's recent banquet, many ladies and young women in the capital have significantly strengthened their connections. The faction of the Prime Minister scarcely attended, while those present were already well acquainted with the general's household. Thus, the birthday celebration was filled with joy and merriment. After the event, the noble women of the capital learned that the 2 rare bolts of floating light silk from the Jin Pavilion had been purchased by the Princess of Mu as a tribute to Madame Shen. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Yuling felt a surge of jealousy. She had long coveted the floating light silk, having yearned to wear it herself. But alas, this exquisite fabric was scarcely available outside the palace, where only the empresses possessed such treasures. To her dismay, it had been acquired by that ungrateful daughter-in-law, Si Qingyao, as a gift for her mother-in-law. It was as if she were flaunting the fact that her stepmother could not compare favorably to her own mother. Chapter 87. Standing Up for Justice. This was an obvious slap in the face. Although they did not voice it openly, who knows what they were saying behind her back. The benevolent image she had cultivated for so many years as a loving stepmother had been ruthlessly torn down by her. It infuriated her. Just wait, Si Qingyao. Once her daughter becomes the true princess, what is a mere Mu prince's residence compared to that? A prince of a different surname cannot compare to the emperor's own flesh and blood. Her daughter would undoubtedly overshadow her. Sooner or later, she would make that wretched Si Qingyao grovel at her feet. After attending Madame Shen's banquet, Shen Mufeng and Si Qingyao boarded their carriage to return to their residence. Having consumed some wine that day, he closed his eyes to rest as soon as he settled into the carriage. Si Qingyao, not wishing to disturb him, lifted the curtain to gaze at the scenery outside. The banquet had taken place at noon, and although they had lingered for some time, it was still not too late. The streets were alive with the sounds of vendors calling out and the bustling crowd, which Si Qingyao found quite delightful. The faint aroma of wine wafted from Shen Mufeng, and while Si Qingyao had no particular fondness for alcohol, the scent was not unpleasant. She understood that drinking was inevitable at such gatherings, and she had not anticipated his remarkable tolerance. He appeared completely sober despite having consumed a considerable amount. Just moments ago, Shin Qi had remarked on how much the prince had drunk. Yet, upon observing his eyes, there was not the slightest hint of intoxication. Compared to her own susceptibility to spirits, he was indeed impressive. As the horses trotted along, Si Qingyao suddenly thought she heard cries of distress. Initially, she dismissed it as a figment of her imagination. The sound was intermittent and barely discernible amidst the clamor of the streets. However, after listening intently, she confirmed that she was not mistaken. There was indeed the sound of a girl weeping. Resolute, she instructed Shin Qi, who was driving, to halt. Stop the carriage, stop. Shen Mufeng, alerted by the commotion, opened his eyes and inquired, "What is it?" Shen Mufeng, "I hear a girl crying. I wish to see what is happening." Si Qingyao replied as she prepared to alight. Upon stepping down, she noticed that Shen Mufeng had followed her out as well. "I will accompany you. Although it is broad daylight and there should be no danger, it is wise to have protection," he stated. "Very well." With that, they instructed Shin Qi to wait and ventured into a narrow alley, following the sound. At last, they discovered the source of the cries in a dead end. A little girl, appearing no older than 7 or 8, knelt there, sobbing, while behind her lay a man covered in blood. A group of 4 or 5 burly men stood nearby, counting a pouch of coins and muttering with a look like that, "He has so little silver? Do they think we are easily fooled?" The eldest among them remarked, "That girl looks decent. Selling her to a brothel would fetch a good price. What do you say?" "I think that's a good idea." No sooner had the leader spoken than a stone struck him, knocking out a tooth. Blood gushed from his mouth, and he stammered, Who attacked me? Do you wish to die?" The sound of his speech was distorted, causing Si Qingyao discomfort. In her moment of shock, Shen Mufeng had already dashed forward, confronting the ruffians. This was the first time Si Qingyao witnessed Shen Mufeng in action. His lithe form and swift movements exuded power, revealing his profound inner strength and remarkable skill. The thugs were utterly defenseless against his assault, and Si Qingyao watched in astonishment as he dispatched them with ease, as if they were mere vegetables. She gazed at him with sparkling eyes, filled with admiration. She had never seen such martial prowess before. It was indeed as magnificent as depicted in stories. Against a master, Even those with brute strength and basic combat skills appeared utterly inadequate. He was simply magnificent. Within moments, Shen Mufeng had subdued the 4 or 5 men. He seized the coins that had been taken from the girl and handed them to Si Qingyao. Taking the coins, Si Qingyao approached the little girl. "Sister, is this your money?" The child, still shaken from the ordeal and unsure of Si Qingyao's intentions, instinctively recoiled. However, recalling her brother's injuries and the need for medical attention, she mustered the courage to accept the coins, saying, "Yes, it is ours." "Thank you, sister." After retrieving the money, she immediately knelt beside her unconscious brother. Weeping as she called out, "Brother, brother, please wake up. I will take you to the doctor." She attempted to drag her brother's limp body. But Si Qingyao could not stand by idly. After conferring with Shen Mufeng, she joined the little girl in her efforts. Shen Mufeng produced a whistle from his pocket and blew into it, quickly summoning 2 men in black who appeared out of thin air. "Take these men to the authorities for proper handling. They appear to be habitual offenders. Investigate their previous crimes and deliver them as well." "Yes, my lord." With that, they seized the men and vanished from sight. Although Si Qingyao was an adult, she was still a woman. Even with her and the little girl working together, they struggled. Thankfully, with Shen Mufeng's assistance, they managed to lift the unconscious man into the carriage. Once seated, Si Qingyao noticed the little girl still crying and could not help but comfort her. "Little sister, please do not cry. He has only minor injuries. He has merely fainted. We will take him to the doctor, and there is no need to worry. Where do you live?" Hearing the kind inquiry from the older sister, the little girl quickly replied through her sobs, "Thank you for saving us. My brother and I are from Shaojiang County in Jiangnan. He came here to participate in the imperial examination, and I never expected we would encounter robbers. If it weren't for you, I truly do not know what we would have done." "Shaojiang County? What a coincidence. My mother is also from there. I often hear the wet nurse speak of it. I never imagined we would have such a connection. Rest assured, those villains have been taken care of by this brother and will no longer harm anyone." Si Qingyao was genuinely taken aback. She had not anticipated that the pair of siblings she had casually rescued were actually from the same hometown as the original owner's mother. This, perhaps, was a form of fate. In Chapter 88, Cousins? Upon learning of their shared origins, Si Qingyao felt an even greater sense of kinship with them. The unconscious young man was, as it turned out, a candidate in the current imperial examination, and it was indeed fortuitous that they had crossed paths. One was a scholar incapable of defending himself, and the other was merely a little girl. Their situation was perilously precarious. It was fortunate they happened to pass by, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Was the security in this area truly so poor? After all, this was the capital. How could it be this way? As Si Qingyao pondered, she turned to Shen Mufeng. It seemed the man opposite her was already aware of her thoughts. He reassured her, "Rest assured. I have instructed Shin Qi to liaise with the officials responsible for maintaining order. A thorough investigation will be conducted to ensure the safety of the students." Such incidents had an extremely adverse impact. Even though he was not directly responsible for this matter, he felt a duty to oversee it. Therefore, he had already tasked Shin Qi with addressing the issue. Upon hearing this, Si Qingyao finally felt a sense of relief. Soon, their carriage arrived at the Zheng Medical Hall. The attendants promptly assisted in carrying the unconscious individual into the inner chamber. The injuries of the young man were personally tended to by Manager Yang, accompanied by Yuzhu. Subsequently, Yuzhu prepared a medicinal concoction and administered some to him. The little sister remained steadfastly by her brother's side, anxiously watching over him. Seeing the girl, who was about the same age as Xian, Yuzhu could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy. She comforted the girl, saying, "Little sister, do not worry. Your brother's injuries are not severe. He will awaken shortly." "Thank you, elder sister," the girl replied, her voice filled with gratitude. Zheng Yixing was truly frightened. It was her first encounter with such a situation. Just moments ago, she had genuinely believed that she and her brother might perish there. Regret flooded her heart. Why had she insisted on following her brother to the capital? In Jiangnan, she had often heard tales of the capital's splendor, and her curiosity had led her to accompany him during his examination. It was her insistence on going out with her brother for a stroll that had resulted in their leaving without any attendance.
Oh.
I never expected such a thing to happen. If anything were to happen to my brother, I wouldn't he want to live? Just as Yuzhu approached the door with the medicine bowl, the little girl asked, "Sister, will my brother's injuries affect his examination a month from now?" Our Zheng family has finally produced a talented scholar. If this incident delays his examination, I would be guilty beyond measure. Grandmother is counting on him to bring honor to our family. Yuzhu, seeing the girl's face scrunch up like a bitter melon, could not help but chuckle lightly. Fear not. He will recover fully within 7 days at the latest. There is still a month until the examination. Upon hearing the physician's reassuring words, Zheng Yixing's heart finally settled, and she felt a wave of relief wash over her. She then realized that indeed, the capital was different. There were female doctors here. In her hometown, there were only male physicians. This was her first encounter with a female doctor. She remembered her brother mentioning that many years ago, there had even been a female official. After Shen Mufeng had delivered Si Qingyao and the unconscious individual to the Zheng Medical Hall, he departed, having his own matters to attend to. Si Qingyao entrusted Yuzhu with the care of the young man and began conversing with Manager Yang and the other doctors about some key cases they had encountered in the clinic over the past few days. It was akin to a modern hospital consultation. During this time, whenever Si Qingyao visited, they would take the opportunity to hold a brief meeting to discuss any cases they found challenging, exchanging insights that proved to be immensely beneficial. The experienced physicians appreciated this newfound collaborative approach and decided to continue this practice, eagerly anticipating each subsequent gathering. This exchange allowed them to learn new things from one another, which they found invaluable. Once Si Qingyao had concluded her discussions, Yuzhu emerged to call for her, just as the young man lying in the room began to stir. Together, they made their way to the sick room. As soon as they entered, Zheng Yixuan struggled to sit up in gratitude. There is no need to rise, young master. Your health is of utmost importance, Si Qingyao replied. Thank you, madam, for saving my life, Zheng Yixuan said, his voice earnest. I just heard my sister mention that if it were not for you and your husband, we might have faced dire consequences.
Do not mention it.
Once you are well, let Yuzhu provide you with some healing ointment and adhere to the treatment schedule. You shall recover within a few days. I understand from your sister that you hail from Xiao County? Si Qingyao felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with them, prompting her to engage in deeper conversation. Perhaps due to the bond shared by fellow townsfolk. Yes, madam. We are from the Zheng family in Xiaohe County, Jiangnan. We shall surely repay your kindness in the future. Zheng Yixuan replied earnestly, bowing slightly to her. He etched this favor into his heart. Upon hearing this, Si Qingyao's eyes brightened with disbelief. You share the surname Zheng? How fortuitous. This very medical hall is named after the Zheng family. My mother also bears the surname Zheng and hails from Xiaohe County. That is why I felt such an affinity upon seeing you. It appears we are indeed fated to meet. Where do you reside? I can have an attendant escort you back later. Zheng Yixuan, upon hearing this, was visibly moved and hesitantly inquired, Might I ask your mother's name? Xiaohe County is not large. If your mother shares the Zheng surname, we may very well know one another. In truth, upon observing the lady before him, Zheng Yixuan harbored a bold suspicion, though he hesitated to voice it. When she entered, he felt she bore a resemblance to someone he had known, but he could not quite place her. Now, after hearing her words, his heart stirred with a sudden realization. Could it be? In his memory, there had been a particularly beautiful aunt who had married into the capital but had sadly passed away due to illness. Seeing the woman before him, he suddenly thought that she bore a striking resemblance to his aunt. Although Si Qingyao was unaware of his thoughts, she answered truthfully, My mother is named Zheng Shiyuan. Do you know her? Si Qingyao had only learned the original owner's mother's name during a conversation with the wet nurse. She had a classmate in modern times named Shiyuan, which left a deep impression on her. She had never visited Xiaohe County and was unaware of the Zheng family standing there, but if they truly knew her mother, it would indeed be a stroke of fortune, especially since she had planned to return to Jiangnan after her divorce. As soon as Si Qingyao finished speaking, Zheng Yixuan's expression suddenly transformed with excitement. Zheng Shiyuan? That was my aunt's name. Your father is the current prime minister, see? In Chapter 89, Recognition of Kin. Witnessing Zheng Yixuan's overwhelming reaction, Si Qingyao instinctively nodded. Could it truly be so? The individual before her was, astonishingly, her mother's relative? What a remarkable coincidence. Zheng Yixuan appeared equally astonished, unable to fathom that he had been saved by his own cousin. His emotions were immensely complex. Since his aunt's passing, his cousin had severed ties with the Zheng family. Their grandmother had written several letters to her, but none had received a response, leading to a gradual sense of despair. It seemed she did not wish to associate with the Zheng family any longer, as she was the daughter of an official. while they were merely ordinary merchants from the south. Consequently, the Zheng family had intentionally maintained a degree of distance. After a while, Si Qingyao finally came to her senses. She truly did not expect to meet her mother's relatives before even arriving in Jiangnan. With delight, she exclaimed, "What a surprise! So it turns out you are my cousins. How fortunate to meet you, although we are not yet acquainted. Where are you currently residing?" Zheng Yixing, standing beside her, was equally astonished that this remarkable elder sister who had rescued them was, in fact, his cousin. He had always admired her, and his fondness only deepened. Eagerly, he responded, "Cousin, we are staying at the reunion inn not far from here. There are many scholars like my brother who have arrived early in the capital to prepare for the upcoming imperial examination. The atmosphere is quite pleasant."
Ah, I see.
"If you do not mind, you may move to the Muwangfu to stay. It would be more tranquil, allowing my cousin to study better," Si Qingyao suggested, embodying the hospitality of a gracious host. After all, there were still many days until the examination, and given her cousin's injury, staying at the inn would be inconvenient. Moreover, it was predominantly filled with men, making it less suitable for her younger cousin. However, to her surprise, the siblings exchanged peculiar glances upon hearing her invitation, their expressions betraying hesitation. Si Qingyao, perplexed, inquired, "What is it? Why do you look so uncertain? Do you not wish to come? I assumed the inn would be uncomfortable."
No, it's not that.
"We are merely surprised that you would invite us to the Muwangfu," Zheng Yixuan explained, gazing at her. The Zheng family, including their grandmother, had believed that Si Qingyao wished to limit her interactions with them, particularly since she had not informed them of her marriage. Zheng Yixuan had come to this conclusion after learning about her marriage only after arriving in the capital.
Before departing,
their grandmother had specifically instructed him to inquire about Si Qingyao's situation upon his arrival in the capital, to discern whether she was in need of financial assistance. Thus, his first action upon arriving was to deliver a letter to the Si residence, hoping to meet this legendary cousin. Unfortunately, the servants dismissed him, claiming that the young lady was not at home and would not receive them, urging them to leave. Later, while sipping tea at a tea house, he inadvertently overheard discussions about the current Mu Wangfei's achievements. Realizing that the eldest daughter of the Prime Minister's household had already married and had not fared well in her life at the Si residence, her silence regarding her plight only reinforced his belief that she had no desire to acknowledge her maternal relatives. They had even ventured to the gates of the Mu Wangfu but had lacked the courage to visit, fearing a repeat of the embarrassment encountered at the Si residence. If such was the case at the Prime Minister's residence, one could only imagine the decorum required at the prince's estate. In this capital city, wealth alone was insufficient. Only with both power and riches could one ensure the prosperity of their family. This is why the Zheng family placed immense importance on the education of the younger generation, hoping that someone would excel in the imperial examinations, allowing their descendants to secure positions in the government and safeguard the family. The Zheng family had accumulated considerable wealth, but without a capable heir, they risked attracting unwanted attention and covetous eyes. Zheng Yixuan had initially thought that the Zheng family's connection through his mother's marriage to the Prime Minister would guarantee their ties, but since his aunt's passing, the Prime Minister had severed ties with the Zheng family, showing no regard for their grandparents. As the eldest son, Zheng Yixuan understood the implications of this situation and endeavored to excel in his studies, aspiring for an official career. His grandmother had mentioned that the Prime Minister had once been the top scholar, and Zheng Yixuan was determined to follow in those footsteps, believing his aptitude was no less than that of the former Prime Minister. He had always assumed that his cousin wished to distance herself from the Zheng family, which explained her lack of correspondence over the years. Even her marriage, a significant life event, had gone unannounced. Thus, he was taken aback by her invitation for him and his sister to reside at the Mu Wangfu. Nonetheless, her words brought him comfort, assuring him that she did not harbor disdain for them. "No, cousin, there is no need to trouble yourself. The inn provides ample sustenance and we are quite comfortable there." He politely declined. Si Qingyao, however, quickly interjected, "Cousin, you truly need not be so formal. The Mu Wangfu is rather spacious, with only the prince and I residing there. There are plenty of vacant rooms, and it is quite peaceful. Additionally, I have taken in several children who can accompany your sister in play. It is undoubtedly more comfortable than your stay at the inn. Besides, you wouldn't want your years of hard work to go to waste because you cannot study properly at this crucial time, would you? And if you happen to achieve the top score, I would be fortunate to share in your glory. It is settled then. You must come to the Mu Wangfu.
Cousin,
let us go to the inn and gather our belongings." We shall move today. I will send someone to fetch you later. Brother, you may rest here for now. And simply call for Yuzhu when you need anything.
She is my personal maid.
Seeing her determination, Zheng Yishuan felt a stirring within him. If his grandmother were to learn that he was living with his cousin, she would surely be pleased. Yet he still harbored some reservations and asked, Cousin, shouldn't you consult the prince regarding this matter? Wouldn't it be inappropriate for us to move in without prior notice? After all, the owner of the estate is Prince Mu. Si Qingyao, nonchalant, replied, No need for that. You do not know Mufeng. He is very amiable. I can make such decisions without his concern. Once we move in, I will introduce you to him, and you will see for yourself. Now let us go. I will accompany you to collect your belongings. Yuzhu, please take good care of my cousin. Yes, Mississippi. You may rest assured, Yuzhu responded respectfully, bowing slightly. She found it quite remarkable that the person her mistress had so casually rescued turned out to be a relative. Thus, the Zheng siblings were brought back to the Mu Wangfu by Si Qingyao. Once they arrived, she had the nursemaid settle them in a courtyard situated not far from her own quarters. The nursemaid, thrilled to welcome the young master and young lady from Jiangnan, felt a surge of excitement. Although she had accompanied the young lady to the capital long ago, the resemblance of the young master to his father was striking. Filling her with joy, she promptly ensured that both young masters were comfortably accommodated, attentive to every detail to prevent any feelings of neglect. Si Qingyao reassured Zheng Yishuan not to overthink things, instructing him to focus on recuperating and diligently preparing for the upcoming imperial examination. Once everything was arranged, she proceeded to the study of Shen Mufeng to discuss the matter with him. As she had anticipated, Shen Mufeng was in complete agreement, offering no objections and finding no fault in her actions. He had previously told her that she could manage any affairs within the estate as she saw fit. As the mistress of the Wangfu, she held that authority. However, upon learning that they were her cousins, he felt it was only right to meet them, especially since they were the ones he had saved. It was indeed a remarkable twist of fate. When he had rescued them, he had no idea they were distant relatives. Thus, upon hearing they were settled, Shen Mufeng immediately accompanied Si Qingyao to pay them a visit. When Zheng Yishuan saw Prince Mu approaching, he felt both honored and surprised. He had not expected that the esteemed General Mu would come personally to visit him, displaying such humility. Initially, he had some concerns about being a bother, but now he felt considerably reassured. Cousin, there is no need for formality. Please lie down comfortably. Qingyao has already informed me. You should focus on your recovery here, without any constraints. Seeing Zheng Yishuan attempt to rise, Shen Mufeng quickly pressed him back onto the bed. Qingyao, wishing to minimize her ties with the Si family, cherished the two relatives she had managed to retain. Shen Mufeng's demeanor completely alleviated the initial unease of the siblings, allowing them to settle comfortably in the prince's residence, recuperating and preparing for the upcoming imperial examination. A few days later, as Zheng Yishuan felt somewhat better, he penned a letter to his father and grandmother, recounting the events that had transpired here. He sensed that there was a misunderstanding between his grandmother and cousin. As evidenced by his cousin's demeanor, it was clear she did not wish to sever ties with the Zheng family. He believed his grandmother would be delighted to receive this letter. 3 days later, Si Qingyao was at the Zheng Medical Hall, instructing Yu Zhu and others in acupuncture. Suddenly, Dr. Zheng stumbled in, his face marked with panic. Upon closer inspection, one could see that this man in his 30s had reddened eyes. Manager Yang was the first to notice him, exclaiming in surprise, "Oh, old Zheng, why are you here? Isn't your wife about to give birth? Shouldn't you be at home tending to her?" Old Zheng's voice was laced with alarm as he rushed to Manager Yang's side, exclaiming, "Old Yang, quickly, fetch me 100-year-old ginseng. My wife is experiencing complications in childbirth. The midwife sent me to procure ginseng to sustain her life." As he spoke, tears choked his words. He never anticipated such a dire situation for his wife.
How could this happen to them?
They had never committed any wrongdoing in their lives. The midwife had warned him that the baby was in a breech position, which was perilous. If things go awry, it could mean the loss of both mother and child. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Manager Yang promptly replied, "Wait here. I will get it for you right away." As a fellow doctor at the Zheng Medical Hall, Dr. Zheng knew they had ginseng in stock. Without hesitation, he dashed to procure the precious herb, realizing that while it was costly, nothing was more important than his wife's life. Soon, Manager Yang returned with a box containing the ginseng and handed it to Dr. Zheng, urging him, "Hurry back. I hope your sister-in-law can pull through this." Thank you, old Yang. Please put it on my tab. I will repay you later, Dr. Zheng replied. Knowing the price of such a rare ginseng was considerable, and he currently lacked sufficient funds. The owner had previously mentioned that employees could purchase on credit, settling their debts with future wages. Understood. Go quickly. Time is of the essence, Manager Yang urged, aware that childbirth was akin to traversing the gates of death, and complications could lead to a dire outcome. After Dr. Zheng departed, Manager Yang sighed heavily, muttering to himself, what a calamity. How could this happen? I truly did not foresee such misfortune befalling him. Even though Manager Yang had given the ginseng to Dr. Zheng, it was merely an attempt to alleviate his sorrow. Complications in childbirth were indeed precarious. Si Qingyao, having heard the commotion outside, stepped out to investigate, only to find Manager Yang in the center of the medical hall. Shaking his head and speaking to himself. Curious, she inquired, what's wrong, Manager Yang? Why the melancholy? Turning to Si Qingyao smiling at him, Manager Yang quickly explained. Is the acupuncture class over, owner? Oh, it's nothing. Old Zheng just came by and took the ginseng. His wife is in distress during childbirth. Manager Yang felt it necessary to inform Si Qingyao about the ginseng, as it was a valuable medicinal resource. Despite her authority over the medicinal supplies, it was prudent to keep her informed.
Si Qingyao, in disbelief, repeated, complications in childbirth?
Yes, I heard it's a breech birth, and the ginseng is being used to sustain her life. Alas, the odds are slim. Such situations often lead to both mother and child perishing. As a fellow physician, Manager Yang understood the implications of a breech birth. Historically, many women had succumbed during such labors. Upon hearing this, Si Qingyao recalled that they were in ancient times where cesarean sections were not an option. A breech birth would be impossible without an exceptionally skilled midwife to manually reposition the child. However, even in such cases, the mother would endure excruciating pain. Having worked alongside Dr. Zheng for a considerable time, Si Qingyao could not remain idle upon learning of this predicament. After some contemplation, she addressed Manager Yang. Do you know where Dr. Zheng lives? I wish to go and see if I can assist. I'm not certain, but Xiao Shun has visited his home before. Please wait a moment, Manager Yang replied before heading to the herbal area to summon Xiao Shun. Seizing the opportunity, Si Qingyao entered the inner chamber to fetch her medical kit, calling for Yu Zhu to accompany her as they set out. Chapter 91. I believe in you, Yu Zhu. Practicing acupuncture, heard her mistress calling and immediately followed her outside, asking curiously, what is happening, miss? Where are we going? As she spoke, she took the medical kit from Si Qingyao's hands. Just then, Manager Yang returned with Xiao Shun and inquired, Owner, what is your purpose for going there? Do you have a plan? Yes, I have an idea, but I will need Dr. Zheng's consent. I'll go and assess the situation first. Xiao Shun, please lead the way, Si Qingyao stated, urgency overtaking her as every moment counted. Perhaps she could still save Dr. Zheng's wife. Seeing the seriousness on her face, the others refrained from asking further questions, and Xiao Shun quickly took the lead, guiding them briskly to Dr. Zheng's residence. Fortunately, it was not far. Within a short while, they arrived at his home. As they approached the entrance, they heard anguished cries emanating from within the courtyard, each scream more sorrowful than the last. Even Yu Zhu, a young girl, felt a pang of fear at such heart-wrenching sounds. Is childbirth this painful? How terrifying! At that moment, Dr. Zheng stood outside, fixated on the room where his wife was laboring. Hearing her cries, his heart ached, yet the midwife refused to allow him inside, leaving him in a state of helpless anxiety. Just as Si Qingyao was about to speak, someone emerged from the room, exclaiming in alarm, Oh no, Dr. Zheng. This is too difficult. I cannot manage. Madam Lu, please, I beg you to save my wife. She cannot leave me like this. Dr. Zheng pleaded, kneeling before the midwife, tears streaming down his face. His genuine anguish and love for his wife were evident. They say a man's knees are made of gold, but that is only until he faces true sorrow. The midwife, wishing to help, lamented her limited skills, stating, I have done my utmost. Alas, you should not kneel. Go inside and be with her. Time is running out. She too was reluctant to witness such a tragedy, yet she felt powerless. At that moment, Si Qingyao could no longer hold her tongue. Excuse me, Dr. Zheng. Dr. Zheng, upon hearing that familiar voice, realized someone had entered his courtyard. Wiping away his tears, he turned to Si Dongjia and a few others, including Yu Zhu and Xiao Shun. His astonishment was palpable, his voice hoarse as he exclaimed, Dongjia, what brings you here? Please rise, Dr. Zheng. I have urgent matters to discuss with you regarding your wife, said Si Qingyao, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. They had to commence surgery immediately, otherwise it would be too late. However, the procedure was far too implausible for someone from ancient times. Though Si Qingyao was determined to save a life, she was reluctant to stir trouble. Were it not for Dr. Zheng being one of her own, she would have hesitated to speak. Seeing that they needed to converse, the midwife seized the opportunity to discreetly leave. Realizing her presence was of no assistance and wishing to avoid any blame should anything go awry, she had already made it clear to Dr. Zheng that he was also a physician and could not rely on her. At that moment, Dr. Zheng was somewhat numb, struggling to accept the reality that his gentle and kind wife might perish. He could not fathom such a fate. When he heard Dongjia's words, he instinctively stood up to listen. Dr. Zheng, I have a method to save your wife. However, if unforeseen complications arise and it fails, I hope you won't hold it against me. Si Qingyao's words were straightforward. She would do her utmost to save the patient, but she did not wish for the family to impose moral obligations upon her should something go wrong. As a healer, she naturally desired to rescue the patient, yet she had faced the wrath of families in modern society and had been deeply hurt by it. Although a cesarean section was not particularly complex, it was her first time performing such a procedure, and it was only natural for her to feel apprehensive. Dr. Zheng, who had already felt hopeless, widened his eyes in disbelief at her words, stammering, Dongjia, what do you mean? You can save my wife? Yes, but I cannot offer you any guarantees. I can only say that I will do my utmost, and my method differs from that of others. I will need to perform a surgical incision to extract the child. Si Qingyao noticed he was regaining his composure and quickly continued their communication. Cut open her abdomen? Will she still survive? No, please, Dongjia, I do not want the child. I want my wife. Please save my wife. We can find another way for the child, but my wife is irreplaceable. Dr. Zheng pleaded fervently, bowing his head in desperation. He did not wish to lose both mother and child. He wanted his wife. Understanding his misunderstanding, Si Qingyao quickly clarified, I will ensure the child is safely delivered. And I will suture your wife's abdomen afterward. She will not lose her life, though there may be a scar. I will do my best to heal her. Do you agree? She had not anticipated Dr. Zheng's response. In her mind, ancient men were often more patriarchal than their modern counterparts, viewing childbirth as a woman's duty without empathy for the hardships endured during pregnancy. Thus, Dr. Zheng's insistence on saving his wife rather than the child deeply moved Si Qingyao, strengthening her resolve to save them. Dr. Zheng understood and nodded vigorously, repeatedly saying, I agree. I believe in you, Dongjia.
Please proceed as you see fit.
Thank you. Thank you. Seeing his consent, Si Qingyao wasted no time and entered with Yuzhu. Dr. Zheng watched their departing figures, feeling a mix of hope and fear, silently praying his wife would endure this trial. If they survived this, they would never have children again. He had faith in Dongjia. Since entering the Zheng medical hall, he had recognized that she was unlike any ordinary physician. The knowledge she possessed was beyond anything he had previously encountered, and he had learned much from her. Now that she assured him the child could be extracted and his wife would live, he believed it. As a physician himself, he had read of cases in ancient texts where a deceased woman had undergone a cesarean to retrieve her child. Moreover, he had witnessed Dongjia's suturing skills firsthand. Most importantly, he understood her character. She never undertook ventures without certainty. Although she did not verbally guarantee success, he could see in her eyes that his wife still had a chance at life. After instructing Dr. Zheng to prepare more hot water, Si Qingyao entered the inner room with Yuzhu. Upon hearing her lady mention the need to perform a cesarean, Yuzhu was initially taken aback, but she quickly composed herself. No matter what her lady said, she had faith in her abilities. The more she learned about her lady, the more she admired her. And now she considered herself a devoted follower. Unlike other doctors, her lady never withheld knowledge. She imparted everything she knew, leaving the rest to the student's diligence. Her lady held a profound love for humanity, often expressing her hope that more compassionate healers would emerge, alleviating the suffering of common folk. By acquiring skills, they enabled themselves to secure their livelihoods. This dual benefit made her passionate about teaching. The Zheng Medical Hall, both doctors and assistants, was increasingly imbued with her philosophy, fostering a diligent atmosphere of learning. Especially those from less privileged backgrounds aspired to become healers themselves, not only to save lives but also to earn more for their families. Thus, Yuzhu felt a rush of excitement at the prospect of witnessing such a rare surgical procedure. Upon entering the inner chamber, they found a woman barely clinging to life. Si Qingyao assessed her condition and realized that a cesarean was the only option. She glanced at Yuzhu with concern. Yuzhu, I need your assistance in the surgery. However, it may be quite bloody, and many find it difficult to handle at first. Can you manage? Yuzhu nodded earnestly, assuring her, do not worry, Mississippi. I can handle it. I am prepared. During her time at the medical hall, she had treated many patients, some of whom had gruesome scenes, and she had gradually acclimated to it. Si Qingyao was pleased. She had long recognized Yuzhu's keen mind and courage, believing she had the makings of a physician. Thus, she set about preparing the room for the procedure. Opening her medical kit, she noted the limited environment, but aimed to do her best. The kit contained many modern instruments and medicines, which might seem peculiar, yet Yuzhu, being no outsider, understood what to inquire about and what to leave unasked. Consequently, Si Qingyao did not conceal anything from her. Guiding Yuzhu to don disposable protective gear, she commenced the surgery. Yuzhu felt her horizons expanding. Her lady had mentioned that these tools were a precious inheritance from her master, brought from overseas, and were rarely used outside of such critical procedures. Yuzhu was instructed to keep the information confidential. Time passed, and Si Qingyao found herself sweating profusely as she focused intently on the task at hand. Fortunately, there was a maid named Yuzhu nearby, who occasionally helped wipe her sweat and handed her items, alleviating her burden. Dr. Zheng paced anxiously outside, deeply concerned as it had been quite some time since his employer and the others had entered, and he had heard no sound from within. Just as his worry reached its peak, the voice of Manager Yang suddenly came from behind. Old Zheng, what's the situation? I heard from Shunzi that the employer intends to perform a cesarean on your wife. The last two words were spoken softly, as such an act was indeed extraordinary. If it succeeded, all would be well, but if it failed, the employer would surely face much criticism. Manager Yang was genuinely worried and hurried over.
Doctor.
Zheng was pleasantly surprised to see Manager Yang, feeling immense gratitude. He realized he had indeed made the right choice by coming to Zheng's medical hall. Initially, he had chosen this place simply because it shared his surname, considering it a form of fate. Who could have imagined that he would now experience such familial concern here? One by one, the employer and the manager had come running due to his wife's situation. Regardless of the outcome, he appreciated their support. Manager Yang, what brings you here? The employer is inside, tending to the matter. Alas, I can only hope for the best. Old Zheng, try to stay positive. Our employer has given your wife a glimmer of hope. Perhaps a miracle will occur. Thus, the two engaged in idle conversation outside, awaiting the outcome. Time passed and finally, there was movement from within. Suddenly, a loud wail echoed in the air, causing excitement to ripple through the two men outside. Dr. Zheng looked up and saw the employer, utterly exhausted, being supported by the maid Yuzhu as they emerged. Manager Yang, seeing this, quickly fetched a chair for the employer to sit.
Doctor.
Zheng gazed at her in stunned silence, hesitant to inquire, fearful that she might bring him bad news regarding his wife. The sound of the child's cry assured him that the baby was safe, but did that mean his wife was as well? He dared not entertain such thoughts. Although the employer had assured him prior to entering that they would do everything possible to save both mother and child, he wondered if his wife could truly survive after such a procedure. Sister Qingyao smiled gently, reassuring him, your wife is fine. She is merely in a deep slumber. She will awaken shortly, and you may go in to see her. Upon hearing her words, Dr. Zheng's eyes widened, and he dashed inside to see his wife. The room was filled with a heavy metallic scent, yet his wife lay quietly on the bed, neatly covered with a blanket. As if the ordeal had not happened to her at all, he reached out a trembling hand to check for her breath beneath her nose. Relieved to feel her steady respiration, a smile broke across his face as he hastily took her pulse. Indeed, other than a slight weakness, there appeared to be no significant issues. At that moment, Dr. Zheng truly believed that a cesarean could lead to the safe delivery of both mother and child. Just moments prior, he had thought the employer was merely comforting him. How miraculous! If such a procedure could ensure the safety of both, then many women facing difficult labors could be saved in the future. Dr. Zheng was overwhelmed with emotion, and as he released his wife's arm, He glanced at the quiet little one beside her, an overwhelming sense of tenderness washing over him. This was their child, born of his wife's struggles. The precious jewel of their union. They would dedicate themselves to nurturing him with all their might. For the first time, Dr. Zheng experienced the profound joy of fatherhood. Remembering that the employer and manager Yang were still in the courtyard, he quickly exited. Upon his arrival, he knelt before Sister Qingyao, bowing deeply in gratitude. To their family of 3, the employer was akin to a second set of parents. This was her due, and though words escaped him, he felt compelled to express his gratitude in this manner as it soothed his conscience. He vowed to dedicate himself wholeheartedly to Zheng's medical hall. Sister Qingyao, taken aback by his gesture, hurriedly instructed Yuzhu to help him up. Dr. Zheng, what are you doing? Please rise. Your faith in me to employ such an extraordinary method to save lives is commendable. Saving your wife is a collective achievement. Her sincerity was evident. Had it been anyone but Dr. Zheng's wife, she might not have dared to take such risks. It was her confidence in the character of her staff that emboldened her to act. Manager Yang chimed in, Get up, get up. This is a joyous occasion. You should take good care of your wife. The employer is also quite fatigued. I will arrange for a sedan chair to take her home for rest. Yes, that would be wonderful. I will not refuse. I am indeed a bit weary. Dr. Zheng, I am granting you a month's leave to care for your wife during her confinement. This is quite essential. Once she recovers, prepare some nourishing food for her. Also, please open the windows to ventilate the room. It's important to freshen the air, Sister Qingyao instructed, her concern evident. She meticulously detailed various postnatal care instructions, ensuring Dr. Zheng was well informed. Although he was a doctor himself, he lacked the experience of caring for a postpartum wife. Sister Qingyao, though inexperienced, had observed much. Finally, she added, Oh, and this is considered your paternity leave. Even if you do not attend the medical hall for a month, your wages will remain unaffected. Do not feel burdened. Take good care of your wife. All our employees enjoy this benefit. Upon hearing this, not only Dr. Zheng and Yuzhu, but even Manager Yang, who had returned with the sedan chair, were taken aback. My goodness, our employer is truly remarkable. I have never heard of such a thing as paternity leave. Manager Yang marveled, realizing how fortunate he was to be associated with such a commendable individual. Dr. Zheng was overwhelmed with gratitude. Sister Qingyao, feeling fatigued, recognized her own physical limits after such a straightforward procedure. She headed back to the Wang residence with Yuzhu. Once they departed, Dr. Zheng hurriedly wiped his wife's face and hands. Soon, the little one began to cry incessantly, likely hungry, but Dr. Zheng was at a loss for how to proceed. Eventually, he sought assistance from a neighbor. The neighbor promptly suggested placing the baby in the mother's arms to nurse, even in her unconscious state. Sure enough, after a while, the child ceased crying and began to feed. Just as the baby was nearing satisfaction, Mrs. Zheng stirred awake. Despite the pain coursing through her, seeing her child nursing in her arms and realizing she was alive with her husband by her side, made her feel that everything was worthwhile. Respecting the family's moment, the neighbor discreetly stood aside. She had heard the commotion and initially feared the worst, but now witnessed the miraculous scene of a mother and child together. Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired further, and upon learning the truth, she was utterly astonished at the unexpected turn of events. I am immensely curious about the legendary Zheng's medical hall. What kind of establishment could it possibly be that the proprietor possesses such remarkable abilities? I have long heard from the neighbors that this medical hall is reputable, with fair prices and equitable services. Whenever someone suffers from a headache or fever, they flock there for treatment. Many have been successfully treated by Dr. Zheng. However, I was taken aback to discover that the proprietor is even more extraordinary than Dr. Zheng himself, having saved a person who was on the brink of death. This is certainly a captivating topic of conversation. Therefore, after helping out, Zhuer's mother did not return home but instead ventured into the alleyway. Numerous elderly individuals basked in the sun, engaging in light-hearted chatter. Once Zhuer's mother approached, she excitedly shared this first-hand news with everyone. Hey, have you heard? Dr. Zheng's wife is in labor. Oh, how terrible.
Doctor
Zheng's wife is such a good person. How tragic. It could be a matter of life and death. Dr. Zheng must be heartbroken. Don't speak nonsense. She has been saved. Both mother and child are safe. How incredible is that? Which midwife is so skilled that she can deliver a baby in such a difficult situation? It wasn't a natural birth. Zhu Er's mother teased, relishing the anxious expressions on their faces. It was truly amusing. As expected, once she finished speaking, the crowd became animated, bombarding her with questions. What? It wasn't a natural birth? How did the baby come out? Exactly. Zhu Er's mother, are you still asleep? Or are you just talking nonsense? Ha, how funny. Aside from being born, how else could a baby arrive? Indeed, is Zhu Er's mother having a fit? Observing that she had piqued their curiosity, Zhu Er's mother leisurely explained, Oh, it's nothing extraordinary. Have you heard of a cesarean section?
Doctor.
Zheng's wife's baby was in a breech position, and she couldn't deliver naturally. Thus, they had to cut open her belly to retrieve the child. Oh, is there still hope for her? Asked a younger individual, around 40, while fearfully clutching her own belly. Unable to fathom what it would be like to have one's abdomen sliced open, such a terrifying thought. Yes, she is alive. I heard that the proprietor of Zheng's medical hall came. After delivering the baby, he stitched up Dr. Zheng's wife's belly, just like sewing a garment, and she survived. Zhu Er's mother, initially skeptical, confirmed that Dr. Zheng's wife was indeed alive. When she departed, Dr. Zheng's wife had already regained consciousness. Although her complexion was still pale, she was truly alive. Witnessing this miracle was astonishing. As soon as she finished speaking, the crowd fell silent, utterly astounded. She survived? Is this truly possible? Many were skeptical, questioning, is this for real? Zhu Er's mother, are you spinning tales? However, I had previously heard about the proprietor of Zheng's medical hall. There was that child who had choked, and she was the one who saved him. Really? She is that incredible? If I ever feel unwell, I shall visit Zheng's medical hall. You can verify in a few days, go see Dr. Zheng's family and confirm that both mother and child are safe. Then you'll know I'm not exaggerating. After saying this, Zhu Er's mother strutted away. She still had to return home to prepare dinner. A group of individuals who had never encountered such experiences were left in awe, reveling in the attention she had garnered. After Zhu Er's mother left, the gossip circulating the alley naturally revolved around this event. Eager individuals even rushed to Dr. Zheng's house to see for themselves, finding that Dr. Zheng's wife was indeed well and the child appeared perfectly healthy, which convinced them of the truth. Thus, this incident quickly spread among the populace. One person told 10, and 10 told 100. The tale grew increasingly embellished, transforming the proprietor of Zheng's medical hall into a goddess of childbirth. Previously, she had saved a child from choking, and now she had performed a cesarean section. Si Qingyao had not anticipated that she would inadvertently become regarded as a miraculous healer in the eyes of the common folk.
Consequently,
Zheng's medical hall prospered due to these rumors, becoming the first choice for the townspeople whenever they felt unwell. That afternoon, Yushu recounted amusing anecdotes from her morning at the medical hall, eliciting laughter from everyone present. They believed the outsiders' tales were indeed accurate. In their hearts, the proprietor was a remarkably skilled and benevolent person. Si Qingyao's courtyard was bustling with activity. With the Dragon Boat Festival approaching, the medical hall closed early, allowing everyone to return home to spend time with their families the next day. Everyone was in high spirits. Baizhu and Yuzhu teamed up to make zongzi in the courtyard. With Xinxi, Xiazian, Jinhua, Yinhua, Linghua, and her cousin Zheng Yixing all pitching in, they chatted and laughed together, creating a joyful atmosphere. Si Qingyao reclined in a chair beneath the grape trellis, listening to their cheerful banter, feeling deeply satisfied. The wet nurse poured her a cup of tea, remarking, Miss, this courtyard has grown increasingly lively. I just delivered some pastries and tea to the cousin. He is truly diligent, studying every day. Yes. I've heard from Mufeng that my cousin is quite talented. Let us not disturb him. Si Qingyao turned to gaze at the joyful faces of the children, feeling a profound sense of accomplishment. These were individuals who believed in her and supported her, and several were her capable assistants. This feeling was truly delightful, far more invigorating than struggling alone. Zheng Yixing, sensing her gaze, hesitated for a moment before approaching her earnestly. Cousin, I wish to discuss something with you. What is it?
Xing?
Please, speak freely, Si Qingyao responded, lowering her voice. She had a fondness for her cousin Zheng Yixing. Despite her youth, she was courteous and well-mannered. Likely due to her upbringing alongside her brother. She was also quite talented. Although she could not compare to her cousin, she certainly excelled among their peers. After all, In their circle, the older ones could barely read, and the younger ones hardly recognized a few characters. Moreover, her cousin was exceptionally endearing. How could she not adore her? After spending time with her cousin, Zheng Yixing grew fond of her as well, realizing she was approachable and no longer concealed her thoughts. Cousin, I wish to become a female teacher and educate the 3 lovely girls in reading and writing. Is that possible? But my brother says I am overestimating my abilities and speaking nonsense. He has never heard of a female teacher. This desire had taken root in her heart while in Jiangnan. She believed she possessed a natural talent for learning. During her studies with her brother, she had never lagged behind. Why could her brother take the imperial examination while she was destined only for marriage and motherhood? She yearned to pursue her own aspirations, unwilling to spend her life revolving around men. That seemed unjust. However, after sharing her thoughts with her brother, he dismissed her aspirations, declaring that there had never been a female teacher in the Zi Jin Dynasty. Moreover, she had yet to master her own studies. Teaching others would only mislead them. Thus, her dreams were forcefully suppressed. Yet, upon arriving in the capital and meeting her cousin, she learned that women could indeed pursue their own endeavors. Her cousin had opened a medical hall, not only saving lives and treating ailments, but also excelling in culinary arts. She truly admired her and aspired to be like her. Thus, her previous suppressed desire resurfaced, especially since there were 3 prospective students already available in the Wang family, Jinhua, Yinhua, and the others. Zheng Yixing inquired among a few of them, questioning their ability to recognize a handful of characters. She believed that her own knowledge would suffice to teach them without any issues. Thus, she refrained from mentioning this matter to her brother and directly approached her cousin instead. Her brother had been preoccupied with his studies in preparation for the upcoming imperial examination, and she did not wish to burden him with such trivial matters. Moreover, should her cousin agree to it, her brother's opposition would be futile. After all, they resided in the residence of Prince Mu, where her cousin was the true mistress. Seeing her cousin's resolute demeanor, Si Qingyao felt a sense of astonishment. She had not anticipated that Zheng's daughter harbored such ambitions. This revelation was indeed a delightful surprise. Of course, you may, she readily agreed. I shall arrange for a space and the necessary writing materials. I had been thinking that those 3 little ones idling away at home was not beneficial. They ought to learn something. Now they can study reading and writing under you. My little teacher. Zheng Yixing was taken aback by how easily her cousin acquiesced. For a moment, she was at a loss for words. And when her cousin referred to her as little teacher, she felt even more bashful. Cousin? Is that truly permissible? Are you not concerned that I may lead them astray? Not at all. You have studied alongside your brother for so long. Teaching them should be a piece of cake. Besides, I trust you. This is a way for you to assist me, and naturally, I wholeheartedly approve. Although the Zi Jin Dynasty lacks female teachers, we do have female officials. Your aspirations are commendable. And I support you. Si Qingyao firmly believed that encouragement was essential. It was rare to encounter such an ambitious child, and this mutually beneficial arrangement was simply too splendid to reject. Upon receiving her affirmative response, the young girl's eyes sparkled with delight, and her spirit soared. Thus, the elementary school of the Prince Mu's residence was officially established. Si Qingyao consulted the 3 little girls, and they expressed their eagerness to learn. Even Xiazian wished to join the lessons. He had been training in martial arts half the day and studying literature the other half. With a ready-made little teacher available, attending classes would undoubtedly be far more enjoyable than studying alone.
Si Qingyao consented,
recognizing that they were all young children and that there was no need to impose rigid gender barriers. Thus, in the days that followed, Zheng Yixing, the little teacher, formally began her instruction. Initially, she taught only the 3 girls and Xiazian, but soon after attending her classes, Baozhu and Yuzhu also carved out time to learn. The lessons were indeed far more systematic than their prior attempts at literacy. After attending a couple of classes, Si Qingyao couldn't help but marvel at the existence of talent in the world. It was evident that Zheng Yixing had diligently prepared her lessons. Despite her youth, her teaching was unexpectedly lively, reflecting the years she had spent studying alongside her brother. Moreover, Zheng Yixing did not cease her own learning. She frequently engaged in scholarly discussions with her brother. Initially, Zheng Yixuan had reservations, but seeing his sister's determination to try, he chose not to object. After all, this was something she wished to pursue, and he found it rather dull to study alone every day. With his cousin's approval, he had no grounds to oppose her. After several days of teaching, he discovered that his sister was indeed quite capable and possessed the demeanor of a true teacher, allowing her to continue in this role. Consequently, the learning atmosphere within the Prince Mu's residence became remarkably vibrant. Zheng Yixing even established a reward system, offering prizes for the top students, funded by her cousin. This spurred a friendly competition among them, each striving for the top spot. Si Qingyao found the state of affairs quite delightful. The days passed leisurely for half a month. Dr. Zheng's wife continued to improve, and Si Qingyao took the time to visit her again. Seeing her rosy complexion and beaming happiness, she felt reassured. After all, she was the first surgical patient in this dynasty, and she could not afford to tarnish her own reputation. Since participating in the surgery with her young lady, Yuzhu had developed a newfound understanding of medicine. The procedure was indeed feasible, and her skills in suturing were impressive. Even her young lady praised her. The doctors and assistants at the clinic were equally intrigued and earnest in their studies. Even though they were men and could not perform cesarean sections on women, the master had stated that many ailments could be addressed in this manner. They could discuss and explain these matters whenever they encountered them in the future. Originally, Si Qingyao believed this was a beneficial endeavor for the country and its people. After all, with this method, countless women suffering from difficult births could potentially be saved. Furthermore, the Zheng Medical Clinic's reputation had significantly improved due to this development, attracting many from afar, even individuals from West Street, who came specifically to seek treatment. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred one afternoon. Several individuals resembling constables suddenly arrived at the Zheng Medical Clinic, stating that their superior wished to summon Si Qingyao for questioning regarding a case. At that moment, Si Qingyao was present in the clinic. Although she was perplexed by the situation, she was not one to fear such matters, having always conducted herself with integrity. After reassuring those present, she followed the constables.
Issue?
Concerned, insisted on accompanying her. Once they departed, Manager Yang could not remain idle and promptly followed them to the courthouse, prepared to dispatch someone to the Prince Mu's residence for assistance should the need arise. Upon arriving at the courthouse, Si Qingyao learned the nature of the issue. It turned out that a medical clinic on West Street had heard of her cesarean section and found it intriguing. They naively believed they could replicate her success. Boldly, they attempted to perform a cesarean on a patient, only for it to end tragically when the patient succumbed to fever 3 days later. Consequently, the family of the deceased filed a complaint against the West Street Clinic. To Si Qingyao's astonishment, the doctor involved not only refused to acknowledge his wrongdoing but also slandered her, claiming that her methods were sorcery. He argued that if her patient had survived, while his had perished, there must be foul play involved. Though the official in the higher seat found this hard to believe, he was obliged to follow protocol and summoned representatives from the Zheng Medical Clinic for clarification. Si Qingyao, feeling a mix of anger and helplessness, explained, "The cesarean procedure demands a pristine environment and sterile instruments. Otherwise, there is a significant risk of infection, which can be fatal. I am able to perform this operation because I am meticulous about sterilization at every step, hence my patients survive, while yours succumb to infection. You who lack understanding attempted to mimic my methods and caused the loss of a life, yet now you seek to defame me. I implore you to discern the truth." The official nodded and inquired, "Li Hu, do you have anything further to say? It is evident that your lack of medical skill led to the patient's demise. I refuse to accept this. These are mere hearsay. How can we trust her claims? You assert that your patient survived, so bring her forth to confront me here." "I do not believe it," Li Hu retorted, remaining obstinate despite Si Qingyao's assertions. He had not personally witnessed the survival of her patient, and having lost his own patient while following her methods, he was unwilling to accept her claims. As Si Qingyao was about to explain, a familiar voice resonated from outside the court. "My lord, this humble woman has come to testify on behalf of Dr. Si." In an instant, all attention turned to the voice, and Si Qingyao was equally astonished, for according to the timeline, Zheng's wife should have been in confinement at that hour, ideally remaining out of sight. She never anticipated her appearance in this court. The officials in the court were equally taken aback as a woman, thoroughly bundled up, entered slowly with her husband's accompaniment. After paying her respects to the officials, Zheng's wife spoke candidly, "I am the woman upon whom Dr. Si performed a cesarean. I am still in confinement, hence my heavy covering. I beg your pardon, my lord. At that time, I was in dire straits, with 1 foot already in the grave. It was Dr. Si who saved me through his remarkable methods. I can attest to his exceptional medical skills, which are far from any sorcery." Chapter 96. Confrontation in the court the moment Zhang's wife concluded her statement, before the officials could respond. Li Hu interjected with disdain. Just because you claim to be who you are, does that make it true? I could just as easily say you are a hired accomplice. Without evidence, I refuse to believe. My lord, everything must be substantiated by proof. Can one simply assert their identity? Li Hu's audacity stemmed from his favorable rapport with the superior of the official seated above him, having previously saved his son's life. Thus, he felt assured that he would not face repercussions today, emboldening his insolence. The man was naive, genuinely believing that justice existed in this world. He was but a commoner. The death of a woman meant little to him. How naive to seek justice. Si Qingyao was about to speak when Zhang's wife's voice interrupted once more. My lord, I possess evidence. The scar from the surgery Dr. Si performed on me remains on my abdomen. If you doubt my words, I implore you to send someone to the back to confirm. Zhang's wife spoke with unwavering conviction, her expression resolute. She was determined to defend Dr. Si, who had been implicated due to her own surgery. She could not allow such injustice to transpire. Her husband worked at Zhang's medical hall, and the benefits they received had fostered her fondness for its proprietor. Little did she know, the very ordeal of her difficult labor would render him her savior. At that moment, she had been acutely aware, truly believing she was on the brink of death. To her, Dr. Si was akin to a deity, not only saving her life, but also that of her child. Upon learning of the proceedings, she immediately requested her husband to bring her here. She was resolute in her support. Si Qingyao was unexpectedly moved by Zhang's wife's unwavering support, reaffirming her belief that her choices had not been in vain. Although the situation had brought about some complications, she felt they were not insurmountable. Indeed, upon hearing Zhang's wife's testimony, the official promptly instructed a servant from the kitchen to escort someone to inspect the wound. After a brief interlude, the servant approached the official, whispered a few words, and then withdrew. Zhang's wife returned to her original position, awaiting the official's pronouncement. The official then struck the gavel and declared loudly, Li Hu, are you aware of your transgressions? Zhang's wife indeed bears a wound. Her statements are entirely truthful. Your lack of skill has jeopardized lives, and you have defamed another. You shall be punished. I impose a fine of 100 taels as compensation to the victim and a 3-month imprisonment. Do you accept this judgment? Upon hearing this, Li Hu felt a surge of delight. He had anticipated a lenient sentence. However, he was somewhat displeased that his actions had not implicated Zhang's medical hall. He harbored a deep-seated resentment towards that establishment for the business it had siphoned from him. He had hoped to exploit this situation to exact revenge, only to find them emerging unscathed. Before he could respond, the deceased's husband burst into tears. My lord, my wife has lost her life, and he is to be imprisoned for merely 3 months? This is unjust. I do not seek his silver. I demand justice. He intended to harm. My wife had planned for a normal delivery, yet he deceived her with promises of safety and lured her into an experiment. My lord, he assured us there would be minimal risk. That is why my wife consented. We thought the compensation would secure a good life for our child. Who could foresee the loss of 2 lives? Had he disclosed the risks, I would have dissuaded her. I implore you for justice for my wife. The gathered crowd at the court door murmured in agreement, feeling that the punishment was far too lenient. After all, a life had been lost. A mere fine and 3 months in prison seemed insufficient. The air was thick with discontent as whispers of injustice circulated. Si Qingyao was taken aback by the outcome of the case. Though she bore no fault, Li Hu surely deserved punishment. They could not allow the lives of 2 individuals to be rendered meaningless. What if someone dared to experiment again in the future? In this ancient era, many did not regard the lives of servants as valuable, often using them as subjects for experimentation. Hence, Si Qingyao was unwilling to remain a mere bystander. However, the intricacies of the officialdom in this dynasty were likely formidable. As Si Qingyao pondered her next steps, a commanding voice emerged from the crowd. What an imposing authority you wield, Lord Yang. Pray, repeat that for me. According to the laws of our dynasty, how should Li Hu be judged? As Shen Mufeng spoke, he stepped forth from the throng. The crowd buzzed with excitement at the arrival of a figure of significance. Sensing his authority rivaled that of Lord Yang, they parted to allow him passage to the court. Perhaps this case might yet take an unexpected turn. After all, the common folk believed the judgment was excessively lenient on Li Hu. They, too, valued their lives. The medical hall on the West Street had garnered its share of patients, yet many left with dissatisfaction. Consequently, with the establishment of Zheng's medical hall on East Street, patrons began to shun the former. People sought care without the burden of distress. Zheng's medical hall not only boasted skilled practitioners, but also provided a comforting atmosphere, which endeared it to the populace. The officials seated in the court, hearing this voice, initially prepared to reprimand the disruption, but suddenly realized the mention of this king. Upon looking up, they were astounded to see Prince Mu stepping forward from the crowd, nearly causing the officials to tumble from their seats in their haste to kneel in reverence. Your Highness, what brings you here? Do you have any directives?
Lord Yang stammered.
Visibly shaken. A mere case such as this should not warrant the attention of a figure of such stature. Prince Shen Mufeng cast a glance at Si Qingyao but chose not to engage her, as if unacquainted. I happened to pass through and noticed the commotion, so I thought to take a look. Lord Yang, I have also been listening to this case. What was your judgment? He. Lord Yang knelt on the ground, his demeanor respectful, yet he dared not allow this esteemed figure to eavesdrop, hastily and cautiously declining. No worries, I happen to have no pressing matters today. Idleness is but idleness, and listening is also worthwhile. As he spoke, he gestured for Xin Qi to fetch a chair and, with great ease, sat beside Lord Yang. It appeared that he was determined to be present for this hearing. Si Qingyao observed him, and seeing his demeanor, she understood his thoughts. A smile threatened to escape her lips. It was indeed the first time she had witnessed him exude such authority. With such a revered presence beside him, Lord Yang would certainly not dare to speak his mind regarding the verdict just rendered. Did he not realize the leniency of the judgment? Yet, was there not an order from above to handle it lightly? He could not defy such commands. However, the anger evident in Lord Mu's tone earlier was unmistakable. Should he persist with such a ruling, he feared he might lose his position on the spot. After much contemplation, Lord Yang resolved to heed the signs of the times. Even if there were repercussions from above in the future, he would have justifiable grounds to defer responsibility. After all, in the presence of Lord Mu, no one dared to act unjustly. The officials of the Zi Jin Dynasty knew well that Lord Mu's military discipline was the strictest, and he had no tolerance for favoritism or corruption. To not adjudicate according to the law in his presence would be courting disaster. With a newfound resolve, Lord Yang returned to the courtroom, his gaze unwavering, and struck the gavel, proclaiming, Li, who lacks medical skill, has proven untrustworthy, jeopardizing the lives of others. The circumstances are severe. According to the laws of the Zi Jin Dynasty, he is to be imprisoned and executed after the autumn harvest. Court dismissed. As soon as the words left his mouth, Li Hu protested vehemently, struggling and wailing, My lord, you cannot rule thus. Have you forgotten how I was judged before? Before he could utter another word, Lord Yang ordered him taken away. What nonsense to speak in front of Lord Mu. Once the criminal was escorted out, Lord Yang hurriedly approached Lord Mu, bowing deeply and respectfully inquired, My lord, how do you find my judgment? Well, retribution for murder allows the mother and child to rest in peace. It shall suffice, Lord Mu replied, casually fanning himself and uttering a few words before departing with Xin Qi. Upon reaching Si Qingyao, he paused but said nothing, then gracefully walked away. Wiping the sweat from his brow with his sleeve, Lord Yang sighed and left the scene. It was truly challenging to be an official in this capital. One could not offend anyone. Why must a lord wander aimlessly instead of attending to his affairs at home, especially to a place where he was conducting judicial matters? It was utterly exasperating. As the farce concluded and justice was served, the crowd gradually dispersed, having enjoyed the spectacle. The common folk, still buzzing with excitement, discussed amongst themselves, Haha, did you see Lord Yang's expression just now? He was terrified. The moment Lord Mu arrived, the ruling was immediately altered. Li Hu must have connections. Otherwise, Lord Yang would not have dared to change his judgment. Indeed, it is Lord Mu who holds sway. However, I prefer to call him General Mu. How impressive. Were it not for him driving away the northern barbarians, we would not enjoy our current peace. The family was fortunate to encounter Lord Mu during his stroll. Otherwise, they would truly have been helpless against Li Hu. Yet, how can they be so greedy? No amount of silver is worth risking a child's life. It is truly lamentable. The worst of all is Li Hu, who cannot even grasp the art of medicine, yet dares to boast. Nevertheless, the Zheng Medical Hall is indeed a reputable establishment. Just look at Madame Zheng, who, despite her confinement, still came forth to testify. One would not do so unless their heart was sincere. After the court session, Si Qingyao expressed her gratitude to Dr. Zheng and Madame Zheng before hastily sending them home, for a woman's postpartum recovery is crucial and can affect her for a lifetime. She overheard the townsfolk praising Shen Mufeng, declaring him exceedingly handsome. Wielding power looks rather dashing, they said. Were it not for him, Li Hu might have truly escaped justice. As Si Qingyao walked down the street and turned into an alley, she suddenly noticed a figure appear before her. Shen Mufeng stood there, concern etched on his face. Qingyao, are you unharmed? I refrained from acknowledging you earlier, fearing you may not appreciate the title of Princess Consort. Having practiced medicine for so long, few outsiders knew that the owner of the Zheng Medical Hall was indeed the Princess Consort. Moreover, she had expressed her intention to part ways with him after a year, making it clear that she did not cherish that identity. Hence his earlier pretense of not recognizing her. He had feared to burden her with concerns or distress. Upon hearing the news from the servants, he rushed over, anxious that she might be victimized by those corrupt officials. However, on his way, he had learned of her audacious act in assisting Madame Zheng with her surgery, which sent chills down his spine. How could she be so bold? Such matters could easily backfire. Yet, he was equally moved by her kindness. The Si Qingyao he knew was both courageous and compassionate. Si Qingyao shook her head, a gentle smile gracing her lips. I am well. What brings you here so suddenly and timely? I heard the news and hurried over. As long as you are safe, I shall investigate those officials' matters. I will report to His Highness the Crown Prince. He will not condone such behavior. Shen Mufeng had heard whispers of various officials' transgressions, and now that he had stumbled upon this issue, it was an opportune moment for reform. They were likely aligned with the fourth prince's faction.
Si Qingyao nodded.
Not overly concerned. Shen Mufeng, your influence is remarkable. With just a glance, Lord Yang altered his judgment. It is not my prowess, but his guilt. He replied with a smile.
Come, let us return home.
As they walked side by side, engaged in conversation, Si Qingyao suddenly recalled that the imperial examination was approaching and asked, Oh, by the way, is the examination date nearing? I have not seen my cousin leave the house these past few days. Yes, in 3 days, Shen Mufeng confirmed, nodding and providing her with the answer.
Si Qingyao pondered.
Reflecting on the situation. Through this incident, I understand why my grandmother insists that the youth in our family strive for the imperial examinations. Here, power is indispensable. Chapter 98. The imperial examination. Shen Mufeng nodded in agreement. Especially for a wealthy family like the Zhengs, whose fortunes have amassed over generations. If the descendants lack power, it becomes challenging to preserve their wealth. There will always be ill-intentioned individuals who exploit their influence to oppress others and covet the Zheng family's riches. Thus, your grandmother's decision is wise. If the Zheng family produces even one official, even a minor magistrate, it will command respect. Having grown up in the capital, he understood this all too well, having witnessed it countless times. And so, Si Qingyao and Shen Mufeng strolled toward the estate, engaged in lively discussion. Shen Qi followed silently behind, observing their figures ahead, inwardly criticizing his lord. Why can't the lady just speak her mind? Earlier, she was in such a state of panic when she heard the officials had taken her away, and now she feigns nonchalance with a single sentence. Truly, he speaks volumes about what should and shouldn't be said. 3 days later, the sun shone brilliantly, and the birds chirped merrily, with greenery flourishing everywhere. The imperial examination of the Purple Gold Dynasty has officially commenced. This examination will span several days, and as a relative of Zheng Yixuan, Si Qingyao rose early to accompany Baozhu and Yuzhu in offering him encouragement. Si Qingyao glanced at Zheng Yixuan and said calmly, Cousin, do not be anxious. Maintain a tranquil heart, eat well, and drink well, for only then will you have the strength to answer the questions. After speaking, she gestured to Baozhu and Yuzhu, indicating that they should present the items they had prepared for him. Baozhu stepped forward, handing a small package to her cousin with a bright smile. Cousin, this is the jerky, dried fruit, and other convenient snacks that Miss asked me to prepare for you. They will be easy to consume during the examination. Zheng Yixuan graciously accepted the package, thanking both his cousin and Baozhu. During their time at the Mu Wangfu, he appreciated the thoughtful care his cousin had provided, and he vowed to repay her kindness when the opportunity arose. Yuzhu then presented her own small package to Zheng Yixuan, advising him, Cousin, these are some common medicinal pills, each labeled with its purpose. There are ones for headaches, stomachaches, and those that can invigorate the mind. Please take them just in case. After all, One can never predict how one might feel during the examination, especially since the conditions here are not as comfortable as at home. Thank you, Yuzhu. Zheng Yishuan replied earnestly as he accepted the package, bowing slightly to express his gratitude. He remembered how Yuzhu had cared for him during his recovery, assisting with his injuries, and managing his daily affairs after he healed. He felt a deep sense of gratitude towards her. Zheng Yixing then pulled out a yellow talisman from his pocket, presenting it to his brother with a smile. Brother, this is a talisman for high scores that I prayed for. I heard that the temple on the mountain outside the city is quite effective, so I woke up early to ask for it on your behalf. It will surely bless you. Zheng Yishuan took the talisman, affectionately ruffling his younger sister's hair, and replied with a smile. All right. I will keep it safe and will not disappoint your kind intentions. He tucked the talisman into his collar, although he did not believe in such superstitions. It was his sister's heartfelt gesture. He then turned to Si Qingyao and said, Cousin, I will rely on you to look after Xing in the coming days. Rest assured, cousin, I will take good care of her. I must thank her for helping me teach the children at home, Si Qingyao replied, feeling that her cousin was overly courteous. During their stay at Mu Wangfu, she too had benefited greatly. With that, Zheng Yishuan entered the examination hall, and the others returned to the residence, planning to come back to escort him once the examination concluded. At the Prime Minister's residence, Si Qingyao knelt on the ground, weeping bitterly. Father, I cannot accept this. Si Qingyao is a bastard child. Why is she living better than I am now? Lord Mu has fully recovered, still as dashing and handsome as ever. Mother has hinted to the Empress that the Crown Prince has no plans to take a concubine, and I cannot take matters into my own hands. But I can no longer wait. My age is advancing, and rumors are already circulating. Recalling her recent encounter with Lord Mu, Si Qingyao felt her cheeks flush slightly. Compared to the idle princes in the palace, Lord Mu's genuine character was far more captivating. If she could not become a concubine to the crown prince, she would prefer to marry Shen Mufeng. Often, she regretted allowing Si Qingyao to take her place in marriage. Had she known he would return to normal, she should have married him directly. Perhaps now she would even have a child, unlike her current predicament, where she must struggle to find a solution. Jiang Yuling chimed in supportively. Indeed, my lord, I know that Si Qingyao is not your biological daughter. You would not wish to see your own daughter live in her shadow, would you? Such a fine match should not be hers. I have a plan. Would you care to hear it? Si Haozong had never liked Si Qingyao. She had been a stain on his life from the moment she was born. Had he not been desperately poor at the time, unable even to afford the journey to the capital for the examinations, he would never have married Jing Shiyun. After all, marrying a pregnant woman and being forced to play the role of a father to another man's child would be a lifelong disgrace. Even if the Zheng family provided a substantial dowry, it could not wash away the humiliation he endured. Moreover, Zheng Shiyun herself was utterly ungrateful, even after marrying him. She refused to let him touch her, remaining chaste for some unknown man, which only added to his humiliation. Thus, when he rose to prominence and she passed away, he wished to sever all ties with the Zheng family. He sought to forget those events entirely. Now his daughter was monopolizing the husband that should rightfully belong to Yenu. Naturally, he felt discontented. Si Haozong calmly lifted a cup of tea and said, My lady, do share your thoughts. Upon seeing her husband intrigued, Jiang Yuling eagerly unveiled her long-considered plan. Her intention was to expose the truth that Si Qingyao was a false daughter of the residents. This way, if Lord Mu were to marry someone of dubious lineage, the emperor would not allow such a marriage to occur. The current emperor places great importance on social standing. Just look at the wives of the various princes. All hail from noble families. Thus, if the emperor were to learn that Si Qingyao is a bastard, he would certainly compel Lord Mu to divorce her, even if he had personally arranged the marriage. Chapter 99. The Revelation of Heritage. Si Haozong rejected this proposal outright, stating, No, that would implicate me in a crime against the emperor. Such a self-destructive strategy is not appropriate. My lord, why are you so straightforward? You could easily claim ignorance. When she entered, she was not distinguished. Who could have guessed she was pregnant? When the child was born, you could have thought it was a premature birth. That woman is now dead, and there is no evidence to contradict this. You merely discovered the truth recently, and, out of fear of deceiving the emperor, felt compelled to report it. Jiang Yuling continued as Si Haozong remained silent, pressing on. Then, my lord, you could take the opportunity to propose a divorce and marry Yenner to Lord Mu, rectifying this oversight. You too would be seen as a victim. Even if the emperor were to reprimand you, It would not be excessive. This would allow us to restore order and achieve our aims. After sharing her scheme, Jiang Yuling felt a surge of pride, considering herself quite the genius for devising such a plan. Si Qingyao, upon hearing her mother's proposal, immediately voiced her agreement. Yes, yes. This is an excellent idea. Father, please agree to it. For the sake of my lifelong happiness, you must consent. At most, you will only receive a mild reprimand from the emperor. As she spoke, she ran to her father's side, playing the part of a helpless daughter. Her eyes swollen like a rabbit's, pleading with him. Her father had always been indulgent towards her, unable to resist her requests. She was confident that if she persisted long enough, he would eventually acquiesce. Indeed, upon seeing his daughter's pitiful appearance, and after some contemplation, Si Haozong ultimately relented. Although he thought the plan somewhat crude, it was not entirely unfeasible. Once they resolved to act promptly, they agreed that it was best to move quickly before Si Qingyao became pregnant with Lord Mu's child, which would complicate matters further. Thus, on the following day, Prime Minister Si went to the palace to broach the subject with the emperor. On this day, as there were no pressing matters at hand, Si Qingyao and Shen Mufeng chose to observe the teachings of the young scholar, Zheng Yixing, who was instructing his pupils within the confines of the estate. His teaching was indeed commendable, rivaling that of any private academy. Just as they were engrossed in the lesson, Xinqi appeared at the door, gesturing discreetly to the prince and princess. Once they stepped outside, Shen Mufeng inquired, "What is it, Xinqi? Is there something amiss?" "Yes, your highness," Xinqi replied. "A messenger from the crown prince has just delivered this urgent missive, insisting that it be reviewed by both you and the princess." As he spoke, he presented the letter he had recently received. He too was perplexed, unable to fathom why the crown prince deemed it necessary to convey such an important matter with such urgency, especially given the current tranquility in the capital. Shen Mufeng found it equally strange, particularly the inclusion of Qingyao in this correspondence. Could it pertain to her? Otherwise, he could not discern any other rationale. Upon opening the envelope, Shen Mufeng swiftly perused its contents, his countenance darkening with each passing line. Si Qingyao, sensing his gravity, inquired, "What troubles you?" Shen Mufeng cast a glance in her direction and handed her the letter, inviting her to read for herself. As she took the letter and began to read, she discovered that during Minister Si's visit to the palace that day, the crown prince had been present alongside his majesty, thus hearing all that was discussed. Upon learning that the matter at hand concerned the prince and princess Mu, and was of considerable severity, the crown prince had taken the initiative to discreetly relay a message, allowing them to brace themselves and deliberate on their course of action. After all, the crown prince cherished their amicable relationship, and the crown princess held Si Qingyao in high regard, not wishing for matters to escalate to a critical juncture. After digesting the letter's contents, Si Qingyao sighed, internally lamenting. So this body is not truly the offspring of Minister Si. No wonder there is such bias towards the maternal side. In this feudal era, the original owner's mother audaciously forged a lifelong pact with another, even bearing a child. Truly, what audacity! One needn't ponder long to deduce that she is yet another foolish woman blinded by love. Folding the letter neatly, she returned it to Shen Mufeng, who watched her with concern. She hastily reassured him, "There's no need for such worry. I am perfectly fine. However, this matter is of great significance, and it is likely that His Majesty will summon us shortly. We should discuss our strategy." "Indeed, let us retire to my study," Shen Mufeng replied quietly, his heart aching for her. He cared not for her lineage. He recognized her as the Si Qingyao who had rescued him from darkness, the one who had restored light to his life. That was sufficient for him, and he would never consider casting her aside. Upon entering the study, Si Qingyao initiated the conversation. "What are your thoughts, Shen Mufeng?" He promptly affirmed that he was unconcerned about her origins. He valued her as a person rather than her status. Hearing his declaration brought her solace. She felt fortunate to have forged such a loyal friendship. Initially, she had contemplated a plan to seek a divorce once their year-long agreement expired, but now, with her health restored and having resided in the capital long enough, and with her cousin present, it seemed an opportune moment to exploit the situation to have the emperor annul their marriage. For her, being divorced or dismissed held little difference. She had no intention of remarrying in this dynasty. Reputation held little weight for her. She had been pondering how to navigate the complexities of a divorce. especially since the emperor had personally officiated their union, but now, an unexpected opportunity had presented itself. It was as if someone had placed a pillow beside her for her to rest upon during her slumber. This chance was one she could not afford to miss. Thus, looking earnestly into Shen Mufeng's eyes, Si Qingyao declared, "I have an idea. What do you think?" She proceeded to share her thoughts with him. Shen Mufeng listened with a serious countenance, devoid of expression. Si Qingyao felt a moment of uncertainty, unsure of his feelings regarding her proposal. As he absorbed her intentions, a profound sense of regret welled within him. Since the day they had made their pact, he had anticipated this moment would eventually arrive, yet now that it had come, a wave of bittersweet sorrow surged through him. It was as if he had grown accustomed to her presence in his life, and the thought of her absence in the days to come caused sharp pangs in his heart. He could not comprehend why he felt this way.